This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. In the corner of the small and dim room, Sue Lily, who had just woken up, sat stiffly on the wooden bed, looking at the unfamiliar room in front of her with a confused look. Sue Lily is an active military doctor. She never believes in superstition and only believes in science, but looking down at the body that is obviously not the same as her own, Sue Lily shook her head vigorously several times, trying to recall what happened before she fell into a coma. Border, gangsters, gunshots, gunshots. Sue Lily's eyes widened, and her palm touched the heart on her chest. She had been shot here, so she was really dead. Is she alive now? She has become a strange girl. Then will this still be the motherland? Will it still be the earth? Sue Lily's heart, which has experienced gunfire and rain of bullets, couldn't help but feel a little fear and uneasiness. Ah! Grandma One, Sister Lily is awake, the child explained with a broken voice, and after a while, the empty small room was crowded with old people and children. Sue Lily saw the big and 7 children in front of her, who were obviously old people and children from poor families, and she was relieved. However, because she was not familiar with the current situation, she could only smile and keep silent to these old people and children who were asking about her well-being, or give some responses that would not reveal the truth. Grandma One looked at Sue Lily with a gentle smile, and felt more distressed in her heart. She seemed to have made some kind of decision in her heart. Grandma One said to the children, who were still happily surrounding Sue Lily, "Go out for a while, and Grandma will talk to your sister Lily for a while." "Okay, Grandma." The children all respected their grandma. They couldn't bear to glance at Sue Lily, and they all left the room obediently. Although Sue Lily didn't understand what Grandma One wanted to do, she had just collected some information from the children. Unfortunately, this place is definitely not Earth. There are mechas, airships, and alien Zerg invading here. Sue Lily smiled bitterly. She had saved her life after all. Even if it was not to her liking, she should be grateful. Grandma One didn't know what Sue Lily was thinking, but she was relieved to see Sue Lily, who was becoming more gentle and not thorny, and said, "Lily, Grandma knows that you have been wrong this time. If you don't have the admission letter from the 1st Military Academy, then we will go to the 5th Military Academy. Here is a recommendation letter from the 5th Military Academy, which your uncle he just sent. As long as you pass the entrance examination of the 5th Military Academy, you will still be an excellent Federal Military Academy student." Grandma finished speaking in one breath, and finally put down the big stone in her heart, took out a yellow envelope from her arms, and handed it to Sue Lily. Sue Lily couldn't help but take the envelope, but her mind, which originally only had her own memories, suddenly had a desperate cry, and the girl's memory gradually collided and merged with Sue Lily. Grandma One saw Sue Lily take the letter, smiled and told Sue Lily to have a good rest, and finally walked out of the room. When Sue Lily finished reading the girl's memory, the hand holding the envelope couldn't help but clenched into a fist, and her delicate eyes were full of anger at this moment. At the beginning of the original owner's memory, all he saw was a mountain of garbage. Even the air was filled with a stench of rotting things. There were some dirty, thin and small people rummaging through the garbage mountain. The ragged original owner didn't know why he was here, but his stomach was so hungry that it hurt, so he learned to look for food in the garbage dump like the people around him. After searching for a long time, the original body finally found a dirty apple that was wrinkled like tree bark. She was still a child and cheered without any precautions. Just as she was about to take a bite, it was snatched away by the adult next to her, who was so dirty that it was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. The original owner was unwilling to find the food with great difficulty, and tried to snatch it back, but was thrown to the ground and fainted. When he woke up again, he realized that he was picked up by Grandma One, who was picking up garbage at the garbage dump, and was kindly taken back to the orphanage. In this way, the original owner survived in the orphanage. After he turned 6, he went to the compulsory elementary school of the Federation with the children of the garbage planet, and was lucky to be tested for B-level talent potential. B-level may not be a very outstanding talent in the Federation, but on the remote garbage planet, B-level is a good talent potential. The original owner was also very hardworking, and was admitted to the 1st Military Academy of Snow Star with the 1st place every year, but at this time, the daughter of the owner of the garbage star appeared. As a matter of course, she replaced the admission notice that the original owner had worked hard for 10 years, and even found the orphanage where the original owner was, glanced at Sue Lily with contempt, and threw out a $1 million federal card as if she was looking at garbage. For the sake of her relatives in the orphanage, the original owner had to accept the $1 million, even though she knew that as long as she accepted the $1 million, even if it was found out that it was an imposter in the future, the person who replaced it could be said that the quota was traded from the original owner, but she could not gamble on human nature with the old and young in the orphanage. The original owner compromised for the orphanage, but someone was still worried and hired someone to sneak into the orphanage in the middle of the night and feed the original owner a dose of poison. The 15-year-old girl lost her life without a sound. Sue Lily read all the memories of the original owner, put her hand on her chest, and said with cold determination, "I will make them pay the price they deserve." She took a deep breath and put the envelope in her hand on the bed. Now she couldn't move a planet master. The most urgent thing was to clear the black fog left in her mind because of the poison. If she let it go, Sue Lily would soon follow the fate of the original owner. After closing her eyes, Sue Lily's consciousness entered the spiritual space smoothly, but the moment her consciousness entered, the spiritual space exploded like a container filled with water, just like breaking the glass covering the room, from the originally small and dim space to the vast universe. Sue Lily didn't know how shocking her spiritual space was. At this moment, she only vaguely felt that her spiritual power seemed to have been upgraded, and the level seemed not low. But even the original owner had never seen such a vast spiritual space, let alone Sue Lily from Earth. So the Super SSS spiritual power that could have shocked the entire Federation was unknown to anyone because of Sue Lily's ignorance in a certain sense. Sue Lily didn't know her talent. At this moment, she looked at the black fog produced by the poison in the spiritual space, and instinctively felt extremely disgusted. The pillar-shaped spiritual thread sensed the emotions of the main body, and attacked the black fog like a runaway. The black fog was very corrosive, and countless spiritual threads were corroded and turned black, but more spiritual threads continued to expel the black fog. After a full hour, the last trace of black fog was finally expelled from the body. Watching the black fog dissipate in the air, Sue Lily breathed a sigh of relief. She finally had time to look at the spiritual threads in the spiritual space. It seemed that because there was no black fog, the spiritual threads were lazily crawling in the spiritual space. Only the heads that occasionally raised would have a faint blue cold light, which looked like shining stars from a distance. After studying for a while, Sue Lily felt that she seemed to have obtained some kind of golden finger that was necessary for people who traveled through time and space. However, she did not fully understand the role of these spiritual powers at the moment, but the light of the spiritual power made Sue Lily tremble with excitement. After exiting the spiritual space, Sue Lily picked up the admission letter of the 5th Military Academy on the bed. After experiencing the spiritual space, Sue Lily was full of curiosity and excitement about this strange interstellar era, and this admission letter was her stepping stone in this world. The next morning, in order to avoid more trouble, Sue Lily left 900,000 of the original owner's 1 million star coins for the orphanage. After reluctantly saying goodbye to Grandma Wynne and the 7 cubs in the orphanage, she went to the home of Uncle He, the interstellar veteran, to express her gratitude, and then went to the spaceship lobby to book a ticket for noon. Until she got on the spaceship, Sue Lily looked at the gray garbage star and gradually disappeared from her sight. Then she retracted her sight and turned on the optical brain to check the 5 military academies. There are 5 military academies, including the 1st Military Academy on Snow Star. The lowest level of the school instructor must be an S-level mecha warrior. The most important thing is that the principal is an SSS-level mecha warrior, and only the 5 major legions in the entire Federation have an SSS mecha warrior each. It can be imagined that this principal is simply a living golden signboard, and therefore, the 1st Military Academy is a holy place for countless mecha warriors. Every year, 80% of the mecha warriors who register in the entire Federation choose the 1st Military Academy. As for the 2nd Military Academy of Helka, it is a bit difficult to describe. First of all, the tuition fee of the academy is 10 times that of other military academies. Most of the students are nouveau riche or powerful nouveau riche. In this school, you can have poor qualifications, but you must be rich. The 2nd Military Academy is most famous for the annual 5 Military Academy Mecha League, which has attracted the hatred of the mecha warriors of the other 4 military academies, with its advantage of Krypton Gold Mecha. The most Buddhist is the 3rd Military Academy of Ceres. The 3rd Military Academy mainly recruits students from the pharmacy department, because the pharmacy department needs to be exposed to more herbs. The teachers and students in the academy go to the fields to plant herbs themselves. If they are not wearing military academy uniforms, they are pure farmers. Therefore, the 3rd Military Academy is also jokingly called a farming school. If you despise the 3rd Military Academy for this reason, you are wrong. There was once a student from the 4th Military Academy who insulted the teachers and students of the 3rd Military Academy as useless mecha on the Star Network. The result was that all federal pharmacists stopped supplying medicine to the student's family until the family expelled the student and resumed normal medicine supply. The 4th Military Academy of Pluto is a place where scarcity makes things valuable. It recruits students mainly from the Horcrux department. The Horcrux department has extremely high requirements for Horcrux masters. Most students cannot make a Horcrux in half a year. Those who can make a Horcrux within 3 months are all geniuses of the Horcrux department. The Horcrux is related to the improvement of the mental power level of each mecha warrior. Only when the mental power level is improved can the mecha with the same mental power level be controlled. Therefore, many excellent mecha warriors sign up for the 4th Military Academy every year, all for the Horcrux master himself, because the excellent Horcrux master can contract a powerful mecha warrior to protect him, and the mecha warrior can get a special Horcrux tailored by the Horcrux master. Finally, the 5th Military Academy of Sirius recruits students mainly from the mecha manufacturing department. Because the first principal was a civilian mecha manufacturer, the identity requirements for students are relatively loose, and even military academy students from the federal garbage planet have equal opportunities to participate in the military academy assessment. However, the entrance examination of the 5th Military Academy is also the most demanding. Because the resources of the military academy are limited and the number of people who take the examination reaches 100,000, only the first 1,000 military academy students are admitted each year. After reading the information of the 5 major military academies, Sue Lily paid special attention to the 5th Military Academy. She felt that it was a little bit uncertain. After all, the recommendation letter could not directly enroll her, but only gave her an opportunity to take the examination. So whether she can be enrolled depends on Sue Lily's own strength. But Sue Lily is an ordinary double B qualification at this time, and the original owner is still a mecha manufacturer. How can Sue Lily use her weak physique to compete with the mecha warriors with at least tens of thousands of A-level or above physiques among hundreds of thousands? Sue Lily took a breath of cold air and encouraged herself in her heart. After all, she is an adult. How can she be afraid of a group of little brats? It almost embarrassed my young country. So, the 5th Military Academy. I, Sue Lily, am here. Chapter 2. After 3 days and 3 nights, the spaceship finally arrived at the capital of Sirius. As soon as she got off the spaceship, Sue Lily saw countless heads. Because the 5th Military Academy held its annual enrollment, Sirius would be overcrowded at this time every year. Sue Lily was squeezed to the point of almost losing her soul before finally walking out of the spaceship hall. Celebrating the enrollment of the Military Academy, all mechas are on sale at a low price. First come, first served. All candidates will enjoy 20% off all medicines. 10 times the compensation for fake products. The first 10,000 will enjoy another 20% off. Hurry up and act now. Almost all the shops on both sides of the street were busy with activities. Sue Lily looked at the lively crowd and thought that there were still 3 days before the assessment, so she couldn't help but squeeze into the mecha shop to enjoy her eyes. Don't ask why she could only enjoy her eyes. Even if it was a mecha at a low price, the zeros behind it would be as high as hundreds of millions. Any one of them was not a small mecha that she could get now. Sue Lily looked at the 8 mechas in the store, which were between 18 and 25 meters tall. She wanted to stick her eyes on them. Unfortunately, the mechas were covered with glass, otherwise each mecha might not be clean. However, there are always more solutions than problems. She found that her mental power could see the internal structure of the mecha. Sue Lily swallowed her saliva and became more excited to see each mecha from toe to scalp. Fortunately, the store only has A-level at the highest. If it is an S-level mecha with a smart chip, I am afraid that these perverts will be reported to the interstellar police. Sue Lily, who had enough fun in the mecha store, went to the pharmacy next door calmly, with the extremely disgusted expression of the clerk. Sue Lily was the only child of a Chinese medicine family in her previous life. In the 21st century, she can be said to be the pillar of the medical field. Unfortunately, she had just entered the military hospital and died on the way to the border peacekeeping force before she had time to shine. Sue Lily sighed about her short and dramatic past life, and then focused her attention on the rows of various medicines in the counter. There are medicines for detoxification, treatment, cancer prevention, longevity, and the most amazing one is the evolutionary medicine that upgrades the physique. From E-level evolutionary medicine to A-level evolutionary liquid, there is a small screen in front of each medicine showing the level effect and the master who made the medicine. Sue Lily stared at the A-level evolutionary medicine worth 1 million federal coins. If she had the A-level evolutionary medicine, she would definitely pass the assessment of the 5th Military Academy this time. But thinking of the 100,000 federal coins lying in the optical brain, Sue Lily's fiery heart was instantly cooled by a basin of cold water. Perhaps Sue Lily stayed in front of the evolutionary medicine for too long, and a salesperson came over and said, "Would the customer like one?" "No." After Sue Lily finished speaking, she maintained the last dignity of a poor dog and calmly left the pharmacy. However, the moment she left the house, Sue Lily searched for A-level evolutionary agents on the Star Network. Except for evolutionary agents above S-level, which are national secret recipes, evolutionary agents below A-level are like the food live broadcasts in the previous life with tutorials. After watching the tutorials, Sue Lily found that the biggest trouble was not making potions, but the cost of medicinal materials alone in A-level evolutionary agents exceeded 100,000 federal coins. If there were requirements for materials, the cost would be more than doubled. Sue Lily went to the herbal medicine store to find out the prices, and lowered her head in despair. She finally understood what it meant to spend a penny to make a hero. If she didn't know how to make potions, Sue Lily would have accepted it, but she did. To put it bluntly, potions are the product of using mental power to pick out medicinal liquid from medicinal materials and mixing them together. As long as your mental power is good enough, mass production is a matter of minutes. Wait! Sue Lily thought of something, her eyes sparkled, and she excitedly said to the herbal medicine shop owner, "I want to buy herbs." "Okay." Although the herbal medicine shop owner's mouth twitched at the speed of Sue Lily's expression change, his professional education made him immediately restore his signature smile, and responded enthusiastically. After a while, Sue Lily carefully carried the herbs worth 50,000 yuan out of the herbal medicine shop. Her attitude of treating the herbs in her arms like treasures also attracted the attention of several pickpockets. But the pickpockets took a closer look and found that it was just a pile of worthless herbs, and they lost interest instantly. One of them thought he saw a fat fish, so he excitedly followed Sue Lily, but when he saw that it was just a pile of unfamiliar herbs, he felt that he was fooled by Sue Lily. She cursed her companions in a sweet voice. "It's so unlucky to meet a psychopath. What's the use of a pile of broken grass as a treasure? The entrance examination for the 5th Military Academy has come. There are all kinds of people. I just met a girl who looked decent, but her jewelry turned out to be fake. Girls nowadays are really..." Alas! The pickpocket's companion felt bitter and couldn't help but confide in the pickpocket. Sue Lily didn't pay any attention to the pickpocket. Even if she found out, she would choose to ignore it. Now she only has the medicinal properties of the A-level evolutionary agent in her mind. She has countless pharmacological knowledge in her mind, which allows Sue Lily to quickly calculate how to match these herbs to produce the effect of the A-level evolutionary agent. To put it bluntly, it's like the genuine and pirated drugs in the previous life, and the pirated drugs can be made into finished products that are the same as the genuine ones at the lowest cost. But if you are not from a family of traditional Chinese medicine, don't try it. If you are not careful, she will send you away, and she will not be responsible for that. Sue Lily went to the hotel and booked the cheapest room. Even the toilet was a public single room. Without taking a good look at the environment, she went into the room and did not make any noise for 2 days. Until the day before the test, Sue Lily's surprised laughter came from the room. "Success? Now I also have a grade A physique." Sue Lily shook hands happily. The strength gave her the feeling that it could easily penetrate the bulletproof shield. In addition, she decided to have a mental strength of no less than grade B. If she could not pass the entrance examination of the 5th Military Academy this time, Sue Lily herself would not have the face to go back to the garbage planet to see her parents. After solving the most worrying thing at the moment, Sue Lily was full of satisfaction, but looking at the remaining 9 grade A evolution agents, Sue Lily was distressed again. She really lacked money, but she could not sell the grade A evolution agents she made openly. After all, 50,000 federal coins could make 10 grade A evolution agents worth tens of millions of federal coins. Isn't this like a child holding a gold brick, but being guilty of holding a treasure? After thinking about it, Sue Lily decided to open an online store with good confidentiality. The Federation attaches great importance to the protection of personal information. Generally, the information of online store owners is not available to ordinary people except the military. Some people pay a personal information protection tax to the Federation mastermind every month just in case, so that even the military cannot easily query it. Unless the Federation mastermind determines that the query object will harm the Federation, or it is approved by the marshals of the 5 major legions. However, Sue Lily felt that he did not have the ability to alarm the legion. He did it as soon as he said it. Sue Lily completed the process of opening an online store, set the store owner's information to SSS level, and paid 30,000 federal coins for personal information protection fees, and only got an online store of only 3 square meters. Now all he needs to do is go to the Star Network to manage the store. Fortunately, no matter how bad the hotel room was, there was still a Star Network warehouse that could access the Star Network. Sue Lily lay down in the Star Network warehouse, and her mental power touched the Star Network warehouse chip, and a soft female voice sounded. "Welcome to the Federation Star Network." After the voice was finished, Sue Lily found herself standing on a busy street. If she hadn't known that she was just on a Star Network, Sue Lily might have thought that she was wearing it again. The Federation is awesome, and it bows to interstellar technology again. After sighing, Sue Lily opened the virtual optical brain, clicked on the store in the personal information, chose to enter, and appeared in a small room in the blink of an eye. Reluctantly bought a plaque of 1,000 federal coins for the store, wrote Sue's Pharmacy, and hung it above the door of the online store, and bought the cheapest pharmacy for the store decoration. Put 9 virtual A-level evolution agents on the pharmacy cabinet, and write the pharmacy level and pharmacy effect like the previous pharmacy. As for the name of the pharmacist, Sue Lily filled in Master Sue, an A-level pharmacist. Pharmacists are divided into different levels, from F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Sue Lily is not sure what level she is, but she has only reached a level, so she uses A as the standard. In any case, the level of pharmacists in StarNet is not counted, and customers have to rely on luck when shopping, unless the online store is officially certified and absolutely authentic. But who would buy from StarNet if they have money? Isn't it better to buy from physical stores? In particular, official certification requires taking the pharmacy exam of the Pharmacist Association, and the certification can only be obtained by the Pharmacy Association. For example, Sue Lily can only make one kind of pharmacy now, and she doesn't even know what kind of pharmacy there is in F level. If she takes the exam, she probably won't even pass the F level pharmacy assessment. Thinking of this, Sue Lily adjusted the price of the potion to 500,000 per bottle, and then went offline. Just as Sue Lily went offline, a teenager in old clothes entered the store. When he looked up, he found 9 A-level evolutionary agents in the counter, and opened his eyes wide in surprise. Bao Xiaodong is also a candidate for the 5th Military Academy this year. He is from the Border Star, and his family is also very poor. In order for him to pass the entrance examination of the 5th Military Academy, the whole family collected 600,000 federal coins to buy A-level evolutionary agents for Bao Xiaodong, but the potions in the physical store are too expensive. He thought about coming to the Star Network to have a look. After all, many people have bought cheap and good things on the Star Network, but some people also buy fakes. But the A-level evolutionary agent in the physical store costs 1 million star coins, and he has no choice, right? Although there are fakes on the Star Network, at least there is a chance. If it is really fake, he will definitely give the store owner a bad review and complain to the federal mastermind to close the store. At least this way no one else will be deceived. After thinking about it, Bao Xiaodong mustered up the courage to place an order. After filling in the address and paying, he immediately began to doubt himself again. It's over. How could I be so stupid? Whose A-level potion is only 500,000? Oh! Could it be fake? But it's too late to refund now. Mastermind, bless me, it must be real, and the owner, if it is real, I will help you promote it. Sue Lily didn't hear Bao Xiaodong's prayer. After logging off, she cleaned her body, and was about to go to sleep. At this time, the light computer reminder sounded. Dear owner, a customer has placed an order in your store. Please handle it in time. Seeing this message, Sue Lily couldn't sleep. When she opened her account, she saw the 500,000 federal coins that had just arrived, and jumped on the bed happily. He got out of bed, packed an A-level evolutionary agent in a carton, and called a courier robot to pick it up and send it away. After sending the robot away, Sue Lily turned off the optical brain and went back to bed to rest, preparing for tomorrow's entrance examination for the 5th Military Academy. Bao Xiaodong, who was also in Sirius, received the goods quickly, but looked at the light carton in his hand. Bao Xiaodong felt that he must have been cheated this time. After all, whose A-level evolutionary agent was not shipped in a medicine box specially used to protect the medicine. Bao Xiaodong's smile became more bitter. It was all his fault that he was stupid. How could he believe that Star Network would sell real goods? After sighing for an unknown number of times, Bao Xiaodong decided to start a live broadcast so that everyone would not be cheated like him. Click on the live broadcast software on the screen of the optical brain, and use 10,000 federal coins to buy a homepage position, so that people who enter the live broadcast software can immediately find this live broadcast room. Bao Xiaodong wrote A-level evolutionary agent bought by Star Network for 500,000 federal coins in the title, and clicked on the live broadcast. Because this will be the peak period, many people enter the live broadcast room to see which idiot is cheated by buying things on the Star Network again. Gradually, the number of people reached 100,000, and the live broadcast interface was full of bubbles mocking the anchor. I just bought one from my cousin, and the cost price alone is 800,000. There are people who are crazy and want to buy an A-level evolution potion for 500,000. If this A-level evolution potion is real, I, Wang, will live broadcast eating noodles upside down. You want to buy an A-level evolution potion for 500,000, haha, I am laughing to death. Did the anchor buy it on purpose to tease us? Another idiot who thinks he is lucky. Bao Xiaodong looked at the countless comments mocking him, and took out the express delivery containing the potion in complete despair, and said, "This carton is the A-level evolution potion I bought. Now let's open it, and take a look." Chapter 3. The A-level evolutionary agent is packed in a cardboard box. It's definitely a fake. Oh, some people just love to get a bargain. Let's go. It's definitely a fake. Every time they live stream online stores, they use this trick. Bao Xiaodong felt that nothing could irritate him, so he quietly opened the cardboard box, took out the A-level evolutionary agent from the box, and held the agent in his palm for the audience to observe carefully. Haha, there really is a potion. At least the owner didn't lie. Hurry up and drink it to see if it's real. Hurry up and drink it. What if you get hit by a javelin? Haha. The people upstairs are so disgusting. It's dinner time on Snow Star now. Please use civilized language. After Bao Xiaodong finished the demonstration, he opened the cork of the potion and said to the live broadcast room, "I am a military school student. My family is very poor. The money for this potion was collected by my whole family. Even if it is fake, I will not regret it, because the anchor can't afford the A-level evolutionary agent. This A-level evolutionary agent was bought from a Star online store called Sue's Potion. If it is real, forget it, I don't even believe it myself." After saying that, Bao Xiaodong drank the potion in one gulp, but as soon as the potion entered his mouth, a bitter taste rushed straight to his head, almost sending him away. Is this probably the taste of poison? It turns out that this potion is really poisonous. Bao Xiaodong vomited a few times, and now he was more convinced that he had bought a fake. Even if he couldn't afford the A-level evolution potion, he had heard from many classmates who had bought it that the A-level evolution potion had no bitter taste at all, only a faint herbal fragrance. But it was too late to regret now. When he felt a sharp pain in his body, Bao Xiaodong fell into a coma before he could even call the hospital emergency number. At this time, the audience watching the live broadcast on Star Online did not know the host's mood. They only saw that the boy in the video had his eyes closed, as if he was upgrading his physical condition. The live broadcast app also prompted the host to have life signs. While feeling relieved, they also began to look forward to it. Some viewers who were waiting for a while started to discuss it again. I just searched for the Sue's potion that the host mentioned. There was only one potion in it, and there were 8 A-level evolution agents, and the price was only 500,000. Haha, the store must not know that the cost of A-level evolution agents exceeded 500,000. It was a fake. Am I the only one who thinks the host is really pitiful? There is not even 1 million federal coins at home. I'm suspecting you are showing off your wealth upstairs. Time passed by minute, until half an hour later, when many viewers were considering whether to call the police, the boy's surprised voice suddenly came from the live broadcast room. Ah! A-level. My physique has really been upgraded. The potion is real. Bao Xiaodong excitedly screamed at the live broadcast room, as if words alone could not express his excitement, and he hugged the optical brain and kissed it a few times. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room was in no mood to pay attention to the disgusting and enlarged lips on the screen. The entire audience was silent for a while, and then exploded. My face hurts a little. What should I do? The anchor is so lucky, I buy one to try. Yes, an A-level evolution agent is only 500,000 federal coins, which is half the price of the physical store. I want to buy it. Wait, what did someone say just now? Sue's Potion, 8 A-level evolution potions. Damn! That's it, I download it first, you guys can do whatever you want. Wait for me. Add me one. Sue Lily didn't know her online store was popular while she was sleeping. When many live broadcast viewers rushed to Sue's Potion, only the introduction of the potion was left on the counter. So the crowd exploded, crying and leaving messages on the online store asking for potions, and some viewers, who couldn't buy potions went to the live broadcast to complain about some fast hand parties. What a beast, just now someone grabbed 3 bottles. Hey, I grabbed a bottle, selling it for 800,000, come if you want it. The above person is too mean. It's worth 300,000 federal coins after just one sale. The above person doesn't want it, but I want it. I've sent you a private message. Please reply. I'm in urgent need of A-level potions. The next day, when Sue Lily opened her computer, she saw 4.5 million star coins in her account, and realized that all the potions were sold out. She opened the buyer's comments and found that they were all good, and the purchase messages were $9.99 plus. Sue Lily also wanted to make more money, and it would be best if she could buy a mecha to study. Unfortunately, she had to take the entrance exam today, and Sue Lily mercilessly posted a notice in the store. Dear customers, hello, thank you for your support of our store. Due to the owner's personal reasons, the recent delivery time is uncertain. Sue's Pharmacy hereby announces this. After sending the notice, Sue Lily blocked the crazy comment notification sound of the online store and looked at the time again. It was already 7 o'clock. Thinking that the entrance examination was at 9 o'clock, she stopped paying attention to the optical brain and set off for the 5th Military Academy. When Sue Lily arrived at the 5th Military Academy, there were already crowds of people outside the school gate. Because today was the day of the entrance examination, and only at this time did the 5th Military Academy allow people other than students to approach the Military Academy, so there were many people who liked to watch the excitement among the parents of the students, and they looked into the 5th Military Academy excitedly from time to time. Sometimes, I even saw a candidate walking into the Military Academy, constantly exclaiming and shouting, and the expression on his face was even more excited than the candidate. The joint entrance examination of the 5 major military academies is about to begin. I'm so excited. I don't know which military academy will win the first place this year. It must be the 1st Military Academy on Snow Star. Anyone who can take the exam for the 1st Military Academy is a genius. I bet on the 5th Military Academy. You know, the grandson of our federal marshal also came to take the entrance examination this year. It doesn't matter who you bet on, but you can't bet on the 3rd Military Academy. They are a group of salted fish who don't want to turn over. They are always the last every year. They have never won since I was born. The 2nd Military Academy is not bad. Every year, the candidates are extremely rich and inhumane. In the virtual battlefield, they have used Krypton gold to the point that even the Military Academy can't help but reveal the shady dealings. Animal, I think there was something shady about the assessment last year. How can you find the exit just by falling down? Sue Lily looked at the school gate that seemed like a star-chasing scene. Her scalp was numb. She walked through the crowd more and more low-key. After verifying the information, she was relieved when she successfully entered the Military Academy. After looking at the road sign for registration, Sue Lily walked to the registration place, handed the recommendation letter in her hand to the teacher, and then began to wait quietly. The information is verified correctly. Pay attention to the information on the optical computer. Candidates, please do your best. The next moment after the teacher finished speaking, the optical computer also received a message from the official of the 5th Military Academy. After opening the message, it was found that it was an electronic version of the admission certificate. It is estimated that the test will be based on this certificate to enter the examination room. Thank you, teacher. After saying goodbye to the teacher, Sue Lily followed the instructions of the optical computer and walked to the door of the designated examination room of the Military Academy. At this time, the spacious examination room was covered by a dark blue light curtain, and countless dark golden codes faintly glowed coldly. Sue Lily looked at the huge Star Network warehouse in front of her, which was only available in the 5 major military academies, and exclaimed. After satisfying her visual cravings, she walked to the light curtain with the entrance of the freshman examination room written on it. An infrared ray appeared at the door, and scanned Sue Lily's body. A line of fonts automatically appeared on the door of the light curtain. Identity confirmed. Candidate Sue Lily, please come in. After passing through the light curtain and entering the examination room, another sea of heads came into view first. The naked eye could not tell how many people there were. Fortunately, there was a star screen representing the number of freshmen in the center of the examination room. The numbers on it were constantly jumping. Sue Lily counted, and it turned out to be 6 digits. Hey, here comes a beautiful sister. The candidate who had been paying attention to the entrance whistled casually, attracting the surrounding candidates to look at Sue Lily. Sisters, are you teaming up? Brother will take you flying. The casual candidate said again. Just as he finished speaking, his teammate covered his mouth and dragged him away, and angrily said, Is it time to pick up girls now? Be careful that the captain will peel your skin off. The lazy candidate thought of his tigress captain, and the whole person instantly became as quiet as a chicken, silently pursed his lips, and kept silent, looked at Sue Lily with regret, and then accepted his fate, and was dragged away by his teammates. The candidates looked at Sue Lily's fragile body, tacitly chose to ignore it, and continued to pay attention to other potential candidates who had just entered. Occasionally, a strong candidate came to the entrance, and they swarmed in like wolves seeing meat and enthusiastically invited him to join their team. It's not very harmful, but it's very insulting. Sue Lily thought speechlessly as she watched the scene in front of her. That? A weak voice sounded. Turning around, Sue Lily found that there was a boy shorter than herself, looking at her with hesitation. Is he looking for me to form a team? Yes, this boy looks even weaker than herself, and no one is willing to form a team with him. Sue Lily thought she put on a kind smile and said, Are you looking for me to form a team? Don't be afraid, I won't despise you for being weak. Aw, no, I already have a team. The boy shook his head hurriedly. Sue Lily's smile gradually disappeared, and she changed to a cold face and said, Oh, what do you want? Tell me quickly, I'm very busy. Excuse me, do you need the information for the entrance examination of the 5 major military academies? It only costs 10 federal coins. After the boy finished speaking, he continued cautiously, Do you want it? Sue Lily stared at the boy for a while, took a deep breath, and then regained his composure and transferred 10 federal coins. He took the information and found a quiet corner, leaning against the wall to read it carefully. Don't say it, although this information is cheap, it is very useful, and even the examination content is referenced. The information shows that the examination of each military academy is also a joint examination of the 5 major military academies. The examination room will project the spiritual consciousness of all candidates from the 5 major military academies into an examination copy somewhere in the Star Network world. The copy environment is not only harsh, but there are also beasts and the natural enemy of humans, the Zerg, and you have to kill the Zerg to get points. Once a candidate dies in the copy, it means that he is eliminated. Until the end of the examination 3 days later, the candidates ranked in the top 1,000 in the points of the major military academies can successfully enter. If a student can get the top 10 rankings in the strongest freshman list jointly signed by the 5 major military academies, not only will the tuition be waived, but also a generous reward from the Federation. Sue Lily still has some idea of the rewards for the top 10. After swallowing her envious saliva, she also relaxed a lot about the exam. To put it bluntly, isn't it just survival in the wild? Although she is a military doctor, she is at least half a soldier, and she has experienced all kinds of devilish training in the army. Survival in the wild is just the most basic skill of a soldier. The only trouble is that Sue Lily has never come into contact with Zerg, and she doesn't know if the insect killer will be useful for the interstellar Zerg. Otherwise, try the enhanced version of insecticide, The more Sue Lily thought about it, the more itchy she felt. She wished that the assessment would start now. I didn't expect that people from the 5 major families of the Federation would come to this military academy assessment, and each of them has a high status, at least they are the heirs of the heads of the major families. In previous years, they never participated in the military academy assessment together. Is there any inside story this year? The examinee next to Sue Lily muttered. Sue Lily raised her eyes, and glanced at the 2 young men who were muttering beside her. She had seen the 5 major families of the Federation on the Star Network, but it was basically all flattery, and the information was seriously distorted, so there was still no news about these families. So she pretended to approach the 2 candidates inadvertently. Fortunately, there were too many people at the scene, and the 2 candidates did not notice Sue Lily's actions, and chatted about the gossip of the 5 major families. I heard that it was because the little princess of the Horcrux family also participated in the entrance examination of this military academy. The other 4 major families are chasing after her like wolves smelling meat. You know, if you can marry her, the Horcruxes of the entire family will not have to worry about it. Hiss, that's no wonder. I don't know if it's bad luck or luck. I heard that even the only son of the richest man came to take the exam. This year, we ordinary people are destined to become stepping stones and cannon fodder for the 5 major families. TSK, you are too narrow-minded. Just think about it. If we are lucky enough to get on the thighs of the 5 major families, then the opportunity will come. Oh, why didn't I think of it? Brother, you are smart. Hey, Look, it's the principal of the 5th Military Academy. Sue Lily also looked at the star screen in the center of the examination room. A 10-second countdown appeared on the huge screen. When the number returned to 0, an old man, with a spring breeze and a smile in his eyes appeared on the screen. Hello, freshmen. I am Song Qing, the principal of the Serious 5th Military Academy. First of all, I welcome all the students who are taking the exam. I am honored that you have chosen our school. I wish you all a smooth exam and strive to get the first place. I won't say more. Now, I welcome Mr. Shin Xiaoxiong, who is hosting the exam. He will also explain the rules of the competition to everyone. After Dean Son applauded, the screen switched to a man in a federal military uniform. On the screen, Shin Xiaoxiong's deep facial features did not fluctuate at all, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, which made the candidates present feel uneasy, and many people suddenly became as quiet as chickens. Chapter 4. Among the students, Su Lily was the only one who had no fear of Shin Xiaoxiong. On the contrary, she felt a little closer to him because of his military temperament. Shin Xiaoxiong glanced at the whole audience before speaking. First, the exam is not a game, and it is not absolutely safe in the exam. Every year, there will be students whose mental space is attacked or accidentally injured in the entrance examination. Minor mental space injuries can be cured by advanced soul tools, and serious injuries will make you a vegetable who is no different from dead. So I warn all students again that when you fight hard, you should also think more about your family. It is not shameful to quit in time at a critical moment. The above is my advice and warning to everyone. Finally, I ask you again, remember it. Shin Xiaoxiong said sternly in the heaviest and most serious voice. Remember it. All the students roared in unison. Shin Xiaoxiong finally had a smile on his stern face, but it soon disappeared. He cleared his throat and said, Next, I will tell you the rules of the next 3 days of exams. Everyone listen quietly. This time, the students of the 4 major military academies and our 5th military academy will participate in the freshman exam competition together. The competition is mainly based on points. The main way to obtain points is to kill Zerg. The more Zerg you kill, and the higher the level, the more points you will get. But others can also get your points by killing you. The 5 military academy examiners will also add extra points based on the performance of each student in the holographic copy. The competition will start in half an hour. Now, please open the nanorobots in front of you. The pills inside can keep the body from eating for 3 days. After taking it, your spiritual body will also appear in the holographic copy. As soon as Shin Xiaoxiong finished his last sentence, he found that the students had almost eaten the pills at the same time. There is no need to eat so early. Even if you kill the Zerg before the game starts, you will not get any points. Shin Xiaoxiong said in a low voice with a guilty conscience. Teacher, you can tell me the important news earlier. Teacher, I wish you 8 sons. You are so careless in making friends with your teacher. Amidst the wailing, the students closed their eyes peacefully, and their spirit bodies entered the Star Network world in an instant. Shin Xiaoxiong touched his nose awkwardly, and just as he was about to leave, he found that there was still a fish that slipped through the net. Huh? You didn't eat it? Shin Xiaoxiong looked at Su Lily in surprise. Su Lily looked at Shin Xiaoxiong with a hard-to-tell expression. If she was not a little curious about the ingredients of this pill, and did not eat it immediately, would she have to fight the Zerg for half an hour like other students and end up with no points? Teacher, before I answer your question, would you like to look behind you? Su Lily looked at Shin Xiaoxiong on the star screen with sympathy. Shin Xiaoxiong froze, and turned his head carefully to the back, only to see the principal of the 5th Military Academy staring at him with an expression, as if he were looking at a dead person. Principal, listen to me. At the moment when the screen went black, Su Lily seemed to hear a wail from teacher Xiaoxiong. At the same time, as the candidates of the 5th Military Academy entered the Star Network copy, the federal netizens on the Star Network were also surprised to find that this year's entrance examination competition for the 5 major military academies was actually advanced. Huh? Doesn't the entrance examination competition for the 5 major military academies start half an hour later? Look carefully, it seems that there are only students from the 5th Military Academy. They started the game half an hour earlier, and they didn't get any points for killing the Zerg. I don't understand this operation. Is the 5th Military Academy giving warmth to the enemy at the beginning? What kind of comradeship is this? I don't know whether the 5th Military Academy can win this time, but they are definitely the best opponents. To this, I can only say that I should give me a dozen such opponents, thank you. At the same time, in the Federal Military Academy meeting room, the other 4 examiners of the Military Academy raised their eyebrows, and looked at each other, and then looked at Xiaoxiong from the 5th Military Academy. Shin Xiaoxiong decisively closed his bruised and swollen eyelids, not wanting to face the cruel reality. After a moment of silence, Zhou Ziheng, the examiner of the 1st Military Academy of Snow Star, who always acted as a peacemaker, finally stood up to comfort Xiao Xiong and said, "The new students of the 5th Military Academy this time are not stupid. They hide when they should, and knock out and tie up the Zerg even if they encounter them. It seems that they are preparing to earn points at the beginning of the game. I have to say that the students are getting smarter and smarter." Shen Xiuxiong gave up struggling and opened half of his eyes. He glanced at the live broadcast screen and saw that it was indeed as Zhou Ziheng said. He finally felt better and turned to Zhou Ziheng and nodded as if to thank him. But this student named Su Lily is a bit interesting. She is the only one in the entire 5th Military Academy who didn't take the pill. She is really a bit out of place. Tang Changming, the examiner of the 2nd Military Academy of Helka Star, leaned lazily on the back of the chair in a white school uniform with gold edges that exuded nobility. His deep face with Western classical beauty had a regretful smile. Lin Na, the examiner of the 4th Military Academy, sat on a soft chair in a purple school uniform with aloofness. She glanced at Su Lily, who was licking, sniffing and rubbing the pill in the video, frowned, and looked away without saying a word. The delicate face naturally has a hint of fragility, but no one present dares to underestimate Lin Na, and even the 4 examiners are cautiously trying to please her. After all, Lin Na is not only from a Horcrux family, but also an S-level Horcrux master. If it weren't for her niece Lin Cece, who also took the entrance exam this time, she wouldn't have to attend a freshman competition with her identity. This kid started to study the ingredients after getting the pill. He is a good candidate to be a pharmacist. The examiner of the 3rd Military Academy, Zhang Tianhe, wore a light green principal uniform. His slender jade-like fingers pushed the old-fashioned black-framed glasses, but his face, like a favorite of God, did not lose a bit of handsomeness because of the old-fashioned glasses. This time, the actions of the 5 major families are not small. Even the heirs of the Zhang and Lin families have participated in this entrance exam. Is the Federation about to end? Shen Xiaoxiong didn't want anyone to jump on his wounds again, so he quickly changed the subject. Although it was a change of subject, the abnormality of the 5 major families this time also made Shen Xiaoxiong curious. Although it's not the end of the world, it's not much different. The top leaders of the Federation just received news that there will be pure-blooded royals taking the entrance exam at the Imperial Military Academy this time. Zhou Ziheng frowned. Pure-blooded royals. That means they have super SSS-level mental strength and physical fitness. I thought it was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true. Shen Xiaoxiong was shocked and said in a state of disbelief. The Empire and the Federation have been able to live in peace for so many years, but it's because the two sides are equally powerful. Now there is a super SSS who can break the balance, and he is a member of the royal family. I'm afraid the war faction of the Empire will cause trouble again. Even Zhou Ziheng, who has such a good temper, couldn't help but feel disgusted when he thought of the people of the war faction of the Empire. The Imperial War faction is a bunch of scum. They have harmed so many planets on the Edge stars, participated in the internal affairs of the planets, caused divisions and civil wars, and finally left behind artillery fire, blood, and a civilization destroyed in an instant. Shen Xiaoxiong thought of the scenes on those planets that were like purgatory on Earth, and he was heartbroken and increasingly angry. Lin Na and Zhang Tianhe were silent in their seats. Finally, Tang Changming said lightly, "The enemy of the Federation can only be the Zerg. Once the Federation and the Empire go to war, it will be the time for mankind to destroy itself." Hearing this, Shen Xiaoxiong seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat back in his chair and closed his eyes. How could he not understand that once the 2 strongest countries began to fight internally, it would only provide opportunities for the Zerg? It's just that he understands this truth, and the people of the Federation also understand it, but the Imperial War faction does not understand it. All they think about is invading land and resources. Zhou Ziheng looked at the depressed 3 people and the heartless Tang Changming and coughed, saying, "As long as the Zerg exists, the Federation and the Empire will not go to that step, but it does not prevent the Empire from stepping on the Federation to control the Federation." The mecha competition before the graduation of the pure-blooded royal family 4 years later also determines the future situation of the Federation and the Empire. So in this war without gunpowder, we can only win, not lose. TSK, the freshmen of this year are really pitiful. They have not grown up yet, and have to bear the burden that even we can't bear. However, I am looking forward to it. Who will be the leader of the heirs of the 5 major families this time? Tang Changming smiled roguely, with a bit of gloating in his expression. As soon as the voice fell, the 5 people present all looked cold and sharp, and the plastic comradeship was gone. On the other side, Sue Lily studied the ingredients of the pill, and swallowed it 1 minute before the game started. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a primitive forest without any unusual features, trees that blocked out the sun, wet grass, and even the air smelled of mud. If Sue Lily hadn't known that he was in the Star Network world, he would have thought that he was still in reality. While admiring the high technology, Sue Lily was also alert to the surrounding environment. When he heard the controversial voices from behind, Sue Lily quickly climbed up the tree with flexible hands and feet, hiding his body perfectly in the tree canopy. The people of the 5th Military Academy are too despicable. They actually entered the dungeon in advance, and trapped the Zerg to kill them at the beginning. Now they are ranked first in points. The boy's voice was so angry that it broke. The inferior people from the garbage planet can only come up with such a despicable strategy. The voice of another boy was full of arrogance and disdain. As the sound got closer, Sue Lily looked down and saw 2 young men, one tall and one short, wearing the same military uniform as her, walking out of the dense forest. The golden sword-shaped emblem on their chests made Sue Lily know at once that they were 2 rich second generations from the 2nd Military Academy. In order to distinguish the candidates from their respective schools, the 5 major military academies used school emblems as marks on the competition field. The emblem of the 1st Military Academy was a white snowflake, the 2nd Military Academy was a golden sword, the 3rd Military Academy was a green herb, the 4th Military Academy was a purple lilac, and the 5th Military Academy was a gray wolf head. Sue Lily did not come out from the tree canopy until the 2 figures disappeared from sight. Although she could easily send 2 teenagers out with her skills, the situation was unclear at the beginning, so she decided not to make any more trouble for the time being. There are a lot of herbs in this dungeon. I wonder if I can make anthelmintics and insecticides. I don't feel safe without some medicine for self-defense. Sue Lily picked a direction and walked away at random. While collecting herbs, she killed a Zerg and hid from the candidates. She also collected a lot of herbs after hearing a lot of intelligence. The heirs of the 5 major families formed 5 larger groups of candidates in their respective military academies. The leader of the 1st Military Academy candidate group is Zhou Wanfeng, the heir of the command family Zhou family, who currently ranks 1st in the field. The leader of the 2nd Military Academy candidate group is Tang Dongwang, the heir of the mecha manufacturer family Tang family, who currently ranks 3rd in the field with the advantage of Krypton Gold. The leader of the 3rd Military Academy candidate group is Zhang Yuanhao, the heir of the pharmacist family Zhang family, who currently has the lowest points in the field and ranks 5th. The leader of the 4th Military Academy's candidate group is Lin Cece, the heir of the Horcrux family Lin. Although she is the only female leader among the 5 candidate groups, her points are 2nd in the whole field, and she is closely behind the points of the 1st Corps. Speaking of the 5th Military Academy, it is more miserable. It originally had an advantage at the beginning, but it also attracted the hatred of the other 4 military academies, and became the target of the whole field. Even the heirs of the other 4 military academies acquiesced to the candidates of their group to grab points, resulting in the elimination of many candidates from the 5th Military Academy at the beginning. If it were not for the SSS strength of Shin Kai-yun, the heir of the Shin family, I am afraid that only the candidates of the other 4 military academies would be left on the field. Chapter 5. The more Sue Lily thought about it, the more she felt fortunate. At the beginning, she had thought about joining the people from the 5th Military Academy. But thinking that if she wanted to collect herbs in the team, she would definitely be a little restrained, and even cause dissatisfaction among some people, so she gave up this plan to avoid trouble. Otherwise, one of the cannon fodder eliminated now would definitely be her. In this examination room where S-level people are everywhere and A-level people are worse than dogs, Sue Lily is still very clear. In the eyes of others, she may be no different from the Zerg, and she is just delivering food to others. Just when she thought of the Zerg, Sue Lily frowned and looked behind her. There was an unusual movement coming from behind, and it was getting closer and closer to Sue Lily's position. Climbing up the tree branch and standing on a high place, Sue Lily looked over there and saw a bloody man running towards soothingly, with 5 huge Zergs chasing closely behind him. Looking at the 5 elephant-sized Zergs that looked like ants, Sue Lily swallowed nervously, feeling like a northerner seeing a southern cockroach. If there was only one Zerg, Sue Lily might try to save the classmate from the 5th Military Academy, but there were 5. There was no point in saving him. He wouldn't really die anyway, so if you're not stupid, just run away. But how could a human be as fast as a Zerg with 6 legs? After a while, they were only 10 meters away from Sue Lily. And Sue Lily sadly found that not to mention being able to outrun the Zerg, Even the classmate, who looked seriously injured, caught up with Su Lily. The injured classmate glanced at the school badge on Su Lily's chest, frowned, and seemed to have made a decision in his heart. Run quickly, I stopped them. Ah, what are you going to do? Su Lily was a little shocked. She didn't expect that there are such good people in the world. Shin Kai-yun finally looked at Su Lily and said lightly, if you have the time to talk, you might as well save your life. Su Lily felt that she was scolded, but she didn't hear a single dirty word. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Lily decisively abandoned Shin Kai-yun and ran forward. At the same time, Shin Kai-yun used his mental power to form a transparent barrier to block the 5 spiders. Shin Kai-yun is not the Holy Father. If Su Lily is not a student of the 5th Military Academy, he will never put himself in danger. But he is the heir of the Shin family, and the 5th Military Academy is a military academy supported by their Shin family, so he must not give up any person from the 5th Military Academy in the examination room, even if this person is just a candidate who has not yet enrolled. And the audience watching the live broadcast on Star Network saw Shin Kai-yun give up his chance to escape for Su Lily, and the comments immediately exploded. I feel sorry for Senior Kai-yun. Some people are not worth saving. They actually left you behind and ran away. Senior Kai-yun led these 5 Zergs away to save the candidates of the 5th Military Academy. Now he has to stay and fight for the candidates of the 5th Military Academy. These are 5 A-level Zergs. The useless people of the 5th Military Academy should just give up, and don't drag down our senior. Senior Kai-yun is in danger. It's so difficult to fight alone without a mecha. Now there are 5 of them. It's like his crystal exploded. He is sure to lose. This year's assessment is really abnormal. Didn't the A-level Zerg appear as bosses in previous years? 5 of them appeared at once. Are the examiners not human beings? Outside Shin Kai-yun's mental barrier in the Star Network examination hall, the sharp front legs of the Zerg attacked frantically. Shin Kai-yun held on for a full minute. He thought Su Lily should have escaped, so he removed the barrier and quickly took out a long knife bought with Krypton gold from the Star Network backpack. Hiss! The 5 Zergs saw that Shin Kai-yun's mental barrier was gone, and they hissed excitedly. 2 pairs of large teeth with sawtooths bit Shin Kai-yun's waist, and the 4 Zergs next to them, with sharp front legs, slashed at Shin Kai-yun's calves at a terrifying speed. Shin Kai-yun jumped up and landed on the back of a Zerg. With a flash of knife light, the huge head fell from the neck of the Zerg, and the huge body fell down the next moment. It's a pity that the death of his companion did not scare away the other 4 Zergs. Instead, they attacked Shin Kai-yun more frantically. After finally killing 2 more Zergs, Shin Kai-yun's injuries became more and more serious. The palm holding the long knife was already soaked with blood, and he couldn't control it. Trembling slightly, Shin Kai-yun groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with meat. His body was exhausted to the limit, and he had no strength to resist the 2 Zergs in front of him. At the moment of coma, Shin Kai-yun felt a little regretful. Grandpa must be very disappointed. After finally making the insecticide, Su Lily, who was rushing back, saw this thrilling scene. She was so scared that she threw the insecticide directly at the head of the Zerg that was about to attack Shin Kai-yun. At the moment, the glass potion bottle was broken, the pure white gas inside was sucked into the body by the 2 Zergs. The huge body swayed a few times, fell to the ground with 6 legs up and died. After Su Lily breathed a sigh of relief, she walked to Shin Kai-yun's side. She was not worried that Shin Kai-yun would die, because in this exam competition, once the candidate died, the spirit body would be directly teleported out of the Star Network. Since he is still in the examination room, it means that Shin Kai-yun is at most seriously injured, not critically ill. Su Lily checked it briefly, and found that it was just as she thought. He had too many external injuries, and the reason why he was in a coma was because his mental energy was too exhausted. Without saying anything else, Su Lily couldn't abandon her savior. She carried Shin Kai-yun on her thin body, and walked towards the cave she had found before. Military Academy Meeting Room. 5 Military Academy examiners were watching the examinees in every screen in the examination room. As long as there was an examinee encountering the Zerg in that screen, the screen would automatically zoom in, so the screen of Su Lily and others killing the Zerg was also seen by the examiners. It is said that kindness cannot lead the army. For a little soldier, the commander almost sacrificed himself. This kid from the Shin family is still too young. Tang Changming said it was a pity, but his tone was full of gloating. What kind of potion is this? It can kill A-level Zerg instantly. Shin Xiaoxiao ignored Tang Changming, who would die if he didn't say something weird. He stared at the broken potion bottle in the video, and his tone was so surprised that he even lost his composure. Old John, what do you think? Zhou Ziheng also looked seriously at Zhang Tianhe, the only S-level pharmacist in the room. This potion is exactly the same as the insecticide that our institute has just developed, and it is more effective than the one in the institute. It seems that there is no impurity in the potion. If there is no spy at our institute, then Su Lily is a potion genius. Zhang Tianhe stared at the little girl in the video, who was seriously thin due to malnutrition. She can't be a spy. The student data shows that she has never left her garbage planet. But there is a doubt. Judging from the school she has attended, she should not be in the 5th Military Academy, but the 1st Military Academy. Lin Na started to check Su Lily's data as soon as Su Lily killed the Zerg with the potion. 1st Military Academy? Zhou Ziheng and Shin Xiuxiong looked at Lin Na at the same time. After Lin Na used the family channels to restore Su Lily's tampered identity information, she was speechless for a while. She looked at Zhou Ziheng with some complicated sympathy, and directly sent a copy of the information to everyone. Everyone in the conference room clicked on the information, and checked it almost at the same time as they received the information on their light computers. For a long while, Zhou Ziheng and Xiao Xiong's expressions went to two extremes. Zhou Ziheng was so angry that his forehead was throbbing, while Shin Xiuxiong had a smug expression as if he had won a prize. If Su Lily was just an ordinary candidate, Zhou Ziheng would be angry about her replacement, but he would not be so angry that he almost lost his mind. Students who can independently research a potion that can kill A-level Zerg are sought after in any military academy, and now the 1st Military Academy has lost a talented pharmacist student because of the daughter of a planetary governor of a garbage planet. At this moment, Zhou Ziheng wanted to kill the father and daughter. Su Lily should come to our 3rd Military Academy. No one expected that the first person to speak was not the 1st Military Academy, but Zhang Tianhe from the 3rd Military Academy. No! She is now a student of our 5th Military Academy. Don't dream. Shin Xiuxiong was so angry that his hair exploded. He looked at Zhang Tianhe with an expression that looked like a bad guy who wanted to steal his treasure. She is also a genius in medicine. If she doesn't come to our 3rd Military Academy, it will bury her talent. Zhang Tianhe showed his toughness for the first time. You? Shin Xiaoxiong was speechless after being told by Zhang Tianhe. It is true that all the medicine masters of the Federation came from the 3rd Military Academy, but he was unwilling to give up the good seedlings in his own vegetable garden. Shin Xiaoxiong rolled his eyes, sent Su Lily's situation to Song Qing, and clicked the emergency reminder. The principal of the 5th Military Academy was really powerful. An emergency video appeared on the star screen of the conference room in less than 10 seconds. Shin Xiaoxiong was like seeing a savior. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly opened the video. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tianhe once again refreshed his shamelessness towards Shin Xiaoxiong. He really couldn't be as shameless as Shin Xiaoxiong and ask his own medicine master principal to come forward. Good afternoon. I heard from Xiao Xin that some people are worried that the 5th Military Academy will not be able to teach the students of the pharmacy department, so I took the time to explain to the examiners that just yesterday, the pharmacy master Bai Shu happened to agree to come to the 5th Military Academy to serve as the head of the pharmacy department. So the examiners don't have to worry that our 5th Military Academy will bury any student's pharmacy talent. Song Qing smiled like a kind old grandfather. Of course we believe in the strength of Mr. Bai Shu. I offended you before, please forgive me. Zhang Tianhe admitted his mistakes obediently without any reluctance, both because of Master Bai Shu's pharmacy and because of the old man, with a bright smile on the star screen, Master Song Qing, the top mecha manufacturing master of the Federation. That's good, I won't bother you anymore. Song Qing said, and smiled and turned off the video link. After Song Qing hung up the video, the upward curve of Zhang Tianhe's mouth instantly disappeared. He turned around and sneered at Shin Xiaoxiong and said, Sure, you asked Principal Song to put pressure on me. Shin Xiaoxiong, you really taught me a lesson. Don't come to me to customize medicines this year. Ah! I was wrong, Xiao Zhan, Brother Zhan, Master Zhan. Shin Xiaoxiong shuddered all over, screamed, and circled around Zhang Tianhe to please him. The other 3 examiners were already used to it. They glanced at Shin Xiaoxiong with disdain, and then returned their eyes to the star screen. Chapter 6. In the cave, after Su Lily treated Shin Kaiyun's external injuries, she stared at the sleeping handsome man in front of her, with a fierce struggle in her eyes. Save him or not? If I save him, I will lose my family fortune. If I don't save him, my conscience will hurt. After thinking for a while, Su Lily, who still couldn't come up with an answer, turned on the optical brain again and pointed her finger into the Krypton Gold Mall in the examination room. The dazzling array of weapons, medicines, and food caught her eyes, and also hurt her weak heart. Low-level nutrient solution costs 10,000 federal coins per bottle, pure steel longsword costs 500,000 federal coins per bottle, and low-level healing potion costs 1 million per bottle. Sue Lily took a deep breath and held back the national curse stuck in her throat. The low-level nutrient solution that costs 10 federal coins outside has doubled 1,000 times in the Krypton Gold Mall. The low-level potion is even more unbelievable. The low-level healing potion that costs 1,000 per bottle has become 1 million in this Krypton Gold Mall. Sue Lily wanted to cry, but had no tears. If she had known that before entering the examination room, she would have gone to see the tutorial on making low-level healing potions. Then she would not be like now, knowing that there was a huge pit ahead, but had to step into it. After a while, Sue Lily gritted her teeth, closed her eyes tightly, and still bought a low-level healing potion, and kept comforting herself in her heart. If it weren't for this kid blocking the 5 Zergs, Sue Lily would not have had the opportunity to make the insecticide, and she would eventually face the outcome of elimination. This is the truth, but Sue Lily was still heartbroken and couldn't breathe. Seeing this courier robot, who looked as cute as a human cub and delivered goods to the door at almost the speed of light, Sue Lily, the big devil, still gave it a 1-star bad review. The robot's eyes instantly turned into tears, and even turned away with a look of I am very wronged, but I dare not say it. Sue Lily turned around cruelly and indifferently with the potion, not wanting to see the delivery robot behind her again. After pouring the potion into Shinkayun's mouth, Sue Lily deliberately left a drop of the medicine to see if the ingredients could be analyzed. Sue Lily smelled it for a while, and then put it in her mouth to taste the medicine carefully. Panax Noto Ginseng, Angelica de Hurica, Chuanxiong. After Sue Lily analyzed all the ingredients, she looked at the empty potion bottle in her hand, as if her soul had left her body. The medicine of dozens of federal coins cost her 1 million federal coins. I don't know whether it was the effect of the potion or Shinkayun's strong physique. When Sue Lily doubted her life, Shinkayun had already woken up, scanned the cave, and then set her sights on Sue Lily. You saved me? Shinkayun looked at the short and thin girl in front of him unexpectedly. Sue Lily looked up at Shinkayun after hearing the voice, and asked with a fake smile, what else? Is there anyone willing to spend 1 million to buy you a healing potion? Although Shinkayun was a little arrogant, he had a high favorability for the girl who saved him, and said apologetically, Thank you, my name is Shinkayun, what about you? When Sue Lily heard the boy's name was Shinkayun, she thought she was hallucinating, and said in disbelief, Shinkayun? Shinkayun, the leader of the 5th Military Academy candidate group? Then why are you so miserable? If I hadn't saved you in time, you would have been eliminated now. When Sue Lily talked about the insecticide, she was silent for a moment and changed the subject calmly. It was not because she was on guard against Shinkayun, but they were not familiar with each other now, so there was no need to foolishly reveal her background. Seeing Sue Lily's shocked expression, Shinkayun touched his nose uncomfortably and said awkwardly, I didn't expect the entrance exam to be so difficult this year. Not only are there 4 military schools robbing, but even the bosses of the Zerg in previous years have become soldiers. I separated from the team before to lure away the SS-level Zerg. Sue Lily was silent. She had noticed something wrong with the exam before. She thought she was deceived by the person who sold the information, but she didn't expect that the exam would be more difficult. Thinking of this, Sue Lily looked up at Shinkayun and asked, Don't you know what's going on? If it was before, I would think it was because of Lin Cece, the heir of the Lin family, but since I saw the SS-level Zerg, I can't guarantee it. After all, the heir of a family is not yet at the point where he can alarm the military school assessment. Shinkayun said. Sue Lily was disappointed for a moment, but looking at Shinkayun, who was even more worried than herself, she smiled and said, Instead of sitting and waiting to die, why not cooperate with me? Kill the Zerg together, and split the points equally. It's fair, right? Are you sure it's fair? Shinkayun looked at Sue Lily, as if he was looking at protein. Hey, what's that look in your eyes? Don't forget that I saved you from 2 A-level Zergs. Sue Lily said unhappily. Shinkayun was stunned, and he really didn't react. It was really that this skinny girl in front of him, who seemed to be blown up by the wind, really didn't have the possibility of saving him from the 2 Zergs. After hesitating for a while, Shinkayun asked curiously, Speaking of this, how did you save me from 2 A-level Zergs? I tell you if you agree. Sue Lily raised her eyebrows. Shinkayun nodded decisively. In fact, he would have agreed just for Sue Lily's help. In a bush on the field, 2 sneaky figures pulled aside the bushes to observe the situation outside. Countless Zerg remains were spread all over the ground, and the dark green blood of the Zerg corroded the land and turned it smelly. Countless Zergs were devouring each other and evolving. Su Lily looked at the dense Zergs, and was glad that she didn't have the ability to bear it. Otherwise, if an ordinary person saw this scene, he would be scared to death or faint. Shin Kai-yun withdrew his observation and nudged Su Lily with his arm. He said, not knowing whether he was nervous or excited, "This is the Zerg nest. You are playing so exciting right from the start, but I like it too." Su Lily rolled her eyes at someone who was eager to try and whispered, "Ready, 1, 2, 3 throws." At least hundreds of potions were thrown in the center of the nest. The Zerg, startled by the noise, fell to the ground when they were about to attack. In just a moment, only a few low-level Zerg were left, circling in panic. Su Lily and Shin Kai-yun looked at each other and tacitly cleaned up the remaining few. After the game, Shin Kai-yun looked at the dead insects on the ground and said with a melancholy expression, "It would be great if the real Zerg were so easy to kill, but it's just a holographic game." Shin Kai-yun's words aroused Su Lily's curiosity and asked, "Are real Zergs scary?" Shin Kai-yun glanced at Su Lily and said with a rare heavy expression, "The Zergs currently known to the Federation include engineers, parasites, intelligence, and Zerg queens. Engineer Zergs are these Zerg corpses. They are just the bottom of the Zerg and pose no threat to the Federation. Even the intelligent Zergs that can command Zergs to fight and are as powerful as SSS are only a threat to the Federation. Only parasitic Zergs. Once the brain is parasitized by it, there is no possibility of rescue, and the eggs will infect everyone who comes into contact with the host. There was once a person on a tourist planet who was parasitized, and later that planet became the current wasteland planet." "What about the Zerg mother?" Su Lily asked with fear, suppressing her trembling eyelids. "The Zerg mother is not very powerful, but it lays 1 billion eggs in one litter, and likes to crawl into the body of a living person as a breeding ground for eggs. When the breeding ground is without nutrients, the eggs will hatch and break out of the body, and the person will only be left with a skin." Shin Kai-yun had watched the video left by the victims. He had something even more cruel that he didn't say. Before the insect eggs broke out of the body, people were actually still alive, and they felt that they were being eaten away bit by bit, and were approaching death step by step. Su Lily didn't want to talk. She just felt that this world was so scary. What should she do if she wanted to go back to Earth? Shin Kai-yun looked at Su Lily, who had her eyes wide open and looked frightened. He felt that she was cute for some reason, so he rubbed her hair and said happily, "Don't worry, before you graduate from the military academy, you can't contact the real Zerg even if you want to." Su Lily pouted and didn't explain. She wasn't afraid of the Zerg. It's just that girls don't like insects by nature. Especially the Zerg mother and the parasitic Zerg. Just thinking about the insects drilling into her body made Su Lily feel so disgusted that she wished she could kill all the ancestors of the Zerg. In the next 3 days, Su Lily and Shin Kai-yun searched for Zerg nests everywhere in the examination room, and then used potions to eliminate them. Only after the last Zerg nest was destroyed did Su Lily excitedly say, "There are still 3 hours before the end of the exam. It is absolutely no problem for the two of us to get into the top 5. Not only will the tuition be waived, but I heard that the top 10 will also receive rewards. I don't know what they are. I am looking forward to it." Shin Kai-yun didn't say anything for a long time. Su Lily looked at him in confusion, and found that the person, who usually didn't care about anything, was actually frowning. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Su Lily is not a naive person. Seeing Shin Kai-yun's solemn expression, she knew that there was something wrong that she had overlooked. Shin Kai-yun took a deep breath, looked at Su Lily seriously, and said, "We may be in big trouble." Su Lily pondered for a while, then her pupil shrank, and she said in disbelief, "For major military academies? We didn't meet anyone from the 5th Military Academy in the 3 days in the examination room. I don't think our luck can be so bad, so there is only one possibility. There are no people from the 5th Military Academy in the examination room." Shin Kai-yun looked coldly at the surrounding woods. You are worthy of being the heir of the Shin family. You guessed it so quickly, but it's too late. All the garbage from the 5th Military Academy has been eliminated by us, ha ha ha." As the arrogant voice sounded, countless candidates gradually walked out from the depths of the woods. Su Lily looked at the school badges of all the candidates present. The emblem of the 1st Military Academy was snowflakes, the emblem of the 2nd Military Academy was golden swords, the emblem of the 3rd Military Academy was herbs, the emblem of the 4th Military Academy was lilac, but the 5th Military Academy's wolf head was missing. How does it feel to be surrounded by us, Shin Kai-yun? Even if you have SSS level mental power, you will be eliminated by me like them today. Tang Dongwang, the heir of the Tang family of the 2nd Military Academy, looked at Shen Kaiyun arrogantly. Shen Kaiyun ignored Tang Dongwang, the naughty kid, and instead looked at the leader of the 3rd Military Academy, Zhang Yuanhao, and raised his eyebrows and said, "Since when do you, the 3rd Military Academy, need to fight for points?" The 3rd Military Academy is a well-known outlier among the 5 major military academies, mainly because the pharmacy department is notoriously scarce, so the candidates come to the examination room just for the sake of formality, and this year it actually broke the norm and joined forces with the 4 major military academies. "I'm not interested in points." Zhang Yuanhao replied to Shen Kaiyun indifferently, then looked at Su Lily and said, "Your medicine is very good, it's a pity not to enter the 3rd Military Academy. Mr. Zhang, don't think that I won't beat you just because your father is my uncle. It's too much to poach someone in front of me." Shen Kaiyun glared at Zhang Yuanhao furiously. He actually snatched Su Lily in front of him. It's better to snatch points. Chapter 7. Su Lily did not expect that she would be innocently caught in the crossfire. From an unknown candidate, she became the focus of the whole venue. Seeing the candidates staring at her, as if she were a piece of fat meat, she was suddenly a little scared and hid behind Shen Kaiyun, and said to Zhang Yuanhao, "I like the 5th Military Academy, and will not transfer." Shen Kaiyun also hid Su Lily behind him, and stared at his cousin with a bad look. Zhang Yuanhao pushed the glasses on his nose with his slender fingers, like white jade, and smiled more and more gently. "That's such a pity. Damn! Are you going to fight or not? If you delay it any further, the exam will be over." Tang Dongwang raised the 20 million lightsaber he'd bought in the Krypton Gold Mall, and said impatiently, "Cici, Wafeng, what do you think?" Zhang Yuanhao looked at the man and woman standing beside him. "Fight if you want, stop talking nonsense." Lin Cici's delicate and beautiful face was a little childish, and her sweet voice was a little arrogant and domineering. "Quick battle, quick decision," Zhou Wanfeng said coldly. At the same time, the examiners and the live audience were also watching the scene nervously. How to fight with so many people? How about surrender? Su Lily felt that there was no hope of victory. Although this was just a holographic copy of the Star Network, the pain was also restored 100%. She didn't want to be beaten in vain. Shen Kaiyun looked at Su Lily speechlessly. Because he was born in a military family, he had heard that he would rather die than surrender since he was a child. This was the first time he met someone as sincere as Su Lily. The top 10 in the Federation will be exempted from tuition, including the canteen meal fee. Shen Kaiyun looked at Su Lily expressionlessly like a robot and said, But I really can't beat him." Su Lily's tone was not firm for a moment, but she still refused with a heartache. The gift for the top 10 is a mecha. Shen Kaiyun knew how much Su Lily liked mecha after a few days of getting along, and couldn't help but reveal the prize in advance. After hearing this, Su Lily froze as if someone had pressed her acupoints. Shen Kaiyun saw that Su Lily didn't say anything, and couldn't help but sigh, wondering if he was too coercive. After all, no matter how powerful Su Lily was, she was just a pharmacist, not a combat system. "Lily, why don't you surrender? Even if we lose, our points can still enter the 5th Military Academy," Shen Kaiyun comforted. Hearing this, Su Lily's body finally moved. "Surrender? You dare to surrender?" Su Lily turned her head and stared at Shen Kaiyun with a terrifying look. The spiritual strands in her body were collectively irritable, and a terrifying pressure surged out of her body. "No, I won't surrender." Shen Kaiyun didn't expect that the mecha would have such a great effect on Su Lily. Now he felt a chill down his spine, as if he would be killed by Su Lily in the next second if he dared to surrender. "Very good, then prepare for battle." Su Lily withdrew his gaze from Shen Kaiyun with satisfaction, and turned his head to look at the candidates of the 4 major military academies with murderous eyes. Even if Su Lily withdrew his gaze, Shen Kaiyun didn't dare to relax at this moment, because he clearly felt a terrifying mental power wandering around him, and the level of that mental power was no less than his own, and it might even surpass him. He was already SSS level, so there was only the legendary Super SSS. Thinking of this, Shen Kaiyun's pupil shrank slightly, and he couldn't help but secretly look at the girl who had stood in front of him from behind him. What is her identity? Is she really just an orphan from a garbage planet? It's worthy of the SSS's mental power. The pressure is really huge. The middle school boy Tang Dongwang thought that the current mental power belonged to Shen Kaiyun. Although he was a little scared, he still shouted arrogantly. The other 3 people from the 4 major military academies were also successfully led astray by Tang Dongwang, and they all looked at Shen Kaiyun. Shin Kaiyun felt that it was a big pot, and looked at Tang Dongwang speechlessly. The Tang family had such an heir, and the future was worrying. This is fun. Lin Cece became interested instead, and her mental power merged into the hidden weapon, and she couldn't wait to control the hidden weapon to stab Shin Kaiyun. Cousin, don't complain if you lose. John Yuanhao smiled with a gentle and harmless facial features, as if he was a big brother next door. Then he took out the guzheng from the Krypton gold maul, plucked the strings without hesitation, and the sound of the piano cut toward Shin Kaiyun with mental power waves. Shin Kaiyun, you will definitely be defeated by me today. Tang Dongwang shouted excitedly, and after his mental power was integrated into the long sword, he chopped at Shin Kaiyun like a mountain. Zhou Huafeng took out the energy gun from the Krypton gold maul indifferently, and aimed at Shin Kaiyun without saying a word, as if he was an emotionless killer. You are in a miserable situation. So many people want to beat you up. Su Lily hid behind Shin Kaiyun and gloated. Shin Kaiyun's mental power quickly formed a screen, struggling to resist the mental attacks from all directions. But he almost vomited blood when he heard Su Lily's words. Why don't you attack? Shin Kaiyun's handsome features were distorted, and he stared at Su Lily with almost gnashing teeth. Why attack? There are so many people, I'm not stupid. Su Lily blinked her big eyes, and looked at Shin Kaiyun innocently. Puff! Shin Kaiyun couldn't hold back anymore, and spurted out a mouthful of old blood. Wow! Su Lily was startled, her conscience began to hurt, and she stopped teasing Shin Kaiyun. She carried him on her back, and then chose a direction with fewer people. She used her mental thread to pull away the candidates, who were blocking the way, and fled in an instant, leaving the 4 leaders of the candidate group dumbfounded. Is that Rib Spirit SSS mental power? Tang Dongwang, who was fearless, was frightened for the first time. Obviously, if I'm not mistaken, the mental pressure just now was also her. John Yuanhao's expression was a little solemn. Among the 5 major families in the Federation, except for Shin Kaiyun, the heir of the Shin family, who was born with SSS mental power, the other 4 heirs all relied on terrifying resources to upgrade to SSS. Now a wild SSS mentalist appeared in the freshman exam. I'm afraid the 5 major military academies will be busy for a while. No matter if he is SSS or not, if you dare not fight, I will fight. Lin Cece doesn't care about SSS mental power. As long as she has points, she dares to fight even if there is a Zerg Queen in front of her. Zhou Huafeng had no reaction to the fact that Su Lily was SSS. He looked at his 3 companions coldly and said, they ran away. The other 3 swallowed and said in unison, chase. Conference room of the Federal Military Academy. Shin Xiaoxiong shrank his neck with evasive eyes, and then tentatively glanced at the other 4 examiners, only to see 4 pairs of death stares staring at Shin Xiaoxiong. Shin Xiaoxiong swallowed his saliva, inexplicably feeling guilty and short of breath, and said, look at me. Su Lily is now a candidate for the 5th Military Academy, and she also said that she likes the 5th Military Academy. There is one thing I think you are wrong about. Su Lily is a candidate admitted to my 1st Military Academy, but there was a small accident. After going to your 5th Military Academy, we will communicate clearly with Su Lily, so she is still a candidate of the 1st Military Academy. Zhou Ziheng put on a very fake smile, and looked at Shin Xiaoxiong. Bah! Su Lily is obviously a student of our 5th Military Academy now. When did she become a student of your 1st Military Academy? Shin Xiaoxiong got furious after hearing this, and he was no longer timid in an instant, staring at Zhou Ziheng angrily. She was a candidate admitted to my 1st Military Academy. How could she not be one? And who knows if your 5th Military Academy colluded to let her go to your 5th Military Academy? Today, Zhou Ziheng was willing to risk his reputation to get Su Lily back to the 1st Military Academy. If your 1st Military Academy couldn't protect people, how could Su Lily come to our 5th Military Academy? If it weren't for our 5th Military Academy, the Federation would have lost an SSS genius. I want to ask you, 1st Military Academy, can you bear the responsibility? Shin Xiaoxiong became more and more confident as he spoke, and even more arrogant at the end. You? Zhou Chungheng was so angry that he wanted to beat him up. Okay, no matter which military academy Su Lily goes to, she is still a member of our federation. What's there to argue about? Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more tense, John Tianhe had to come out and act as a peacemaker. Puff! Ha ha ha! Tang Changming laughed happily and apologized. Sorry, I really can't hold it back, you guys continue. John Tianhe glared at Tang Changming, and when he saw that he had calmed down, he continued. Su Lily's stolen student status will definitely be brought to the military court, and the military will definitely give everyone a satisfactory answer at that time. Shin Shuxiong and Zhou Chonghan calmed down, looked at each other, and snorted coldly, and turned their heads away from each other. Tang Changming saw that there was no excitement to watch, and pouted with some regret, but as if he remembered something, he instantly became energetic again, raised his eyebrows, and said to the other 4 examiners, "A natural SSS mental power, and it may even be super SSS mental power. Do you think this is really a genius that can appear on a garbage planet?" The eyes of everyone present deepened, and immediately a message was sent out from the light brains of the examiners. Tang Changming watched the show happily, and then slowly sent a message to his family. Chapter 8. The competition venue. Where are they hiding? I'm so angry. Even mice can't hide like them. Tang Dongwang still searched the jungle without giving up. Zhang Yuanhao was used to Tang Dongwang's angry behavior, and he leaned against a tree to tune the strings of his guzheng. After a while, Zhou Huafeng came out of the woods in the south, shook his head at the two, and then leaned against a tree to wipe his energy gun. Tang Dongwang dared not say anything about the two's passive resistance, and could only look at Lin Sisi, who had not returned from the east. I didn't see them here either. Lin Sisi came out of the woods in the east, avoiding the dirty and dusty leaves with disdain. Tang Dongwang's expectant eyes collapsed, and he gnashed his teeth and cursed, "Shen Kaiyun. Come out, what's the point of hiding? If you are a man, come out and do it." After cursing, he swung a sword at the woods next to him to vent his anger. Wherever the blade passed, the trees fell one by one. Su Lily, who was hiding in the cave, poked her head out to witness this horrific scene, and instantly retracted her head, swallowed her saliva, looked at Shen Kaiyun and whispered, "Are all your enemies so scary?" Shen Kaiyun looked at Su Lily coldly and said, "They are still your enemies now." Hearing the anger in Shen Kaiyun's tone, Su Lily said a little guilty, "I didn't mean it just now, I'm sorry, I won't tease you next time, okay?" Shen Kaiyun's face warmed up a little, but he still glared at Su Lily fiercely, and said, "Next time, they don't need to do anything, I will kill you first. I didn't expect you to be so honest. Fortunately, it's me. If it were someone else, you would have been sold to the point where you would have nothing left." Su Lily pouted secretly and muttered quietly, "What are you mumbling about?" Shen Kaiyun looked at Su Lily suspiciously, always feeling that this little girl was saying bad things about him behind his back again. Su Lily's back stiffened, and her eyes dodged for a moment before she calmed down and said, "No, I didn't mutter anything, I just felt that it was not safe to stay here, and they would definitely not be able to hide when their large army came later. You are right, these animals will definitely not even let go of the ant nest, it is indeed not safe here." Shen Kaiyun frowned and thought. Su Lily breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Shen Kaiyun was fooled. "Wait! I thought of it." Shen Kaiyun's lips curved, and the whole person was a little excited. Su Lily looked at Shen Kaiyun expectantly, and couldn't wait to say, "What did you think of? Tell me." Shen Kaiyun smiled proudly at Su Lily, and then pretended to be mysterious. "Do you still remember the Zerg nest?" Su Lily's face turned green, and the corners of her mouth twitched. "You don't want to hide in the Zerg nest. Smart." Shen Kaiyun nodded in appreciation. "Don't even think about it. If you want to go, go by yourself. I would rather be eliminated than go to the place where the bugs live." Su Lily looked like a chaste woman, clinging to her last chastity. Shen Kaiyun said coldly, "I don't want the mecha anymore." Su Lily's body froze, and she instantly put on a crying expression and said, "Shen Kaiyun, you have changed. You are no longer the kind and innocent brother Kaiyun." Shen Kaiyun felt goosebumps all over his skin, patted his arms in disgust and said, "Stop making trouble, and go to the Zerg nest quickly before the main force arrives." Su Lily immediately followed Shen Kaiyun out of the cave, with no desire to live. Half an hour later, Su Lily and Shen Kaiyun finally arrived at the entrance of the nest. The horrible and disgusting scene around made Su Lily want to disappear immediately. The Zerg nest was not only smelly and damp, but the sticky ground was full of Zerg corpses, and even in the corners there was Zerg food digested and excreted. Not only did Su Lily's face turn green, but even Shen Kaiyun's intestines began to turn green, but the fragile dignity of a young man always made him unable to admit it. After a while, Su Lily and Shen Kaiyun looked at each other silently, and turned around in sync to go back, but as soon as they turned around, they saw 4 eerie smiling faces. Ghost! Su Lily was so scared that she hid behind Shen Kaiyun. Shen Kaiyun nudged Su Lily with his elbow speechlessly and said, "It's not a ghost, it's the 4 debt collectors." Su Lily breathed a sigh of relief and carefully poked her head out from behind Shen Kaiyun and asked in confusion, "How did you find us so quickly? You didn't cheat, did you?" "Heh! Do I, young Master Tang, need to cheat? In order to catch you, I spent a semester's pocket money to buy a tracking locator in the mall. If I don't eliminate you today, I will be sorry for my 100 million federal coins. Tang Dongwang said with a twisted smile. 100 million. Su Lily and Shin Kaiyun were stunned at the same time. What is the concept of 100 million? The original owner's money for buying life was only 1 million. 100 million can buy 100 lives of Su Lily. Thinking of this, Su Lily looked at Tang Dongwang, the prodigal son, with great pain. If she was given 100 million, she would definitely admit defeat immediately, and would not stay for a second longer. Shin Kaiyun said with a subtle expression, "How about you give me 100 million, I will admit defeat, okay?" "That's right, Mr. Tang. I don't need 100 million, 50 million will do. If you think it's too expensive, 10 million will do." Su Lily looked at Tang Dongwang expectantly. "You? Don't. Think." Tang Dongwang gritted his teeth and said angrily word by word. After that, Tang Dongwang stopped talking nonsense, picked up the knife and chopped at Su Lily and the others. "Run!" Su Lily and Shin Kaiyun didn't care about it, and decisively turned around and fled to the Zerg nest. Tang Dongwang immediately chased after them, but was immediately taken a step back by the fishy smell of the Zerg nest. "What is this smell?" Tang Dongwang was so disgusted that his eyes went black. Lin Cici's face turned green and blue, and after thinking for a while, she and Zhang Yuanhao and Zhou Huafeng finally went 10 meters away from the Zerg nest. "Aren't you going to chase him?" Tang Dongwang turned his head and looked at the other three and asked. "Kaiyun is still my cousin after all, so how can you bully your cousin?" Zhang Yuanhao said innocently. "Now I remember that he is your cousin." Tang Dongwang complained in his heart and looked at Lin Cici again. "How could I go to such a disgusting place?" Lin Cici pouted. Tang Dongwang rolled his eyes at this little ancestor in his heart and looked at Zhou Huafeng again. "Dirty!" Zhou Huafeng spat out a word coldly. Tang Dongwang finally accepted his teammate's fate and was about to grit his teeth and chase after the Zerg nest, when he saw the two people who had just entered went crazy and ran out like crazy. "Help me!" Su Lily ran away with all her strength, shouting in fear. Tang Dongwang didn't notice Su Lily's fear. His mind was full of excitement seeing Shin Kaiyun running back by himself. But the next second Tang Dongwang's face changed, and he ran away first as if he was being chased by a ghost. Zhang Yuanhao and the others finally found something wrong. After a closer look, they found that the dense, endless black behind Su Lily and Shin Kaiyun was actually a group of insects. Zhang Yuanhao and the others looked at each other, all swallowed nervously, and then followed Tang Dongwang to run for their lives. "Wait for us." Su Lily chased after the four people and shouted hard. "What's going on? How can there be so many insects? Didn't you kill them all?" Tang Dongwang asked while running. Su Lily wanted to cry, but didn't want to speak, but Shin Kaiyun next to her said with a complicated look of doubt, "There is a mother insect inside." As soon as these words were spoken, there was silence all around. Which examiner is so perverted? He must be a single dog. Anyone who likes him is not a human being. Tang Dongwang cursed in despair. Federal Military Academy meeting room. Tang Changming narrowed his eyes and stared at Tang Dongwang, who was still cursing, in the video screen with a deadly expression. Shin Shuxiong couldn't help laughing, and immediately coughed awkwardly to cover it up. Even Zhou Ziheng and the other two couldn't help but curl their lips. Tang Changming glanced at Shin Xiaoxiong coldly, then turned his eyes back to the competition field and grinned. "One worm mother seems too few, let's have another one." Shin Xiaoxiong opened his mouth and said, "Be a human being," but he didn't have the courage to do so. He could only look at the 6 people running desperately in the video with sympathy. Chapter 9. "I can't run anymore. What should I do, Shin Kaiyun?" Su Lily was so tired that she felt that only her body was running, and her soul was always floating behind, and could be out of her body at any time. She used to be a military doctor, and her future dream was to become a mecha master, so why did she have to endure all this? Su Lily collapsed and wanted to give up. If she couldn't get the mecha, then she couldn't get it. There would always be a chance in the future. If she continued to run, she was worried that she would have no future. Shin Kaiyun also felt that running would not solve the problem, so he turned to Su Lily and asked, "Do you have an insect repellent potion?" "I have herbs. But only potions can repel the Zerg." Su Lily understood Shin Kaiyun's meaning, but now that they were surrounded by Zerg, there was no way to refine the potion. "How long will it take to refine it?" Shin Kaiyun said anxiously. 20 minutes. Su Lily gritted her teeth and said that it would normally take half an hour, but in the current situation, she should be able to refine the potion in 20 minutes if she tried her best. You prepare the medicine, and I will take care of the rest, Shin Kai-yun said to Su Lily, and then he chased after the other 4 people. After a while, Shin Kai-yun and Tang Dongwang surrounded Su Lily, causing Su Lily to look at Shin Kai-yun in confusion. Su Lily, the 5 of us will hold up the mental screen later, but it will only take 20 minutes, so everything is up to you. Shin Kai-yun looked at Su Lily and told her. Su Lily stared blankly at Shin Kai-yun's solemn eyes. He was a naive, and even a little silly boy not long ago, but now, he has become reliable as if he had been reborn. I know. Su Lily responded with a serious look in his eyes. Shin Kai-yun, Lin Cece, Tang Dongwang, Zhou Wanfeng, and Zhang Yuanhao looked at each other and stopped running, protecting Su Lily in the middle. At the same time, 5 powerful mental powers gathered together incredibly, forming a mental barrier from top to bottom. Su Lily looked at the mental barrier that merged the 5 people in shock. It is not as simple as it sounds to merge mental powers. Both parties must have equal mental powers, and absolute trust from the bottom of their hearts. Any suspicion will only backfire. Su Lily felt that she was a little full of this wave of brotherly dog food. At the moment, the mental barrier was formed. Billions of Zergs also flew over in an overwhelming manner, and waves of collisions formed outside the barrier. Su Lily, hurry up! Shin Kai-yun raised his hands, and continuously input mental power into the barrier. He was the only one among the 5, who had been seriously injured not long ago. Compared with the other 4 people, even saying a word at this moment seemed to have exhausted all his strength. Su Lily suppressed her worries, took a deep breath, and quickly took out the medicine refining equipment from the Krypton Gold Mall. Pounding medicine, heating, boiling medicine, extracting, purifying. While waiting, Tang Dongwang felt that something was wrong with Shin Kai-yun next to him. The mental power that should have been output steadily was like waves in the water. Shin. Tang Dongwang was about to say something, but was shocked by Shin Kai-yun's face turning around and swallowed it back. Shin Kai-yun's lips were extremely pale, and blood was flowing from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, which made his face look even less like a living person. Even so, Shin Kai-yun shook his head at Tang Dongwang with great effort. Tang Dongwang looked at Shin Kai-yun in extreme confusion. Why didn't he withdraw from the assessment at this point? You know, if this continues, even if he wins the game, Shin Kai-yun's mental space will be damaged, and he will at least lie in the medical cabin for a few months. Shin Kai-yun is obviously not a short-sighted person, who only pays attention to immediate interests. So what is he insisting on? Shin Kai-yun saw Tang Dongwang was about to ask, so he shook his head again, and even his eyes had a pleading look for the first time. Tang Dongwang was speechless. Shin Kai-yun actually begged him. He should be happy, but Tang Dongwang was full of anger in his heart. His expression twisted for a while, and he turned his head away and ignored Shin Kai-yun. Shin Kai-yun breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He didn't know why he insisted, but he knew that he wanted Su Lily to get the top 10 mechas and let this girl, who was like his sister, get what she wanted. Yes, from the moment he saw Su Lily, Shin Kai-yun seemed to see his sister Shin Lily, who was kidnapped and disappeared by the traitor of the Shin family 10 years ago. His sister was a little naughty when she was a child. She wore a red lady's dress, but she liked to climb her father's mecha like a boy. She scared her mother so much that she almost fainted several times, but her sister laughed heartlessly on the side. Millions of Zergs were still attacking the mental barrier, but Shin Kai-yun's blood-stained face was filled with a smile because of the wonderful memories. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, in the last minute of 18 minutes, Su Lily finally succeeded in making a spray of insect repellent. Without saying anything more, Su Lily picked up the spray and sprayed it on everyone. The effect of the spray was very good, and the Zerg seemed to have encountered a natural enemy. It flew away around the mental barrier of the 5 people. In less than a minute, billions of Zergs left cleanly. Tang Dongwang, Su Lily and others immediately sat on the ground like dead dogs, and even the fastidious Lin Cece didn't care whether the ground was dirty or not. Huh? Shin Kai-yun, aren't you tired? Lin Cece looked at Shin Kai-yun, who was still standing, and said with some admiration. Hearing this, Su Lily and Tang Dongwang's faces changed instantly, and they stood up and rushed to Shin Kai-yun in a panic. Zhang Yuanhao also realized that his cousin was in trouble, and hurriedly stood up and walked toward Shin Kai-yun. The remaining Zhou Wanfeng and Lin Cece looked at each other and followed nervously. Shin Kai-yun. Su Lily shouted nervously, and supported the fallen Shin Kai-yun with her hands and feet in a panic. When she saw his face covered with blood, she was even more frightened and shouted at a loss. Zhang Yuanhao also looked at Shin Kai-yun with concern, but as the heir of the pharmacy family, he was also proficient in medical treatment. After giving Shin Kai-yun a basic examination, he was so angry that he burst into a foul language. Shin Kai-yun, you are so daring. Your mental and physical strength are exhausted. You must surrender now. You must not come out of the treatment room for a week after leaving the examination room. John Yuanhao could no longer maintain his gentle mask, and he angrily scolded Shin Kai-yun. I'm sorry, cousin. Shin Kai-yun said weakly while spitting blood, and then turned his head slightly to look at Tang Dongwon and said, Don't you want to eliminate me? I give you the chance, do you want it? Tang Dongwon looked at Shin Kai-yun with disdain, and then said coldly, You are no longer worthy of being my opponent. My opponent must not be as stupid as you, otherwise I will appear to have no vision. Heh. Ahem. Shin Kai-yun couldn't help but laugh. But halfway through laughing, he suddenly coughed up a lot of blood. Shin Kai-yun, can you still hold on? The assessment is about to end. Su Lily blinked and said, Sorry, I can't accompany you to the end. I will wait for you outside the examination room. Come on, little girl. Shin Kai-yun smiled and said, and his whole body was instantly digitized and disappeared in the holographic examination room. Su Lily clenched his fists and was silent for a long time before looking up at the other four and suddenly asked, Kill the insect mother? John Yuanhao and the others looked at each other and nodded in agreement. The entrance examination of the 5 major military academies came to an end quietly when Su Lily and the others eliminated the Zerg. Su Lily, who was still venting her anger on the Zerg, only felt a tug from the soul, and when she woke up, she had returned to the giant star network warehouse of the 5th Military Academy. Damn, it's scary. Su Lily opened her eyes and saw that the densely packed candidates surrounded her in the middle, and her heart was almost scared out of her. The candidates were silent, staring at Su Lily as if they were looking at an alien. SSS mental power? One of the candidates suddenly asked. Su Lily's face was full of question marks. In fact, she didn't know what level her mental power was. But she always felt that the SSS mentioned by this candidate was herself, so she said in disbelief, Are you talking about me? It's you. Don't you know your mental power level? After someone started, other candidates also spoke. Su Lily swallowed. Fortunately, the original owner had taken the test once for the entrance examination. Since then, because the test fee was too expensive, she had been reluctant to test her mental power level for 10 years. This found a perfect excuse for herself. Thinking of this, Su Lily pretended to be hesitant in front of this group of candidates and said, I don't know, and the cost of testing mental power is 1,000 federal coins per time. So what? All the candidates looked at Su Lily eagerly, waiting for her answer. So I can't afford it, Su Lily said innocently. I don't know if it was an illusion. Su Lily always felt that there were constant groans around her, as if a group of people were injured after she finished speaking. Su Lily felt a little guilty for some reason. Fortunately, the star screen in the center of the examination room lit up at this time. The huge screen showed 4 words indicating the end of the examination, and then the sound of the campus broadcast sounded. The serious 5th Military Academy Freshman Examination Competition has officially ended. The examination results will be sent to the candidates like computers at 1500 hours tomorrow. Please pay attention to the relevant information in time to avoid inconvenience. The moment the sound ended, the light curtain above the examination room disappeared from the center downwards, and all the candidates were exposed under the blue sky and white clouds at this moment. When the light curtain disappeared completely, the candidates no longer surrounded Su Lily, but walked out of the school gate one by one, some excited, some sad. After experiencing the cruelty of the examination, looking at this nice sky, Su Lily was in a good mood, but at the same time, she always felt that she seemed to have forgotten something. Chapter 10. Suddenly Su Lily's body froze, and she quickly turned her head to look around. Finally, she turned around and found someone staring at her with a face full of resentment. Oh, you still remember me? I thought you had forgotten me, Shin Kai-yun said with a pale face and raised eyebrows. Shin Kai-yun now did not look as miserable as he did in the holographic examination room, but his slightly pale face showed that the owner of the body was not in a good condition at the moment. Su Lily first supported Shin Kai-yun with a guilty conscience, then looked at him speechlessly and said, I really give up. Your mental strength is injured. Why don't you rush back to heal? If I go back early, can you still get out of the door? Shin Kai-yun had a malicious look on his face, and he continued with a gloating look. Now there are star media from major platforms, and people from the 5 major families outside the school, and even imperial spies are all there, and they are all waiting for you to get out. If I wasn't worried that I would have to go to the Star Sea to see you next year, who would wait for you? A conscienceless person. Although Su Lily didn't know what the star sea was, she guessed that it was probably similar to a grave. You are not trying to scare me, are you? Is it that scary? Su Lily stared at Shin Kai-yun suspiciously, always feeling that he was fooling her again. You can try. Shin Kai-yun smiled cunningly. Su Lily was still very sincere and didn't intend to commit suicide, so she looked at Shin Kai-yun and said, Tell me, what can you do? You are seriously injured, and you still want to wait for me. I don't believe you just want to chat with me. Go to my house and stay until school starts next month. Shin Kai-yun finally said seriously. Su Lily was stunned. She thought that Shin Kai-yun would send her to a safe place, and she would be satisfied. She didn't expect Shin Kai-yun to. Is it so good? Don't hesitate, let's go. Seeing Su Lily looking embarrassed and hesitant, Shin Kai-yun directly held Su Lily's wrist and took her to the parking place of the private spaceship of the military academy. After seeing the Shin family's spaceship, Su Lily put all her heart and soul on the spaceship, touching it like a curious baby. After getting on the spaceship, she even stayed in the control room and didn't want to come out. Shin Kai-yun was embarrassed by Su Lily's mentally retarded behavior. He covered his face and couldn't understand why Su Lily, who gave him the impression of a genius in medicine, liked cold machines. Finally, when they arrived at the place, Shin Kai-yun hurriedly dragged Su Lily, who was still on the spaceship, off the spaceship amid the giggles of several Shin family servants. Your house is quite beautiful. Su Lily followed Shin Kai-yun in amazement all the way after entering the door. It was estimated that the mansion was of unknown hectares. There were lush rose bushes on both sides of the road. There was a small fountain not far away, and even the tiles on the ground had exquisite patterns. That's for sure. These are the home of the federal marshal. If they don't look good, it would be a disgrace to the marshal. Besides, these flowers and grasses were taken care of by my mother herself. Shin Kai-yun said proudly. TSK, you said it as if you took care of them. Su Lily rolled her eyes. I dug these flower pits, so of course I took care of them. Shin Kai-yun laughed. The two of them walked to the door of the lobby while playing and joking, but just as they pushed the door open, Su Lily's smile instantly turned cold, and her eyes were fixed on the girl standing behind a noble lady in the living room. When the girl saw Su Lily, there was a hint of nervousness and even panic in her eyes, as if she saw a person who had been dead for a long time suddenly appear in front of her. Hey Dad, Mom, and Big Brother, why are you all at home today? And who is this lady? Why haven't I seen her before? Shin Kai-yun looked at the girl in a white dress behind his mother curiously. Ian, this is your classmate, right? Come, sit down, don't be polite. Shin's mother Guan Yu smiled gently at Su Lily. Thank you, Auntie. Su Lily sat down as she said, and gave Guan Yu a forced smile. Shin Kai-yun also sat down and asked Guan Yu, Mother, you haven't answered me yet? Shin Kai-yun was really curious, because he knew Shin's mother best. If she didn't really like her, Guan Yu wouldn't let anyone stand next to her, but the problem was that he had never seen this girl before, so how could his mother let a stranger stand next to her? Ian, this is your sister Shin-ing who has been missing for 10 years. Guan Yu lovingly took the hand of the girl in the white dress and introduced her to Shin Kai-yun. Shin Kai-yun was surprised at first, but the more he looked at this sister who suddenly appeared, the more he was surprised. The more he felt uncomfortable, there was even a voice in his heart telling him that the person in front of him could not be his sister. Second brother. Shin-ing called softly. Shin Kai-yun suddenly felt nauseous from the bottom of his heart, and even his mind began to be inexplicably irritated. This emotion came too inexplicably. Shin Kai-yun reluctantly nodded to Shin-ing and said to Guan Yu, Have you tested your genes? Yes. If Ying had not gone to participate in the entrance examination of the first military academy this time, and was injured in the competition, and went to the hospital, and the hospital found that Ying's blood type was the same as that of our gene bank, I am afraid it would take a long time to find your sister. Guan Yu was choking with emotion as she spoke. Shin Kai-yun panicked when he saw Guan Yu crying, and suppressed the strangeness in his heart and comforted her. Don't cry, Mom, sister, aren't you back? Su Lily looked at all this indifferently, and did not stand up to comfort Shin's mother, who was crying very sadly. She was confused now. She didn't expect to meet the murderer who killed the original owner today. This person turned out to be Shin-ing, the granddaughter of the federal marshal. Thinking of everything that the original owner had experienced, Su Lily could no longer watch the happy event of the family reunion in front of her calmly, so she suddenly stood up and said to Shin Kai-yun, Sorry, I have something urgent to do, so I'm leaving first. Su Lily, didn't you agree to stay at my house until school starts? Why are you leaving? Shin Kai-yun was anxious when he saw Su Lily was leaving without saying a word. Sorry, Shin Kai-yun, I really have something to do. Su Lily suppressed the anger in her heart and explained, then stood up and walked towards the door without caring about anything else. Ian, what happened to your classmate? He doesn't seem very happy. Shin Tian, Shin's father, asked. I don't know what happened either. He was fine before. Shin Kaiyun was also full of questions. Maybe something really happened to my sister? Shining pretended to be understanding, but her eyes were dark. When she saw Su Lily leave, she was relieved. She really didn't understand. She had given this bitch a mind-destroying potion, but she didn't expect that she could still be alive. Oh, but she is now the granddaughter of the federal marshal. An orphan from a garbage planet should stay away if she knows what's good for her. The more Shining thought about it, the more proud she became, but she pretended to be obedient and innocent on the surface. You don't understand how dangerous it would be for Lily to be alone outside now. Shin Kaiyun couldn't help but said angrily to Shining. Ayun! How do you talk to your sister? Guan Yu shouted with a cold face. Shin Kaiyun swallowed and felt that his anger came out of nowhere, so he said, sorry, I go out first. Shin Kaiyun chased after Su Lily. Ayun, this child, is still ignorant at this age. Guan Yu grumbled. Mom, if I'm not mistaken, the classmate Ayun brought back is the SSS spiritual power student, who just appeared in the Federation. Shin Kaiyun said thoughtfully. It's her, then it's not good to let her be alone outside. Now so many people are staring at her, and I don't know if she will be in danger? Guan Yu began to worry. It's okay, we have to believe in Ayun, he will handle it. Shin Tian took Guan Yu's shoulder and comforted her. Shining, who was standing behind Shin's mother, had a bad face since she knew that Su Lily was an SSS spiritual power, and finally understood why Su Lily was still alive. The spiritual power destruction potion can only destroy the spiritual power below the S level at most, but she didn't expect that she escaped. Chapter 11. Su Lily, wait a minute, what happened to you? Didn't you agree to stay at my house for a month? Shin Kaiyun asked anxiously while chasing. At the moment when she was about to step out of the Shin family's gate, Su Lily still stopped, then looked at Shin Kaiyun calmly and said, Shin Kaiyun, you go back. I won't live in the Shin family. Why? Shin Kaiyun was really puzzled. Everything was fine before, and it seemed that Su Lily was like a hedgehog with frizzy hair since she saw Shining. Is it Shining? You have been weird since you met her. Shin Kaiyun said uncertainly, but thought of something and said cautiously, have you seen her before? Has she bullied you? Su Lily felt a little sour in her nose for Shin Kaiyun's indiscriminate protection, and almost told all the truth, but the evidence she had at present could not do anything to a marshal's granddaughter, so what's the use of telling it? What's more, this person is Shin Kaiyun's biological sister. After a long silence, Shin Kaiyun saw that Su Lily didn't want to talk, so he stopped asking and took out a key and handed it to her, saying, I have an apartment near the school. I have sent the address to your computer. It is safe there. You can live there first. Take it. Don't refuse me again. Su Lily still wanted to refuse, but when she saw Shin Kaiyun's pale face and holding the key stubbornly, she softened her heart and said, okay, you should go back and get treatment as well. You are the only one running around with your mental strength injured. Seeing Su Lily accept the key, Shin Kaiyun breathed a sigh of relief and said, Su Lily, wait for me. I will come to you when I am better. Okay. Su Lily couldn't help but laugh, then said goodbye to Shin Kaiyun and left the Shin family's gate. After Su Lily left, Shin Kaiyun's face suddenly became solemn. What did Shining do to Su Lily? Su Lily's series of reactions did not seem like a little fight between little girls, but more like a deep hatred between the two. Compared to the sister who just met and didn't know whether it was real or fake, Shin Kaiyun naturally believed more in Su Lily, who had fought with him these days. Then the character of his new sister was questionable. When Shin Kaiyun returned to the living room, he didn't see his Shining, so he looked at Guan Yu curiously. She went to take a nap. Guan Yu understood what her son meant and said in a cold tone. At this moment, Guan Yu didn't love Shining in front of others just now, but was full of disgust. Shin Kaiyun was confused. How could Guan Yu, who was eager to pour out her heart just now become the cold mother of Shin? Ah you where, let's go to the study and talk. Shin Tian sighed. After everyone arrived at the study, Shin Tian released his SSS mental power, covering the entire study to prevent outsiders from eavesdropping. Mom and Dad, what's going on? Is she really my sister? Shin Kaiyun got straight to the point. She's just a fake. How could we mistake our own daughter? Guan Yu sneered. What are you doing? Shin Kaiyun was confused. He couldn't understand why his parents kept a fake at home. Although she is a fake, she was cloned from Ying Ying's genes. If we want to find the person behind the scenes, we have to take this bait, and we have to eat it happily. Shin Tian sighed tiredly, and the white hair on his forehead seemed to have grown a few more at this moment. Mom and Dad, don't be sad. At least there is news about my sister. I think the day of our family reunion is not far away. Shin Kaiyu comforted. I think we can investigate my classmates. Lily seems to have some grudge against this imposter. Shin Kaiyun suddenly said. I know this. This matter has been a big deal in the military. The imposter replaced Su Lily's student status, and was able to go to the first military academy to take the entrance examination. It's just that the replacement process is not very glorious. Shin Kaiyu was afraid of angering Shin Kaiyun, so he didn't dare to say too much. Just listening to this, Shin Kaiyun was so angry that he pursed his lips and bit his back teeth and prepared to go out to find this imposter and avenge Su Lily. Ian, what do you want to do? Is it time to make trouble now? Do you still want to find your sister? Guan Yu said coldly. Although Shin Kaiyun's eyes were bloodshot with anger, he thought of his young and well-behaved sister and finally sat back in his chair dejectedly. Ian, she can't run away. Hold on for now. When we find out about your sister, I promise you that she won't live past the next day. Shin Tian couldn't bear to see his son like this, and hurriedly comforted him. I know. Shin Kaiyun said hoarsely. On the other side, Su Lily had just come out of Shin's house, and didn't plan to hang around anymore. She called a floating unmanned car with her optical brain. After entering the apartment address into the control panel of the floating car, a gentle female voice soon sounded in the car. Thank you for using the floating unmanned taxi of Wanyu Technology Company. Limited passengers, please fasten your seat belts. The car will start in 3 seconds. Thank you for your cooperation and wish you a pleasant ride. After the suspension car started, Su Lily propped up her head to admire the prosperous city outside the car. Compared with modern steel bricks and cement, the city of the Interstellar Federation has a hint of technology. There are shops of all sizes on both sides of the street, selling mechas, potions, and even horcruxes. In the air, there are many private suspension cars or spaceships driving in the air. Su Lily also saw a suspension car that was speeding and was quickly stopped by a traffic police robot and issued a ticket. After laughing and sighing that there are tickets in the Interstellar, Su Lily returned his eyes to the car and began to study the suspension car. Remembering that he had used his mental power to see clearly the internal structure of the mecha before, Su Lily was a little eager to move when he looked at the suspension car again. He adjusted his sitting position, and his mental threads seemed to turn into eyes, and probed into the interior of the suspension car. But after a while, the complete model was imprinted in Su Lily's mind. What is this? Su Lily looked down at the direction of the car chassis in confusion, where her mental power detected an object like a small package, and her mental power was actually isolated from the package. Coincidentally, a similar floating car passed by at this time. Su Lily quickly used her mental power to look at the chassis of the car, and was surprised to find that it was flat, and there was nothing at all. Su Lily's heart was pounding, and the strong sense of crisis made her violently kick the car door open the next moment, and find a place to buffer and jump down. The moment Su Lily landed, a violent explosion sounded in the sky. If she was a step late, the consequences could be imagined. Ah! Help, there is a bomb. Where is the patrol robot? Call the police quickly. Have terrorists attacked Sirius? Standing in the crowd of people fleeing in panic, Su Lily didn't have time to think too much. The parts of the car that were blown apart were falling rapidly from the sky, and there were still many pedestrians on the ground who didn't have time to escape. Anxious, all the spiritual threads in Su Lily's spiritual space rushed out of the space, tied up the pedestrians, who didn't have time to escape, and threw them into the buildings on both sides of the street. After the danger was over, Su Lily, who was relieved, felt a little scared. If she hadn't jumped down without hesitation, I'm afraid she would have been dead now. Su Lily looked coldly in the direction of the Shin family. The original owner, and she hadn't offended anyone at the moment, but the only person Su Lily could think of who wanted her life so anxiously was Shining. Buzz, buzz. Just 5 minutes after the accident, 3 police hovercraft stopped in front of Su Lily. The 6 interstellar police officers who got off the car pointed their energy guns at Su Lily and said, "Don't move. I haven't broken the law." Su Lily raised her hands timidly. To be honest, she was most afraid of the police. Seeing Su Lily's cooperation, one of the interstellar police officers softened his attitude, put away his energy gun, took out his police officer ID, and said to Su Lily, "We need you to go to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. If he is innocent, we will never wrongly accuse any good person." Okay, I understand. Su Lily cooperated. Chapter 12. After Su Lily was taken to the police station, she was not questioned first, but was arranged for a physical examination. The doctor who performed the physical examination directly drew a needle tube of blood and finally came up with a report of extreme malnutrition. Seeing the skinny little girl, the uncles and aunts in the police station instantly overflowed with maternal love, and took out their own snacks to feed Su Lily, and even deliberately became much gentler during the interrogation. When Su Lily was confirmed as a victim and released from prison, it was almost dawn. Xiaoli, it's a good thing you saved so many people today, otherwise Uncle Su would not be able to sleep tonight. Officer Su Yuanqiu smiled and praised Su Lily on the way out of the police station. It's what I should do, after all, it was the accident that I caused. Su Lily smiled embarrassedly and apologized. You kid, it's not your fault. Why do you take it on yourself? I won't talk about you. Be careful on the way back, and don't go out in the near future. Officer Su carefully warned. Thinking of Su Lily's life story found in the police file, he patted Su Lily's head gently with love. Thank you, uncle, I will pay attention, goodbye. Su Lily politely said goodbye to Su Jingyan and walked out of the police station. At the same time, a middle-aged man in a white coat and holding a small suitcase walked out of the back door of the Star Police Station. He looked around vigilantly, saw the black car parked on the side of the road, confirmed the license plate, and then walked to the door and knocked on the window 3 times. The next second, the young man in a black suit in the car opened the door, took the small suitcase from the middle-aged man, looked at the doctor who was just examining Su Lily and said, "Is it Su Lily's blood sample?" "Yes, my own." The doctor who was doing the physical examination didn't look very happy, and couldn't help but muttered, "You 5 big families are really good at playing. You can even think of stealing blood samples." Heh. The young man coughed awkwardly, and then said seriously, "This is also for the future of the Federation. It is easier to confirm which family Su Lily's bloodline is from, so that she can be protected earlier." The doctor who was doing the physical examination thought of the thin girl, and after a long silence, he sighed and said, "This is good." On the road outside the police station, Su Lily looked at the address of the apartment and found that it was only 10 minutes away from the police station, so she gave up calling a hovercraft and prepared to walk back. Late at night may be the most vulnerable time for people. Su Lily felt a little lonely walking on the road alone. Especially thinking that she would never see her parents and friends in her previous life again, Su Lily gradually became depressed. Woo. The faint animal call suddenly sounded. Su Lily paused after hearing the sound, then listened carefully for a while, and fixed her eyes on a trash can beside the road. Su Lily frowned, walked to the trash can, reached out to open the lid, and saw a skinny, bloody teacup dog in the moonlight. The puppy was in a very bad state at this time, with violent ups and downs in breathing, as if it would die in the next moment, and its body was covered with wounds of all sizes, and its hair was soaked in blood. How can there be such animal abuse garbage in the interstellar era? Su Lily cursed angrily, then searched for a nearby pet hospital on the light brain, and quickly picked up the puppy and ran over. The interstellar pet hospital is still very good. Su Lily was in the pet waiting area. When it was almost dawn, the pet doctor held the still sleepy puppy and handed it to Su Lily, saying, "The external and internal injuries of the dog have healed, and now you just need to supplement more nutrition." "Okay, thank you, doctor." Su Lily was a little surprised, and took the little guy who turned into a little white dog. After saying goodbye to the doctor, she went to the front desk to check out. Just looking at the almost countless zeros, Su Lily almost blurted out a word of black shop. After carefully looking at the invoice, which showed the various operations performed on the dog, and even the most expensive cloned organ transplant, she resigned herself to paying the bill. After a day of exhaustion and the financial blow, Su Lily held the puppy and walked back to the apartment in a trance. The apartment has 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen and a bathroom, and the decoration style is simple and neat. Su Lily took a quick look at the environment of the room, put the puppy at the head of the bed, went to the bathroom to take a bath, then lay on the bed and touched the dog's head a few times, and then fell asleep tiredly. The next second after Su Lily fell asleep, the puppy opened a pair of golden animal eyes, stared at Su Lily quietly for a while before closing them again. In the magnificent palace of the empire, a handsome man wearing a crown and gorgeous clothes sat on the throne and looked coldly at the ministers below. The ministers who were stared at lowered their heads and trembled. The palace was so quiet that even a pin drop on the ground could be heard clearly. "Is the crown prince missing?" Emperor Bai Yuan's tone was not fluctuating at all, but the ministers below were trembling with fear. Duke Gran was the person in charge of the accident that caused the Crown Prince to disappear. He could only stand up and say, everything was normal when His Highness Baijiu was fighting the Zerg, but suddenly a wormhole appeared and swallowed His Highness. After that, the knight searched the Aquamarine Star region and couldn't find any trace of His Highness. I feel very sorry, Emperor. High Priest, is the Crown Prince still alive? After listening to Duke Gran's words, Emperor Baiyuan did not comment, and looked at the High Priest in a white robe next to Duke Gran. Your Majesty, according to the guidance of the Beast God, His Highness Baijiu has been rescued by a nobleman and is not in danger of death. However, His Highness is not within the Empire at the moment, and his life may be threatened again. The High Priest with white hair and beard said solemnly. There was no fluctuation on the perfect face of Emperor Baiyuan. His black eyelashes like crow feathers drooped, and he thought for a while. He raised his finger and pointed at Duke Gran and said lightly, if the Crown Prince is not found within 3 months, Duke Gran will sacrifice himself in front of the statue of the Beast God. Thank you for your forgiveness, Your Majesty. Duke Gran breathed a sigh of relief. Even if he did not find His Highness Baijiu in the end, he could sacrifice his bloodline power to the Beast God. For the people of the Empire, this was also an honorable way to die. Chapter 13. After a good sleep, Su Lily lazily opened her eyes and took a deep breath of satisfaction. Then she remembered that she had taken in a little guy last night. She quickly looked down, and her sight bumped into a pair of golden animal eyes. Ah! After a scream, Su Lily picked up the little guy in surprise, and observed the little puppy carefully with starry eyes and said, little guy, you are so beautiful, and your eyes are golden, so special. The little guy is Snow White, only the size of a palm, and looks like a smaller version of Sammy. A pair of golden eyes are majestic and steady, and the little face looks at Su Lily expressionlessly. Because of the cute appearance, it has a fatal contrast cuteness. It's not good to just call you little guy, I give you a name. You're so white, you must be surnamed Bai. If you're put in a bowl, you look like a bowl of porridge. So your name is Baijiu, okay Zhou. Su Lily held Baijiu with both hands and said affectionately. When Baijiu heard Baijiu, he looked up at Su Lily with a little surprise, but when he heard Zhou, his eyes instantly showed disgust. You must be hungry, I get up now and make you a big meal. Su Lily kissed Baijiu's forehead, then smiled contentedly and left the room. Baijiu sat stiffly on the soft bed, staring at Su Lily's back in disbelief. How can this female be so young to kiss someone casually? What to do? Should she be responsible? Baijiu is from the Imperial Wolf clan, and wolves are very loyal to their spouses. If they have chosen someone, they will only have one partner in this life, even if they are widowed. So even though his father was Emperor Baiyuan, he only had Baijiu as his only child. However, if he didn't go back to the Empire, his father and mother would have another heir. After all, animals are like animals that will immediately get pregnant with a second child once their own child dies. Baijiu became more and more entangled. He wondered whether he should be responsible for Su Lily, and then wondered if he would have a younger brother when he returned to the Empire. Su Lily didn't know that she just kissed a cute animal and made a little guy entangled in the room. At this time, Su Lily was using her light brain to buy some fruits and vegetables on a food mall similar to a takeaway app. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, she received fresh fruits and vegetables delivered by a courier robot. Su Lily was busy in the kitchen for half an hour, cooking a pot of porridge for herself and frying a meat pie for Baijiu. Looking at the good-looking food on the table, Su Lily smiled with satisfaction. Zhou, it's time to eat. Su Lily shouted in a good mood, then went into the bedroom and took Baijiu out, and put him on the table next to the plate with meat patties. Baijiu did not look at the meat patties at first, but looked at Su Lily with complicated eyes, and finally sighed, as if he compromised. Forget it, after all, she saved me, how can I, a male, be irresponsible? Thinking of this, Baijiu no longer had a stern face, but smiled politely at his future wife. Damn, the blood tank is empty. Su Lily covered her nose and screamed in her heart. Can you imagine the angel Samoyed smiling at you? And Baijiu's cuteness value has doubled in times. Baijiu was a little shy after laughing, and quickly looked down at the breakfast prepared by his wife for him. It was obviously just a simple meat pie, but in Baijiu's eyes, it was beautiful. Baijiu lowered his head and took a bite of the meat pie with great expectation. A strong smell of fishy and bitter taste rushed straight to his head, and the whole wolf's body and mind were immediately unwell. If Su Lily was not his savior, he would definitely believe that this was to assassinate him. Is it delicious? Su Lily looked at Baijiu expectantly with bright eyes. Bai Zhou's mouth trembled slightly, but he couldn't bear to disappoint Su Lily, and then he closed his eyes fiercely, and ate the meat pie greedily, fearing that it would stay in his mouth for a second longer. You like it so much. I will make it for you next time, Su Lily said happily. Bai Zhou's 4 legs softened when he heard this, and he fainted alive. The last picture in his mind was Su Lily calling him in panic. When Bai Zhou woke up again, he found himself lying in a small nest within 4 drip. The small room smelled slightly of disinfectant. Where is this? Bai Zhou looked up with great effort and found that he was a little familiar, as if he had just been here yesterday. You're awake. Su Lily walked into the pet ward and was surprised to see Bai Zhou's head raised. Woo! Bai Zhou whimpered softly, a little confused about his current situation. You have food poisoning, Zhou. It's all my fault. Su Lily cried sadly. She shouldn't have been so confident and fed Zhou with her own food. She almost made it impossible for her to see Zhou again. Looking at Su Lily's red eyes, Bai Zhou felt so distressed that he struggled to get up, licked the back of Su Lily's hand, and whimpered a few times to comfort her. Thank you, Zhou. Su Lily looked at Bai Zhou's cute expression and smiled with emotion. Then he lowered his head and gently kissed Bai Zhou's forehead. Bang! Bang! Just when he looked up and saw the beauty smiling with tears in her eyes, Bai Zhou's heartbeat accelerated, and a slightly cool touch on his forehead. Bai Zhou felt as if there were 10,000 deer jumping in his heart. Compared with the warmth in the pet hospital, the atmosphere in the meeting room of the Federal Military Academy became more and more solemn. Su Lily must return to the First Military Academy, and this is also for Su Lily's own safety, Zhou Ziheng said firmly. Ever since he received the news that Su Lily was attacked yesterday, Zhou Ziheng has been suppressing his anger. Why? She has obviously been admitted to our 5th Military Academy. Shin Xiaoxiong was not convinced. Why? You Shin family really have the nerve to say that. First, it was your Shining who stole the other person's admission letter, and then you viciously drank the mind-destroying potion. If Su Lily didn't have SSS mental power, your Shin family would never be able to hold your head up in this life. Zhou Ziheng took out a series of evidence of Shin Ying's doing this, threw it in front of Shin Xiaoxiong, and scolded him righteously. Shin Xiaoxiong wanted to refute, but looking at the evidence on the table, he felt guilty. Last night, he also questioned Shin Tian about this matter, but seeing his eldest brother's hair with white hair, he didn't have the heart to ask again. The eldest brother has devoted his whole life to the Federation. If he wants to be selfish once, how can the younger brother have the heart to stop him? Maybe Su Lily going to the First Military Academy is not a bad thing. It may be the best ending for her and the Shin family. Chapter 14. Shin Xiaoxiong was silent, but Tang Changming didn't want the show to end like this. He smiled and looked at the other 4 and said, Su Lily's genetic report is out. Why don't you take a look first before discussing whose military school Su Lily should go to? What if she is from my Tang family? Before Tang Changming finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zhou Chungheng. It is more likely that she is from my Zhou family. Everyone knows that my second brother is a playboy. His illegitimate children can go around my Zhou family compound, so Su Lily is more likely to be my Zhou family's offspring. The Zhou family scandal, which was usually covered up tightly, was actually exposed by Zhou Ziheng for Su Lily. This is a huge loss. The other 4 people didn't expect that the family scandal could be used at this moment. Even Tang Changming, who was always eloquent, was at a loss for words. I think Su Lily is more like a member of my Zhan family. After all, her talent for potions is obvious to all. But unfortunately, there is no descendant of my Zhan family left behind. Zhan Tianhe said regretfully. There is no one in the Lin family. Lin Na said coldly, with a hint of relief in her tone. The Lin family already has the fearless Lin Cece, which is enough to give them a headache. With Su Lily, who caused a stir in the 5 major military academies in just 4 days, they are afraid that the next one to be stirred up will be the Lin family. When it was Shin Xiaoxiong's turn, everyone tacitly felt that the Shin family was the least likely. After all, Su Lily's repeated encounters with danger were all caused by the Shin family. Shin Xiaoxiong had similar ideas, smiled bitterly, and did not speak. Then let me see first, whose descendant Su Lily is. Tang Changming said with a smile, and then opened the gene report sent by the Federal Military Research Institute on the optical brain. How is this possible? Tang Changming was looking at the gene report calmly at first, but he lost his composure after seeing Su Lily's mental potential. Zhou Chongheng and others saw Tang Changming lose his composure for the first time, and immediately realized the seriousness of the matter, and hurriedly opened Su Lily's gene report on the optical brain. Federal Military Research Institute Genetic Report Tester's name, Sue Lily Testing Unit, Federal Military Academy Testing Items, Mental Test, Super SSS, Unknown Potential, Physical Test, A-Level, Unknown Potential, DNA Test. The tester's DNA is 99.9% similar to that of Federal General Shintian. The father-daughter relationship is 100%. Since reading the research report, the atmosphere in the Federal Military Academy conference room has been dead silent. Whether it is Sue Lily's miserable life experience or her qualifications, the 5 big guys who have seen the ups and downs of life have lost their former stability at the same time. This is no longer something the military academy can handle. Reported to the president and the marshals of each family. Tang Changming said solemnly. Second. Zhou Ziheng and his friends knew the importance of the matter. After a unanimous vote, an urgent letter was sent to the president of the federation and the marshals of the 5 major families. After the message was sent, Zhou Ziheng and his friends were not going to discuss Sue Lily's whereabouts, because even if they discussed it until dark, the people present had no right to decide whether Sue Lily should stay or go. But then again, I didn't expect Sue Lily to be Admiral Shin's daughter, but didn't they just find their daughter? Zhou Ziheng was the one who cared the most about Sue Lily. After all, if there was no imposter, Sue Lily would be a student of their first military academy. Could it be that Admiral Shin cheated? Tang Changming pretended to be innocent. Let me ask my brother, how could he do something to let down his sister-in-law? Shin Xiaoxiong also felt that what Tang Changming said was the most likely, and immediately angrily dialed Shin Tian's optical computer number. He was quite accepting of Sue Lily's mental talent, so he was more concerned about his own brother. How could he suddenly become a scumbag from a good man? You know, his brother and sister-in-law are model couples in the Federation. How could their relationship suddenly collapse? The other 3 glanced at Shin Xiaoxiong speechlessly. Shouldn't they be more happy that their family has produced a peerless genius at this time? Although Zhou Ziheng and others could not understand Shin Xiaoxiong's brain circuit, the gossip fire also successfully burned among them. After looking at each other tacitly, they all looked at Shin Xiaoxiong's optical computer. What's the matter? Shin Tian's cold voice sounded in the conference room. Brother, how can you do such a thing as cheating? Are you worthy of your sister-in-law? Shin Xiaoxiong cursed. Shin Xiaoxiong, what are you crazy about? I have never done such a thing. Shin Tian's tone was also cold, with a hint of anger. I'm crazy. I will send the evidence to you and your sister-in-law. You go to your sister-in-law to explain. Shin Xiaoxiong hung up the call after he finished speaking. Shin study what's the inexplicable madness? Shin Tian cursed at the call that was about to be hung up, then rubbed his eyebrows tiredly, and then dealt with the chores of the 5th Legion. After a while, the door of the study was violently pushed open, and a huge noise forced Shin Tian's attention to withdraw from the chores and look at the door. Guan Yu, who was wearing thin clothes, stood stupidly at the door of the study and cried to Shin Tian. Shin Tian's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly stood up and went to support Guan Yu, saying with concern, "Ah Yu, why are you crying? Did Xiaoxiong tell you nonsense just now? Don't believe him. I won't do such a thing. Ah Tian, our daughter is back." Guan Yu choked. Shin Tian was stunned, and then reacted. He hurriedly opened the information on the optical brain. After reading the report, he trembled with red eyes and said, "It's really our daughter. We have seen her before." Shin Tian and Guan Yu thought of the skinny girl at the same time, and felt even more heartache. How much suffering has their daughter, whom they regard as a treasure, suffered over the years? "Ah Tian, I want to see my daughter. I don't want to wait for a moment." Guan Yu leaned into Shin Tian's arms and cried. "Okay." Shin Tian quickly agreed, not only because he didn't want to wait, but also because he was afraid that his daughter, who he had finally found, would be in danger again. Thinking of how Sue Lily had almost been killed several times recently, Shin Tian suddenly stared in one direction with a cold gaze. Chapter 15. On the other side, Sue Lily waited for Bai Yo to finish the drip in the hospital, and consulted the doctor to go home. Then the man and the bees took the hovercraft back home. Just as she opened the door, Sue Lily saw Shin's father and mother sitting in the living room. Sue Lily's eyes were slightly stunned, and she asked hesitantly, "Uncle and Aunt, why are you here?" Sue Lily thought in her heart that Shin's father and mother came here because she lived in this house. After all, she and their daughter were already enemies, and it was not good to live in their house. She should move out later. Although Bai Zhou didn't know what was going on, he noticed the cautiousness in Sue Lily's tone, took a deep look at Shin's father and mother, and licked Sue Lily's fingers, holding it with heartache. Sue Lily noticed the warmth of her fingers, thinking that the little guy was bored and naughty, and touched Bai Zhou's furry body soothingly. Since Guan Yu saw Su Lily, she has been too excited. She seemed to have aphasia, and was so nervous that she couldn't speak. She had thought about how to talk to her daughter for a long time before coming here, but when she really saw Su Lily at this moment, her throat seemed to be blocked by something, and she couldn't say how much she missed her all these years. Su Lily saw Guan Yu hesitated to speak, and her face was full of guilt, and she was about to cry. She thought they were embarrassed to drive her out. Su Lily thought that after all, it was Shin Kai-yun's parents who didn't want them to be too embarrassed, so she took the lead and said, "Does my living here cause trouble for you? I just found a hotel, and will be able to move out soon. Thank you, uncle and aunt, for taking me in yesterday." Hearing Su Lily's words, Guan Yu almost fainted in Shin Tian's arms, but she still tried her best to calm down, and then she said anxiously and nervously, "You can't leave. I mean, I'm not here to drive you away, just stay here peacefully, okay? Ayu, let me tell you." Shin Tian felt sorry for his wife's panic and helplessness at the moment, and comforted Guan Yu for a while before smiling and saying to Su Lily, "Child, sit down first." "Okay." Su Lily sat on the sofa opposite Shin's father and mother in a daze, and looked up to see Guan Yu's crying face, and she was even more confused about what was going on. Bai Zhou was also confused. Didn't this couple come to cause trouble? Why did they cry first? "Your name is Su Lily, right?" Shin Tian said in a gentle tone. "Just call me Shilly, uncle, you don't have to be so polite." Although Su Lily hated Shining, she still respected Shin's father, who had devoted half his life to the Federation. "Okay, Xiaoli, I want to ask you a question. Do you remember your parents?" Shin Tian stared at Su Lily closely, but there was a hint of nervousness in his eyes. "Parents?" Su Lily certainly remembers her parents, but it seems that Father Shin is definitely not asking about her past life, but about the original owner's biological father. But the original owner has no memory of her parents at all, and the most memories of her relatives are her brothers and sisters, who are not related by blood in the orphanage, and the director, Grandma Wen. Thinking of this, Su Lily replied to Father Shin, "I'm sorry, I don't remember them." "Then, if they come to you, are you willing to meet them?" Shin Tian asked cautiously. Su Lily didn't say anything. She already understood what Shin's parents meant. Perhaps the original owner's biological parents had been found, but should she go to see them? Su Lily thought about it from another perspective. If the original owner traveled through her body, would she be willing to let the original owner pretend to be her and stay with her parents? After thinking for a while, Su Lily looked up and said to Shin's parents, "Did they deliberately abandon me back then? If not, I'd like to meet them." After saying that, Su Lily didn't struggle anymore. Compared to letting her parents experience the pain of losing their son, if there was someone who could accompany her parents instead of her, she would definitely be very grateful to this person. So Su Lily was willing to be this person. "We didn't deliberately abandon you. After you were robbed by the bad guys 10 years ago, we looked for you for a full 10 years. Guan Yu couldn't help it anymore, so she stood up and hugged Su Lily tightly and cried. Su Lily was completely dumbfounded, staring at Guan Yu blankly and said, "You are my mother? But aren't you Shin Ying's mother?" "No, you are my only daughter. Yesterday, I just acted to catch the person behind him." Guan Yu was afraid that her daughter would misunderstand, and hurriedly explained. "What about her now?" Su Lily asked curiously. "She has been detained. If nothing unexpected happens, after the military investigates the black hand behind her, the worst case is to be exiled to the Sin Star for life imprisonment." Shin Tian said this on the surface, but in his heart, he had already decided on the death of the fake Shining. He would not let anyone who dared to hurt his daughter go so easily. Su Lily did not expect that the revenge of the original owner would be so dramatic. At the same time, it was unrealistic, and she felt sorry for the original owner. If the original owner had waited a little longer, the ending might be different. When it was late at night, Su Lily sent Guan Yu and Shin Tian out reluctantly, and promised to move back to the Shin family tomorrow, and then sent the two people who were overflowing with fatherly and motherly love away. The room was quiet again, but Su Lily didn't feel lonely at all. In her interactions with Shin's father and mother, she gradually accepted that she had a new pair of parents. And the most important point is that Shin Kai-yun has become her biological brother. Su Lily is looking forward to his expression after knowing the truth. When she thought of that scene, Su Lily couldn't help laughing. Then she hugged Bai Zhou and lay down on the bed contentedly, and fell asleep quickly. That night, Su Lily had a dream that she hadn't seen for a long time. The scene in the dream was in her room in her previous life. After Su Lily found this, she excitedly opened the door, and wanted to see her parents again. After searching for a while, Su Lily finally saw Su's parents in the garden downstairs on the second-floor balcony. Just as she was about to say hello, she saw another Su Lily appear in her field of vision. Su Lily was stunned and quickly hid behind the curtains and looked downstairs quietly. She didn't know how long she stood behind the curtains and watched. Su Lily was still reluctant to take her eyes off the family of 3 downstairs. She knew that this might be the last time she saw her parents. Perhaps, the one who would accompany Su's parents in the future was the original owner. Yes, Su Lily had recognized the original owner based on some of Su Lily's little habits. She was surprised, but not sad. After all, among all the choices, this ending was the best. Su Lily smiled with relief, and her figure disappeared behind the curtains. At the same time, Shen-Ying, who was still chatting with Su's parents, looked up at the window on the 2nd floor as if she had sensed something, but there was no abnormality there. Chapter 16. The next day, when Su Lily woke up, her mind was full of her father and mother in the dream. She told herself that this was the best, but she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. What's wrong with you? Bai Zhou, who had just woken up, saw that Su Lily was in a low mood, looked at her in confusion, then slowly walked to Su Lily's head, buried himself in it, and tried to comfort her with his furry body. Su Lily felt the fur next to her cheek, couldn't help but smile, then turned over, buried her face in Bai Zhou's abdomen and rubbed it. Zhou, thank you. Su Lily was healed, and her heart was still warm thinking that fur was indeed a healing artifact. Ding ding. The doorbell suddenly rang. Su Lily looked up at the door curiously, then got up and opened the door. Cousin, good morning. Zhang Yuanhao, outside the door, pushed the glasses on his nose with his fingers, and said with a warm smile, Good morning, why are you here? I thought it would be Shen Kaiyun or my elder brother. Su Lily asked in confusion after letting Zhang Yuanhao in first. Why you don't welcome me? My cousin is also my brother, so my cousin can't be hypocritical. Zhang Yuanhao joked to Su Lily after entering the house. No, I'm just curious. Su Lily didn't dare to offend this fox, so she quickly flattered him. Zhang Yuanhao smiled and said, Today, my family held a family dinner for you. Originally, there were only relatives and friends of the Shen family, but somehow people from the other 4 major families also came. Except for the patient Shen Kaiyun, everyone is busy entertaining guests, so my aunt asked me to pick you up. Su Lily thought it was just a simple family dinner, but she didn't expect a family dinner. When she thought of the aunts and uncles who celebrated the spring festival in her previous life, her scalp suddenly tingled. Su Lily swallowed her saliva after thinking about it, and said with an evasive look, That cousin, I think I have something to do tonight, so I won't go. Zhang Yuanhao raised his eyebrows and asked coldly, What do you think? And Grandpa is also here. Grandpa? Isn't that one of the 5 marshals of the Federation? Even the president of the Federation may not want to see him. Su Lily was a little flattered. After struggling for a while, she gritted her teeth and said, Go! Zhang Yuanhao smiled and didn't say anything. In fact, there are more big shots coming tonight than just Grandpa, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. If he scared away the little cousin, it would be difficult to report to his aunt. So, my lovely little cousin, don't blame your cousin. Zhang Yuanhao stood at the back door of the Shen family, speechlessly looking at Su Lily, who was hiding and sneaking around, and said, Don't hide, they are all at the front door. Su Lily coughed awkwardly, then came out from the side and entered the door, and did not forget to say, I want to give them a surprise. It would be boring to meet them too early. Shen Kaiyun would not believe you if you said this to him. Zhang Yuanhao sneered. Su Lily turned off the microphone, followed Zhang Yuanhao immediately to a room on the 3rd floor, and quietly watched Zhang Yuanhao knock on the door, and said, Aunt, my cousin is here. Su Lily also missed Guan Yu a little, and hurriedly stood in front of the door, but as soon as the door opened, her expression froze. Guan Yu and a dozen noble ladies were standing in the spacious bedroom. They all looked at Su Lily, and rushed over to her enthusiastically. Oh, this is my niece, right? She is as beautiful as your mother. Don't worry, your aunt will dress you up beautifully today and fascinate those bad boys outside. And your eyes are big and bright like grapes. I envy your aunt so much. Your skin is also tender and smooth, like a peeled egg. Your figure is also well proportioned. This boy can definitely give birth to a son. Help! Su Lily was like a virgin girl who met a hooligan. She was touched by this aunt and pinched by that aunt. She looked at Zhang Yuanhao for help. The latter gave her a helpless look and then slipped away quickly, closing the door. Zhang Yuanhao. Hack you. Su Lily watched Zhang Yuanhao walk away easily, cursing in disbelief in her heart, and then she was completely numb, closed her eyes in despair, and let the cosmetics and jewelry in the hands of the ladies hit her body. Downstairs, Zhang Yuanhao, who had escaped the disaster, looked at the third floor with sympathy, and then returned to the state of a nobleman and walked towards the hall. After a while, Zhang Yuanhao walked into the banquet hall, and a luxurious hall unfolded in front of him. The gorgeous Chinese tables and chairs were small and exquisite, and even the buffet table with exquisite food was painted in pure wood color. The whole banquet exuded a luxurious atmosphere. The hall was crowded with guests at the moment, and they were talking happily and happily. Interlaced, talking happily and happily and happily. Yuanhao here. In the corner of the banquet, Tang Dongwang saw Zhang Yuanhao and immediately called out. Zhang Yuanhao raised his eyebrows unexpectedly, walked to Tang Dongwang and the others and said, "Why are you here too?" Zhou Wanfeng, Lin Sisi, and Tang Dongwang were sitting on the chair's board, and they became more energetic when they saw Zhang Yuanhao. The family asked, "There is no way, I have to come." Tang Dongwang spread his hands helplessly. Lin Sisi and Zhou Wanfeng said the same. After all, the host of the banquet is the only super SSS in the Federation, and it is also a celebration banquet for the Shen family to find the legitimate daughter. Unless there are special circumstances, the heirs of each family must attend. Zhang Yuanhao just asked casually, nodded after listening, and then randomly chose a seat next to the three people and sat down. Is Shen Kaiyun healed?" Tang Dongwang asked awkwardly. "It's nothing serious. After a good rest, the mental space will be almost restored." Zhang Yuanhao didn't expect Tang Dongwang to care about Shen Kaiyun, and smiled in surprise. After Tang Dongwang was relieved, he began to gossip. "I didn't expect Su Lily to be super SSS. When I received this news, I thought someone was spreading rumors at first. Super SSS, I don't know if there is a chance to fight." Lin Sisi said with some excitement. "I guess there is no chance today." Zhang Yuanhao thought of Su Lily, who was still dressing up in the room, and said meaningfully, "Then we can only wait until next time," Lin Sisi said disappointedly. The few of them chatted for a while, and the banquet finally began. The head of the Shen family, Shen Mujiang, stood on the stage with Su Lily, who was dressed in a gorgeous outfit, and said to the microphone, "First of all, thank you all for coming. Then I will announce one thing, that is, my little granddaughter was found today. Finally, I hope you will come here happily today, and leave happily. Thank you." After Shen Mujiang finished speaking, the people in the audience gave face to Marshal Shen and thunderous applause suddenly rang out. Su Lily bowed to the stage to thank him, and then followed her grandfather helplessly, all the way to the elders to toast and call people. After a circle, Su Lily, who was finally freed, felt more tired than running 10 kilometers. Chapter 17. Shen Lily, why are you reading these boring things again? The cute female voice was speechless. Bai Zhou, curled up on Shen Lily's legs, opened his eyes, and glanced at Lin Sisi, then lay back down in disgust. Shen Lily, also known as Su Lily, who was reading in the garden, put down the Mecha Design Encyclopedia in her hand, looked at Lin Sisi and smiled helplessly. "I thought you went back to Pluto. After all, school starts the day after tomorrow." Shen Lily has been really helpless for the past month. She obviously just wants to be a beautiful woman who studies mechas quietly, but Lin Sisi always drags her to fight, and says that they want to train together. Don't you have to have military training for a month after school starts? The training location is in the Sirius 5th Legion? Then why go back to Pluto for nothing? Lin Sisi asked back with an expression like a cat master looking at a stupid servant. "Okay, I'm not here to fight you today, so stop looking like you've seen a ghost, okay?" After a month of getting along, Lin Sisi has gotten to know Shen Lily. Apart from mechas, she's a useless person. Shen Lily breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this, and immediately put on a smile and said, "What do you want to talk to me about? First, tell me if it's a good thing or a bad thing." "Of course it's a good thing." Lin Sisi snorted proudly, and then continued, "There's a private mecha auction for the Legion this afternoon, are you going?" "Yes, but what kind of mecha is being auctioned?" Shen Lily became interested as soon as she heard about mechas. "I don't know, I just know it's the mecha that Grandmaster Song Qing just made, and I heard it's S level." Lin Sisi said excitedly with bright eyes. "S class? Isn't that a smart mecha with AI?" Shen Lily said in surprise. "Yes. It's a pity that we are still students and can't own A-class mechas." Lin Sisi sighed. "Each smart mecha is an important strategic material of the Federation, and is not allowed to be driven by anyone other than soldiers. Even military academy students of the Federation have to wait until graduation to own their own smart mechas. After all, the AI of smart mechas is like a person, with independent thoughts and souls. If you want to control it, you must bind it mentally. Once bound, the mecha cannot be bound to another person unless the owner dies. So for a mecha warrior, owning a smart mecha is like having a partner who will never betray you and can fight side by side on the battlefield with confidence. Unfortunately, so far, let alone AI mechas, she has to wait until the official start of school to get even the C-class mechas awarded to the top 10 in the exam. Shinlili thought about it and sighed, realizing the reality. You can only legally own an AI mecha after graduation and joining the military. That means you have to wait another 4 years. Lin Cece also sighed, and thought that she had to meet other friends, so she didn't talk much. She agreed with Shinlili to pick her up at 1400 hours in the afternoon, and then left in a hurry. After watching Lin Cece leave, Shinlili didn't read anymore, but picked up Bai Zhou and stroked his fur. "Aww!" Bai Zhou called out in a soft and tender voice, and then rubbed Shinlili's fingers. "Zhou, do you know the orcs of the Empire?" Shinlili said, as if unintentionally. Bai Zhou's spine stiffened for a moment, then immediately became soft again. He tried to pretend that he didn't understand, and licked his fur guiltily. Feeling the little body that had stiffened under his fingers for a while, Shinlili lowered her eyebrows, and she already had the answer in her heart. In fact, the one who discovered this was not the one who stayed with Bai Zhou all day, but Shen Kaiyun, who accidentally ran into Bai Zhou cleaning her room a few days ago, and then secretly picked up a few of Bai Zhou's hairs and sent them for inspection, and then confirmed that the person who ate and lived with his sister was actually an orc. Shen Kaiyun's face turned green on the spot, and he went to Shinlili angrily to tell her about this. Although Shinlili was a little surprised, she actually accepted it well. Whether it was a human or an orc, he was Zhou who made her happy every day, and that was enough. Bai Zhou knew that his identity might have been discovered, and he was uneasy for a long time. But when he looked up and saw Shinlili still smiling at him as usual, he suddenly felt a surge of courage, and jumped off Shinlili. When Shinlili saw Bai Zhou again, there was only a 5 or 6-year-old white-haired boy, looking at her nervously with a pair of big golden eyes, and said softly in a baby voice, "Ollie, I didn't mean to lie to you." Shinlili was so cute that she felt her blood tank was empty again. She wiped her nose carefully, and felt relieved when she didn't see the nosebleed. Then she said to Bai Zhou gently, it's okay, I'm not angry Zhou no what's your own name?" "Bai Zhou, it's just Zhou Tian's Zhou." Bai Zhou still had a lot of resentment about the previous name, and emphasized it. Shinlili coughed awkwardly and changed the subject. "The Empire's protection of cubs is very strict. How come you came to the Federation alone? I fell into a wormhole a month ago, and I saw you when I woke up. And I'm not a cub. I'm 15 years old this year. I'm like this now, because my spiritual space has not been fully restored. After a while, I can return to normal." Bai Zhou refuted the age point very firmly. Shinlili was amused by Bai Zhou's solemn expression. She smiled and said lovingly, "Okay, I know you are not a cub. Are you happy now?" Bai Zhou nodded with satisfaction, then sat next to Shinlili intimately, and asked curiously, "Ollie, how did you find out that I am an orc?" "I hid it well." "Guess." Shinlili blinked mischievously. Bai Zhou really thought about it seriously for a while, but he still couldn't figure it out in the end, because he really couldn't think of when he revealed a flaw in front of Shinlili. Shinlili looked at Bai Zhou, whose face was almost wrinkled like an old man, and interrupted with a smile. "Okay, don't think about it, it's not important. Now we should have lunch, and it's a good opportunity to introduce you to everyone," Shinlili said, and naturally took Bai Zhou's hand and walked towards the restaurant. She didn't notice Bai Zhou behind her at all. Her cheeks slowly blushed, and there was a touching look in her eyes. Chapter 18. Restaurant. "Finally, we can have dinner, Shinlili. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're not active in eating. You have a problem with your brain, and you're the last one to arrive today." Shen Kaiyun sat next to the dining table, and couldn't help but scold Shinlili when he saw her. But before Shinlili could reply, Guan Yu next to him hit him on the back of his head. "How do you talk to your sister? You don't act like a brother at all, you just eat. Lily, come and sit next to Mom." After Guan Yu scolded Shen Kaiyun, she immediately changed to a kind expression, and said to Shinlili, "Okay, thank you Mom, you're the best to me." Shinlili deliberately talked teasingly, and turned her head to look at Shen Kaiyun provocatively. "You?" Shen Kaiyun was almost choked with anger, but seeing that Shen's mother was staring at him with a deathly gaze, he could only swallow his saliva cowardly, and dared not speak in anger. Shen Kaiyun, who was watching the whole scene, rolled his eyes, saying that he couldn't bear to look at his own brother. Shen's father looked at him with a smile for a while, and then he noticed that there was a child hiding behind Shinlili, and he immediately asked in confusion, "Ali, who is this child?" "Dad, this is Bai Zhou, the Zhou from before." Shinlili took a step to the side, exposing Bai Zhou to the sight of several people. Shintian's expression, which was originally still calm and smiling, suddenly froze after seeing Bai Zhou's appearance, and even opened his eyes slightly, looking at Bai Zhou in disbelief. The orc with white hair and golden eyes. This is obviously the symbol of the imperial family, but how can someone from the imperial family be in the Federation? And could it be the missing crown prince of the empire a while ago? Thinking of this, Shintian picked up the cup on the table with trembling hands, lowered his head and drank a sip of water, and barely maintained the calmness on his face, but the twitching corners of his eyes still betrayed Shintian's uneasy heart at the moment. "Zhou, isn't that your puppy?" Shinkayu asked in surprise. When Shintian heard that the crown prince of the empire was called a puppy, he almost choked on the water he had just drunk. After all, he had been a general for many years. He swallowed the water with willpower and quickly said to Shinkayu, "Ew, this is a wolf. Whether it is a dog or a wolf, this cub is obviously an orc, and he pretends to be a pet. It can't be a spy sent by the empire." Shinkayun looked at Bai Zhou with suspicion. Shinlili glared at Shinkayun unhappily and said, "How could Zhou be a spy? If the empire sends a child here, is it sending a spy or sending warmth? You little brat, you only know how to bully your sister all day long. How can a child be a spy?" Guan Yu scolded Shinkayun, then walked over and picked up Bai Zhou and coaxed him. "Call me Zhou, you are so cute. Let's ignore this little brat and come and have dinner with Auntie." "Thank you, Auntie, you are so beautiful too." Bai Zhou blinked his cute big eyes and said sweetly. Bai Zhou's cuteness instantly captured Guan Yu, and she smiled even more brightly and said, "So good." Shinlili snorted at Shinkayun with pride, then sat next to Shin's mother to discuss what daily necessities to buy for Bai Zhou. Shinkayun pouted as he looked at the three people who were enjoying themselves. Especially when he saw his mother and sister surrounding the bastard and asking about his well-being, he complained to Shintian jealously, "Dad, you don't care about it. This kid has no origin at all." Shintian held the water cup, glanced at his stupid son, and finally advised, "Don't offend him, just think of him as an ancestor coming to our family." Shinkayun was completely confused. After dinner, Shinlili told her parents that she and Lin Sisi would go out to play in the afternoon, and then return to the room on the third floor for a nap. Bai Zhou wanted to follow, but was stopped by Shinkayun with a grin on his face, and said to Guan Yu with a fake smile, "Mom, he doesn't have a room yet, I go prepare a room for him." Guan Yu then remembered that Bai Zhou didn't have a place to live yet, and hurriedly ordered the servant, "Sister Lin, clean up a room for Zhou, just choose the one next to Lily. The furniture must be soft, and the style must be simple and generous. Forget it, let me go with you to choose." Shinkayun watched Guan Yu leave, then smiled with satisfaction, and then said to Bai Zhou with a smug fake smile, "Don't thank me." After Shinkayun finished speaking, he hummed a tune and walked out of the restaurant. Shinkayu looked at Bai Zhou, who seemed to want to bite someone, smiled helplessly, and followed Shinkayun out of the restaurant. Bai Zhou looked at the direction where Shinkayun left depressly, and could only sit back in his seat and politely call Shintian Uncle Shin. Shintian responded, and seeing that only he and Bai Zhou were left in the restaurant, he released his mental power and surrounded the restaurant. "Uncle Shin, what is this?" Bai Zhou did not feel nervous when he saw that he was surrounded by mental power, but just looked at Shintian in confusion. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Shintian stood up, put his right hand on his chest, and then performed an imperial greeting. "Uncle Shin, don't be so polite, just call me Ah Zhou." Bai Zhou was a little surprised to see his identity exposed, but when he saw Shintian perform the imperial royal etiquette, he quickly returned the greeting. Shintian smiled and nodded, then looked at Bai Zhou and wondered, "Your Highness, why did you suddenly come to the Federation and be with my daughter?" "That's right, it's all thanks to Ali who saved me." Bai Zhou briefly summarized what happened. After listening, Shintian sighed about his daughter's luck. She could save an imperial crown prince easily. If she were in the empire, she would probably be rewarded with a title. After thinking about it, Shintian said to Bai Zhou, "When will your Highness return to the empire? Do you need me to notify the empire?" Bai Zhou, who was asked, was silent for a while. After thinking for a while, he said, "Uncle Shin, don't bother. I will contact the embassy to send me back to the empire the day after tomorrow. I'm sorry to bother you these 2 days. Your Highness is polite. I will go down to handle official business. You are free to do as you please." Shintian was relieved after hearing his reply. Bai Zhou's identity was too important. If he had any mistakes, their family would become criminals of the Federation. Bai Zhou nodded to Shen Tian, watched him leave, and then looked in the direction of Shen Lili for a long time before retracting his gaze. Chapter 19. After waking up, Shen Lili yawned and looked at the time. It was already 1:30 in the afternoon. She simply packed herself up and prepared to go to the gate to wait for Lin Cece. Just as she opened the bedroom door, she saw Bai Zhou alone, leaning on the windowsill in the corridor, looking at the garden downstairs. Zhou, what are you doing here alone? Shen Lili walked over and hugged Bai Zhou and asked gently. Bai Zhou's little arms hugged Shen Lili's neck, rubbing it like a spoiled child, and said, I want to go to the auction with you, okay, Ali. Shen Lili was so cute that she surrendered quickly and said, Okay, let's go together. Ali is the best. Bai Zhou smiled sweetly. Naughty. Shen Lili scratched Bai Zhou's nose lovingly, and then took Bai Zhou downstairs to the living room. Guan Yu was knitting a sweater in the living room. When she heard footsteps, she stopped knitting. She turned around and saw her daughter, and asked gently, Zhou, Ali, are you awake? Yeah, I just woke up. Mom, where's my second brother? Shen Lili asked casually. My father and eldest brother are both federal soldiers. They should be in the military now. Only my second brother and she are still military students. He's still sleeping in the bedroom. Don't worry about him. This brat must have played all night in the Star Network warehouse last night, Guan Yu said disdainfully. Shen Lili was amused and laughed, then said, Mom, the time I agreed with my friend is almost up. Zhou, and I will go out first. Go ahead. I asked your dad to transfer 5 million federal coins to you. If you and Zhou see something you like, buy it. If it's not enough, ask your dad to transfer more to you. Guan Yu exhorted. Well, thank you, Mom. We're leaving. Shen Lili didn't expect there would be pocket money, and smiled with some surprise. Goodbye, Auntie. Bai Zhou shook his chubby hand. Goodbye, Zhou, you and your sister had a good time. Guan Yu smiled, and shook her hand. After the two left, Shen Kaiyan poked his head out from the railing on the second floor and said, Mom, give me 1 million too. I want to change to a new Star Network warehouse. Guan Yu looked at the second floor with eyes like cold knives, and spit out a word viciously. Get lost. Shen Kaiyan instantly retracted his head, and muttered in a low voice with some dissatisfaction. If you don't give it, then don't give it. At worst, I ask my younger sister to borrow it. If I know you asked Lily for a penny, you won't see a penny for the next semester. As if guessing the thoughts of her second son, Guan Yu's cold voice soon came from downstairs. Shen Kaiyan felt wronged and wanted to run away from home instantly, but thinking of the Star Network warehouse that could still be used in the room, he could only say to the downstairs with a wronged look, I know. Humph. Guan Yu snorted coldly, and then continued to knit the sweater for her baby daughter. The main door of the Shen family, Shen Lili, here. Lin Cece opened the car window, and leaned out her head to shout as soon as she saw the two of them. Shen Lili smiled and greeted them, then took Bai Zhou to sit in the back seat of the car. Is this child your relative? Lin Cece sat in the driver's seat, turned her head, and glanced at Bai Zhou and asked. Well, it's a distant cousin named Bai Zhou. Shen Lili couldn't explain too much, so she just went with the flow. It's pretty cute, fasten your seat belts, and get ready to go. After Lin Cece finished speaking, she started the hovercraft and raised it to the air, speeding forward. Lin Cece, you are so rich. I remember that your car seemed to cost hundreds of millions of federal coins. Shen Lili sighed, as she looked at the low-key and luxurious interior of the car. That's because you haven't seen Tang Pengpeng's car. At least the starting price is 1 billion. Lin Cece said indifferently. 1 billion, isn't that enough to buy a C-class mecha? Shen Lili swallowed her saliva, a little bit unbelievable that the price of any car could be the same as that of a mecha. 1 billion is nothing. The Tang family once sold 5 top luxury cars built with SSS Zerd bodies, each of which cost hundreds of billions. In the end, only the marshals of the 4 major families and the president of the Federation each bought one, and Tang Pengpeng has one of this car himself. Lin Cece couldn't help but feel a little envious and jealous. After all, Tang Dongwang, this dog-rich man, is famous for being rich in the Federation. Shen Lili was almost envious, not because of the car, but because the SSS Zerd shell is the top material for making mechas, and the Tang family is so rich that it can be used to make cars. If Ollie likes it, I will give you one in the future. Bai Zhou remembered that the Tang family also gave Ollie a car to expand its business in the empire, but the car has been gathering dust in his garage. If Ollie wants it, he will give it to her when he returns to the empire. Lily smiled when she heard it, but didn't take it seriously. She touched Bai Zhou's hair and said casually, "Okay, thank you, Zhou." Lin Cece also heard Bai Zhou's bold words, and thought it was just the innocent talk of a child, so she followed Su Lily and laughed together. After a while, they finally arrived at the auction site. After Lin Cece parked the hover car in the parking lot, she took Lily and Bai Zhou to the entrance of the auction site. 10 young girls in cheongsams were standing in 2 rows at the entrance. Another male steward in a suit bowed respectfully to Lin Cece and the others and said, "Dear guests, hello, please show me your invitation." Lin Cece nodded, then took out a pure black invitation with a purple lilac flower from the space button and handed it to the steward. When the steward saw the lilac totem on the invitation, he took the invitation more respectfully, opened it and took a look, then handed it back to Lin Cece with both hands and said respectfully, "It turns out that Miss Lin is here. Please come in, please come in. Xiaoyu will take the 3 young ladies to the box." "Okay, thank you, steward. 3 young masters, please follow me." The girl named Xiaoyu among the cheongsam girls walked in front of Lin Cece and the others and bowed slightly respectfully. "Lily, let's go." Lin Cece looked at Lily and said, "Okay." Lily responded, holding Bai Zhou's hand and following the 2 of them. Chapter 20. When Lily entered the auction, the first thing that caught her eye was a low-key and luxurious corridor. Every 5 meters above the long and wide corridor, there was a crystal chandelier, emitting soft and non-glaring light. There were also a row of glass cabinets inlaid on the walls on both sides of the corridor. The cabinets were full of exquisite cultural relics or limited edition luxury goods. The most important thing was that there were rare mecha materials. Lily looked as steady as an old dog, but in fact, she wished she could stick to the glass at this moment and take a few more glances at these rare mecha materials. "We are here, please come in, distinguished guest." The cheongsam girl gently pushed open the door of a box while speaking, and then bowed slightly, and made a gesture of invitation. "It's here so soon, I haven't seen enough." Lily looked at the cheongsam girl with resentment, crying like a storm in her heart. The cheongsam girl's heart tightened when she was looked at by Lily. She lowered her head in fear, wondering where she had made a mistake to upset the customer. She was even more worried that she would be complained and lose this hard-earned high-paying job. Lily had worked as a summer intern in her previous life, so she naturally understood the psychology of workers. She felt a little guilty and hurriedly complained to Lin Cece as if they were chatting. "Cece, let's wait until the auction is over and then come and see these collections. I haven't seen enough." Okay. Although Lin Cece was confused by the question, she still nodded obediently. "Ollie, I watch it with you too," Bai Zhou said sweetly. "Thank you, Zhou." Lily was moved and pinched Bai Zhou's little face before leading Bai Zhou into the box. When the cheongsam girl was about to close the door, Lily suddenly turned her head and smiled at the girl outside the door. "Thank you too, Xiaoyu." At the moment the door was completely closed, Xiaoyu, who was originally uneasy, stood there in a daze for a moment. After a while, she whispered with a moving look, "Thank you, kind guest. This private room is on the 2nd floor of the auction house." When Lily walked into the private room, the first thing she saw was a huge single-view floor-to-ceiling window. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window were sofas and low coffee tables. On the coffee table by the window, in addition to a few plates of exquisite fruits, there was also a light computer introducing the auction items. As long as the guests sat on the sofa and clicked on the auction items on the light computer, the appearance information of the items would be displayed in the air in a holographic projection way. At this moment, there was a boy leaning on the sofa in the private room, looking bored at the noisy auction house outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Until he heard the sound of the door opening, he turned his head to look at Lin Cece, Lily, and the other 2. "Sister, is this the friend you brought here in person?" The boy on the sofa, who looked very similar to Lin Cece, looked at Lily curiously. "Well, her name is Lily, the 3rd daughter of your Uncle Shen. The little one next to her is his relative, Bai Zhou," Lin Cece introduced. "So she is Uncle Shen's daughter." "Hello, my name is Lin Shuaishui, Lin Cece's twin brother. It's an honor to meet you." Lin Shuaishui stood up and stretched out his hand to Lily, with a sunny boy's temperament in his smile. "Thank you." Lily also smiled and stretched out her hand to shake hands with Lin Shuaishui. Bai Zhou, whose hand was released, was immediately unhappy. He stared at the 2 people's clasped hands, his eyes flickered for a while, and then he pretended to be weak and shook Lily's hand and said, "Ollie, I'm so tired, my calf hurts so much." Lily thought that Bai Zhou was tired from walking, so she let go of Lin Shuaishuai's hand, carried by Zhou to the sofa, and gently rubbed his calf. "How is it? Are you feeling better?" Shen Lili asked with concern. Bai Zhou looked at Shen Lili's concerned eyes. His face was a little hot, and his voice became sweet. "I don't feel any pain anymore, thank you, Ali." Lin Shuaishuai looked at Shen Lili and her brotherly love, and couldn't help but teasing Lin Sisi quietly. "Sister, my leg hurts too. Can you rub it for me? The kind that breaks your leg?" Lin Sisi sneered, and looked at Lin Shuaishuai. Lin Shuaishuai's smile froze, and he immediately shrank his head back and quickly changed the subject. "The auction has begun." The lights on the auction table downstairs suddenly lit up, and the noisy auction hall became quiet at this moment. Whether it was the ordinary guests in the box, or the masks under the auction table, they all looked at the stage. Tick tick. The sound of high heels rang out in the venue. As the footsteps gradually approached, a spotlight shone on the backstage, and a beauty with a thin waist and big breasts appeared in everyone's sight. The beauty walked to the small podium in front of the auction table with a decent smile, looked around at the people in the audience, and said in an elegant voice, "Good afternoon, guests. Welcome to the auction held by Tangs today. My name is Tang Yu. You can call me Xiaoyu. I will host today's auction. I am very happy to serve you. Without further ado, let's go to the first auction item." As Tang Yu's voice fell, a Cheongsam girl holding a wooden tray in both hands walked from the backstage to Tang Yu's side, showing the auction items in the wooden tray to the audience in the audience. Tang Yu turned on the giant screen behind him, and the items being auctioned were being shown on the screen, and the holographic picture of the auction items was also automatically played on the coffee table in the box. The first auction item is S-Class Insect Crystal. Insect Crystal is the main material of Horcruxes. This insect crystal is in good condition, and has a higher success rate of being carved into a Horcrux. All interested Horcrux masters can participate in the bidding. Now I announce the starting price of 500,000 federal coins, and each bid will be increased by no less than 50,000. Tang Yu finished his elegant introduction, and began to announce the prices of each guest holding up a sign, as well as the prices displayed on the floor-to-ceiling windows of the second-floor box. Guest number 82 bid 550,000. Is there a higher bid? Okay. Guest number 79 bid 600,000. Guest number 62 bid 900,000. Is there a higher bid? Okay, 900,000 once, 900,000 twice, and the guest in box number 8 bid 1 million. Is there a higher bid? Then 1 million once, 1 million twice, 1 million 3 times. Okay, congratulations to the guest in box number 8 for winning the bid. The item will be delivered to your room later. After Tang Yu finished speaking, he continued to introduce the next auction item. Chapter 21. Box. It's almost half an hour. When will it be the turn of the biological mecha? Lin Shuaishuai pouted with boredom. Shen Lili checked the light computer on the coffee table and comforted, "There are 3 more auctions." Bai Zhou frowned, always feeling an inexplicable sense of crisis, which made him always want to take Shen Lili away from here, but looking at the noisy auction downstairs, he felt that he was thinking too much. Zhou, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Shen Lili noticed Bai Zhou's wrinkled face, and hugged Bai Zhou into his arms, and said worriedly. Bai Zhou pursed his lips, and just hugged Shen Lili without saying anything. He knew that Shen Lili was looking forward to the last auction, and didn't want to disappoint her because of him. Shen Lili looked at Bai Zhou for a while, still worried, so she looked up and said to Lin Sisi, "Sisi, Bai Zhou is a little uncomfortable, I take him back first." "Ollie, I'm fine, we see the biological mecha soon, let's wait until we're done, then leave." Bai Zhou shook his head reluctantly. "Yes, Lily, the next one is the biological mecha, otherwise we go back after we're done." Lin Sisi also felt a little sorry and advised. But Shen Lili looked at Bai Zhou's pale face, and had long lost interest in the mecha. She was only worried, and said firmly, "No, let's see it next time, Bai Zhou's health is more important." "Okay, you and Bai Zhou go back first, Lin Shuaishuai, you go send Lily home, I stay at the auction house to take the biological mecha." Lin Sisi had a family mission to take this S-Class biological mecha, so now she could only ask her brother to help send him home. No problem. Lin Shuaishuai had long been impatient, and readily agreed. "Thank you, Sisi." Shen Lili thanked Lin Sisi, and followed Lin Shuaishuai out of the box. Outside the box, in a corner that the 3 of them had not noticed, a fist-sized wormhole was rapidly expanding, and a dense and hoarse sound of insects rang out from the depths of the cave. In a box not far from the wormhole, Lin Sisi was still alone, staring closely at the auction table downstairs, without noticing anything unusual. The atmosphere in the auction house also reached its peak because of the appearance of the biological mecha. People shouted wildly to raise the price, not realizing that danger was coming. At the exit of the auction house, Shen Lily and Lin Shuaishui walked out of the auction house and just arrived at the parking lot. When they were about to get in the car, they suddenly heard the piercing alarm of the auction house. What happened? Before Shen Lily could figure out what was going on, Lin Shuaishui next to her had already changed his expression. Sister! Lin Shuaishui screamed in panic, turned pale, and said to Shen Lily, Sister Lily, go first, I want to go back to save my sister. After saying that, he didn't wait for Shen Lily's reaction, and ran back to the auction house, so fast that Shen Lily couldn't stop him. Shen Lily's face became heavy. Although she didn't know what happened in the auction house, she knew from Lin Shuaishui's face that Lin Sisi was in danger now. Ollie, there may be a wormhole in the auction house. Bai Zhou finally understood what the looming sense of crisis was. After all, he had fallen into a wormhole and experienced a near-death experience. He would not mistake this feeling. How could it be? This is the city center of Sirius. Shen Lily's face turned pale. A wormhole is a narrow tunnel in the universe that connects two different time and space. There is at least one S-level or above Zerg living in it, and countless A-level or below Zerg. If such a wormhole appears in the city center, the disaster it brings is no less than the end of the world. Zhou, I'm going to block the wormhole. Don't run around in the car. Wait for me to come back. Shen Lily carried Bai Zhou to the car and told him, then resolutely turned around and ran to the auction house. She was a military doctor in her previous life, and she is also a soldier's child in this life. She must not abandon ordinary people when she encounters danger, especially when there is a good friend of hers in it. Bai Zhou stretched out his hand and wanted to stop Shen Lily, but his short and fat hands couldn't even touch the corner of Shen Lily's clothes when she turned around. Seeing the figure running farther and farther away, Bai Zhou's pupils suddenly contracted, and he shouted like crazy, Ollie! Come back! Shen Lily, who had already run into the auction house, did not hear Bai Zhou's shouts in a panic screaming for help. At this time, she was walking against the flow of people into the auction house, and only when she ran into the auction hall did she finally see Lin Sisi and her brother. They were standing in front of the wormhole at this time, releasing all their mental barriers, as if trying to block the wormhole, but the wormhole was too big, and many Zergs still escaped from the gap. Fortunately, there were some people with obvious military temperament in front of the auction table, and in order to prevent the Zergs from escaping from the hall, they desperately killed the Zergs that came out of the cracks. Even the seemingly unarmed Beauty Tangyu was heroically killing Zergs one by one, but the continuous attack of the Zergs made her gradually become embarrassed, but even so, it did not damage her beauty at all, but the whole person had a little more battle damage beauty. The shocking scene of the beauty fighting made all the males present have their blood boiling. Even when facing the Zergs that kept crawling out of the wormhole, they were not afraid at all. Today, with the company of the Beauty Tang, it is worth it even if I die here today. A man roared with heroic spirit. Hee, I don't know if it's over. Is there a chance to treat the Beauty Tangyu to a meal? Wang Laosan, who was somewhat familiar with Tangyu, still did not forget to tease Tangyu even during the fight. Hearing this, Tangyu smiled charmingly and said solemnly to everyone present, after the matter is over, I, Tangyu, will treat all the heroes present to a 3-day and 3-night feast, and will not return until I am drunk. Good. Sister Tangyu, you are so generous. Brothers, thank you in advance. Huang Laosan laughed loudly, and then stared at the endless stream of Zerg in front of him and shouted, Brothers, did you hear that? Beauty Tangyu invited us to dinner after the matter is over. Why don't you work harder? Hill! 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 A wave of deafening echoes suddenly sounded around. Even if someone was injured or even killed by the Zerg in the middle, no one still took a step back, because they knew that behind them, there were thousands of unarmed ordinary people. Once they escaped and failed, and the Zerg had a chance to escape, it would cause irreparable disasters to thousands of ordinary people outside. Chapter 22. Shen Lily opened her eyes slightly, looking at the tragic scene in front of her in shock, pursed her lips to suppress the sadness in her heart, and quickly ran to the side of Lin Sisi and her brother, who were exhausted because of exhaustion of mental power. Sister Lily. Lin Shuaishui looked at Shen Lily in surprise, with exhaustion of mental power on his face. Shen Lily. Why did you come back? Lin Sisi was still holding up the mental power barrier, looking at Shen Lily in disbelief, and then said angrily, Then why didn't you run away? Shen Lily asked instead of answering. You? You still want to anger me, Shen Lily, at this time. Be careful that I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Lin Cece was so angry that her teeth itched. Shen Lily was amused for a while, then retracted her gaze, stared at the wormhole with a serious expression and said, "Leave the rest to me, you have a good rest." After that, Shen Lily did not delay any longer, and her hands mobilized all the mental power in the mental space, gradually forming a huge mental power barrier, which instantly covered the entire wormhole completely. All the Zergs that were completely trapped in the wormhole screamed and screamed unwillingly. Their sharp forelimbs with cold light kept attacking the mental barrier like crazy, but it was all in vain. Is this the Super SSS mental power? Lin Cece, who had withdrawn her mental power, looked at Shen Lily's back in shock. Wow, sister, Lily is so powerful. Lin Shuaishui admired. Lin Cece rarely refuted and said complicatedly, after all, she is the only Super SSS mental power in the Federation. The Zergs that escaped the wormhole were finally cleared, and the people left in the auction hall almost all fell to the ground panting. Several seriously injured people fainted, and the remaining people, who were still holding on, all looked at the girl who sealed the wormhole. Who is this girl? She's quite amazing. 2 SSS spiritual power siblings couldn't completely seal it, but she did it alone. Wang Laosan panted and sighed in admiration. Lao, who wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raised his eyebrows and looked at Wang Laosan and said, "You really don't know. If you know, just say it. Don't be like a woman and let me guess." Wang Laosan hates people who dawdle the most, especially this is a rough man. He is even more impatient. Old, who was not angry, but just sighed. "No wonder you have been in the 5th Corps for 10 years, but you are still just a squad leader. You don't even know your own marshal's granddaughter." Wang Laosan was so shocked that his eyes widened. He scratched his ears for fear that he had heard it wrong. He said in disbelief, "Marshal's family? No wonder he is so powerful. He is worthy of being Marshal Shen's family." The people around him were still praising him, but Shen Lily, who was holding up the mental barrier, couldn't hear it at all. In these short 20 minutes, her mental power was almost exhausted. There was only the harsh sound of the machine in her ears, and her brain was dizzy and painful like paste. When Shen Lily was about to give up, a strong mental force merged in. Shen Lily saw that the seal was holding up, and she breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Lin Cece had helped. Just when she was about to turn around to thank him, she saw a strange white-haired young man standing behind her, looking at her deeply. "Who are you?" Shen Lily hesitated for a moment before she asked uncertainly, "Bai Zhou's brother?" "Heh." Bai Zhou laughed angrily, staring at Shen Lily's eyes and said, "Who do you think I am?" "Ali." Shen Lily blinked for a while, and then looked at the other's handsome face carefully, and suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Bai Zhou, you are Bai Zhou, how did you grow up?" Bai Zhou smiled, then reached out and touched the top of Shen Lily's head and said lovingly, "This is what I look like, Ali. Do you look good?" Soft and shiny snow-white hair, golden and bright eyes, thick sword eyebrows, high nose, beautiful lips, white face, with sharp edges and cold handsomeness, the whole face is full of nobility and elegance. Shen Lily almost looked crazy, but she reacted quickly, wiped her mouth, and was relieved when she didn't see drool. "Not very handsome, just average, average." Shen Lily squeaked stubbornly. But that guilty and pitiful look, even Bai Zhou no longer had the heart to expose her, and could only smile dotingly. Lin Shuaishuai's bright eyes followed Bai Zhou all the time, from the beginning when Bai Zhou appeared as if he was a hero, to the gradually sour atmosphere now, which made him look at his sister in confusion and said, "Sister, is he here to save people, or is he in love with Sister Li?" Lin Cece was speechless, glared at her stupid brother, and slapped Lin Shuaishuai on the back of his head and scolded, "Shouldn't you pay more attention to where this Super SSS came from? Isn't it from our Federation?" Lin Shuaishuai touched the back of his head aggrievedly. "He doesn't look good, but he thinks beautifully." Lin Cece stroked her forehead and complained, but still tried to save her only brother, and reminded, "Do you think there are other people with white hair and golden eyes in our galaxy, and Super SSS mental power? Think about it again." Lin Shuaishuai thought carefully for a while, and then he seemed to have thought of something. The whole person seemed to be struck by lightning, and he pointed at Bai Zhou with a trembling throat, as if he had Parkinson's disease, and said, "Sister. You are? You mean he is? Just know it. No need to say it, we will pretend that we don't know." Lin Cece didn't want to cause trouble for her family, so she immediately interrupted Lin Shuaishuai. Lin Shuaishuai swallowed his saliva, and his curiosity was like a cat scratching. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "If Bai Zhou is the one from the Empire, then Sister Li will be the Empress in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shuaishuai immediately felt a pair of deadly gazes. He looked up and saw that it was his sister, so he asked cautiously, Sister, what did I say wrong again? You are a spy sent by the Empire, my dear brother. Lin Cece said, as if she was looking at a hopeless patient. As a federal, he actually wanted to marry the only super SSS in the Federation to the Empire. This brother should be thrown away. Lin Shuaishui was full of question marks. I can only say that if Shenli is the precious daughter that God has to chase and feed, then you must be a stupid son that even God can't help kicking. Lin Cece finally gave up on her brother. No wonder all the elders of the Lin family opposed her brother to be the heir to the family. She was wrong before. She shouldn't have doubted the elders. Her brother was the kind of person who would help others count the money even after being sold out. If he became the head of the Lin family, it would really be a shame to the 3 generations of the Lin family. Chapter 23. A wormhole appeared in the center of Sirius, the Federation. With the reports of various Star Network media, this news spread throughout the Federation at a terrifying speed. When all the people in the Federation were praying for Sirius, Duke Gran, who was far away in the Empire, also received this news. Oh, you mean there is a wormhole in the Federation? Although Duke Gran's expression could not be called kicking someone when they are down, his tone was definitely a bit gloating. Yes, Your Excellency, we have a spy at the auction site, and the news is definitely not wrong. Butler Jerson, the confidant of Duke Gran, affirmed. The corners of Duke Gran's mouth rose a little more, and he pretended to be compassionate. Sirius is the planet where the 5th Legion is stationed, and a wormhole appeared under their noses. This is really hard to explain to the people of the Federation, Jerson. Do you know what to do? Understood, Your Excellency. I will let the spies of the Federation buy off more media and promote the 5th Legion well. Butler Jerson said respectfully. After Butler Jerson finished speaking, he found an encrypted account on the optical computer, and then an encrypted message was sent to the Federation. Duke Gran smiled with satisfaction, picked up a cup of hand-ground coffee with an elegant movement, tasted it, and occasionally uttered a satisfied exclamation. At this moment, Butler Jerson's optical computer suddenly came with a piercing emergency message prompt sound. Duke Gran frowned, looked at Butler Jerson, and motioned him to check the message. Butler Jerson nodded respectfully, then opened the optical computer and clicked on the urgent message, but the content that came into his eyes almost made Butler Jerson's legs go weak. The Crown Prince has been found, at the Sirius auction house. Come quickly. What is he talking about? The information that makes the spies rush is interesting. Duke Gran took another sip of coffee slowly. Duke, the Crown Prince is on Sirius, and at the auction house where the wormhole appeared. Butler Gerson's limbs were so weak with fear, and his throat was shaking with disbelief. The coffee in the mouth of the Duke of Gran spurted out, and the action of getting up was so panicked that even the coffee in his hand was spilled. But at this moment, the Duke of Gran had no time to care, but anxiously ordered, "Contact the embassy in the Federation quickly to protect the prince, go quickly." Yes. Butler Gerson calmed down, immediately left the mansion, and rushed to convey the order to the Imperial Embassy. Duke Gran, who stayed where he was, thought about it, and decided to go to the Federation for safety reasons. Sirius Auction House, little sister, I'm here to save you. Shin Kai-yun, wearing a combat uniform, ran into the auction hall howling. But Shin Kai-yun's dry howl suddenly stopped when he saw Shin Lily was safe and sound. He was even a little bit unresponsive, looking at Shin Lily stupidly and said, "Little sister, are you okay? This script is wrong. Shouldn't my little sister be waiting for me to save her like in the examination room?" Shin Lily has already felt the eyes of the people around her, asking why you have such a stupid brother, and twitched the corners of her mouth helplessly, sighing, "Second brother, why are you here? I came with my father, and the people from the 5th Legion. They are behind, and I was worried that you came in first." Shin Kai-yun checked Shin Lily up and down, confirmed that she was not injured, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. After Shin Kai-yun finished speaking, he quietly looked at Bai Zhou, because he was surprised to find that this man and his younger sister's spiritual power could actually merge. If there was no adultery, his name, Shin Kai-yun, would be written backwards. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's going to rain, my mother is going to get married, and my younger sister is also old enough to run with pigs. The 5th Legion is here. Old Who suddenly shouted excitedly, and everyone's eyes couldn't help but look at the door of the corridor. There appeared 2 rows of federal soldiers wearing dark blue uniforms, holding submachine guns in their hands, each of them like a pine tree on the top of an independent mountain, burly and tall. Shin Tian raised his left hand slightly, and the team stopped in a well-trained manner, and then only one guard, holding a black wooden box, followed Shin Tian to the wormhole. "Ali, Daddy is proud of you." Shin Tian looked at his daughter, who was in good condition, and touched Shin Lily's head lovingly, then looked at Bai Zhou, and after a pause, he thanked her. "Thank you for protecting the Federation and Ali." Bai Zhou smiled modestly and said, "You're welcome, General Shen." Shen Tian nodded, then turned to look at the wormhole and said, "Su Yuan, put it in." "Yes." After Su Yuan responded, he smiled politely at Shen Lili and Bai Zhou. "You two can withdraw your mental power." Shen Lili and Bai Zhou looked at each other and nodded together. The moment the mental power disappeared, Su Yuan opened the wooden box and quickly threw a stone with anti-attraction into the wormhole. "Dad, what is this?" Shen Lili asked Shen Tian with some curiosity. "The nemesis of wormholes, Klein Stone, will also be found in the military academy in the future. Now you might as well take a closer look. After all, there are still few opportunities to practice." Shen Tian touched his daughter's hair and smiled. "Okay." Shen Lili responded and looked at the wormhole like a curious baby. Originally, the Zerg in the wormhole saw that the mental barrier was gone and thought that the opportunity had come. Just as they were about to move, they found that the wormhole was shrinking rapidly. After a while, the huge wormhole was completely closed. After the wormhole disappeared, not only Shen Tian and others breathed a sigh of relief, but even the others put down the heavy stone in their hearts. Now we can rest assured. Huang Laosan watched the wormhole disappear with his own eyes, and the tense spirit in his mind suddenly relaxed, and then his body softened and fainted. It was not until Huang Laosan fainted that Hu Lao discovered that there was a big hole in Huang Laosan's abdomen. Because Huang Laosan was wearing black clothes and deliberately concealed it, no one noticed the clue. Hu Lao carefully felt Huang Laosan's pulse, and found that it was still beating. He breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed on the ground. Not only Huang Laosan, but countless seriously injured people in the hall seemed to have put down their burdens when they saw the federal soldiers. Some of them fell unconscious or lay down. Shen Tian was shocked to see the scene in front of him. Then he took off his military cap solemnly, saluted everyone and said, "All your medical expenses will be fully covered by my 5th Corps. In this disaster, I will apply to the higher authorities to give the victims and their families, martyrs and martyrs' widows, the same treatment. In addition, on behalf of all the federal people of Sirius, thank you, heroes. The people of the Federation are in trouble, and we have no choice but to help." Hu Lao supported the unconscious Huang San, wiped his tears and shouted, "The people of the Federation are in trouble, and we have no choice but to help." The people who were still awake in the hall shouted together. The sound was deafening and went straight into the lungs. Chapter 24. Shen Tian and the 5th Army had been guarding the auction hall. After the medical staff arrived, Shen Tian led them away in a hurry. Shen Kaiyun was also in a hurry to go home and play games in the Star Network warehouse, so he left with his father. After Shen Lili said goodbye to them, she did not leave immediately, but silently helped the slightly injured with Lin Sisi and her brother to apply medicine. After the wounded in the auction hall were taken away by the medical staff, Shen Lili and others finally stopped. "Lily, my housekeeper is here to pick me and my brother up. I'm leaving first. See you at the military training the day after tomorrow." After Lin Sisi finished her work, she looked at the information on the light brain and said goodbye to Shen Lili. "Okay, see you at the military training." Shen Lili smiled and shook her hand. After Shen Lili watched Lin Sisi and her brother leave, she found that only she and Bai Zhou were left at the scene. In an instant, her whole body was a little stiff. She looked around for a long time, but still didn't dare to look at Bai Zhou. "Ali, why don't you dare look at me?" Bai Zhou deliberately smiled innocently. No, I'm just a little uncomfortable. After all, you've grown up all of a sudden." Shen Lili stammered and argued. Bai Zhou leaned over and looked at Shen Lili's face and said hoarsely, "Ali, don't you like me growing up, huh?" After saying that, he blew a breath slowly toward Shen Lili's neck. The slight hot wind on the neck, coupled with the beauty attack in front of her, made Shen Lili's pupil shrink slightly, and she felt a hot current in her nose. Puff! Bai Zhou looked at Shen Lili's face, and suddenly smiled with his lips covered. Shen Lili looked at Bai Zhou inexplicably, then reached out to touch her nose, lowered her eyes, and saw a little scarlet on her fingertips. "Ah!" Shen Lili screamed, turned her back immediately, took out a handkerchief from the space button, and wiped the blood from her nose. Then she turned around, with tears in her eyes, and accused, "Bai Zhou! You bully girls, be careful, or I tell my brother." Bai Zhou smiled and looked at Shen Lili, who stretched out her claws like a kitten, trying to scare her. Then he couldn't help but reach out, hold the back of Shen Lili's head, and lowered his head to kiss her between her eyebrows. Shen Lili blinked in disbelief, then lowered her eyes, and dared not look at Bai Zhou again, but her cheeks gradually turned red. Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness the Crown Prince. In the corridor of the auction hall, a middle-aged man was calling loudly. Shenlili also heard it, and hurriedly pushed Bai Zhou away in panic, turning his head to look elsewhere with evasive eyes. Bai Zhou suppressed his mental power that was about to go berserk, and looked at the Duke of Gran, who had already walked into the hall with his eyes like a knife. When the Duke of Gran saw Bai Zhou standing alive, he didn't care about his own prince. He wanted to tear his heart apart. He cried and hugged Bai Zhou's legs and wailed, "Your Highness, I finally found you. You don't know how hard I have been this month. I can't eat or sleep. When I think of Your Highness suffering somewhere, my heart hurts like a knife." Steward Jerson, who came a little late with the Imperial Legion, lowered his head when he heard the words of his own duke, fearing that he could not suppress the smile on his lips, and let his own duke perform in vain. The duke did not enjoy himself as much as before this month, but he also had good wine and food every day. Last night, he even called 10 concubines to play together all night. It was not right to say that he could not eat, but it was true that he could not sleep. Bai Zhou was not angry at the Duke of Gran, and seeing the heavy dark circles under his eyelids, he thought that he had worked hard this month. He stopped getting angry and sighed to the Duke of Gran. "I know, you have worked hard this month. You go outside and wait for me first. Don't come in without my order." The Duke of Gran stopped wailing, stood up and glanced at Shenlili next to him. His eyes flashed a hint of understanding, and he straightened his chest and promised, "Your Highness, don't worry, I will never let anyone come in and disturb Your Highness and this beautiful lady." After saying that, the Duke of Gran looked at Bai Zhou and Shenlili meaningfully, and finally smiled ambiguously, and then took Butler Jerson and others out of the auction hall. The atmosphere in the auction hall was quiet for a long time. This time it was Bai Zhou's turn to be hesitant to speak, and finally he mustered up the courage to say, "Ali." "Bai Zhou, you are leaving, right?" Shenlili interrupted Bai Zhou's words and asked casually. Bai Zhou was silent for a long time, and finally nodded, "Yes." "When are you leaving?" Shenlili's eyes were slightly red, and she was about to cry, but she pretended not to care. Bai Zhou looked at the pitiful Shenlili, sighed, hugged her in his arms, and coaxed her gently. Shenlili lay on Bai Zhou's chest, feeling Bai Zhou's gentle movements. She burst into tears instantly, sobbing and whimpering and cursing. "You leave when you say you will, you come when you say you will, you might as well not grow up. At least you won't run after others." Bai Zhou was amused and laughed, and said, "Ali, don't cry. I'm just going back to the Empire to prove that I'm still alive. I will be back soon, I promise you." "Why do you have to prove that you are still alive? Are you in danger in the Empire?" Shenlili didn't care about crying, and raised her head and asked worriedly. Bai Zhou looked at Shenlili's eyes as clear as the sky, and his heart seemed to be stirred by someone. He couldn't help but reach out and touch the corner of Shenlili's eyes, and said gently, "Don't worry, I am safe in the Empire, but I haven't appeared in public for too long. The people of the Empire thought I had an accident. If it lasts longer, I'm afraid it will cause them panic." "That's true. After all, you are the only crown prince of the Empire." Although Shenlili had stopped crying, she still said sadly. Bai Zhou smiled and let go of Shenlili, then looked at her reluctantly and said, "Ali, I'm leaving." Shenlili also looked at Bai Zhou. This time her eyes did not evade, and looked at him for a long time before nodding and admonishing, "Okay, I wait for you in the Federation, and you must pay attention to safety after you go back. This is my optical computer number, and you must contact me when you arrive in the Empire." "Okay, I remember, Ali. I send you back first, and then I leave," Bai Zhou said worriedly. Then he took Shenlili's hand and walked out, until he sent her back to the Shen family. Bai Zhou boarded the battleship and rushed back to the Empire with peace of mind. Shenlili leaned against the door until there was no more movement outside, and then walked in dejectedly. Chapter 25. Late at night, Shenlili lay melancholy by the window of her bedroom, occasionally raising her arm to check the light computer, and then lowering her arm in disappointment. "Why haven't you contacted me yet?" Shenlili murmured in disappointment. It has been 10 hours since Bai Zhou returned to the Empire. Shenlili has been keeping the light computer turned off all the time except for taking a shower and taking off the light computer that looks like a watch. However, except for the occasional advertisement, there has been no friend request so far. Ding, you have a new friend request. Shenlili immediately turned from cloudy to sunny, and opened the light computer with a bright smile. On a 3D virtual screen, she clicked on the message, "Just now," and clicked on the agreement without thinking. The next moment, a little puppy avatar appeared in the light computer friends list. Shenlili laughed when she saw the avatar. "Isn't this Bai Zhou when he was a child?" "Ding, Your friend Jojo requests a video call with you. After Shin Lily clicked on the agreement, Bai Zhou's upper body immediately appeared on the 3D virtual screen. Ollie, I'm in the Empire. A gentle and magnetic voice came. Shin Lily felt that her ears were almost accidentally pregnant. Well, I know, why did you contact me so late? Shin Lily pretended not to care and asked. Bai Zhou looked at the girl on the virtual screen, who was so guilty that she didn't dare to look at him, and even her eyelashes were trembling slightly. He immediately understood that this little girl was being stubborn again. Bai Zhou sighed helplessly in his heart. He thought, if Shin Lily was in front of him now, he would definitely pinch her nose. Except for the orcs of the bird tribe, he really had never seen someone with such a stubborn mouth. Why don't you talk? If you don't talk, I hang up. Shin Lily waited for a while. Bai Zhou still didn't speak, and said a little unhappy, Ollie, I miss you. Bai Zhou's voice slowly sounded, sexy and hoarse, like a glass of red wine flowing into the heart. Shin Lily's face turned red on the virtual screen, and she was busy aiming the virtual screen at the ceiling, not daring to let Bai Zhou see her again. Bai Zhou looked at the screen that suddenly faced the wall, and laughed. He looked up at the wall clock, which pointed to 23 o'clock. He smiled at Shin Lily on the other side of the light computer. Ollie, it's too late. You should go to bed, and talk tomorrow. Well, good night, Jojo. Shin Lily called Bai Zhou intimately, and hung up the video immediately. Before Bai Zhou could react, he saw the screen go dark instantly. He laughed and scolded with anger and amusement. This stinky girl. She hung up just like that. That night, Shin Lily slept soundly, and even had a beautiful dream. In the dream, she and Bai Zhou walked hand in hand on the beach, and there was a gentle breeze blowing from the blue sea. As they walked, the atmosphere gradually heated up. Shin Lily and Bai Zhou looked at each other for a while, and closed their eyes. When the two were about to kiss, thunder suddenly started to rumble in the sky, and the deafening noise woke Shin Lily up instantly. Bang, bang, bang. Shin Lily, are you up? There will be military training tomorrow. Hurry up and go to the mall with me to buy supplies. Shin Kaiyun, outside the bedroom door, banged on the wooden door, and shouted loudly. Shin Lily had just been awakened, and was still gasping for breath in shock. After a while, she gritted her teeth when she thought about how close they were to a kiss, picked up a pillow and threw it at the door, cursing, Shin Kaiyun. Are you trying to seduce me? Little sister, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but the sun is shining on your butt. What are you going to do during the military training? Shin Kaiyun sighed in a pretentious manner. Get lost. Shin Lily roared angrily. Then hurry up, I wait for you downstairs. Shin Kaiyun always felt that it was dangerous to stay here, so he left immediately after saying this. In the bedroom, Shin Lily checked the time on the laptop. It was only 8 o'clock in the morning. She thought of the beautiful dream that was just one step away. She was so angry that she bit the quilt to vent her anger. When she felt calmer, she put down the innocent quilt and got up to wash up. As soon as Shin Kaiyun came downstairs, his mother grabbed his ear and scolded him. I told you to call your sister, not to scare her. What if you scare your sister with such a loud knock on the door? My eldest brother usually calls me like this. Why don't you say anything to him? Shin Kaiyun said aggrievedly. Shin Kaiyun rolled her eyes at him and said disdainfully, You stay up late playing games every day. If you don't speak louder, how can you get up? Shin Kaiyun's nightlife is to play games all night and sleep like a dead pig during the day. To be honest, Shin Kaiyun hates to wake him up the most. But thinking that they will have military training tomorrow, all electronic devices will have to be handed in at that time. Thinking of this, Shin Kaiyun looked at his brother who knew nothing about it with sympathy. Shin Kaiyun was so angry that he said weakly, Mom, I was wrong. I will be gentler next time. Guan Yu wanted to say a few more words, but when she saw Shin Lily coming down, she let Shin Kaiyun go and warned, Next time I find out, I will deduct your pocket money. After that, Guan Yu turned to Shin Lily and said gently, Ollie, are you awake? Come and eat first, and then go shopping after dinner. Well, thank you, Mom. Shin Lily's voice was still a little hoarse from not waking up, and she said to Shin's mother obediently. Shin Kaiyun looked at Guan Yu, who was so hypocritical, and muttered to Shin Kaiyun beside him, Look at Mom, this is too hypocritical, so fierce to us, so gentle to my little sister. Shin Kaiyun blinked, looked at Shin Kaiyun solemnly and said, Brother, I think you can get rid of me, Mom is not fierce to me. Shin Kaiyun was stunned for a while, and suddenly choked with speechlessness, as if Mom was really fierce to him alone. Thinking of this, Shin Kaiyun looked at Shin Kaiyun with an expression of looking at a traitor, snorted, and started to eat. Shin Kaiyun saw that he had calmed down, and suddenly felt that the air around him was fresh, and started to eat in a good mood. Chapter 26. The meal was finished in such a harmonious way. Shin Lily, who was about to go out, was stopped by Guan Yu. After forcing a huge sum of money into her, she was pushed out of the door by Guan Yu. Shin Kai-yun, who was waiting for his younger sister to get in the car at the gate, was envious when he saw this scene. He raised his hand to open the light computer deposit. There was only 100,000 federal coins in the balance, and it was just transferred by Guan Yu. Shin Kai-yun's heart suddenly sank. Shin Kai-yun's eyes rolled around, looking at Shin Lily and flirting. "Little sister, do you have too much money to spend? How about your second brother help you spend some?" Shin Lily raised her eyebrows. Although she didn't have too much money to spend, no one would complain about having too much money. However, Shin Lily thought that the Star Network Pharmacy seemed to be in need of someone to help manage it. In the past month, in addition to reading introductory books on mechas, Shin Lily also practiced a bunch of potions below level A in order to learn potions. In order to make space, she put them in the online store and sold quite a few potions. But every time she practiced potions, the most annoying thing was selling goods and packing express deliveries, as well as sending express deliveries. If there was someone to help with these chores, it would seem not bad, and her second brother was a person she could trust. Thinking of this, Shin Lily looked at Shin Kai-yun, staring at Shin Kai-yun until he was scared, and then she said, "I have a job, do you want to do it? Help me manage the online store, mainly selling goods and sending express deliveries, 5 million a month, or you can take 10% of the dividends." "Yes." When Shin Kai-yun heard the salary, she agreed without hesitation, but she thought of something and asked cautiously, "Little sister, when did you open an online store?" "It's not illegal, right? It's a pharmacy online store." Shin Lily rolled her eyes helplessly at Shin Kai-yun. Shin Kai-yun then realized that his sister's talent for pharmacy was indeed good. Whether it was the insecticide or the anthelmintic, it was quite amazing. TSK. She is worthy of being my sister. Shin Kai-yun thought, and gave her a thumbs up. "So do you choose 5 million or 10% dividends?" Shin Lily raised her eyebrows. "Brother is not stupid, of course it's 10% dividends, hee, then second brother is also the boss." Shin Kai-yun has not experienced being a boss yet, and smiled excitedly. "Well, I am the big boss, and the second brother is the second boss. When I go back, I will log into the Star Network warehouse and give you the store permissions." Shin Lily was also very happy to find someone who could help her manage the store, so that she could concentrate on learning pharmacy and mecha. "Okay, we go early and come back early." Shin Kai-yun opened the car door attentively, said Shin Lily to the car, then sat in the driver's seat, started the hover car, and rushed to the mall. Tang's department store. Shin Kai-yun parked the hover car at the parking spot, and took Shin Lily into the mall. "What should we buy?" Shin Lily didn't know much about the military training in this world, so she looked at Shin Kai-yun and asked what she should prepare. "I know this. I asked my cousin Yuanhao before I came here, and he said to prepare facial cleanser, shower gel, towel, soap box, comb, mirror, sunscreen." Shin Kai-yun opened the chat records between himself and John Yuanhao one by one. Shin Lily listened for a while, and found that they were all familiar items. She felt a little emotional. The items prepared for interstellar military training were actually no different from those in the previous life. Shin Lily and Su Lily found a department store. As soon as they entered, they found that there were quite a few military academy students in the mall. They seemed to be preparing military training items. There were many high-tech items in the mall, which immediately attracted Shin Lily's attention. She excitedly dragged Shin Kai-yun to walk around. When the two were shopping in the supermarket, many military academy students recognized Shin Kai-yun and Shin Lily. After all, one of them was one of the top 10 candidates among the freshmen of this military academy, and the other was a celebrity of the 5th Military Academy. "Look, it's Shin Kai-yun and Su Lily. Why are they shopping in the supermarket together? Are they together?" Student A felt that he had discovered big news, and quickly took a close photo of the two and uploaded it to the headlines of Star Network. "I thought they had an unusual relationship at the beginning. It's confirmed. If these two were not a couple, I would eat noodles upside down." Student B said excitedly. "A rich nobleman and an orphan from a garbage planet, this couple is too good to be together. I agree to this marriage. Please move the Civil Affairs Bureau here, and let them get married on the spot." Student C said with red eyes. "Su Lily is just an orphan from a garbage planet. How can she be worthy of Senior Kai-yun? Please don't match her up with him. Only a noble lady like Lin Cece can be worthy of our senior." Student D said jealously. "You look so ugly when you are jealous. Even if Su Lily has a bad family background, she is in the top 10 of this freshman class. If you have the ability, You could also get one in the top 10. Student C retorted dissatisfiedly. On the other side, Shin Lily kept sneezing, causing Shin Kai-yun to look at her with concern and said, "You are not catching a cold, are you? Do you want to buy some medicine?" Shin Lily sniffed and frowned. "I don't have a cold, but I always feel like someone is scolding me." Shin Lily, it's the age of technology now. Why are you still so superstitious? Shin Kai-yun rubbed Shin Lily's hair with a smile. For some reason, after Shin Kai-yun rubbed her hair, Shin Lily always felt that the symptoms were a little more serious. Shin Lily shivered, and was a little unsure whether she had a cold. So she said to Shin Kai-yun, "Let's finish shopping early and go back." "Okay, we still need sunscreen. We go back after we buy it. You go to the checkout counter and wait for me first." Shin Kai-yun was also a little worried about Shin Lily, and after saying that, he hurried to the sunscreen cabinet. Ding! You have a text message from Jojo. Shin Lily had just walked to the checkout counter when a message came from the optical brain. When she heard that it was by Joe's text message, Shin Lily's mouth curled slightly, and she opened the optical brain and clicked on the message. A photo of her and Shin Kai-yun appeared in the dialog box. Shin Lily was confused for a while, first set a question mark, and then started typing. "What do you mean? My second brother and I are shopping in the supermarket. How come you have our photos? Ollie, there is a surprise when you click on the Star Network headlines." Shin Lily looked at this message, a little confused, and then tried to open the Star Network headlines. The next second, the content that came into her eyes almost made Shin Lily vomit blood. Surprise! The suspected girlfriend of Shin Kai-yun was exposed. On how Su Lily captured the heart of the nobleman. Please listen to the analysis of the relationship expert for you. How did Cinderella counterattack? Real-life tutorial. Su Lily and Shin Kai-yun reveal the secrets for you. Chapter 27. The Shin family did not reveal Shin Lily's identity before because they were afraid that she would be too famous and put her in danger, and she was also the only super SSS in the Federation. So the Shin family did not publicize Shin Lily's true identity. In the eyes of most people in the Federation, Shin Lily was still the Su Lily from the garbage planet. Even the last Shin family dinner, the guests were all top families in the Federation, and they only knew Shin Lily's true identity at most. But in terms of mental power, the Shin family uniformly said that it was SSS-level mental power, and the 5 major families who knew Shin Lily's true level also tacitly kept silent. So Shin Lily did not expect that one day she would become famous because of a scandal with her second brother. Shin Lily was angry and amused. She slid down the virtual screen for a while, and the content was almost all photos of her and Shin Kai-yun playing and fighting in the supermarket. Moreover, every photo with pictures was taken with a special sense of intimacy, coupled with the ambiguous text. If Shin Lily was not the real person, she would have almost believed it. The orphan girl from the garbage planet versus the grandson of the federal marshal. This bloody revelation was actually a hot search on all media in the entire Star Network within just half an hour. Ding! You have a text message from Jojo. Before Shin Lily opened the text message, she knew that Bai Zhou must be laughing at her on the other end. How is it? Surprise? Ollie? Shin Lily replied quickly with teeth itching. Get lost. Haha, is there going to be military training tomorrow? Remember to contact me on the weekend. See how you perform. No more chat. My second brother is here. Not far away, Shin Kai-yun rushed over with sparks and lightning, and saw Shin Lily turn off the light brain, and asked curiously, Little sister, who are you chatting with? It was Cece, who asked me what I should buy for military training. I just replied to her message. Shin Lily lied. She didn't dare to let Shin Kai-yun know that the person she was chatting with was Bai Zhou. They didn't know if they were reincarnated cat and mouse, and they were born to be incompatible. Oh, then you go to the car and wait for me. I come after I pay the bill. Shin Kai-yun just asked casually without any suspicion. After instructing Shin Lily, he went to line up to pay the bill. Shin Lily breathed a sigh of relief and went back to the car to wait for Shin Kai-yun. Not long after, Shin Kai-yun carried a few bags and put them in the trunk. When he sat in the driver's seat with a smug expression, he said, Little sister, look at my second brother. Is he handsome again today? A lot of people in the supermarket were secretly looking at me just now. After Shin Kai-yun finished speaking, he also looked at the makeup mirror in the car and flirted with his hair. Shin Lily was speechless and choked. She really didn't know what to say. Finally, she covered her face and said, Brother, do you want to check the headlines of Star Network? Shin Kai-yun looked at Shin Lily in surprise, and suddenly became excited and said, Is your brother handsome enough to be on the headlines? Then I have to check it out. Shin Lily wanted to say something but stopped, but felt that since it had become such a big deal, He would know it sooner or later anyway, so she closed her mouth silently. Shin Kai-yun opened his eyes wide and opened the light brain expectantly. However, as soon as he opened the headlines, the content inside made his smile freeze, and then his brows furrowed deeply, and then his face became darker and darker. Second brother, or should we not read it? It's a false rumor. It will affect your mood. Don't you think so? Shin Lily looked at the expression of the second brother, swallowed nervously, and said cautiously, "No, it's not all rumors." Shin Kai-yun looked at Shin Lily seriously. Shin Lily was shocked. Could it be that Shin Kai-yun did that to her? No, they are brother and sister. This is not right. Sister, you have to face the reality. They are right. Brother is indeed excellent. He is the man you can never get in this life. Shin Kai-yun raised the corners of his lips, and said proudly, and raised his chin proudly. Shin Lily's fist hardened, and looked at Shin Kai-yun dangerously with his eyes, and said, "You have been watching for so long, and you can only see this? What else? Isn't it that you are not worthy of your brother? I think it makes sense." Shin Kai-yun continued to say suicidal. Shin Lily couldn't help but sneer. Such an excellent second brother is doing chores for me. It's too unfair. I go back and find my eldest brother. Shin Kai-yun wailed and quickly admitted his mistake. Sister, I was just joking. Isn't it okay if I'm wrong? Shin Lily then hummed with satisfaction. Shin Kai-yun didn't dare to say anything more. Like a wronged little wife, she started the hovercraft and returned to the Shin family. As soon as she returned to the Shin family, Shin Kai-yun pulled Shin Lily into the Star Network as if her, but was on fire. Welcome to the Federal Star Network. The moment the mental power entered the Star Network, the soft female voice sounded in her ears. The mental power of Shin Lily and Shin Kai-yun appeared together on the bustling street. It can be said that the two appeared on the Star Network at the same time for the first time. When they saw each other's appearance, both sides showed a sense of disgust. Shin Kai-yun just thought that Shin Lily's clothes were too neutral and not feminine enough, and Shin Lily felt it was an eye-catching thing. Shin Kai-yun, what are you wearing? If Shin Lily didn't know this was interstellar, she would have thought that the Shamat style had reappeared. The explosive hairstyle and colorful color matching, as well as the lifeless smoky makeup, the white work vest with the blue marquee, and the worst thing is that the pants are actually rose red. Damn it, I'm going to go blind. Humph, you country bumpkin, my second brother's style was the most popular trend in ancient Earth. Shin Kai-yun was as proud as a peacock, and kept putting what he thought was the most distinctive part in front of Shin Lily. Then why haven't I seen you wear it offline? Shin Lily asked curiously, covering her eyes. Shin Kai-yun's lips froze. He was too embarrassed to tell the truth, so he could only change the subject. Let's fix the store first. We have to gather at the military academy at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Let's go to bed early after we're done. That's fine. Su Lily opened the virtual light brain, clicked on the store in the personal information, took Shin Kai-yun to the store, and gave him the maximum authority. Then she left the pharmacy to Shin Kai-yun, and went offline to video chat with Bai Zhou. After all, today is the last night. In the next month, except for weekends, electronic devices must be handed in, so it will be difficult to contact. Chapter 28. In the early morning of the day, Shin Lily finished washing up and turned on the light computer. The sound of gold coins entering the account rang out one after another. Your account has received 50,000 federal coins, and the money comes from your store. Your account has received 80,000 federal coins, and the money comes from your store. Your account has received 5,000 federal coins, and the money comes from your store. Shin Lily then remembered that she handed over the pharmacy online store to Shin Kai-yun yesterday, but this could not pull the end of the transaction volume. He didn't sleep all night, did he? Shin Lily frowned, and left the bedroom a little solemnly. When she walked to the hall, she found that Shin Kai-yun was already eating breakfast. My little sister is here, how is it? Did you see it? Shin Kai-yun raised his eyebrows excitedly. Second brother, don't tell me you didn't sleep all night. Shin Lily was a little angry. But she didn't want her second brother to waste too much time on the online store, otherwise it would be like losing the watermelon and picking up sesame seeds. Shin Kai-yun smiled triumphantly, and took out a small delivery robot half a meter high from the space button. Is this a delivery robot? Shin Lily looked at the robot in surprise at first, and it took her a while to realize what Shin Kai-yun meant. Then Shin Lily wanted to cry, but had no tears. She thought this was probably the so-called darkness under the lamp. She had been packing and shipping for a month, but why didn't she think that there was a delivery robot that could deliver the goods for her? Little sister, can you give me yesterday's dividend first? I still owed my good friend more than 800,000 federal coins to buy this robot yesterday. Shin Kai-yun asked shyly. Okay. Although Shin Lily looked like she had no hope in life, she transferred 5 million federal coins to Shin Kai-yun without hesitation. When Shin Kai-yun heard that 5 million yuan had been deposited into her optical computer account, she smiled so hard that her teeth showed and said, "Hey, little sister, then you eat first. I wait for you in the car." "Well, I be there soon," Shin Lily said in a depressed mood. After dinner, the driver of the family sent Shin Lily and her husband to the gate of the 5th Military Academy. After Shin Lily got off the car, she told the driver to be careful, and then she and Shin Kai-yun entered the school and came to the playground to wait for the assembly. There were many freshmen who had already arrived at the playground. When they saw Shin Lily and Shin Kai-yun, they whispered, "Hey, look, it's Su Lily and the others. It's not as bad as what people say on the internet. I think the two of them are quite a match." That's right, Su Lily is the only one in our 5th Military Academy who was admitted to the top 10 in the entire Federation. I think others are just jealous. It's a pity that her status is too low. It would be better if she had a good background. Shin Kai-yun approached Shin Lily and whispered, "Are you sure you don't want to disclose the truth? Our military academy is fine, but the other 4 major military academies will probably use this to attack you. Wait until the military training is over before disclosing it. Besides, it's not a bad thing to know who can't be friends with in advance." Shin Lily had this idea. Shin Kai-yun raised his eyebrows and threatened casually, "Be careful not to capsize in the ditch." "Humph, how is that possible?" Shin Lily deliberately said arrogantly. At this time, neither of them thought that Shin Kai-yun's unintentional words would come true one day. At that time, Shin Lily was not only covered with wounds, but also blinded by insect poison. She was thrown on the garbage planet and suffered for half a month. "Wow, look, it's a warship." With a cry of surprise, a huge black iron warship gradually appeared in the sky, and it was speeding through the clouds and fog, but it stopped in front of the playground in a moment. The shape of the warship is somewhat similar to the luxury cruise ship that Shin Lily had seen in her previous life, but there is no comparison between the two. One is just for viewing and may sink at any time if the wind blows or the waves hit, while the other is a spaceship built for the purpose of fighting. The freshmen waited for a while, and 4 people slowly walked out from the board of the middle warship. One was Song Qing, the principal of the 5th Military Academy, and the other 3 were unfamiliar soldiers wearing dark blue and gold outlined military uniforms. "Hello, students. I am Principal Song Qing. Next, we will have a 1-month military training. The 3 instructors behind me will score your performance during the military training. After the military training, we will divide you into classes according to your scores. I believe every student wants to enter the special class A." Although Song Qing's expression was kind and gentle, his tone was not less imposing. "I want to!" All the freshmen shouted at this moment. "Then let's do well next. All students are on the warship now." Song Qing smiled with satisfaction. Song Qing raised his hand and waved it backwards and forwards. The instructor next to him immediately started the program on the optical computer. Suddenly, a boarding ladder stretched out to the front of the playground step by step. All the freshmen of the 5th Military Academy were shocked to see the warship in front of them, and then they boarded the spaceship in an orderly manner. After Song Qing made sure that all the freshmen were on board, he spoke again. "In order to protect the location of the 5th Army base, during the handing in of the optical computer and space button, the school will randomly assign you a digital bracelet between 1 and 1000. The bracelet will record your number and score. During the military training, it is strictly forbidden to privately keep any electronic equipment and things not related to the military. Violators will be recorded as a serious offense." The freshmen talked a few words in dissatisfaction, but they were basically obedient. After handing over the light computer and space button to the instructor, they took the black iron bracelet handed over by the instructor. Then, they all looked at the instructor with an expression of wife running away with someone, carrying 2 bags containing their light computers and space buttons, and walked to the next freshman. When it was Shin Lily's turn, Shin Lily had already taken off the light computer and space button in advance, and handed it over consciously after the instructor came, which made the instructor smile and nod to Shin Lily. But when it was Shin Kai-yun's turn next door, the situation was reversed. Shin Lily turned her head, and saw that Shin Kai-yun and the instructor were holding the light computer tightly, as if they were playing a tug-of-war with the light computer. "Let go!" The instructor's veins were exposed, but he didn't want to be laughed at by other instructors, so he just held on and pulled Shin Kai-yun. Shin Kai-yun didn't say anything, but the pair of eyes on his face that were about to cry vividly expressed the owner's extreme reluctance. At this time, several students around secretly looked at Shin Kai-yun and the instructor. Seeing that the noise was getting bigger and bigger, Shinlili covered her forehead with a headache, and then quickly kicked Shin Kaiyun's knee bend, and then he let go because of the numbness in his hand. The instructor breathed a sigh of relief, quickly put the light brain into the bag, and then moved faster than other times, and walked to the next student. Seeing that there was no excitement to watch, the freshmen around also retracted their sight, except Shin Kaiyun, who was like an eggplant hit by frost, and the whole person had lost his spirit. Shinlili knew how much Shin Kaiyuan was addicted to the internet, so she touched his hair and silently comforted him. Chapter 29. After the three instructors collected everyone's light computers and space buttons, they stood back next to Song Qing and nodded to him. After receiving the instructor's hint, Song Qing smiled with satisfaction, and then looked back at the freshmen and praised, "Very good, everyone is very conscientious. The next time will be handed over to the instructors, who will accompany you later. Now please welcome the three instructors." Pa pa pa. The freshmen clapped their hands in a very respectful manner. The captain instructor, with the highest military rank among the three instructors, came out amid applause. His handsome young face, coupled with his hormone-filled body, made many freshman girls' eyes shine, and even the bold girls began to whisper. After Sun Ming stood up, he made a silent gesture to the students. When the whole place was quiet, he spoke in a loud voice. "Hello everyone, I am your chief instructor Sun Ming. The one on the left is your deputy chief instructor Shi Yang, and the one on the right is your housekeeping instructor Lin Su. Shi Yang is the kind of man commonly seen in the army. His ordinary facial features give people the impression of a rough man because of the frost and frust. But because of the military uniform on his body, he has an indescribable sense of integrity. In women's words, it is probably a sense of security, as if as long as this person is around, someone will take care of the sky for you." The housekeeping instructor Lin Su is the instructor who just pulled the river with Shin Kaiyun for a while. This instructor is thin and has a scholarly air. He seems to be a little introverted. At this time, he is hiding next to Shi Yang, looking at the students in front of him with evasive eyes. After Sun Ming introduced his partner, he continued, "First of all, on behalf of all the officers and soldiers of the 5th Corps, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the students of the 5th Military Academy who are participating in the military training. Since the students have chosen the military training, they should be ready to bravely temper themselves, not fear difficulties, and temper their strength. Ready." When the freshmen thought of the devilish military training in the next month, most of them replied weakly. "Although you haven't started to suffer yet, I still want to make it clear in advance. Why are you suffering now? It's to protect the people and the Federation from the Zerg in the future. Now tell me if you can do it." "Speak louder," Sun Ming shouted loudly. "Yes." The freshmen's blood was aroused, and they shouted with their chests straightened and their faces flushed like newborn calves. "Very good. Now go back to the cabin to rest and wait for notification. In addition, the room numbers correspond to the numbers on your bracelets. If you don't understand, you can ask the robot Nani in your room. Now I declare disband." After Sun Ming gave his instructions, he watched the students enter the cabin, then turned to look at Song Qing, with full respect in his eyes. "Ming, you are getting better and better now." Song Qing looked at Sun Ming and the other two with a gentle look, and there was still a trace of nostalgia in the depths of his eyes. "In the distant memory, I still remember that there were 3 teenagers who were scared to death by the Zerg, but now they are independent soldiers. Principal, you are praised." Although Sun Ming's words were modest, he couldn't help but show a hint of excitement on his face. "Principal, just tell us your story directly. What is there to say to us?" Shi Yang is the oldest of the 3 and knows the most about human relations, so he was the first to see that Song Qing seemed to have something to say. Song Qing's thoughts were revealed, so he no longer concealed and said directly, "There is a girl named Shinlili among the new students this time. You must pay more attention to her. Is there something wrong with her? Is she a spy sent by the Empire War?" Sun Ming said with a sharp look. Song Qing's attitude toward Shinlili was like a gold nugget. Hearing what Sun Ming said, he was so angry that he raised his hand and knocked on his forehead, and then glared at him and said, "What's the problem? I haven't finished talking yet, but you start to guess. I tell you, Shinlili is not only of good family background, but also very important to the Federation. So what? What should we do?" Sun Ming rubbed his head, aggrieved, and didn't dare to ask more. "I want you to improve her physique to S level before the end of military training." Song Qing looked at Sun Ming, and there was no trace of joking in his eyes. "Will this be too difficult for the little girl?" Lin Su has the information of the freshman. He happened to have read Shinlili's information, and knew that her physique was only a level now. If the person who said this was not Song Qing, Lin Su would have said that he was too whimsical to let Shen Lili jump a level within a month. You have to know that even if ordinary people are diligent, they have to train for at least 3 years before they can break through. Even if they take shortcuts and use S-level evolution potions, they still need at least 3 months of training. After all, it is an S-level evolution potion, unlike the evolution potions below A level, which can almost break through that night after drinking. Even if there are potions, people with physiques above S level still need to cooperate with a lot of training to have a chance to break through. If the evolution potions below A level force you to break through, then the evolution potions above S level are mainly auxiliary, and most people will only choose to take them when they are about to break through to the next level. Principal, can I ask why? Shi Yang looked straight at Song Qing. He knew that Song Qing was not a person who would make up something out of nothing. He said this because he was afraid that there was something hidden in Shen Lili's case. Fortunately, Song Qing didn't like to hide things, so he said everything he could. Shen Lili's mental strength is too strong, but her physique is at the other extreme. If she hadn't drunk the A-level evolution potion before, I'm afraid she would only be able to survive in the nutrition chamber at this moment, or she would have died directly. Don't worry, Principal, we know what to do. Since it concerns the lives of students, Sun Ning and the other two did not dare to neglect it anymore, and nodded seriously at the same time. Okay, don't be so nervous, things haven't gotten that bad yet. Shen Lili has been supported by her parents with all kinds of rare treasures for a month, and she is almost at the S level. She just lacks an opportunity. It depends on you. I, an old man, can't help with the rest, so I leave first. After Song Qing finished speaking, he stepped onto the boarding ladder and returned to the 5th Military Academy. After Song Qing left, Sun Ming and the other two discussed with each other for a while, and finally decided together what to do before returning to the cabin. Chapter 30. The warship was very fast, and arrived at the 5th Army of the Federation in less than an hour. When Shen Lili and the others got off the warship, they found that the place for this military training was not at the base of the 5th Army. Instead, it was in a small base next to the 5th Army. In the middle of the two bases, there was a 3-meter-high wall that separated the two bases. Although the freshman site was blocked by the wall, they could still see mechas and destroyers gathering in the air from time to time above the wall, and then flying out of the army base. Even though they could only watch, this shocking scene still made the freshmen scream and cheer with surprise. Even Shen Lili was so excited that she grabbed Shen Kaiyun's arm tightly and cheered. Brother, look, that's an S-class mecha, right? It's as cool as I imagined. It's okay, you haven't seen my grandfather's SSS mecha Suanio, that's really awesome. Shen Kaiyun couldn't help but envy his grandfather. SSS mecha? I heard that mechas of this level will have a chance to evolve into the legendary mechanical life in the future, which is a god-level mecha. Shen Lili said with sparkling eyes. That's just a legend after all. I have never seen a mecha become a mechanical life so far. Shen Kaiyun pouted and said in attack. Humph, I think I will definitely be able to build a god-level mecha with mechanical life in the future. Shen Lili retorted with high morale. Sister, it's good to have confidence, but overconfidence is self-destruction. Be good, don't learn from those villains on TV. Shen Kaiyun didn't believe it at all, and couldn't help but teach Shen Lili a lesson. Shen Lili rolled her eyes, and snorted unhappily. Then she saw that everyone had already got off the warship to gather, so she didn't want to say anything more, and ignored Shen Kaiyun. Gather at the playground at 8 o'clock tomorrow, and you are free today. As usual, find your own dormitory according to your number. There are 6 people in a dormitory. As for the dormitory head, you can recommend it yourself and report it to your housekeeping instructor tomorrow. Now I declare it dismissed. After everyone gathered, Sun Ming gave a few instructions, and then he and Shi Yang turned around and left. After the instructors left, the other 4 military academy freshmen, who arrived at the base first, came boldly to find their friends in the 5th military academy. Even in front of Shen Kaiyun, there were 2 beautiful and delicate girls from the 4th military academy. Looking at the pair of sisters in front of her, Shen Lili raised her eyebrows, looked at the 3 of them with a gossipy face, and also looked at Shen Kaiyun several times, and began to watch the show in her heart. Senior Kaiyun, do you really have a girlfriend? Yi Yaoyao blinked her eyes, and said cutely. Although the girl next to Yi Yaoyao did not speak, her eyes were somewhat curious, and with an inexplicable nervousness, she looked at Shen Kaiyun timidly. Yi Qingqing was abducted by human traffickers 10 years ago. During the 3 days she was arrested, she saw too much to spare. If it weren't for the human traffickers who wanted to sell her for a good price, I'm afraid she would not be able to get rid of what those girls experienced. After waiting for 3 days in despair, When she was about to be sold, Yi Qingqing was about to commit suicide, but at this moment, a person broke into the small room where she was imprisoned and interrupted her, who was about to commit suicide with the fragments in her hand. Originally, Yi Qingqing looked up numbly when she heard the door being knocked open, but she soon discovered that the person who came was actually just a little boy who was not much older than her. Yi Qingqing thought of something, and a light flashed in her eyes. She let go of the fragments in her hand, and inexplicably began to have a little more expectation in her heart. Shin Kaiyun, who broke into the room, quickly confirmed that Yi Qingqing was not the little sister he was looking for, although he was very disappointed. But he still suppressed his anxious mood and gently comforted the poor little girl. "Don't be afraid, little sister. The soldier uncle will be here soon." As soon as Shin Kaiyun finished speaking, he hurried to the next room, where the abducted children were detained, hoping to find his sister, who was also missing. Not long after the little boy left, Yi Qingqing was quickly rescued by the soldier uncle, who arrived later, with many children. It was only later when her father took her away that Yi Qingqing saw the little boy again, but this time she mustered up the courage to pull her father's sleeve, and asked timidly and curiously, "Dad, who is that brother?" Father Yi looked in the direction his daughter pointed, and was surprised when he saw the father and son of the Shin family, then smiled and touched Yi Qingqing's hair and said, "That is Major General Shin and his second son Shin Kaiyun. Are they also looking for someone?" Yi Qingqing pursed her lips and said carefully, "Well, I heard that Major General Shin's little daughter is also missing. I have seen that child. She is a very lively little girl. I hope the Shin family can find her as soon as possible." Father Yi finished speaking and took Yi Qingqing home. When little Yi Qingqing was led away by her father, she couldn't help but pray for Shin Kaiyun in her heart, hoping that he could find his little sister as soon as possible. After Yi Qingqing finished her recollection, she was still a little dazed, although she had often seen Shin Kaiyun on TV and in the news over the years. But today was her first time to actually see Shin Kaiyun, the little boy who indirectly saved her once when she was a child. As the protagonist, Shin Kaiyun did not notice Yi Qingqing at all. Perhaps he had long forgotten that he had accidentally saved a little girl. When Shin Kaiyun heard Yi Yaoyao ask this, he wanted to say no, but looking at his little sister, with a face full of provocative smiles, he narrowed his eyes and raised a sly smile. "Yes, isn't he right next to you?" Shin Kaiyun flirted with Shin Lily. Yi Qingqing heard what Shin Kaiyun said, looked at Shin Lily again, then lowered her head and looked at the tip of her shoes, feeling a little bitter in her heart. It turned out that without her realizing it, her gratitude gradually turned into love. "Ah, so brother likes this type." Although Yi Yaoyao didn't say much, her eyes were full of provocation and contempt. Shin Lily, who was caught in the crossfire, twitched her mouth speechlessly and glared at Shin Kaiyun fiercely. Then she pretended to be intimate and put her hands on Shin Kaiyun's arms, secretly pinching the soft flesh on Shin Kaiyun's waist with her fingers, and said in a sweet voice, "Oh, I like brother the most too." The sweeter Shin Lily's voice was, the harder she pinched. Shin Kaiyun's eyes twitched in pain, and he felt that his soft flesh had turned blue. He wanted to admit defeat to Shin Lily, but there were two girls in front of him, so Shin Kaiyun couldn't help but pinch her for a while. Only when Shin Lily's hand hurt did she withdraw her hand with satisfaction, and imitated Shin Kaiyun before. She threw a coquettish look and said, "Brother, you chat with the two sisters first, I go to the dormitory first." Shin Kaiyun was so painful that he couldn't speak, but in order not to collapse his character, he reluctantly raised his hand and shook it. Shin Lily gave Yi Yaoyao and the others a gentle fake smile, and then walked towards the dormitory area in a good mood. Chapter 31. There are 11 buildings in the dormitory area of the military training base. In addition to the building for the instructors, each of the 5 major military academies has exactly 2 buildings, and the boys and girls have exactly 1 building each. Shin Lily followed the road signs all the way to the downstairs of the dormitory building for the girls of the 5th Military Academy. She glanced at the surrounding environment before stepping into the dormitory building. Then, according to the number on the bracelet, she found the dormitory with her own number next to the door. The room area of the dormitory is not large, and the furniture inside is only 3 steel bunk beds and a large cabinet with 6 doors. It is so simple that even Shin Lily is a little surprised. Shin Lily looked at the dormitory in front of her, and almost made her a little confused. She really didn't expect that the dormitory in the interstellar era would be like the style of her previous life's army. She thought that the military training dormitory in the interstellar era would have a high-tech small room for each person, plus a robot nanny, but it's also true that military training is not for you to enjoy. At this time, 4 girls had arrived in the dormitory. Each of them was holding a rag and wiping their iron beds with great resentment. Even the new roommate just nodded to express welcome. After Shinlili returned the gift, she walked to the bed with her own number. Her bed was on the lower bunk, next to the window. Because of the window, there was more dust on the bed than other places. You haven't received the supplies yet, right? You need to go to the dormitory and to get them, otherwise you can't clean up. Han Xiaoqing, who was on the lower bunk next to her, smiled at Shinlili in a friendly manner. Shinlili turned her head to look at the owner of the voice, and saw that the girl who spoke had a gentle and delicate appearance, but her clothes had been washed to white, and it was obvious that she lived in a relatively embarrassing life. But the hard life did not seem to affect the girl at all, and she still maintained a kind heart towards everyone. Shinlili had a good impression of such a girl, and smiled and replied, "Well, thank you, I will go to get the supplies now." "You're welcome, I haven't taken all of them yet, I go with you." After Han Xiaoqing finished speaking to Shinlili, she looked at the other three roommates and asked, "Lingling, do you have anything else you haven't brought? I'd bring it up with you." "No, I've taken everything." The girl named Lingling shook her head, and the other two also said they didn't have any. "Okay, I got it." After Han Xiaoqing finished speaking, she took Shinlili to the end of the corridor on the first floor and started lining up outside a room. Shinlili didn't ask much, and quietly lined up behind Han Xiaoqing, watching the freshmen in the room go in for a while. Except for a few who were holding quilts, most of them came out empty-handed. Shinlili was puzzled for a while, and then looked carefully and found that the freshmen who entered did not have a space button in their hands, but they all had a space button on their bodies after coming out. The freshmen who were still holding military training supplies should be because they could not afford the space button. After all, 1 square meter of space button costs 100,000 federal coins, and most of the freshmen of the 5th Military Academy are from garbage planets. 100,000 federal coins for them is like asking ordinary people to buy a house. Not everyone can afford it. The number of people in the queue was decreasing little by little, and soon it was Shinlili's turn. Han Xiaoqing reported his name and number to the dormitory and asked for 2 sets of military training uniforms, and went outside the door to wait for Shinlili. "Name and number?" the dormitory aunt asked in a very formatted manner. "Shinlili, number 69. Shinlili answered and waited quietly for the dormitory aunt to check her information on the computer. The dormitory aunt quickly verified the information, and took out a ring from the box with the space button next to her, and handed it to Shinlili. "The things missing from the space button can only be returned after the military training," the dormitory aunt said with a serious face without a trace of expression. "Okay, thank you." Shinlili put the space button back on her finger, left the room, and returned to the dormitory with Han Xiaoqing. As soon as she returned to the dormitory, Shinlili found that there was one more person. It seemed that the last roommate of the dormitory had also arrived. Just looking at the girl in front of her, Shinlili suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "It's you?" Yi Qingqing was much more surprised than Shinlili, and even her cute little deer eyes were wide open. "Alas, I didn't expect it to be you. It seems that we are destined to meet." Shinlili was also a little overjoyed. She didn't expect to live in the same dormitory with Shin Kaiyun's little fangirl. Compared with the inexplicably excited Shinlili, Yi Qingqing's mood was very complicated. She never expected that she would live in the same dormitory with her love rival. The psychological shadow of Yi Qingqing was so great when she thought about living with her love rival for a month. "Since everyone is here, let's get to know each other. Let's start with me. My name is Han Xiaoqing, Combat Department, from number 2579. She is like a naive little deer in the forest. She is obviously scared to death, but she can't help but stick her head out to observe the other party." Shinlili was amused by her own thoughts, and then she began to introduce herself. "My name is Shinlili, Mecha Manufacturing Department, from Sirius, Mental Power SSS level, Physical Fitness A level, nice to meet you." After Shinlili finished speaking, she even winked at Yi Qingqing, causing her to lower her head in embarrassment. Chapter 32. Yi Qingqing's cheeks flushed when she was stared at by Shinlili, and her eyes flickered uncomfortably before she suddenly reacted. "You, isn't your last name Su?" Yi Qingqing asked with her eyes wide open. "Lily, you haven't married into the Shin family, so you changed your last name, right?" Bu Lingling thought she had discovered the shocking inside story, and sat down next to Shinlili excitedly, pulling her arm and gossiping. "It turns out that the heroine on the headlines of the Star Network these 2 days is our roommate." Jiang Chan also looked at Shinlili with some surprise, and even her fairy-like face had a little bit of the worldly world. Shinlili was stared at by the girls, and it was rare for her to maintain her composure. This time it was her turn to explain with a red face. "Okay, stop teasing me, you are my roommates, I won't hide it, Shin Kaiyun is actually my boyfriend. Bu Lingling interrupted the line. Fiancé? Jiang Chan also joined in the fun. Yi Qingqing looked at Shin Lily, and although she didn't say anything, her bright eyes gradually dimmed. She was obviously afraid to know the answer, but she was still willing to muster up the courage to face the result. Looking at Yi Qingqing like this, Shin Lily's conscience finally began to hurt. Shin Kaiyun is my second brother, a blood relationship, so you understand. Shin Lily no longer kept it a secret and blinked innocently. Shin Lily's words successfully made the dormitory fall into silence. Even Yi Qingqing, who should have been happy, looked at Shin Lily with a doubtful expression at this moment. Is this considered a couple who have become siblings? Han Xiaoqing smiled and broke the silence. Anyway, I don't believe in love on StarNet anymore. Jiang Chan said with empty eyes, as if she had seen through the world, and picked up a rag to wipe her bed. You brothers and sisters are quite good at playing. Bu Lingling blinked and said admiringly. Then she thought of the group of people on StarNet, who were still fighting over whether Su Lily was worthy of Shin Kaiyun. She didn't know if they would collapse in the future. Who would have thought that after fighting to the end, they would end up fighting alone? It was really pitiful. Bu Lingling silently expressed her sympathy for them, picked up the basin, and walked towards the sink outside the dormitory. Her steps were like seeing through the vicissitudes of life. It's better to clarify the rumors as soon as possible. After all, Shin Kaiyun has many brainless fans. Xie Jia pushed her glasses and advised Shin Lily. Shin Lily nodded. She didn't care about this matter at first, but after Xie Jia said that, she couldn't help but start to get nervous. But thinking that it should be safer in the army, it would be too late to clarify it after school started. Thinking of this, Shin Lily relaxed and began to clean the dormitory with everyone. After the dormitory was renovated, it was already time for lunch in the afternoon. Shin Lily and her new roommates took a combat shower and then walked to the cafeteria together. The cafeteria was not far from the dormitory, and Shin Lily and her friends arrived there in a short time. The decoration in the cafeteria was very simple and clean. The students all took the dishes from the food pickup port in an orderly manner, and then took them to the dining area to chat and eat. Shin Lily also came to the food pickup area with a plate, and selected a few dishes she liked from the dazzling array of dishes, and then walked to the dining area. Ollie. John Yuanhao was also eating with his schoolmates in the dining area, and greeted Shin Lily when he saw her. Shin Lily smiled and greeted John Yuanhao, and then chose an empty seat with her roommates to start eating. Lily, who is that handsome guy who greeted you? And he called you so intimately? Bu Lingling said ambiguously. Shin Lily rolled her eyes at Bu Lingling and said speechlessly, Cousin dear, the kind with blood relationship. This is also your brother. Can't all handsome guys in the world be your brother? Bu Lingling was dumbfounded. Why, you think my cousin is handsome? Do you want me to introduce him to you? Shin Lily raised her eyebrows. Hey! That's not necessary. Bu Lingling's face flushed, and she coughed awkwardly. Hee. Shin Lily laughed for no reason. Halfway through the meal, Bu Lingling suddenly remembered what the instructor had said before, and looked up at her roommates and asked, By the way, who will be the dormitory head in our dormitory? I can't do it. I have to train and don't have time. Xie Jia was the first to refuse. I can't do it either. I have to review the Horcrux textbook for freshman year in advance. Jiang Chan was the second to refuse. I also have to review the pharmacy textbook for freshman year. Yi Qingqing apologized embarrassedly. I also have to review the mecha manufacturing textbook for freshman year, but, Lingling, I think you are quite suitable, or you can be our dormitory head. Shin Lily said with a sly smile. Shin Lily. If I become the dormitory head, I will be the first to make things difficult for you. Bu Lingling pretended to be angry and glared at Shin Lily, then turned to look at Han Xiaoqing, smiling very gently. Xiaoqing, it seems that this dormitory head must be you. Don't refuse, it's settled. Bu Lingling smiled very gently, leaving no room for Han Xiaoqing to refute. Shin Lily and others also felt that Han Xiaoqing was very suitable, so they all nodded in agreement. And the person involved, Han Xiaoqing, could only smile helplessly. So Han Xiaoqing's appointment as dormitory head was tacitly accepted. The instructor's office on the other side. Lin Su was sitting on the desk, looking through the dormitory information sheet. When he saw Shin Lily's sheet, he read it carefully several times to confirm that he had not read it wrong. Lin Su looked up at Sun Ming and said uncertainly, Ming, did you change Shin Lily's previous roommate? Yes, I changed it. I arranged all the girls with the best physique in the 5th Military Academy to be Shin Lily's roommates. Sun Ming did not hide it. Is there any deep meaning? Lin Su asked curiously. Sun Ning showed a meaningful smile and said, "Involution is a good habit, especially when you are surrounded by people with the best physique. I believe that even a pig can upgrade its physique. This is a good idea, worthy of Ming." Lin Su's eyes sparkled, and he thought it was a good idea. He immediately gave Sun Ning a thumbs up in admiration. Shi Yang took a puff of cigarette. Although he didn't say anything, people who knew him well knew that he approved it if he didn't object. Chapter 33. Han Xiaoqing woke Shen Lily up in the early morning of the day, and then went to call the next person. The girls in the dormitory yawned, got up one after another, put on military training clothes, and walked to the sink with basins to wash. When Shen Lily and the others finished cleaning up and walked to the comprehensive training ground, many students had already arrived in the square. The students tacitly divided into 5 groups with their own military academies as the center, and stood in their own way. It's just that where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and there is a chain of contempt between military academies. For example, the students of the 3rd Military Academy dislike the students of the 4th Military Academy for being fake and cold, while the students of the 4th Military Academy are jealous of the students of the 3rd Military Academy for having more resources. For example, the rich 2nd-generation students of the 2nd Military Academy look down on the non-African students of the 5th Military Academy, but the students of the 5th Military Academy also look down on the 2nd Military Academy, who only know how to spend money. As for the 1st Military Academy, the students of the 4 major military academies all chose to ignore it tacitly. It's really that everyone in the 1st Military Academy is a fighting maniac, and no one is willing to provoke them unless necessary. So while waiting for the instructor, even Shen Lily received a few cold stares from the rich 2nd generation of the 2nd Military Academy. Looking at this group of rich 2nd generation with noses in the air, Shen Lily's fingers moved slightly, and she almost used up all her willpower to resist the urge to insert 2 fingers into their nostrils. Fortunately, the instructors of the 5 major military academies also arrived at this time, which made Shen Lily, who almost ruined her ladylike image, breathe a sigh of relief. The 3 instructors in charge of the 5th Military Academy also arrived. Sun Ning blew the whistle hanging on his chest first. This loud sound made all the students look at him. "All students, I order you now. People from the same dormitory should stand in a line. The dormitory head should stand first. Now stand in 3 lines in the first row. Go forward. The 55th line should face the 3 lines in front. Execute immediately." Sun Ming said loudly and seriously. "Yes, instructor." The students of the 5th Military Academy responded, and soon they stood in 3 neat vertical lines. "Very good, today is the first day of military training. We will do a simple 20-kilometer cross-country race with weights in the morning." Sun Ning said, turned to look at Lin Su and Shi Yang beside him, and said, "Weight rings can be distributed to them." "Okay." Lin Su and Shi Yang nodded, and then locked heavy iron rings on the limbs of each student present. Shen Lily's limbs were also put on weight rings, each weighing about 100 kilograms. I don't know if it's an illusion, but she always feels that everyone seems to carry different weights. After all the students of the 5th Military Academy put on the weight rings, Lin Su and Shi Yang also returned to Sun Ning to report. "The weight rings are tailored according to each of your physiques, so don't be curious about why other people's weights are different from yours." Sun Ning looked at the students, who were questioning, and immediately said seriously. As soon as this was said, the students suddenly showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, and then they all quieted down. After Sun Ning fooled the students, he leaned into Lin Su's ear and whispered, "You have adjusted Shen Lily's weight ring to S level." Lin Su made an okay gesture without saying anything. Sun Ning smiled with satisfaction, and then in front of the students, he sat in the back of an off-road vehicle with 2 instructors and shouted to the students, "Now all students follow me to set off." "Yes, instructor." The students of the 5th Military Academy shouted loudly, and then ran behind the off-road vehicle. The students of the other 4 military academies watched the students of the 5th Military Academy run out of the military training base with the off-road vehicle, and soon followed their respective instructors to start other training. Outside the base, the students of the 5th Military Academy had already run 5 kilometers with the off-road vehicle. A small number of students could easily keep up at the beginning, but gradually their limbs became more and more sore, and their breathing became more and more difficult, but they still gritted their teeth and tried to keep up with the off-road vehicle. Shen Lily was also one of them. Originally, her physique was in the middle and lower level among the students of the 5th Military Academy, and the instructor gave her special care on the weight ring. This made the situation worse, so that Shen Lily could not keep up with most people at all, and she had to gradually fall away from the team. Aiming, Shen Lily seems to be dying. Lin Su looked at the back and said worriedly. It's just this little bit. It's already A-level physique. Sun Ning frowned and said dissatisfiedly, with a feeling of disappointment. I heard that she was only B-level a month ago, and it seems that she relied on A-level evolution potion to upgrade to A-level physique. Lin Su explained, and felt a little regretful. Shouldn't he adjust Shenlily's weight bring to S-level? Hearing this, Sun Ning's eyebrows frowned more and more, and he threw down a sentence I go and see and ran to the back of the team. Some students in the team who were still slacking off, when they saw the instructor coming in person, their feet and legs were no longer sore, and they ran forward quickly. Sun Ning narrowed his eyes slightly, memorized the appearance of these students, and decided to increase the weight of their weight rings next time. But now the student Shenlily should be the one who should have a headache. You can say she is lazy, but she is really running with her life. You can say she is not good enough, but he remembered the weight ring he had added. Thinking of this, Sun Ning touched his nose with a rare guilty conscience, but then ran to the end of the team with a firm look and began to shout, Hurry up! Believe it or not, chickens run faster than you when you encounter Zerg. You run so slowly, why do you want to be a soldier? You might as well go home and farm. At least your parents will have a chance to hold their grandchildren in the future. Come on! Read with me. Peel off the skin. Peel off the flesh. Don't fall behind. Bleed. Sweat. No tears. Sun Ming roared. Peel off the skin. Peel off the flesh. Don't fall behind. Bleed. Sweat. No tears. The students at the end almost cried and shouted slogans. Your voice is so small, you haven't eaten, use all your strength to suck milk. Sun Ming roared. Skin off. Flesh off. Don't fall behind. Bleed. Sweat. Don't cry. This time the voice was deafening. Not only the students in the back row, but also the students in the front row roared together, as if to cheer for the students behind. Shenlily also roared, and then bit her lips tightly, trying her best to follow behind the large group, not to fall behind. Sun Ning looked at Shenlily, whose facial features were distorted, but he didn't think she was ugly at all. Instead, he smiled with relief. Chapter 34. 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers. Shenlily didn't know how long she had run. She felt extremely tired. Even the air she breathed into her mouth seemed to be scratched by a blade. Tired. Tired. So tired. Shenlily's mind gradually went blank. She stumbled and lost her balance. Before she fainted, she seemed to hear Shen Kaiyun's voice mixed with fear. Shenlily. Not far away, Shen Kaiyun, who had just turned back to see his sister's joke, was so frightened that his heart stopped for several seconds when he saw his little sister fainting. Little sister. Shen Kaiyun ran over in panic, helped the unconscious Shenlily up, put her in his arms, and then began to check her in a hurry. Senior Kaiyun, let me do it. I'm a student of the pharmacy department. Yi Qingqing said, as she pushed away the students watching, squeezed to Shenlily's side, and immediately began to check. She first opened Shenlily's eyes, listened carefully to her heartbeat, and then breathed a sigh of relief and said, she is not in danger of life. After that, Yi Qingqing began to check Shenlily's limbs again, but when she raised her hand, her expression suddenly froze, and then she widened her eyes in disbelief. Too much. Yi Qingqing stared at the weight ring on Shenlily's wrist. Her eyes were red with anger, and she bit her lower lip tightly. Why are you crying? I think there is still a way to save my sister. When Shen Kaiyun heard that Shenlily was not in danger of life, he breathed a sigh of relief. So when he saw this enthusiastic girl crying, he was still in the mood to make a joke. Yi Qingqing said nothing with a cold face. She pulled Shen Kaiyun's hand regardless of shyness, and first put Shenlily's hand with the weight ring in his hand, and then replaced it with her own hand with the weight ring. Shen Kaiyun didn't understand what Yi Qingqing meant at first, but when Yi Qingqing's hand was also placed on his hand, he suddenly understood something, and then asked hoarsely, What level is your physique? S. I have an S-level physique. Yi Qingqing's eyes were full of anger, and her tone was even colder. S-level weight rings are 100 kilograms, and A-level weight rings are 60 kilograms. Who can make a move in it? No need to guess, only the 3 instructors will have this opportunity. Shen Kaiyun certainly thought of it. If it weren't for the reality in front of him, he would never have thought that his most precious sister was actually being bullied under his nose. The instructor is here. The students watching suddenly shouted. Then the 3 instructors walked through the crowd and saw the unconscious Shenlily. Sun Ning took a step forward and wanted to take Shenlily to the medical room, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, it was opened by the boy holding Shenlily. Before Sun Ning had time to wonder, he saw another girl holding the boy tightly. Yi Qingqing tightly held Shen Kaiyun's arm with bulging veins, and then motioned him to look at the branches of a nearby tree. There was a 360-degree surveillance camera, recording without blind spots. Shen Kaiyun's eyes darkened, and he regained some rationality, and then said to the instructor with a fake smile, "How can I bother the instructor with something like sending a classmate to the medical room? I go." After that, Shen Kaiyun no longer paid attention to the three instructors, carefully carried the unconscious Shen Lily on his back, and then walked to the medical room of the military training base. Seeing this, Yi Qingqing ignored the instructor and hurriedly followed Shen Kaiyun to help support the unconscious Shen Lily. Sun Ming, empty-handed, stood there and touched his nose awkwardly, then shouted to the students who were still discussing Shen Lily's coma, "Go back after the training, and those who don't go back can stay and practice more." As soon as these words came out, the students seemed to have encountered a Zerg, and the surroundings were almost empty in an instant. Ming, I think you have to be careful next time. After all, the boy's eyes that want to stab people can't be hidden, Lin Su said cautiously. Huh? Sun Ning was unhappy when he heard this, and immediately accusingly retorted, "Why am I the only one? Aren't you two instructors too? You are the chief instructor. Even if you are not guilty, you can't get away with it," Shi Yang said bluntly. Sun Ning was speechless. Instructor's dormitory at noon. Sun Ning had just entered the dormitory to prepare for lunch break when he heard the door behind him being locked. He smiled bitterly and turned to look at Shen Kaiyun and said, "Are you in such a hurry? You can't even wait until the evening. You knew I would come a long time ago, so it's you who are playing tricks on my sister." Shen Kaiyun narrowed his eyes and raised his eyebrows to affirm. "What do you mean playing tricks on me? I'm obviously doing this for Shen Lily's good," Sun Ming retorted with a bitter smile. Shen Kaiyun laughed angrily and looked at Sun Ming even colder and said, "Why don't you go to the medical room too, instructor?" "Of course, I'm doing this for your own good." Shen Kaiyun emphasized the last two words, and was about to attack when his arms were grabbed by two instructors, who appeared behind him. "Fortunately, I arrived in time. It seems that my lockpicking skills have not regressed," Lin Su said shyly. Shen Kaiyun turned his head, and looked at the dormitory door behind him that had been opened long ago. He sneered without panic, "One or three, you can come together. Young people are full of blood and vigor. We have to say that we are old." Shi Yang sighed while smoking. Lin Su saw that his teammates were all unreliable, so he could only come out to smooth things over and explain, "You misunderstood. We are not making things difficult for students. Principal Song specifically ordered that Shen Lily's physique should be upgraded to S level before the end of military training, so we gave her more care in training." Although Shen Kaiyun was still very angry, his mind had calmed down. Seeing this, Shi Yang also loosened his restraint on Shen Kaiyun and walked to the windowsill alone, puffing on the cigarette in his mouth. "You should know Shen Lily's situation best. If her physique doesn't improve, she will suffer more damage from her mental strength in the future. So do you still think I'm making things difficult for her?" Sun Ming asked Shi Yang for a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff before speaking lightly. Shen Kaiyun closed his eyes and said nothing, but the anger in his heart disappeared completely, because he suddenly realized that the three instructors were probably not much less worried about Shen Lily than he was. Chapter 35. You are the captain of the 5th Corps, but you are afraid of a freshman in the military academy. If this gets to the core, you will be laughed at. Shi Yang was leaning against the window, smoking a cigarette. He saw Sun Ming's cowardly look from the corner of his eye, and couldn't help but laugh at him. Sun Ming didn't care about Shi Yang's sarcasm and said, "If you don't say it, and I don't say it, no one will know." "Bad." Shi Yang rolled his eyes, and said disdainfully, "Shen Kaiyun is the 5th Corps, and is recognized as the future marshal. You can try not to be bad." Sun Ming retorted unwillingly, then thought of something and said thankfully, "Fortunately, he is young now, and is easier to fool. Otherwise, there is really no way to settle this matter today." "Is there really a problem with the weight ring today?" Shi Yang frowned, with a hint of seriousness in his expression. "According to common sense, we are right, but Shen Lily is not common sense at all." Sun Ming felt like he had eaten bitter gourd. He forwarded the information he had just received in his brain to Lin Su and Shi Yang, and then continued, "This is Shen Lily's physical report just sent from the medical room. You can also take a look." After the two of them read the information carefully, Shi Yang rubbed his eyebrows speechlessly and said, "It seems that Principal Song dug a pit for us, and we jumped into it ourselves." Lin Su's expression was as if he had eaten bitter herbs. He couldn't help but complain. After 10 years of depletion, he replenished his body for a month and trained for another month, and he wanted to be promoted to S level. If there is such a good thing in the world, Let me go first. Wake up, stop dreaming, it's not even dark yet, and you're already thinking so beautifully. Sun Ming understood and glanced at Lin Su. However, Sun Ming, are you sure you didn't make a mistake in this medical examination report? She has been malnourished for 10 years. If it were placed under interstellar law, it would be enough to sue the Shen family for child abuse. Shi Yang frowned with some doubt. It's 100% correct. I asked Shen Xiaoxiong, and he said that his niece Shen Lily had been living on the garbage planet for many years, and was only found back to the Shen family a month ago. Otherwise, her physique would not be only A level. However, considering the living environment of the garbage planet, just malnutrition is already the best result. Sun Ming sighed. Then what about her mental power? If she was really only A level, or even B level, she should have died long ago, and would not have lived until now. Shi Yang looked at Sun Ming curiously. Oh, I heard that she only had B level mental power a month ago. Someone gave her a mental destroying potion, which made her SSS mental power completely awakened. Sun Ming felt more and more ridiculous as he talked. Why did this routine look so much like the Star Network novels he read? She survived on a garbage planet, survived being poisoned, and then met a noble person who helped her, got into the military academy, and found her biological parents. This is completely the standard configuration of the protagonist. Sun Ming, what did you think of? Lin Su asked doubtfully, when he saw Sun Ming didn't speak for a long time. I wonder if we underestimated Shen Lily. Sun Ming smacked his lips. We did underestimate Shen Lily's fragility. The previous training volume is definitely not suitable for her. For now, we should train according to the normal A-level physique. We can talk about other things later. Shi Yang made the decision. Sun Ming hesitated to speak. What he actually wanted to say was that Shen Lily looked like the protagonist. So he thought that even if Shen Lily was trained to death, it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, the protagonist is just like Xiuqiang, not only has a long life, but also gets stronger and stronger. But until the end, he was still smart not to say it, because novels are just novels after all. How can they really be brought into reality? Many students in the medical room were injured in the weight-bearing cross-country this time, but basically they were ligament sprains or sprained feet, and they recovered after a scan with a treatment device. And some slightly more serious ones, such as Shen Lily, only need to lie in the treatment room for half an hour before they can be transferred to ordinary beds. Even students who just woke up and didn't want to live in the ward can go back to the dormitory directly. Shen Kaiyun, who took care of Shen Lily in the ward. He just politely sent away 5 girls, who came to visit Shen Lily, and then sat back by the bed, peeling the fruit in his hand. Shen Lily, lying on the bed, moved her fingers slightly, slowly opened her eyes, turned her head, and saw Shen Kaiyun, who was concentrating on peeling fruit. Second brother. Shen Lily shouted hoarsely. Shen Kaiyun raised his head and said with some surprise, You woke up? Are you feeling well? Water. Shen Lily said hoarsely and weakly. Oh, okay, wait a minute. I pour you a glass of boiled water. Shen Kaiyun got up quickly, hurriedly poured a glass of water, and handed it over. Shen Lily climbed up, leaned his upper body against the head of the bed, took Shen Kaiyun's water, drank a whole glass, and felt that his throat was much better. Thank you, brother. I'm fine now. Shen Lily looked at Shen Kaiyun and smiled gently. Shen Kaiyun took the water cup from the air conditioner and hesitated for a while before cautiously saying, Little sister, do you know everything? Know what? Do you mean the mental power, or the S-level weight ring? Shen Lily said casually without caring. How could Shen Lily not know what was wrong with her own body? Isn't it just that the physique and mental power don't match? Isn't it enough to strengthen the training? This is also the reason why she didn't say anything even though she knew that the weight ring was wrong. Shen Kaiyun was a little confused. It turned out that her sister knew everything. What do you think now? Otherwise, we won't suffer these hardships? After the military training is over, let your parents buy you some supplements, so that you can also improve your physical fitness. Although Shen Kaiyun was also worried about Shen Lily's physical condition, he still couldn't bear to let his little sister suffer the training. Shen Lily looked at Shen Kaiyun, who looked like she was worried sick, and couldn't help but smile. Then she reached out and held Shen Kaiyun's wrist, and smiled soothingly. Okay, don't worry, you're almost an old man. How can I not worry? You're my only sister. Shen Kaiyun said this, but her heart calmed down a little, and then asked, What are you going to do next? Probably training with the instructor, and then taking the supplements you mentioned. Shen Lily said indifferently. Shen Kaiyun was speechless. When I was still worrying about which one you should choose, it seems that you want to have it all. Chapter 36. Shen Lily rested in the ward for a while, and when she felt that her strength had recovered, she left the medical room with Shin Kai-yun. Just after the two of them came out of the medical room, Shin Lily found that many freshmen from various military academies were secretly looking at her and Shin Kai-yun. "Aw, look, it's Su Lily and Senior Kai-yun. Wow. It seems that what they said on the Star Network is true. They must be together. How could it be false? I heard that during the training of the 5th Military Academy in the morning, Su Lily just fainted, and someone was so nervous that he carried her straight to the medical room. The nervousness scared Dr. Liang, who thought that a student was going to die. Haha, I have a sense of the picture. It's a pity that our military academy is also training, otherwise I will definitely come to watch." Shin Lily was forced to listen to her own gossip, and she was a little confused. Don't ask. If you ask, you will regret it. You regret why you were so crazy, and didn't go to refute the rumor earlier. As a result, she is the one who is socially dead now. Second brother, why don't I go back by myself? Shin Lily looked at the rumored boyfriend, and couldn't bear to look at her second brother. Be good, I send you to the dormitory before leaving. Shin Kai-yun seemed to be looking at a naughty child, with a face full of pampering. Shin Kai-yun is probably like a hen protecting her cubs now. She won't leave without putting her cubs in a safe area. Shin Lily wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she could only let Shin Kai-yun send her to the dormitory with a bitter face. After saying goodbye, Shin Lily ran back to the dormitory as if she had seen a ghost. Shin Kai-yun, who stayed where he was, looked at Shin Lily's back with a look of relief and said with a smile, "It seems that my little sister's body has indeed recovered." As soon as Shin Lily returned to the dormitory in dormitory 505, she found that none of her roommates were there. She looked up at the clock on the wall and found that it was already 15 o'clock. At this time, the afternoon military training had probably started for an hour. Shin Lily was not panicked. Shin Kai-yun had just told her that he had asked for half a day of sick leave for her. It seemed that she could take a good rest this afternoon. Thinking of this, Shin Lily walked towards her bed in a good mood, and then saw a pile of snacks placed next to the pillow. No need to guess, it must be done by her group of lovely roommates. Shin Lily smiled at the corner of her lips, and sat on the bed with a warm heart. She took out a potion book from the space button and ate snacks while reading. Time passed quickly. When the red sunset began to be reflected in the windows of the dormitory, Shin Lily's roommates finally came back. Lily is back. Yi Qingqing was not in a good state at the moment, but when she saw Shin Lily coming back, she still cheered up and greeted her weakly. "How did you all get into this state?" Shin Lily stared at her roommates, who seemed to have been cultivating immortals for a few nights, and said in a surprised tone, "Don't mention it. The afternoon is holographic mental training. Almost the whole afternoon, we were either falling to the ground or on the way to falling to the ground." Wu Lingling didn't care about anything as soon as she entered the dormitory. She sat down on the bed and complained. "The most important mental training. Why do you have to wear weight rings? Now I have a bad feeling. Will there be weight rings in future training?" Jiang Chan looked like a goblin had drained her of her energy, sitting on the bed and doubting her life. "This possibility is no less than 90%, Xie Jia added faintly. Shin Lily was the first victim of the weight ring. When she heard what Xie Jia said, she took a deep breath and began to be depressed along with her roommates. "What is coming will come. Go take a shower first, and then lie on the bed and have a good rest." Han Shaoqing interrupted the increasingly heavy atmosphere in the dormitory, then took out the toiletries from her cabinet, and went out to the public bathroom in the dormitory corridor. The girls wailed, as if they had finally accepted their fate, and got up and followed them out with a basin. When they came back, the girls turned into fairies again, but they all collapsed on the bed, and refused to move. Not long after, Shin Lily found that the dormitory was completely silent. When she looked up, she found that her roommates had fallen into a deep sleep. Shin Lily shook her head and laughed, then stood up and turned off the lights in the dormitory, so that the girls could have a good sleep. The next morning, there was a wake-up whistle downstairs, and Shin Lily and her roommate quickly washed and dressed, went to the cafeteria to have breakfast, and then arrived at the comprehensive training ground at 8 o'clock. Today's training project was still weighted cross-country, but Shin Lily was surprised to find that the weight ring had turned into 60 kilograms. She looked at Lin Su, who was handing out the weight ring, with some confusion and asked, "Did Instructor Lin make a mistake?" "Yes, this is the weight ring for A-level physique." Lin Su panicked, and said affirmatively with a dodging look. After saying that, Lin Su was like a rabbit seeing a tiger, and his hands were faster. The weight rings of Shin Lily's row of students, and then ran away with a cowardly look of cherishing life, and staying away from Shin Lily. Shin Lily was almost full of questions. She looked at the instructor's operation, and didn't say much in the end. She followed the team and started running. At the beginning, Han Xiaoqing and the others were still worried about Shenlili. They ran behind her for a while. Seeing that there was no problem, they quickened their pace with confidence. The instructor Sun Ming and the other two were also secretly observing Shenlili. Seeing that she was in good condition, the three of them almost breathed a sigh of relief on their faces. It seems that the cycle is right. Sun Ming sighed and said with emotion. Well, let's do it this way for the near future. Shi Yang also affirmed. Physical training is no problem. So will there be any problem with the mental training in the afternoon? Lin Su suddenly interrupted. The air in the car suddenly became quiet. Feeling the two terrifying gazes, Lin Su pitifully shrank his neck, hid in the corner of the carriage, and glanced at the other two anxiously. His almond-shaped eyes looked like the eyes of a dog that knew he had made a mistake, looking extremely pitiful and innocent. Ah, Ming, my fist is itching. You won't be able to see it for the next 10 minutes, right? Shi Yang said with a fake smile. Although he was talking to Sun Ming, his eyes were fixed on Lin Su hiding in the corner. Oh, what a coincidence, I wanted to say that too. Sun Ming also approached Lin Su with a grim smile. Wow! Don't come over here. In the end, there was only Lin Su's scream in the carriage, and the sound was as shrill as a virgin encountering a gangster. Chapter 37. The morning physical training ended successfully. After the instructor announced the dismissal, the freshmen went to the cafeteria or the dormitory. Shenlili declined to go to the cafeteria with Han Xiaoqing, and returned to the dormitory alone, taking a quick shower. She took out a nutrient from the space button, had a simple and rough lunch, and then collapsed on the bed, unable to move. Physical and mental fatigue made Shenlili fall asleep quickly. When she was woken up by Han Xiaoqing, she saw that her roommates were in good spirits and gossiping. At this moment, Shenlili felt jealous. We are all girls. Why are you so Versailles? And you are Versailles to me alone. Lily felt wronged, but she didn't say anything. Lily, get up. It's almost 2 o'clock, and it's time to start the afternoon mental training. Han Xiaoqing reminded. From the moment she became the dormitory head, Chao Xiaoqing was destined to worry about everyone in the dormitory. And Shenlili was probably the one she worried about the most. After all, she was the only one in the dormitory during the military training, and she rushed herself into the medical room. The news about Shenlili going to the medical room spread among the students of various military academies. The roommates tacitly did not say it out, for fear of hurting Shenlili's fragile heart. But the students of the 5th Military Academy, and other military academies, outside the dormitory did not have these concerns. They discussed this matter almost while eating, sleeping, and even going to the toilet. Hey, have you heard? Su Lily from the 5th Military Academy fainted yesterday. She felt badly, and her arm was bleeding. Roommate in the dormitory. Su Lily fainted during military training yesterday, and her head was broken. It's a pity that you were not there. The blood on the ground was horrifying. Friend in the bathroom. I heard that when Su Lily fell, she spun 3 full circles before falling to the ground. The scene was so beautiful that Senior Shin Kaiyun was stunned for 3 seconds before running over to send her to the medical room. Shenlili, who was still in the dormitory, didn't know that there were countless versions of her fainting simply because of physical exhaustion, making her completely popular in major military academies. At this moment, Shenlili was trembling and getting up, rubbing her sore and numb knees, and then taking a basin to the sink to wash. When Shenlili and her roommates went to the training ground together, she always felt that many freshmen were secretly looking at her along the way. Shenlili thought it was Shin Kaiyun's rumored boyfriend's fault again, so she could only keep a straight face to keep her aura, but in fact, she was still panicking. She found that more and more people seemed to be paying attention to her. There were only a few gossipers yesterday, but today even students from the military academy next door were joining in the fun. Fortunately, after the instructor arrived, the students quickly withdrew their gazes, otherwise Shenlili would have been so embarrassed that she would have dug a hole in the floor of the training ground. When the students of the 5th Military Academy saw the instructor, they quickly lined up according to the formation of the day before, and all stood with their chests straight and proud. They didn't look like the uncles and aunts in the vegetable market just now, gossiping and chattering. When Sun Ming arrived at the training ground, he looked around at all the students of the 5th Military Academy and said with satisfaction, "Today afternoon is still mental training. Here I want to emphasize one point. Yesterday, a student brought a Horcrux into the training room. Do you think this invisible cheating behavior will be good for you in the future?" "No!" the students shouted in unison. The deafening words of the instructors and classmates made the few students with Horcruxes blush, and they took off their Horcruxes tacitly, and quietly put them into the space button. Of course, Sun Ming also noticed these actions, and finally smiled and said, "Very good, now all students follow me," and set off for the mental training ground. The mental training ground is at the back of the military training base. Compared with other simple training grounds, this training ground finally has a bit of the style of the technological era. Before entering the training room, students must first line up and pass through a security gate. Next to the gate stands a soldier from the 5th Legion, raising his hand and using a light computer to cooperate with the security gate to check the students. Whenever a student stops in front of the security gate will have an X-ray, scanning from the top of the student's head to the soles of the feet. After confirming that the student is not carrying any dangerous items, a mechanical female voice will sound from the light computer in the soldier's hand. Student XX has passed the inspection and is not carrying any dangerous items. He is allowed to go. I don't know which mental training room I will go to today. The psychological trauma caused by the gravity training room yesterday is still there. Bu Lingling cried while queuing. As long as I don't go to the hypnosis training room, I think it's acceptable. Xia Jia doesn't like being hypnotized. The feeling of having her mental space opened up is like a person without clothes, which makes her feel particularly insecure. So it's best to control the training room. Just use mental power to control the objects and then attack them. Jiang Chan sighed. Unlike her roommate, who had been beaten in the mental training room, Shen Lily instantly became energetic when she saw the mental training field. Compared with physical training, she really prefers the mental training field full of high technology. Shen Lily's love for high technology is probably like Lin Cixi meeting someone stronger than her. No matter there are mountains of swords or seas of fire ahead, it is impossible to stop them from going forward to die. Although she hadn't seen the full view of the mental training ground, Shen Lily was already excited. Student Shen Lily has passed the inspection and is not carrying any dangerous items. She is allowed to go in. You can go in. The soldier next to her said indifferently. Thank you. Shen Lily said politely, then couldn't help but smile and walked towards the mental training room expectantly. The mental training ground is indoors, and it is divided into 5 mental training rooms. At this time, Instructor Lin Su was standing at the door of the gravity training room, using a light brain to record the information of every student who entered. Seeing that it was the gravity training room, Shen Lily raised her eyebrows and silently lit a candle for Bu Lingling. Chapter 38. There is no need to queue up in the gravity training room. When Shen Lily was about to enter, the instructor Lin Su at the side reached out to stop her. Shen Lily looked at Lin Su in confusion. She didn't see Lin Su stopping other students just now. Lin Su was a little embarrassed by Shen Lily's look. He coughed and said casually, Student Shen Lily, safety comes first. Don't be stubborn. Okay. Shen Lily was a little confused, but she felt that the instructor had no ill intentions, so she replied obediently. Go. After Lin Su finished speaking, he watched Shen Lily enter the gravity training room and silently cheered for her in his heart. After all, it's up to you whether I sleep on the bed or in the corridor tonight. When Shen Lily entered the training room, it was like she had come to a large indoor playground. There was also a circular runway about 3,000 meters long in the training room. The only difference was that there were 2 light curtain walls made of special materials on both sides of the runway, which seemed to isolate the special environment inside the runway. Although the light wall made the scene on the runway a little blurry, it was still possible to see from outside that many military academy students were moving forward on the runway at this moment, but their movements were like those of an old man in his old age, slow and difficult. And from time to time, students would fall to the ground, as if someone had suddenly thrown something at them from a high altitude, falling quickly and thoroughly, with their faces and the runway unable to be separated. Shen Lily suddenly felt a little pain in her face, and she swallowed her saliva before walking to the starting point of the runway, and politely said to Sun Ming and Shi Yang, who were standing at the entrance of the runway, Instructor, good afternoon. Sun Ming and Shi Yang were warm and nodded in return to Shen Lily. Then Sun Ming and Shi Yang looked at each other for a while, and fought for a few seconds without gunpowder smoke. In the end, Sun Ming was defeated first. The defeated Sun Ming secretly rolled his eyes at Shi Yang, then looked at Shen Lily, and pretended to be serious and warned. The gravity training room is mainly to train the resistance of your mental barrier. The gravity will be stronger as time goes by. If you feel tired, don't be stubborn. Take off your digital bracelet, and the gravity will disappear. Do you understand? Yeah, okay. Shen Lily responded obediently on the surface. But in her heart, she always felt that the instructors today were a bit too nagging, but she only dared to complain about this in her heart, and she would never dare to say it even if she was beaten to death. After putting on the weight ring given by the instructor, Shen Lily walked into the track of the playground. As soon as she stood on the track, Shin-Lily instantly felt a heavy pressure, suppressing from top to bottom. It was the real kind of pressure. Scientifically speaking, it's like the gravity of the Earth suddenly increased tenfold. Fantastically speaking, it's like when Sun Wukong was suppressed by the five-finger mountain of Tathagata. Ordinarily speaking, it's like an ordinary person wearing a 500 gene weight ring, and it's hard to move at all. Shin-Lily tried to walk for a while, and found that although it was difficult, it was not to the point where she needed to open her mental barrier. And the instructor said that gravity would become stronger and stronger, so Shin-Lily also wanted to know where her limit was. So on the gravity track, Shin-Lily appeared, the Versailles who didn't open the mental barrier at the beginning. But in fact, most of the students on the track were laughing at another fool in their hearts. Because someone did this yesterday, and the result was that his physical strength was consumed the fastest, and in the end, he couldn't even compare with people with the same physique as himself, and the end result was that he was ruthlessly given a low score by the instructor. Shin-Lily didn't notice the mocking eyes of the classmates around her, and she moved her feet with difficulty alone. Unconsciously, Shin-Lily walked out of the runway with 10 times gravity, and came to the runway with 20 times gravity without any preparation. As soon as she stepped in, Shin-Lily was caught off guard, and was severely overwhelmed by gravity. While her face hurt, she finally experienced the feeling of her classmates falling to the ground. When the students around saw Shin-Lily's ugly appearance, they immediately gloated over her misfortune. I said she would fall once she got to the runway with 20 times gravity, haha. You are really overestimating yourself by hitting an egg with a stone. With this, she is still in the top 10 of the freshmen of the Federation. If it weren't for Shin-Kayun, I'm afraid she would not even be a fart. Amid the laughter of the crowd, Shin-Lily struggled to get up, then looked around at the people who laughed at her, secretly wrote them all down in the little black notebook, and thought to herself not to let her get the chance to fight back. Shin-Lily retracted her sight, and guided the spiritual power in the spiritual space to form an egg-shaped barrier to block the gravity above. At the moment the spiritual barrier appeared, Shin-Lily no longer felt a trace of gravity. She looked at the classmates around her again, then snorted with pride, and walked away easily in the public eye. Although she was not good at anything, her spiritual power was definitely the best. The students were dumbfounded, and then they realized one by one that although Shin-Lily was a weak person, her spiritual power seemed to be the best in the class. The students who had just laughed at Shin-Lily were silent, and the capable people left in shame. And the real weak ones stayed where they were and could not leave, and could only let people look at them with red faces. Instructor's office. Shin-Lily has been in there for 10 minutes. I don't know how she is. Sunming said worriedly. This kid is quite stubborn. Why don't you go in and take a look? Don't let her get herself into the medical room again. Sure Yang had seen Shin-Lily's stubbornness, and he was a little worried. Okay, I go in and take a look. You wait for me outside. After Sunming finished speaking, he was about to go in, and saw Shin-Lily had come out by herself. Looking at Shin-Lily, who was almost not embarrassed, Sunming thought she didn't walk far at all, and frowned a little unhappy. Why did you come out so soon? You came out after you finished walking? Shin-Lily looked at him with some doubts, and the instructor, who seemed unhappy, said, Hey, you have learned to lie. Sunming didn't believe Shin-Lily's words at all. No one knew this gravity track better than the instructor. Even if SSS mental power wanted to walk the whole course, it would take an hour. How long has it been? 10 minutes at most. Thinking that Shin-Lily is a girl after all, Sunming couldn't scold her directly, but said tactfully, Your brother Shin-Kayun hasn't come out yet. Oh, I saw it. He also asked me to wait for him, and go to the cafeteria to eat together in the evening. Shin-Lily blinked and said. Sunming was speechless for a while. This child is really stubborn. It seems that he can't do without some evidence. Thinking of this, Sunming sent a message to his colleague in the monitoring room using the optical computer, asking him to send him Shin-Lily's gravity training room score. The colleague was very helpful. Almost within 3 seconds after the message was sent, Shin-Lily's score was sent over. Chapter 39. As soon as Sunming received the message, he looked up at Shin-Lily again, and with a look that said you are dead, he turned on the 3D virtual screen of the optical computer. Military Training Base Score Report School, Sirius 5th Military Academy Grade, Freshman Name, Shin-Lily Military Training Project, Gravity Project Score, SSS Plus. Sunming wiped his eyes, read it carefully again, and then turned the virtual screen to Shi Yang, and said with some doubts about life, Old buddy, please help me take a look. My eyes seem to be blurry. How come I don't know there is A+ after SSS? Shi Yang lowered his eyes to look at the score report, then looked up and took a deep look at Shin-Lily, and then began to comfort his poor brother. Ming, it's true. Sun Ming's legs trembled. Fortunately, Shi Yang supported him in time, so that he didn't embarrass himself in front of his students. Instructor, if you are fine, I will leave first. Xin Lili always felt that the instructors were a little weird, but whether they were good or bad, it was better to slip away first. Yes, now you and I will go to other training rooms to try. Sun Ming stared at Xin Lili with his eyes, and there was no joking in his tone. Is this an extra class for me? Xin Lili raised her eyebrows, but she still had to wait for Shen Kaiyun, and she was also curious about other training rooms, so she nodded and agreed. Okay. Shi Yang, you look after the students. After Sun Ming greeted Shi Yang, he took Xin Lili to the first hypnosis training room. Hypnosis, as the name suggests, is to use one's own mental power to invade other people's mental space, and then hypnotize the other party's consciousness, and the purpose of training is to strengthen one's willpower, and resist the invasion of other people's mental power. The only thing to pay attention to in this training is that the hypnotist's mental power level cannot be lower than that of the hypnotized person, otherwise it is very easy to be backfired by mental power. Sun Ming just took Xin Lili into the hypnosis room, and saw a colonel-level officer talking about something with the instructor in the hypnosis room. Are you free, Lao Yang? Help me test a student. Sun Ming shouted casually. Okay, come over. Yang Jie is a kind person, and he will help his colleagues with small favors. Okay. Sun Ming hadn't noticed the man next to Yang Jie at first. After a casual glance, the next words were all stuck in his throat. Wow, why is Shen Kaiyu's enemy here? Is it too late to take Xin Lili back now? Sun Ming thought with tears in his eyes, and then moved his body quietly, blocking Xin Lili behind him, trying to hide. Colonel Suze, how come you have time to come here? Sun Ming swallowed his saliva. His eyes were a little evasive. I came to see Lao Yang for something. Why, you are here to give extra lessons to students? Suze saw Sun Ming trying to cover up, raised his eyebrows and looked playful. He wanted to see what Sun Ming was selling. Sun Ming was speechless for a while, then suddenly remembered something and said anxiously, I remembered that I have something else, Lao Yang. I will test it tomorrow, sir. Sorry, I have to go first. After speaking, Sun Ming turned around and immediately pulled Xin Lili to run, but Suze's slow voice suddenly sounded behind him, and he froze in place. Wait a minute. After speaking, Suze walked in front of Sun Ming and Xin Lili, looked at Xin Lili carefully for a while, then squinted his eyes, and touched his chin, and asked casually, This girl seems to be Shen Kaiyu's sister, right? No. Sun Ming was about to retort when Xin Lili's voice rang out behind him. Do you know my elder brother? Xin Lili asked curiously. It's over. Let's contact Shen Kaiyu now. Sun Ming just raised his wrist with a light brain slightly, and Suze, who saw through his intention, pressed his shoulder with a smile. Suze turned his head and gave Sun Ming a warning look, then turned his head and said to Xin Lili with a smile on his face, I know him. I often train with your brother. Hearing these words, Sun Ming opened his mouth, and finally covered his face and kept silent. He is worthy of being the colonel of the 5th Corps, Suze, who is known as Sesame Dumpling, for being able to talk about fighting so freshly and unworldly. You are my brother's friend, so just call me Lili. Xin Lili said politely. Okay, Lili, are you here for the test today? I help you, after all, your brother and I are good friends. Suze smiled harmlessly, but in his heart, he was thinking that it would be okay to hypnotize this little girl and ask her some ugly stories about his mortal enemy. Okay, thank you. Xin Lili had no defense against people in military uniforms, and her instructor was also there, so she didn't expect that the man in front of her was a big bad wolf in sheep's clothing. Come, sit here, close your eyes. Suze asked Xin Lili to sit in a special seat, and then, he couldn't wait to slowly probe his mental power into the mental power space in Xin Lili's head, trying to hypnotize her consciousness. However, just as Suze's mental power approached Xin Lili's consciousness, a huge mental power suddenly appeared in her mental space, and instantly counterattacked Suze's mental space. Bang! The sound of the body falling to the ground startled Xin Lili, and then she opened her eyes, and saw that her brother's friend was lying on the ground. 2 medical staff came to the hypnosis room soon, but it was not Xin Lili who was carried away, but Colonel Suze who hypnotized her. Instructor Yang Jie, who was worried about Suze, also went with him. In the huge hypnosis room, only Xin Lili and Sun Ming were left, staring at each other for a long time. After a while, Xin Lili cautiously probed, Instructor, I didn't mean it, do you believe it? Xin Lili, do you know that Colonel Suze's mental power is SSS level? He was backlashed. Sun Ming stared at Xin Lili closely, then gave her a fatal blow and asked, So what is your mental power? Shinlili hesitated, and finally whispered weakly, "Can I choose to keep it secret?" Sun Ming looked at Shinlili with mixed feelings, and finally closed his eyes, and waved his hand. "Instructor, do you mean I can leave? Let's not try it anymore." Shinlili asked weakly, pitifully and innocently. "Let's go. We won't try it today. Do you want to send another Colonel Suze to the medical room?" Sun Ming stared at Shinlili and said unhappily, "Okay, thank you, instructor." "Goodbye, instructor." Shinlili ran away as if her butt was on fire. Today she finally realized what it meant to be awesome for a while, but then be in the crematorium. The matter of getting an officer into the medical room could be a big deal or a small one, but it was inevitable that she would be called to parents. This was what Shinlili felt was the most socially deadly thing. However, it seemed that Instructor Sun Ming wanted to help her clean up the mess, which touched Shinlili. She said silently in her heart, "Instructor Sun Ming, good people will have a peaceful life." Chapter 40. As soon as Sun Ming returned to the gravity training room, he couldn't help but hug Shi Yang and howled, "Yang Yang. I feel so miserable. Shinlili must be my nemesis. Otherwise, why do I always have bad luck when I meet her? What's wrong? Did you send her to the hospital again?" Shi Yang asked curiously, with a tone of habit in his voice. "No, this time she sent someone else to the medical room." Sun Ming's sad tone was inexplicably accompanied by a hint of pride. "Who?" Shi Yang asked with some surprise. When Sun Ming mentioned this, his face fell again. Finally, he wiped his face with his big hand and said, "Colonel Suze, the mortal enemy of brother Shinlili. Suze and Shinkayu are both the strongest competitors for the next major general of the Federation. The disagreement between the two has spread throughout the Fifth Army." Shi Yang's mouth twitched fiercely, and he gave Sun Ming a thumbs up and said admiringly, "You, Sun Ming, are the best at courting death. You may offend 2 future federal major generals at once." "Damn, do you think I want to? Who knew that Colonel Suze would come to the military training base today, and come to the mental training field, which is fine, but it happens to be a hypnosis room, which is nothing special, and he just happened to meet Shinlili." Sun Ming also wanted to curse in his heart. Today's troubles are simply a coincidence, a coincidence. Shi Yang was speechless, then thought of something and said silently, "Do you think Shinlili really only has SSS mental power? What do you think?" Sun Ming gave Shi Yang a look and let him experience it himself. Shi Yang understood what his friend meant in an instant, and then said with some emotion, "There is hope for the future of the Federation. There is hope for the Federation, but there is no hope for my future for the time being. I don't know if this matter today can be resolved peacefully," Sun Ming said with a bitter face. "Why don't you tell her brother?" Shi Yang felt that it was better not to get involved in the fight between big men. "No," Sun Ming immediately retorted, and then said firmly with a heroic expression, "I will protect my students myself. What's the point of asking the parents?" Shi Yang rolled his eyes and said, "Okay, I wish you peace." 5th Corps. When Suze was sent to the 5th Corps hospital, Shinkayu had already received the news and immediately arranged for his adjutant to inquire about the situation. Finally, Shinkayu, who got the truth, couldn't help laughing. If this is true, then his opponent will lose face. "Colonel, I don't know if Colonel Suze will cause trouble for the young lady. Do you want to arrange someone to keep an eye on the military training base?" Shinkayu's adjutant Suyu asked. "No, although Suze likes to set traps for others, he is still a decent person. I just didn't expect that this time he tried to set a trap for me, but failed, and ended up setting a trap for himself first." Shinkayu couldn't help laughing again after he finished speaking. Suyu also laughed and said, "Fortunately, the young lady is very capable. No matter how capable he is just a little brat. Okay, let's not talk about them anymore." Shinkayu finished speaking with a smile, then looked at the virtual Federation map on the desktop, and said with a serious expression, "Ayu, let's talk about the Zerg. I always feel that they seem to have been doing too much recently." Suyu looked at the map of planets of all sizes on the table, and zoomed in on the east map, saying, "The Colonel is right. Recently, the Zerg seem to be targeting the 5th Legion. Even the 5th Legion is responsible for the Federation border, where the Zerg appear the most. Moreover, a wormhole appeared in Sirius some time ago. I'm afraid they are planning something big this time." Shinkayu pondered for a while, and suddenly asked, "Is there anything going on in the Empire?" Because the young lady saved their crown prince this time, Emperor Baiyuan's attitude, which was originally inclined to the war faction, has changed a lot, and there will be no war with the Federation for the time being. So you couldn't help but praise again at the end, "All thanks to Miss, you helped the Federation without any soldiers." Shinkayu smiled and listened to Zui Yu's words, then said, "It is best for the Empire and the Federation to coexist peacefully. After all, our ancestors fled from the Earth in the last century. If it weren't for the help of the Empire, the original country, there would be no Federation now." Zui Yu listened to Shinkayu quietly without responding. There are some things that the colonel can say, and as a subordinate, he is not qualified to participate. Shinkayu naturally understood Zui Yu's concerns, and stopped talking about the Empire. He changed the subject and said, "I will let my father and others pay more attention to the Zerg. That's it for today. You go down first." "Yes, Colonel." After Zui Yu finished speaking, he turned around and left Shinkayu's office. Shinkayu sat back in his chair, rubbed his brows and said, "I always feel that something bad is going to happen. I hope it's just my illusion." On the other side, Shinlili had just walked out of the mental training ground and was about to wait for Shinkayun while looking at the scenery outside, when she was stopped by the returning instructor Yang Jie. "Shinlili, come with me. The Corps' inspection group has something to ask you about Colonel Suze. Also, wear this bracelet," Yang Jie said gently. Then he handed Shinlili a simple bracelet. Shinlili thought it was Colonel Suze who reported her to the Corps' inspection group, and this bracelet was like the silver handcuffs in her previous life, so she put it on and said, "Put it on." When Shinlili followed Yang Jie out of the military training base, and walked further and further away, she realized something was wrong. "Instructor, are we on the right path?" Shinlili thought Suze was going to retaliate against her at first, and just looked at Yang Jie with some vigilance. "Don't worry, we won't go wrong. In fact, we've already arrived." Yang Jie's mouth curled up in a terrifying arc, and his black and white eyes gradually turned into completely black compound eyes. "You are a Zerg. You parasitized instructor Yang Jie." Shinlili's pupil shrank in shock. Just as Shinlili was about to use her mental power for defense, she found that her mental power, which was always so powerful, seemed to be asleep. "Don't waste your energy. The bracelet on your hand is made of the best materials by our Zerg to imprison mental power. You are the first one to use it. Do you feel honored?" Yang Jie looked at Shinlili with a pair of evil eyes and grinned. Shinlili gave up using her mental power and turned around to escape. However, she found that she was surrounded by mental barriers after just a few steps. Seeing that she couldn't escape, Shinlili looked at Yang Jie, a human who had been parasitized by the Zerg, and said coldly, "What do you want to do?" "What?" "Of course, I want to take you back and use you as a breeding ground for our great future Zerg queen." After Yang Jie finished speaking, he stopped talking nonsense and walked toward Shinlili with a cruel and bloodthirsty expression. Chapter 41. Looking at Yang Jie getting closer and closer, Shinlili not only did not panic, but suddenly raised the corner of her mouth and sneered, "Bugs are really just bugs. Their brains are not very smart. Next time, if you put this thing in my heart, I might really have a headache." After Shinlili finished speaking, her right hand without the bracelet gently stroked the elbow of her left hand, and then twisted it fiercely. "Shoo!" Shinlili groaned, and the blood at the elbow of her left arm spilled on the ground like a spring. Yang Jie looked at the arm that Shinlili had torn off in disbelief, and saw that there was a bracelet on the wrist of the broken arm, which kept stimulating his eyeballs. "It seems that it is better to carry a scalpel with you next time." Shinlili looked at her small arm that was not broken with heartache, and then turned her head and looked at Yang Jie fiercely and grinned. "Now, who is the prey? You?" Yang Jie suddenly felt bad and turned around and wanted to escape. Unfortunately, Shinlili, who was full of resentment, did not give this opportunity at all. She had been ready to go all out with her mental power, tightly binding Yang Jie's whole body. Shinlili slowly walked to Yang Jie and stretched out her hand to pull off his left arm as well. "Ah! You crazy woman, if you want to kill me, just kill me now." Yang Jie screamed in pain. "Kill? Why do you think so? It would be a pity to kill such a precious research material like you. Don't worry, I will tell the people in the research institute to let you live to 99. Shinlili finished speaking. She used her mental power to block the blood vessels in her wound, then clamped her arm under her armpit and dragged Yang Jie to the military training base. As Shinlili walked, she kept muttering, "I don't know if I can reattach my arm after I go back. Otherwise, it will be very expensive to clone another arm." Yang Jie was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard what Shinlili said, and then fainted. Shinlili felt the heaviness in her hand, rolled her eyes, and whispered in disdain, "With this kind of mental quality, you can still be a spy." Shin Kaiyun at the military training base was the first person to discover that Shinlili was missing. He had just finished training and came out of the mental training ground, and found that he couldn't find his little sister anywhere, and he almost went crazy. Shin Kai-yun didn't dare to imagine how much of a blow it would be to their family if his little sister really couldn't be found. While Shin Kai-yun was still anxiously looking for her, the senior officials of the 5th Corps and the military training base who received the news were also shocked. Who is Shin Lily? She is the only one with super SSS mental power in the Federation. After she returned to the Shin family, she was praised by many people as the hope of the future Federation. If they really can't find it, it will not only hit the Shin family, but also the Federation. While everyone was anxiously searching, the missing protagonist Shin Lily was panting, dragging Yang Jia, who looked like a dead pig, and hurried back. After walking a few steps, Shin Lily stopped and looked at Yang Jia's limbs, wondering if she should remove it, maybe it would be easier. Just when Shin Lily was about to move, she found a federal soldier suddenly came out of the bushes. Shin Lily looked at the strange federal soldier vigilantly, fearing that it was another Zerg, so she couldn't drag it back. Fortunately, after seeing Shin Lily, this strange federal soldier just turned on the optical computer and compared it with a photo on the 3D virtual screen for a while. After confirming that it was correct, he reached out and pressed the earphone in his ear and said, 601, received. Please reply, the target person has been found, the address is the oak forest behind the mountain, and the target person is injured and needs military medical support, over. Received, 505. Please wait where you are, we are on the way to support, over. A male voice also came from the earphone. Received, over. After the federal soldier reported the situation, he looked at Shin Lily and said, Miss Shin, the military doctor and the colonel will be here soon. Please be patient and wait. Okay. After Shin Lily knew that this strange soldier was a friendly army, she relaxed. Then she looked at Yang Jia in her hand, let go of his hand with disgust, and let him fall to the ground, eating dust on his face. Not long after, a warship landed at the scene. Shin Kai-yu and Shin Kai-yun got off the warship with 50 guards. When they saw Shin Lily covered in blood and even missing an arm, they immediately surrounded her with heartache. Ollie, you almost scared me and my brother to death. Shin Kai-yu's tense heart finally relaxed when he saw Shin Lily. Little sister, what happened to your arm? How did you get yourself into this state? Shin Kai-yun said distressedly. Shin Lily looked at her two brothers, who loved her so much that she stopped pretending to be strong and cried out in grievance. Big brother, second brother, you love me so much, it's all because of those damn Zerg. Shin Kai-yu and the other person followed the direction Shin Lily pointed, and saw Yang Jia lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Fortunately, Shin Kai-yu just glared at him, but Shin Kai-yun was so angry that he started to beat him up. If you dare to touch my sister, I will beat you to death. Shin Kai-yun used Yang Jia as a sandbag and kept beating him. Poor Yang Jia was awakened by the beating. When he saw the situation around him, he immediately realized that he could not escape, and begged for mercy miserably. Stop beating, I was wrong, isn't it okay? Seeing that Shin Kai-yun was about to beat Yang Jia to death, Shin Lily hurriedly said, Second brother, don't beat him to death, I still want to send him to the research institute. Shin Kai-yu looked at himself with a headache, the mischievous brother and sister, but what could he do? He could only spoil them. Ollie, you are still injured, go back with Dr. Su and others for treatment first, leave this to me. Shin Kai-yu said gently and dotingly. Okay, big brother, remember to send him to the research institute. Shin Lily reminded him worriedly. Okay, I know. Shin Kai-yu smiled helplessly. After hearing what Shin Kai-yu said, Shin Lily felt relieved. She carried her broken arm onto the stretcher, and was then carried onto the warship by 2 federal soldiers. Chapter 42. The fact that the instructor was parasitized by the Zerg successfully caused a shock between the two bases. The top leaders of the 5th Corps were even more angry. The Zerg's kidnapping of Shin Lily not only touched the bottom line of their 5th Corps, but also the bottom line of the top leaders of the Federation. After learning about the incident, the federal president immediately issued 3 orders to the 5th Corps. 1. Clean up the remaining troubles in the military training base, and ensure the safety of military school students. 2. Fight back at all costs against the Zerg's attack. 3. Grant the rank of corporal to Shin Lily, a student of the 5th Military Academy. As soon as the president's order was issued, many people disappeared from the 5th Corps' military training base overnight. Some were cleaners, some were instructors, and some were just assistants. For these missing people, the instructors who knew about it kept silent. Even if they happened to encounter the scene of arresting people, they would walk away as if they didn't see it. But the most unjustified person in this bloodbath was the spy of the Empire's war faction, who was just placed in the military training base, and was inexplicably arrested before he could start to play a role. Moreover, the Empire's war faction could not admit this matter, and finally had to swallow his anger and be forced to suffer a loss in silence. On the other side of the Legion Hospital, Shen Lily had no idea about the bloody storm outside. Now she had just had her arm reconnected and had a bandage on her neck. She was leaning comfortably on the hospital bed, watching the live broadcast on the optical computer with relish. The anchor was a B-level mecha manufacturer. At this time, he was in the live broadcast room, carefully explaining the manufacturing points of B-level mecha. Shen Lily became more and more excited as she listened, and she gave the anchor tips from time to time. The anchor in the live broadcast room was almost smiling. When explaining the mecha, he also asked Shen Lily, the late-night mecha maniac, if there was anything he didn't understand. This attentive attitude was like opening a backdoor in the live broadcast room. Shen Lily was indeed not clear about many things. She typed and asked many questions, all of which were answered attentively by the anchor. After Shen Lily suddenly realized she was not stingy with money and brushed 10 Great God certifications in a row. In an instant, the live broadcast room was flooded with luxurious rewards. After brushing the gifts, Shen Lily looked at the time, clicked the follow button for the anchor, and then exited the live broadcast app with a sense of unsatisfaction. At this point, the eldest brother should come to bring her food soon, but he must not see the light computer in the room. Dong dong. Just as Shen Lily just got off the broadcast, there was a knock on the door, and she was so scared that she quickly stuffed her hands into the quilt. "Ollie, I'm here to bring you food." Shinkayu knocked on the door of the 2 wards, then opened the door and entered the ward with 2 thermos buckets. "Brother, you are here. What are you going to eat today?" Shen Lily looked at Shinkayu innocently and obediently on the surface, but in fact, she was secretly holding the quilt. This was the only optical computer that Shinkayun had smuggled into the military training base with great difficulty, and she had to return it to Shinkayun after class. If Shinkayu found out and confiscated it during this period, she would not be able to report to her second brother. "There are your favorite native chicken stewed with abalone, and red date porridge for blood supplement." Shinkayu opened the small dining table on the bed, and then placed the chicken soup on it. Shen Lily couldn't wait to drink a mouthful of chicken soup first, and then looked at the other lunch box in Shinkayu's hand with some confusion and said, "Brother, who else are you going to send food to?" Shinkayu looked at the remaining lunch box in his hand, smiled meaningfully and said, "Well, I have to send chicken soup to my good friend later." Shen Lily was stunned while eating, scratched her head awkwardly and asked, "Brother, are you talking about Colonel Suze?" "It's him," Shinkayu said gently with a smile in his tone. Is he okay? I heard that mental damage will be more troublesome." Shen Lily asked in a guilty voice. "It's okay, he just has a slight mental space concussion, and he can be discharged after a few days of recuperation." Shinkayu saw the guilt of his younger sister, touched her head, and comforted her. Mental space concussion is probably the same as the concussion in the previous life, and it can heal itself with a good rest. Shen Lily was relieved to hear that Suze was not seriously injured, and then said to Shinkayu, "Brother, I'm fine, you go see Colonel Suze." "Okay, take a good rest after eating. Just put the bowl next to you. I asked the medical robot to take it away later," Shinkayu reminded. "Yeah, I got it." Shen Lily nodded obediently. Shinkayu rubbed Shen Lily's head lovingly, then left the room with the lunch box. As soon as Shen Lily saw that his brother had left, he immediately took out the light brain from under the pillow, randomly opened a live broadcast room of a mecha manufacturing master, and then watched it with relish while eating. On the other side, Shinkayu knocked on the door next door, as soon as he left the ward. "Who?" Suze sat up, leaned against the head of the bed, and rubbed his still swollen temple with his fingers. "It's me, Shinkayu." Shinkayu's usual gentle voice came from outside the door. Suze raised his eyebrows in surprise, then straightened his spine, looked at himself, and felt that he was still as handsome as before, and then said to the person outside, "Come in." Shinkayu then opened the door, holding the lunch box, and looked at Suze and smiled. "You haven't had lunch yet? I brought you some chicken soup. Can you be so idle that you specially bring me chicken soup?" Suze curled his lips, always feeling that there was a trick. People outside always say that he is black-hearted, but in fact, the person in front of him is a 1,000-year-old fox. He was betrayed by him, but he was still grateful to him. Shinkayu put the chicken soup on the table. When he heard Suze's words, he smiled and said, "I came to the hospital to bring food to my younger sister. I thought of you and took the opportunity to send it together. Why is Shen Lily also hospitalized?" Suze's first reaction was disbelief. With Shinlili's terrifying mental power, was she sure she didn't send others to the hospital? After all, he was the first victim, so Suze didn't doubt it at all. Chapter 43. Speaking of this, the smile on Shinkayu's lips disappeared, and he said with a trace of sadness in his eyes, Suze, Yongjia is gone. Suze paused while drinking soup, raised his head and stared at Shinkayu, and said with a sigh, what happened? I only slept for 1 day. Why is a good person gone? Yongjia, a good man, is like an elder brother in the eyes of many people in the 5th Army. Almost many new recruits have received his care as soon as they join the army. Especially Suze, who joined the army with Yongjia and received the most care. He was parasitized by the Zerg, and his purpose was to kidnap the only super SSS in the Federation. Yesterday my sister caught him at the cost of breaking an arm. Shinkayu briefly summarized the whole process. Zerg. Zerg again. Suze's eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was bloodshot. Suze, he is now in the quarantine area. The Federal Military Research Institute will come to take him away tomorrow. Let's go see him for the last time today. Say goodbye. Shinkayu raised his right hand and held Suze's shoulder to comfort him. I know you go and get busy. Suze closed his eyes, not wanting to see anyone at this moment. Okay, I leave first. You should have a good rest after eating. After saying goodbye, Shinkayu turned around and left the ward, leaving the space to Suze, letting him be alone and quiet. Suze heard the door close, then looked up at the abalone chicken soup on the table in front of him, and said with a self-deprecating smile, Shinkayu, you didn't send chicken soup, but pig heart soup. Killing heart soup. On the other side, Shinlili had just finished her meal, and was about to lie down for a nap when she heard the door open. Shinlili looked up with some doubts. When she saw who was coming, she immediately got up with a startled look and said tremblingly, Colonel Suze, why are you here? Oh my god, Colonel Suze, is he here to settle accounts with her? Suze looked at Shinlili, who was hanging one hand, and lowered his eyes. He said with a bit of arrogance and coldness, I heard that you arrested Yongjia yesterday? Shinlili nodded without knowing why. I know, thank you. At least he left cleanly. After Suze finished speaking, he closed the door and left without caring about Shinlili's reaction. Shinlili scratched the back of her head, feeling a little confused, but after watching him leave, she lay down without thinking much. But the next second the door opened again, Shinlili looked up and found that it was Suze again. She sat up and said a little collapsed, What else do you want? Can't you finish it all at once? I'm going to have a heart attack. Shinlili was complaining in her heart, but she only dared to think about it, and didn't dare to say it out loud. Oh, I forgot to tell you just now. Please tell your brother that his soup is very good, but don't send it next time. After Suze finished speaking, he closed the door and left. Shinlili, The air was silent for a long time, and Shinlili cursed in Chinese, got up and locked the door of the ward, then lay back on the bed, breathed a sigh of relief, and then took a rest at ease. After the lunch break, Shinlili got up with a yawn, washed up, and prepared to visit the military mecha maintenance department of the Legion. This was what she applied for with her elder brother yesterday. Shinlili excitedly changed into military training clothes, then left the ward and walked towards the military mecha maintenance department. When passing by the military pharmacy department, Shinlili couldn't help but take a few glances inside, and then was stopped by an old man in a white coat. You are the pharmacist arranged by the headquarters to help, right? Why are you still standing here? Come in quickly. John Qingyun said angrily. Shinlili was stunned, looked around, and then stupidly pointed at himself and said, Are you talking to me? If not you, who is it? John Qingyun looked at Shinlili inexplicably, wondering why the headquarters arranged such a fool to come this time. I don't. Before Shinlili had time to refute, she was dragged by the old man and ran wildly into the military pharmacy department. I don't have time to talk to you more. You know how many soldiers are waiting for our medicine to save their lives on the front line. You are still dawdling here. John Qingyun said with a hint of anger in his tone. Shinlili did not refute after hearing this. She sighed in her heart, and silently let the old man pull her into the pharmacy department. As soon as Shinlili entered the pharmacy department, the pharmacists inside were indeed busy making potions as the old man said, and even the assistants were running with a stern face, quickly and accurately bringing the herbs needed by the pharmacists in each pharmacy room. This is your room. Your task today is to make at least 500 high-level insect repellent potions and 500 high-level healing potions. If there are any herbs missing, call assistant number 29 and ask him to get them for you. After John Qingyun gave his instructions, he left in a hurry. Shinlili was left alone, standing in the pharmacy room full of herbs. After doubting her life for a while, she resigned herself to her fate and began to deal with the herbs. Both the advanced insect repellent and advanced healing potions are A-level potions. Shin-Lily had made many of them in a month after the 5th military academy exam. So now she is quite good at it, but the quantity is too large, and one of her hands is just for decoration, which makes it more difficult to make medicine. Life is not easy, Lily sighed. After Shin-Lily sighed, she began to make the potion seriously, crushed the required herbs, put them into the test tube, boiled them for a specified time, and then extracted the liquid medicine, and used her mental power to separate the impurities in the juice. Then she mixed several other juices that had been processed in the same way in order, and finally poured them into the potion tube, sealed it, and a batch of insect repellent potion was completed. Pounding medicine, heating, boiling medicine, extracting, purifying, fusing, and making medicine. In the next afternoon, Shin-Lily almost repeated these 7 steps, and the finished potions at her feet became more and more. John Qingyun occasionally passed by and nodded with satisfaction when she saw Shin-Lily making medicine. She picked up a potion she made, put a drop on her fingertips, smelled it, put it on the tip of her tongue, closed her eyes, and tasted it carefully for a while. Then John Qingyun suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked at Shin-Lily in surprise. There seemed to be no impurities in this potion, or there were too few impurities to be detected manually. John Qingyun took a deep look at Shin-Lily, then picked up a potion and walked to the testing room. Chapter 44. Soon after John Qingyun left, Shin-Lily finally finished practicing all the herbs. Huh? Shin-Lily breathed a sigh of relief as she looked at the potions all over the floor, then looked up at the sky outside the window. The red sunset and sunset glow outside the window showed that it was already dusk. The second brother's training should have ended by now, and he was probably waiting for her in the ward. Shin-Lily tidied herself up a little, and quietly left the military pharmacy department without attracting anyone's attention. In the testing room, John Qingyun put the potion he had just taken from Shin-Lily on a detector that was specially used to test potions, and then started the button. The start light of the detector lit up, and a 3D virtual screen appeared on the top of the detector, with a line of text that was being tested on the screen. 10 seconds later, with a ding, the detector stopped, and lines of text slowly appeared on the virtual screen. Full name of the potion: A-level high-level healing potion. Potion purity: 99.9% efficacy utilization rate, 100% impurity retention rate, 0.01% quality rating. SSS. John Qingyun stared at the test results and rubbed his eyes several times to make sure that he was not mistaken. This little girl is simply a genius born for potions, and her future is promising. John Qingyun stroked his beard and nodded in appreciation. After sighing for a while, John Qingyun took the potion and prepared to find Shin-Lily to ask her if she needed a mentor. After all, he was a master of potions, the ceiling of the federal pharmacy industry, so he could still shamelessly recommend himself. The more John Qingyun thought about it, the better it was, until he had already regarded Shin-Lily as a student. It seems that from today on, he will have another little apprentice. John Qingyun thought about it in a good mood, and then walked toward Shin-Lily's pharmacy, but when he arrived, he saw that the pharmacy was empty. 29. Where is the little girl in here? John Qingyun asked in surprise. John Qingyun suddenly had an ominous premonition. Would his future precious apprentice grow wings and fly away? I don't know, it seems that I haven't seen her for a long time. Assistant number 29 also asked in confusion. You didn't even know that a living person disappeared. John Qingyun was about to get angry, and suddenly an apologetic voice came from behind him. Master Qingyun, I'm sorry, the spacecraft on Ceres happened to be out of order, and I finally came after waiting for the next flight. The visitor was a well-mannered young man, who said to John Qingyun a little embarrassedly. Who are you? John Qingyun looked at him in confusion. Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Yu Qing, an S-level pharmacist arranged by the pharmacist headquarters to support the 5th Army. Yu Qing smiled politely. You? John Qingyun's eyes widened, and his fingers trembled as he pointed at Yu Qing. His face turned pale and blue for a while. Until this moment, John Qingyun suddenly recalled some details. The little girl should have wanted to refute at first, but after hearing what he said, she followed him obediently. It turned out that it was wrong from the beginning. John Qingyun was almost depressed and vomited blood. His spirit was gone. After sending the 2 people away casually, he was alone in the military pharmacy department. After searching around, he was sure that the little girl had left. I don't believe that I can't find one. Anyway, I've decided to accept this disciple. John Qingyun was still arguing, and then he turned on the optical computer to send a communication request to his grandson Shinkayu. Grandpa, what do you want to talk to me about? On the 3D virtual screen, Shinkayu was handling official business in the office. When he saw that it was Grandpa Zhang Qingyun, he put down his pen and asked with concern. Xiaoyu, Grandpa wants you to help me find someone. Zhang Qingyun felt much better when he saw his good grandson. Grandpa, do you know this person? What are the characteristics? Shinkayu, also known as Xiaoyu, asked gently. I don't know her. She is probably a little girl of 15 or 16 years old, wearing a military training uniform. She looks very well behaved. Oh, by the way, she has a sling on her left arm. Zhang Qingyun recalled carefully for a while and said. Shinkayu in the 3D virtual screen became more and more silent as he listened, and finally took out a photo and asked, Grandpa, are you talking about her? Zhang Qingyun took a careful look and immediately smiled like an old chrysanthemum face and said happily, Yes, it's this little girl Xiaoyu. How do you have her photo? She won't be my future granddaughter-in-law? Shinkayu looked at Zhang Qingyun with a black face, and quickly explained, Grandpa, her last name is Shin, and her name is Shin Lily. Now you know who she is, right? Zhang Qingyun was stunned at first, and then he recalled carefully, and then he lost his voice, and said in disbelief, Shin Lily. Wait! This little girl is my granddaughter? Shinkayu was very determined, nodded seriously and said, Yes, your granddaughter, my real sister. Zhang Qingyun felt that life was impermanent for a while, and the person he had been looking for a long time turned out to be his granddaughter. Zhang Qingyun felt that he was both happy and angry at the moment. He was happy that even if his apprentice ran away, he still had a granddaughter. He was angry that if it weren't for those bastards back then, he would have been able to bring his granddaughter here earlier. Maybe she would have become the strongest pharmacist in the Federation. Ah, I can't think about it anymore. My heart hurts just thinking about it. Grandpa, are you okay? Shinkayu looked at Zhang Qingyun, who seemed to be crying, laughing, and angry, and asked worriedly. It's okay. I'm happy. Zhang Qingyun gritted his teeth and said with a twisted expression. Shinkayu silently looked at the old man with an expression that looked like he was going to eat someone, and didn't dare to say anything. By the way, Xiaoyu, my dear granddaughter, where do you live now? Zhang Qingyun was so busy thinking about the bad things that he almost forgot to ask the most important address. Legion Hospital, Ward 505. Shinkayu said. Okay, I got it. Go ahead. Zhang Qingyun hung up the video after saying that. Then he was ready to go to the hospital, but stopped after thinking about it. He had dragged his innocent granddaughter to make medicine for an afternoon. She must be exhausted now. I'd better go find her tomorrow. Zhang Qingyun thought with a guilty conscience, and then turned back to the military pharmacy department. Chapter 45. As soon as Shin Lily returned to the ward, she saw Shinkayu half lying on her bed, playing with the words hidden in her pillow. Hey, my little sister is back. Shinkayu was playing a light computer game. When she saw her sister coming back, she looked up and greeted her. Yeah. Shin Lily was too tired to talk. She took her toiletries and went to the bathroom to take a quick shower. She then took out the bandage from the bedside table and replaced her left arm with a new sling. After doing all this, Shin Lily sat on the chair beside the bed and looked at Shinkayu lying on her bed and said faintly, Second brother, don't you think it's too much to occupy your sister's bed? I've been training all day today and haven't rested yet. Be good, brother will get up after lying for a while. Shinkayu was so stubborn that he refused to move. Shin Lily's mouth twitched. I'd be foolish to believe you. Big brother should be here to deliver food soon. Second brother, are you sure you want to lie down for a while longer? Shin Lily looked at the person on the bed with dead eyes and said indifferently. Hearing this, Shinkayu's body stiffened instantly, and the next second he climbed up from the bed honestly, and finally sat on the chair and looked at Shin Lily, accusing her with resentment. Other people's sisters are all little cotton-padded jackets, but you, Shin Lily, are not only thin but also leaky. Other brothers will not be like you, snatching their own sister's bed. Shin Lily lay comfortably on the bed, humming and retorting. Humph. Shinkayu rolled his eyes at Shin Lily, and then remembered what the instructor asked him to say, and suddenly said with some indie, By the way, sister, the instructor asked me to tell you a message. When you recover from your injury and return to the military training base, the military will hold a ceremony to confer military rank on you, and you will also have to give a speech in front of all the teachers and students. Shin Lily sat up in surprise and asked inexplicably, Why don't I know what military rank I have? Are you sure? It's the merit you gave me yesterday when you captured Yang Jie, And your military rank was awarded by the president, which means that you are a well-known person in the president's eyes. Shin Kai-yun became more and more jealous, and his eyes almost turned green with envy. He also has a military rank, and I don't think I have done anything. Shin Lily scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I guess it's because of the wormhole last time, but you are famous this time. You know, no one has ever gotten a military rank before graduating from the military academy. Shin Kai-yun was really envious, but when he thought of Shin Lily as his sister, he felt more balanced. Although the military rank belongs to his sister, he is Shin Lily's brother, and it would be nice to brag about his sister in front of his roommates. Brother, did you just say that you would give a speech on the stage? Shin Lily's eyes turned and he thought of something. Yes, the instructor also asked you to prepare your lines in advance, so as not to be stage fright, but why are you asking this? Shin Kai-yun looked at Shin Lily with some confusion and asked. Of course, we have to solve all the scandals between us at once. This scandal made her understand one thing, that is, human joys and sorrows are not the same. For example, from the beginning to the end of this incident, she was the only one who felt socially dead. But Shin Kai-yun relied on his thick nerves and didn't take it seriously. He didn't even take it seriously. Thinking of this, Shin Lily looked at Shin Kai-yun with mixed feelings and said, It's okay, but second brother, sometimes I really envy your stupidity. Shin Kai-yun looked at his sister, who suddenly cursed inexplicably. When Shin Kai-yun was about to say something, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Knock knock. Little sister, I'm here. Shin Kai-yu, who came late, knocked on the door. The brother and sister in the ward were alert at the same time. After looking at each other, one picked up the pillow, and the other quickly took off his clothes. After hiding under the pillow, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, come in. Shin Lily pretended to be nonchalant. Shin Kai-yu pushed open the door with a lunch box, and saw Shin Kai-yun there. Then he frowned and asked, Why did you run here from the military training base? Unless there are special circumstances, freshmen are not allowed to come to the core base. I'm worried about my sister, so I asked the instructor for leave to come here. It just so happened that the instructor also had something to do, so he asked me to bring a message to my little sister. Shin Kai-yun explained obediently. But only Shin Lily knew that he came here just to take away the optical computer. This stingy guy was willing to lend it to her for a day because she was in the hospital. Shin Kai-yun nodded after hearing Shin Kai-yun's explanation, then walked to the bedside, opened the smart small dining table, put the food he brought on the table, and said to Shin Lily lovingly, Today is soybean pork rib soup and vegetable rice. How about it? Do you like it? Yes, I like it, thank you big brother. Shin Lily's saliva almost flowed out, and she couldn't wait to drink a mouthful of pork rib soup. Shin Kai-yun also looked greedy, looking at his big brother pitifully and asked, Big brother, is there any more? What do you think? Shin Kai-yu turned his head, and looked at Shin Kai-yun with a smile. Such a strong double-standard atmosphere made Shin Kai-yun almost think he was back home, and finally sat aside and sulked without saying anything. Shin Lily looked at the pitiful Shin Kai-yun, and could not bear to use a small bowl to fill some for him, and handed it to him, saying, Second brother, you should drink some too. My little sister still loves me. Shin Kai-yun's mood suddenly turned from gloomy to bright, and he carefully took the bowl, then looked at Shin Kai-yu, and snorted proudly. Shin Kai-yu looked at the silly Shin Kai-yun, shook his head and laughed. Brother, do you want some? Shin Lily asked again. No, I've eaten. Shin Kai-yu smiled, and then remembered something, and asked Shin Lily, Ollie, did you go to the pharmacy today? How did you know? I did go in the afternoon. Shin Lily looked up at Shin Kai-yu, and asked in confusion. It's okay, I just asked. Shin Kai-yu had almost guessed the truth, but didn't say much, anyway, it couldn't be a bad thing. Oh! Shin Lily was a little confused, but she didn't think much about it, and continued to drink the pork rib soup. Chapter 46. Shin Lily woke up the next day, brushed her teeth, and washed her face, then opened the sling and checked the healing of her arm. From the outside, the white and intact arm showed no signs of injury. Shin Lily used Chinese medicine techniques to gently massage for a while, and then took her pulse. The result was that there was no problem with the blood and qi, and only the muscles and bones needed to be recuperated for a few more days. It's true that the medical technology in the interstellar era is really amazing. In modern times, such a situation would take several months to heal, and even leave sequelae such as inability to exercise vigorously. But in the interstellar world, this kind of injury can only be considered a minor injury. After the arm is reconnected by surgery, it will be irradiated with a therapeutic device for a while, and the external injury will heal quickly. After a few more days of recuperation, the arm will be completely restored inside and out, without any sequelae. The only thing that makes Shinlili feel sad is that she seems to have learned medical skills for 20 years, and she feels that she has been defeated by high technology since she came to the interstellar world. This feeling is like the Yangtze River's waves behind push the waves in front, and the waves in front die on the beach, and Shinlili is the wave in front. Shinlili thought for a while, feeling disappointed and relieved, then walked out of the ward and walked to the outpatient department. Although she had already seen the healing of her arm, she still had to follow the doctor's instructions for a follow-up check. Arriving at the consultation room, Shinlili politely knocked on the door 3 times, and only opened the door and walked in when she heard the doctor say, "Come in. Ollie is here. How is your arm? Will it hurt these 2 days?" The doctor was a tall, black-haired young man with handsome and gentle features. When he saw that it was Shinlili who came in, he asked with a gentle smile, "Dr. Fu, it's okay. It won't hurt these 2 days." Shinlili looked at the attending doctor, who was a little too handsome, and said shyly, "Shinlili has been in StarCraft for so long, and she only thinks that 2 people are particularly good-looking. One is Bai Zhou, and the other is Dr. Fu Yu in front of her. That's good. Let's take an X-ray today, and let me see how you are healing." Fu Yu took out a detector and asked Shinlili to put her hand on it. After looking carefully for a while, Fu Yu said, "It's almost healed. You can train normally after a few more days of rest." "Okay, thank you Dr. Fu, I leave first." After Shinlili knew that she had no problem, she stood up and said goodbye to Fu Yu. "Goodbye, remember not to do strenuous exercise these days." Fu Yu reminded again. "Okay." Shinlili left the consultation room and walked towards the military mecha department. Shortly after Shinlili left the hospital, John Qingyan came to the front desk of the hospital and asked how to get to 505. 505? Are you looking for Miss Shinlili? She is probably not in the ward at the moment. The nurse replied. "No. Do you know where she went?" John Qingyan asked hurriedly. "I don't know about that, but Miss Shinlili is a student of the mecha manufacturing department. Maybe you can go to the military mecha department to have a look," the nurse suggested. "Okay, thank you, I see." When John Qingyan heard that Shinlili was from the mecha manufacturing department, his brows furrowed even deeper. After thanking her, he turned around and left the hospital. Such a good pharmacy genius actually went to the mecha manufacturing department. When John Qingyan thought that such a good pharmacy seedling was wasted, he immediately rushed to the mecha department with great grief. No! He wants to get this kid back on track. On the other side, Shinlili finally saw the gate of the military mecha department. Just when she was about to step in, an old man's heart-wrenching shout came from behind her. "Shinlili! Wait, don't go!" John Qingyan ran out of breath and shouted as soon as he saw the target. Shinlili was trembling all over when she was shouted. She almost thought she was the heroine in the idol drama who was unable to get over it, but the heart-wrenching hero was replaced by an old man. "Old man, I remember you are from the pharmacy department. Do you have something to do with me?" Shinlili turned and looked at John Qingyan in confusion. John Qingyan ran to Shinlili and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he took a few deep breaths and finally recovered his breath. But when he heard Shinlili calling him old man, he immediately said unhappily, "What old man? I am your great-grandfather." "Great-grandfather?" Shinlili was a little stunned, and then carefully recalled the last family dinner, and it seemed that she did not see this old man. When John Qingyan saw Shinlili's expression, he knew that he was doubting him, and hurriedly said angrily, "Does Zhang Yuanhao know?" "Yes, cousin." Shinlili was a little confused as to why the old man asked this. "I am his real grandfather. What should you call me?" John Qingyan tidied up his messy clothes and pretended to be mysterious. "Great-grandfather?" Shinlili blinked her eyes. "Hey, Grandpa, my dear granddaughter." John Qingyan's old face immediately smiled like a chrysanthemum, and he responded happily. "Great-grandfather, what do you want to talk to me about?" Shinlili asked carefully. Wouldn't he want to drag her to practice potion for an afternoon? But she really wanted to see the mechas. Shinlili turned her head to look at the mecha department with tears in her eyes. Seeing that Shinlili's eyes were full of mechas, John Qingyan coughed hurriedly to attract his granddaughter's attention, and then said with satisfaction, "My dear granddaughter, what do you think of potion? Do you want to learn from your cousin? Potion is good, but won't it be taught in class?" Shinlili asked back. John Qingyan almost exploded when he heard this. How can what the school teaches be the same as what he, a master pharmacist, teaches? "Calm down, this is your granddaughter, my dear grandson. She is a potion genius. Geniuses are not normal in their brains. We must understand. We must be tolerant." John Qingyan muttered to himself, and then he forced out a slightly twisted smile, and said, You have to start from scratch in school. I see that you are already so familiar with A-level potions. Isn't that a waste of time? I just want to ask you if you want to learn S-level potions or above now. Shenlili certainly wanted to, but S-level potions and above are all state-secret formulas, and she has no chance to get in touch with them so far. Thinking of this, Shenlili's eyes turned, and she immediately showed a flattering smile and said, "Yes, can you teach me, uncle?" John Chinyan also showed a bright smile and said, "Teach, I must teach. Whoever doesn't let me teach, I will be angry with him." Then the two of them walked towards the military pharmacy department with an expression of filial piety. Chapter 47. As soon as John Chinyan of the military pharmacy department brought Shenlili back to the pharmacy department, he praised Shenlili to everyone he met, almost from beginning to end. "Look, this is my granddaughter Shenlili. Don't look at her as weak, but she is a master at making potions. Oh, my granddaughter is amazing. What do you think the impurity rate of the potion she made yesterday was? That's right, it's 0.01%. Isn't it amazing? Even I, an old man, can't do it. Alas, my granddaughter is not only beautiful, but also good at making potions. I don't know which brat will be so lucky to marry my granddaughter in the future." Shenlili's eyes were almost frozen with embarrassment, but she still tried to pretend to be calm and cooperate with her cousin's praise. Because the fact that Shenlili was a potion genius was said by the Federation Chinyan Grandmaster himself, most people really believed it. As a result, Shenlili's name as a genius pharmacist resounded throughout the 5th Corps' military pharmacy department. When she entered John Chinyan's special pharmacy room, Shenlili finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then said tactfully, "Uncle, let's be more low-key next time." "What are you afraid of? Is there something wrong with what Grandpa said?" John Chinyan asked back. "Yes, but..." Shenlili hesitated and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by John Chinyan. "My dear granddaughter, we must be honest and don't learn from those people on TV who pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. If you pretend to be a pig and really become a pig, Grandpa will have no place to cry," John Chinyan advised earnestly. Shenlili always felt something was wrong, but couldn't put it into words. Finally, she could only nod obediently in a daze. "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Grandpa. Hey, dear, you are really Grandpa's good granddaughter. Come on, your task this morning is to finish reading all 5 books on medicinal materials." After saying that, John Chinyan took out 5 old, but well-maintained books from the space button and handed them to Shenlili. "Grandpa, what about the afternoon?" Shenlili asked casually while holding the book. "Of course, in the afternoon, you will take a medicinal bath to strengthen your physique." "Shili, I'm not saying that you are too weak," John Chinyan said with disgust. "But I heard that above level A, no matter how many potions you use, there will be no significant effect, right?" Shenlili asked. "It depends on the situation. For you, the main reason is that your body foundation is damaged. Once the foundation is repaired, although I don't know how many levels of physical fitness you can upgrade at once, you can at least upgrade 1 level," John Chinyan explained. "I understand. You are really amazing, Uncle." Shenlili admired and flattered him. "That's the title of my Federation's pharmacy master, and it's not called for nothing." John Chinyan stroked his white beard proudly. John Chinyan reminded him several times, and went to refine the medicine for the afternoon bath. And Shenlili sat on a chair beside him, looking through the full solution of interstellar medicinal materials in his hand. Occasionally, when he encountered something he didn't understand, he would use the public optical computer to search on the star network. If there was something that was not even on the star network, Shenlili would ask John Chinyan. At this time, Shenlili's 20 years of traditional Chinese medicine foundation came out. Although she had never seen many herbs, she had detailed introductions to the herbs and their efficacy. Almost after reading it once, she was familiar with it. Even if there were unreasonable places in the book, such as the incompatibility of medicinal effects, Shenlili also took out a small notebook and marked them. After Shenlili turned to the last page of the book, John Chinyan also came over with a medicine. "Shaoli, I told your brother that you only need to drink the nutrient solution during the medicinal bath. Come, drink it, and you can go to the bathroom to soak. Remember to make sure the water is clean before you can come out." John Chinyan handed the nutrient solution to Shenlili and reminded her. "Okay, thank you, Uncle, I know." Shenlili drank the nutrient solution without thinking much, then put down the book and walked into the bathroom. It was not until Shenlili lay in the bathtub for a while that she understood why her uncle did not let her eat, but drink the nutrient solution. The green medicine in the bathtub seemed to contain countless fine needles, which were constantly piercing Shenlili's skin, and her body seemed to be boiled in boiling water, not only with great pain, but also with bursts of burning sensation. If this were a meal, she would probably vomit all over the floor. Shin-Lily clenched her teeth tightly, holding the two sides of the bathtub tightly with her fingers, and almost exhausted all her willpower to hold back from jumping up. Grandpa didn't tell me it hurt so much, liar. Outside the bathroom, John Chin-Yun sneezed and rubbed his nose, and then suddenly remembered something. It's been too long since I refined the A-level forging liquid. It seems that I forgot to remind my granddaughter to take a painkiller before taking a bath. John Chin-Yun lowered his head and touched his nose with a guilty conscience, but then his eyes were attracted by the notes Shin-Lily had just made. What is this? John Chin-Yun picked up the notes, took a look at them, and then couldn't help himself, and immersed himself in them. Wonderful! They are all warm herbs, but when combined, they become strong. It turns out that the rare star grass can be replaced by cheap mint. Obviously, these two herbs are mutually exclusive, but as long as licorice is added, they can be combined to make the medicinal effect 100% effective. Genius, genius. How could such a genius of medicine not be born in my Jean family? John Chin-Yun was so depressed that he vomited blood, and then he remembered something, and turned on the light brain to send a video request to Shin Mujiang. Soon, Shin Mujiang's face appeared on the virtual screen. Chin-Yun, what do you want to talk to me about? Shin Mujiang asked. What else? Your granddaughter Shin Liming is obviously a genius of medicine. Why did you let her study the mecha manufacturing department? Isn't this killing her talent? John Chin-Yun said with a glare. Shin Mujiang frowned, but instead of answering, he asked, Is Ollie with you? Yes, she is learning medicine from me now. Don't change the subject. I want to ask you why you let her study mecha manufacturing. You must give me a reason, otherwise I will never let you go today. John Chin-Yun said with a frown. Chapter 48. Shin Mujiang looked at John Chin-Yun with a headache, and then explained. The principal of the 5th Military Academy also talked to me about your matter, and wanted Ollie to study the pharmacy department. Then what? Why is it still the mecha manufacturing department? John Chin-Yun continued to glare, as if he would go to the capital star to beat him up if he didn't convince him today. I asked Ollie. She didn't want to give up the mecha manufacturing department. Shin Mujiang said helplessly. He also watched the video of Shin-Lily's entrance examination. He knew that his granddaughter was indeed very talented in pharmacy. If she continued to specialize in pharmacy, even in the near future, the Shin family would definitely have a pharmacy master. But as long as Shin-Lily herself didn't want to, he wouldn't force his granddaughter to do something she didn't want to do, even if it was the same for other people in the Shin family. John Chin-Yun frowned when he heard this. It was true that if the main person didn't want to, others would talk until they were dry, and it wouldn't have any effect. Thinking of this, John Chin-Yun rubbed his brows with a headache, waved his hand at Shin Mujiang and said, Forget it, I will persuade Shaoli again, so let's not talk about it. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Shin Mujiang raised a slight arc at the corner of his mouth. John Chin-Yun hung up the video, and then looked towards the bathroom with a little headache. How should he communicate with this little girl? If he beat her, he couldn't bear it. If he scolded her, he would be soft-hearted before he opened his mouth. Forget it, I'd better persuade her first. Not long after, Shin-Lily came out of the bathroom, but her expression was just like a little girl whose candy was robbed, with a little anger in her grievance. Grandpa, why didn't you tell me it would hurt so much? I wasn't even mentally prepared. Shin-Lily felt very wronged. Ahem. John Chin-Yun's body stiffened, he coughed guiltily, and then explained in a serious manner, This A-level forging liquid will be like this for the first time, but it won't be the case after that. The reason I didn't tell you is that I don't want you to have a psychological burden. Is that so? Shin-Lily's eyes were still a little confused, and she always felt that something was wrong. John Chin-Yun saw that he hadn't completely fooled his little good granddaughter, so he quickly changed the subject and asked, Shaoli, how do you feel about your body? Do you feel that your physique has been upgraded? When it came to this, Shin-Lily threw everything behind her and said excitedly, Grandpa, I think my physique has reached the peak of A level, and I will definitely reach S level physique in a short time. Okay, this is the first time. When you soak all the forging liquid, even if you haven't reached SS level, it won't be too far away. John Chin-Yun nodded with a smile on his face. Well, thank you, uncle. Shin-Lily was also very happy. She used to worry about her physical condition, but now it has little trouble for her. This means that she has more time to do what she wants to do. Seeing his granddaughter so happy, John Chin-Yun looked at her and asked tentatively, Shaoli, I heard that you are still in the mecha manufacturing department. Now you are learning pharmacy with me. Do you want to transfer to the pharmacy department? No. Shen Lily still refused. John Chinyan resisted the urge to vomit blood, tried to maintain a kind expression and asked, "Why? You have a talent in pharmacy. Isn't it a waste if you don't specialize in pharmacy?" Shen Lily scratched her head. Her grandfather had asked her if she wanted to change her major before, and she said no, but she hadn't finished the second half of her sentence yet. "It won't be a waste, because I won't give up on mecha and potion, so I choose both majors," Shen Lily explained. She had originally planned to add the potion and soul weapon majors when she chose her major again at the beginning of the school year. The reason she wanted to choose the soul weapon major was because she had a crazy idea in her mind, which was to learn from the soul weapons that could relieve and heal mental power, and see if she could research mental power potions. At present, the Federation has no other methods to treat mental space diseases except for the soul weapons, and because of the high price of the soul weapons, most people can only wait to die. Every year, hundreds of thousands of people in the Federation die from mental riots or poisoning, or the mental space is broken. Even if they are lucky enough to survive, they will completely become patients who are worse than ordinary people. Most of the people who are prone to these diseases are federal soldiers. Regardless of whether she is a soldier or a descendant of a Chinese medicine family, she will try her best to try to solve the situation where if there is a problem with mental power, she will die. She wants to do this not only for the Federation, but also for her own obsession. If the original owner could get the Horcrux, he would not die because of a mental-destroying potion. So she will definitely develop a mental potion that everyone can afford in the future, at least so that the tragedy of the original owner will not happen to anyone again. Thinking of this, Shen Lily's eyes became much firmer. When John Chinyan heard Shen Lily's idea, although he disagreed in his heart, he would not object. The reason for his disagreement was that he felt that Shen Lily was completely wasting time on the mecha. The reason for not objecting is that everyone is young and frivolous. Not letting her try is like breaking a bird's wings and trapping it in a cage. Finally, John Chinyan sighed and said, "Xiaoli, your uncle supports you. Do whatever you want." "Yes, thank you, uncle." Shen Lily automatically said that her uncle supports her to study mental potions. This is also a beautiful misunderstanding. In the next 3 days, Shen Lily spent most of her time in the military pharmacy department except sleeping. In the morning, she learned about various interstellar medicinal materials, and in the afternoon, she took a bath in the A-level forging liquid. After the last bath, Shen Lily's physique reached the peak of the S level. Now she only needs a period of physical training to enter the SS level. Chapter 49. On the 4th day, Shen Lily finally memorized all the medicinal materials in Xingji. Then Shen Lily took a confident step and went to find John Chinyan, who was making medicine, and said with a smile, "Uncle, I have read all of them." John Chinyan did not comment, took the medicinal materials and asked, "Okay, then I will test you on the effect of Gastrodia alata." Gastrodia alata is a precious Chinese herbal medicine, also known as red arrow, dingfengkeo, shuiziyu, etc. In terms of medical treatment, it has the effects of calming the liver and extinguishing wind, unblocking meridians and relieving pain, and removing wind and dampness. Clinically treat headaches, dizziness, limb numbness, infantile convulsions, epilepsy and convulsions, and other diseases. Shen Lily said with a serious and focused expression. John Chinyan nodded with satisfaction, and then asked, "What about white quartz?" White quartz is an ore of the oxide mineral quartz. It tastes sweet, spicy, and slightly warm. It enters the lung, kidney, and heart meridians. It has the effects of warming the lungs and kidneys, calming the mind, and promoting urination. It is mainly used to treat lung cold cough and asthma, thirst, restlessness, palpitations and forgetfulness, urinary problems, jaundice, stone water, wind cold dampness. Shen Lily answered without any hesitation. How to treat body odor and athlete's foot. John Chinyan suddenly changed the question that had nothing to do with medicinal materials. Shen Lily was stunned for a rare moment, but then she said, "For body odor, you can cut old ginger into slices and hold it under your armpits for 15 minutes to half an hour. For mild cases, it can be done once, and for moderate cases, 3 times a day. For severe cases, surgery is required to remove the entire skin and subcutaneous sweat glands in the armpits." John Chinyan smiled with satisfaction and said, "What's next?" For athlete's foot, you can use 80% vinegar essence, mixed with cold water in a 1-to-1 ratio. Soak your feet for 1 hour, once every few days, or apply the vinegar essence to the soles of your feet with a cotton swab, and it will heal within a month. Shen Lily told the story. After that, John Chinyan asked many questions about medicinal materials, and Shen Lily could answer them by analogy, which made him very satisfied. In the end, even the look in his eyes when he looked at Shenlili was full of pride and pride. Very good, Xiaoli. You must remember that you don't need to know how to make medicine if you know medical skills, but you must know how to make medicine if you know how to make medicine. If a pharmacist doesn't know how to make medicine, then he will be like a frog in a well all his life and will never achieve anything. Zhang Qingyun said solemnly. Well, I know, uncle. Shenlili was not worried about this at all. It can be said that she could diagnose patients independently since she was 8 years old, and she could prescribe medicine at the age of 10. In terms of medical skills, she dared to claim to be second, and no one dared to claim to be first. This is Shenlili's unique pride. Even if she would be questioned, she would not doubt her medical skills at all. Today I will teach you how to make S-level potions. After that, I will send you the videos of refining S-level potions and above to your optical computer. You can learn slowly when you go to school. After saying this, Zhang Qingyun came to the medicine table and began to process the medicinal materials. Okay. After saying this, Shenlili began to watch Zhang Qingyun's action seriously. The biggest difference between S-level potions and potions below A-level is the medicinal materials and refining techniques. Medicinal materials above S-level are no longer just simple herbs and minerals. They can even be used as medicine by Zerg, not to mention various star beasts and precious herbs. It's just that the higher the level of the medicinal materials, the more impurities they contain that are more difficult to remove, so it is necessary to use mental power to remove the impurities contained in the medicinal materials before they can be used as medicine. Moreover, the process of refining S-level is more complicated. If you are not careful, a potion will be ruined. This time, the S-level healing potion is refined, which can quickly heal non-fatal wounds. Higher-level healing potions, such as SS-level healing potions, can heal fatal injuries. As for the legendary SSS healing potion, as long as you have a breath, you can recover completely. Of course, this legendary potion is still far away from Shenlili. At present, she has not even refined potions above S-level. Shenlili thought about it, and then looked at Zhang Qingyun carefully, the steps and techniques of refining potions. Zhang Qingyun took the required medicinal materials first, and Shenlili was surprised to find that there was even a Zerg crystal core. Noticing Shenlili's gaze, Zhang Qingyun smiled and said, Xiaoli, are you wondering why the Zerg crystal core can be used as medicine? Yeah, I thought the Zerg crystal core could only be used to make Horcruxes. Shenlili replied. The Zerg crystal core is a good thing. It can not only replace energy stones, but also weapons, soul tools, potions, and mechas cannot do without the Zerg crystal core. I won't say more. The school will teach you later. Now I will teach you how to remove the impurities in the Zerg crystal core. Come, take one too. Zhang Qingyun put a purple crystal core in Shenlili's hand, and then motioned her to follow. Shenlili looked at the Zerg crystal core in amazement. She didn't expect that the Zerg were so ugly, but their crystal cores were like purple gems, beautiful and mysterious. This is an S-level Zerg crystal core, and there are still violent mental forces left by the Zerg. Only when they are completely expelled can they be used as medicine. Now probe the mental power into it, and expel it bit by bit. Zhang Qingyun instructed. Okay. Shenlili stared at the Zerg crystal core tightly, and then poured mental power into the crystal core. In less than a second, the crystal core suddenly split into two halves. Before Shenlili could feel it, the Zerg crystal core was gone. This time, she was a little at a loss as she held the crystal core and looked at Zhang Qingyun innocently and nervously. Zhang Qingyun's eyes twitched violently, and he looked at the Zerg crystal core in Shenlili's hand with heartache. After all, it was an S-level crystal core, but it couldn't even withstand it for a second. So how terrible is the mental power of his good granddaughter? After complaining, Zhang Qingyun smiled reluctantly and comforted, Don't blame you. It's your grandpa who forgot that your mental power is super SSS, and the normal method won't work. Shenlili breathed a sigh of relief and asked, Grandpa, what should I do? Zhang Qingyun wanted to say to try with half of his mental power, but finally changed his words and said, Try with the least mental power. Okay. After Shenlili finished speaking, she took the new Zerg crystal core, then closed her eyes, and adjusted a trace of mental power from the mental space, slowly probing into the Zerg crystal core. Chapter 50. As soon as Shenlili's mental power entered the Zerg crystal core, she found that in this crystal core, which was condensed from all the mental power of the Zerg, in addition to the purple mental power mist, there was also a bloody red mist full of violent aura. Zhang Qingyun, outside, had been paying attention to Shenlili. When he saw that she had finally successfully entered the Zerg crystal core, he breathed a sigh of relief and reminded her, Xiaoli, You must remember that once the mental power is contaminated by Zerg impurities, you must immediately cut off the contaminated area, otherwise once these impurities are brought back to your own mental space, it will cause mental power riots at the least, and even cause death without medicine. Well, uncle, I know. Shinlili responded solemnly. After Shinlili finished speaking, she first observed the bloody red mist for a while with her mental power, and then she couldn't help it, and curiously stretched out her mental tentacles, and tentatively touched the bloody red mist. The scarlet mist that was touched suddenly became agitated. Shinlili thought she would be attacked immediately, but after waiting for a while, the scarlet mist not only did not attack Shinlili's mental power. Instead, it was as if it had encountered a natural enemy and dodged quickly. If Shinlili's mental power had eyes, it would definitely be blinking in confusion at this moment. This seems to be different from what my uncle said, and Shinlili inexplicably felt that these red mists seemed to give her a little appetite, but this feeling was not from the body, but from the mental power. Although she silently said in her heart that this was impurity, and could not be eaten, by the time Shinlili reacted, the mental tentacles had already transformed into a mouth, and took a small bite of the red mist. Before she could stop it, she watched helplessly as her mental power ate a mouthful of impurities from the crystal core. This feeling was probably as complicated as you can't stop a dog from eating shit. Shinlili felt numb, but the next second she felt a sense of satisfaction, which was fed back from her mental power. This feeling was like eating a hot pot in winter. Shinlili opened her mouth wide, and looked at the bloody mist in surprise. Now, not to mention her mental power, even she herself began to be greedy. After swallowing her saliva, Shinlili no longer stopped her mental power this time. In less than a moment, the impurities in the Zerg crystal core were eaten up by her mental power. Shinlili raised her eyebrows, and silently took back the full mental power into the mental space, and then her consciousness also entered the mental space. Originally, Shinlili thought that the mental power would still be like the beginning, lazily lurking in the mental space, but after her consciousness turned into her own body, the mental power turned into 3 pillar-shaped strips, like a life with its own consciousness, surrounding her consciousness body. Shinlili looked carefully at the 3 strange mental power pillars, and finally confirmed that she was not mistaken. The first spiritual force was full of vitality, looking at Shinlili kindly like an elder. The second spiritual force looked at Shinlili with a hint of aloofness, as if looking at a stupid brother. The third spiritual force was a little cute, rubbing against Shinlili's consciousness like a spoiled child. You are conscious, right? Shinlili looked at the 3 little spiritual forces and asked gently. The 3 spiritual forces nodded in unison. Then why didn't you show up before? Shinlili asked in confusion. She had been to the spiritual space several times, but had never seen them. The 3 spiritual powers seemed to be looking at each other, and in the end, the silly one touched Shinlili's forehead with his spiritual tentacles. A soft and cute voice sounded in Shinlili's consciousness. Ollie, we are your heavenly soul, earthly soul, and human soul. Your physical condition was too poor before. Once we wake up, you will have to leave this body again. Can the soul become a spirit? Shinlili swallowed her saliva, but she was a little calmer when she thought that the spiritual power in the interstellar era was equivalent to the soul power. Can everyone's spiritual power have consciousness? Shinlili asked curiously. The 3 spiritual powers shook their heads together, because this question was a bit difficult, so this time it was the Earth Soul that was in charge of wisdom, who touched her forehead with his spiritual tentacles. No, only you. The voice of the Earth Soul was a little cold. Why? Shinlili asked. I don't know. The voice of the Earth Soul was rarely filled with a trace of anger. As the one in charge of the body's wisdom, it actually had things it didn't know. This was a big blow to it. Shinlili silently closed the microphone and changed the subject. You don't have names yet? I give you names, okay? The 3 spiritual powers froze for a moment, and then the human soul nodded frantically, the Earth Soul nodded reservedly, and the heavenly soul not only nodded, but also patted Shinlili's head like a kind elder. The heavenly soul is the master of life, and life is the master of wood, so let's call him AMU. The heavenly soul nodded kindly as an agreement. The Earth Soul is the master of wisdom, and wisdom is like water, so let's call him Ashui. The Earth Soul disdained it for a while, but finally nodded reluctantly. The human soul is the master of passion, and it is as passionate as fire, so let's call him Alwo. The human soul was very satisfied with the name, and rubbed the back of Shinlili's hand again in surprise. Shinlili also touched Ahwa's spiritual power happily, and then suddenly remembered something and asked, Ahwa, why did you eat the impurities of the Zerg just now, that red spiritual power? Ahwa tilted his head in confusion, and then touched Shinlili's eyebrows. It's delicious, you can eat it. Ahua's cute voice sounded in her mind, but it did not solve her doubts. So Shenlili looked at Ashui. Ashui raised his head reservedly, stretched out his tentacles, and touched Shenlili's eyebrows again. The explosive spiritual power is also a kind of lust, which is a tonic for Ahua. Ashui said lightly. Oh, so that's the case. Shenlili suddenly realized, and then looked at the time, and it was getting late, so she said goodbye to the three little ones. I'm leaving, thank you. I will come to see you again when I have time. Shenlili took a last look at the three cute little guys, and then smiled, and woke up from consciousness. Chapter 51. Xiaoli, how are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Zhang Qingyun asked with relief, when he saw Shenlili finally opened her eyes. It's okay, Grandpa. Let's get on with it. Shenlili shook her head and smiled. Shenlili didn't plan to tell about Ahua and the others. One reason was that even she herself felt that the fact that her spiritual power had become a spirit was a bit far-fetched and too outrageous. The other reason was that her super SSS spiritual power was already evil enough. If people knew that her spiritual power had consciousness, it would probably not bring cheers and joy, but strange eyes and fear, and even greed in the end. Why does she have it, and I don't? Why is she luckier than me? Can I have it if I kill her? As a doctor, Shenlili has seen too many people who were sent to the hospital for emergency treatment because of jealousy and frame-ups. And most of these people don't know how to be on guard against others, and always foolishly reveal their family background. In short, human nature is really complicated. If you can't find a balance in it, you will fall into the abyss sooner or later until you are shattered to pieces. Shenlili sighed in her heart, stopped distracting, and began to concentrate on following Zhang Qingyun to deal with the impurities in the medicinal materials. One by one, the impurities in the required medicinal materials were cleaned up with mental power. The subsequent steps were different from the A-level potion. It was no longer necessary to wait until the liquid medicine was refined before blending. Instead, in the process of refining the potion, the herbs were added according to the time and temperature, and the process could not be interrupted. Once it was interrupted or the time was not grasped well, this potion would be considered invalid. Or crush the required herbs, put them in the test tube, boil them for a specified time, separate the impurities in the juice with mental power, and then wrap it with mental power and take it out. The impurities produced by crushing the next batch of herbs were also removed in the same way. After putting the remaining herb on the table and dealing with the impurities it produced, Shenlili finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the liquid medicine was poured into the medicine tube and sealed. The first S-level healing potion in Shenlili's life was completed. Zhang Qingyun was paying attention to Shenlili the whole time. From the initial surprise, he was numb to his granddaughter's talent for potions. If the S-level potion could be successfully made for the first time, if it were to be spread out, not only the Federation, but even the Empire would be overturned. And how old is Shenlili? A 15-year-old S-level pharmacist. Is she a genius or a demon? Shenlili didn't know what Zhang Qingyun was thinking at the moment. She smiled brightly and handed the potion she made to Zhang Qingyun and asked, Grandpa, do you see if this potion is successful? Looking at such a cute and well-behaved Shenlili, Zhang Qingyun's heart almost melted, and he no longer entangled. Anyway, no matter how outstanding she is still his granddaughter. After thinking about it, Zhang Qingyun said to Shenlili cheerfully, Okay, Grandpa, take a look. Zhang Qingyun took the potion, put it on the detector, and then started the button. The start light of the detector lit up, and a line of text that was being tested appeared on the screen. 10 seconds later, with a ding, the detector stopped, and lines of text slowly appeared on the virtual screen. Full name of the potion: S-level high-level healing potion. Purity of potion: 95%. Utilization rate of efficacy: 96%. Impurity retention rate: 5%. Quality rating: SS. Looking at the expected test results, Zhang Qingyun felt bald for the first time because of someone who was too outstanding. This is probably sweet torture. Xiaoli, Grandpa has something important to tell you, you must remember it. Zhang Qingyun turned his head and said to Shenlili with a serious expression. Okay, Grandpa, you tell me, I will definitely remember it. Shenlili nodded and promised. Zhang Qingyun was still very relieved about his granddaughter, but he still reminded her again, in the future, don't make potions in front of anyone, and before you have the ability to protect yourself, you can only say that your potion is made by me, understand? Yes, I understand, thank you Grandpa. Shenlili understood the painstaking efforts of Grandpa, and her face was full of tears. Good boy. Zhang Qingyun rubbed Shenlili's head and said reluctantly, Xiaoli, your uncle has finished teaching you. You should go back to the military training base in the afternoon. When the military school starts, you must study the video I sent you carefully. Now go back and have a good rest. Okay, uncle, goodbye. Shenlili hugged John Chinyan reluctantly, then turned and walked out of the military pharmacy department. John Chinyan silently watched Shenlili's back as she left. I don't know if it was because of his old eyesight, but he always felt that he witnessed the birth of a new pharmacy master. John Chinyan shook his head and laughed, then continued to refine the treatment potion. Shenlili, who left the military pharmacy department, first said goodbye to her elder brother, then returned to the Legion Hospital, packed her luggage, changed into military training clothes, and said goodbye to the nurses and doctors in the hospital. Shaoli, pay attention to your arm. If you have any problems, you are welcome to come back and cause trouble. Shaoli, I won't say welcome back again. Goodbye, no, bye. Shenlili looked at these lovely nurses and doctors helplessly and amusedly, and finally waved with a smile before turning around and leaving the core hospital. When she returned to the military training base, Shenlili passed the inspection at the door with her digital bracelet. When she returned to the dormitory and passed the comprehensive training ground, she also saw the students and instructors of the 5th Military Academy. Look, Shenlili is back. I heard that she went to the core hospital because she was injured while catching Zerg. That's amazing. If we encounter Zerg, we can only run for our lives. The students suddenly lost their concentration on training. The instructors frowned at first, and when they were about to yell, they suddenly noticed Shenlili who had returned. Shenlili, come here. Sunming shouted. Shenlili froze and immediately responded, yes. Then she quickly ran to the instructor and saluted, and asked timidly, Instructor, do you have something to talk to me about? Sunming looked fierce, staring at Shenlili like a living devil without saying a word. Shenlili was a little uneasy when being stared at. She glanced at Sunming cautiously for a few times, and then she was frightened by his expression and instantly retracted her gaze. Shenlili? Sunming called again seriously, and stretched out his hand to hold her shoulder. Although the palm on her shoulder was not very heavy, Shenlili felt a weight that life could not bear. Welcome back. A magnetic and low voice came from above. Shenlili was stunned for a long time before she suddenly looked up at the instructor, who was also smiling at her. Finally, her eyes curved into crescents, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up and smiled. Thank you, instructor. Chapter 52. Very good, you look in good spirits. Come and train with us. Sunming smiled in a good mood. But Shenlili couldn't laugh anymore, and she tried to test him a little timidly. Instructor, normally you shouldn't ask me to go back and have a good rest. Do you think you need it? Sunming stared at her with a death stare. Shenlili still wanted to struggle. Sunming was impatient, turned her around, kicked her and made her stagger, and shouted, If you keep talking, make up the 5 days of training you owed. When Shenlili heard this, her waist and legs were no longer sore, and she immediately rolled over to run obstacles with her classmates. Oh wow! The students of the 5th Military Academy originally thought that Shenlili would go back to rest, but they didn't expect such a reversal, so most of them couldn't help but follow suit. What are you yelling for? Do you think you are monkeys? Do you still want the scores? Sunming shouted like a cold-faced devil. The students immediately calmed down and stood at the starting point of the obstacle race one by one, waiting for the whistle of Instructor Shi to sound, and then rushed. Shenlili, come and put on the weight ring. Instructor Lin Su said gently. Okay. Shenlili responded, and then walked towards Instructor Lin Su, but when she got the weight ring, she found that it was still the weight of Class A. Is there any problem? Classmate Shenlili? Is it too heavy? Lin Su saw that Shenlili had not put it on yet, and asked with some concern. In his mind, Shenlili was still the weak freshman who went to the hospital at any time, and he did not consider that Shenlili's physique had become stronger, and she was even one step away from reaching the SS level physique. Report to the instructor, this weight ring is not suitable for me, give me a 500 gene one. Shenlili said seriously. Since she had to train, Shenlili had to do her best. For her, the A-level weight ring was no different from not wearing it. She thought so, but Instructor Lin Su thought he had heard it wrong, and repeated it again, asking in disbelief. Are you talking about the SS level weight ring? Are you sure you are right? Yes, it is the SS level one. Shenlili nodded firmly. Let's go with the A-level one, we take it slowly. Lin Su negotiated. Lin Su was of course pleased that the student was motivated, but the premise was that the person was not Shenlili. No, the A-level one doesn't work for me. Shenlili refused directly, and she felt that Instructor Lin Su was too gentle. If it was Instructor Sun Ming, he would probably laugh. Seeing Shen Lily's straightforward refusal, Lin Su was at a loss, and quickly turned to Sun Ming, looking for help and shouting, "Sun Ming, come here." Sun Ming heard the voice, turned around and looked at Lin Su and Shen Lily, and then observed the weight ring carefully. He thought that Shen Lily thought it was too heavy, and immediately walked over with a frown. "What's the matter?" Sun Ming frowned. "Shen Lily." Lin Su was about to explain when he was interrupted by Sun Ming. "I'm asking about her, Shen Lily, you talk." Sun Ming stared at Shen Lily tightly. If Shen Lily dared to say that the A-level weight ring was too heavy, he, Sun Ming, would definitely let her have a beautiful childhood memory from now on. "Report to the instructor, the A-level weight ring is too light, I need an SS-level weight ring." Shen Lily was frightened by Sun Ming's expression, but she still straightened her back and answered firmly. Sun Ming looked at Shen Lily in surprise, then quickly calmed down and asked, "Are you sure?" "Sure. My physique has reached the peak of S level. Now I just need some pressure to upgrade smoothly." Shen Lily felt that there was nothing to hide about her physique, so she said it out. Sun Ming and Lin Su's pupil shrank at the same time, and the two looked at each other, as if they had seen a ghost. In the end, Sun Ming came back to his senses first, looked at Shen Lily with complicated eyes for a long time, and then said to Lin Su, "Adjust her to 500 kilograms. "Okay." Lin Su was still a little confused, but his hand habitually took back the weight ring, adjusted it to 500 kilograms again, and then handed it to Shen Lily. Shen Lily put on the adjusted weight ring, and then smiled happily. "Thank you, instructor, I'm going to train." After Shen Lily left, Shi Yang also came over. Seeing that Sun Ming and the others were doubting their lives, he asked with some confusion, "What happened to you two? When Shen Lily didn't come back, didn't you blame yourself every day? Why are you so excited after seeing her?" Sun Ming didn't say anything, but took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it with a lighter and smoked it. He took a puff with melancholy, and then said sadly, "I lit a cigarette, I smoked half, and Feng smoked half. I didn't care about Feng, maybe Feng also has troubles." Shi Yang's head was full of question marks. He always felt that Sun Ming seemed crazy now. He turned his head to look at Lin Su and asked, "Is Sun Ming okay?" "No, he's fine. I think the problem is me. I should believe that I can dream in the daytime. There is really everything in the dream," Lin Su said without connecting the previous words. Shi Yang's forehead was covered with veins, and he could no longer bear it, and gave each of them a fist of love. "Ouch. It hurts. It hurts so much. Shi Yang, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" Lin Su and Sun Ming squatted on the ground, and covered their heads, and screamed in pain, and Sun Ming was so angry that he directly started to scold. "I think you are a little abnormal, so I want to treat you. Look, you are back to normal now," Shi Yang said with a fake smile. "You are so violent to your own brothers, you deserve to be a bachelor at the age of 30. Sun Ming gritted his teeth and said. Lin Su also nodded with a common hatred. Shi Yang sneered, looked at the two people who were playing tricks with his eyes like knives, and said threateningly, "I wonder if you still want to treat them again?" Sun Ming and Lin Su were frightened unconsciously, and hugged each other face to face, but when they reacted, they immediately pushed each other away with disgust. "I was just about to say it, I was just trying to build up my emotions." Sun Ming pretended to be cool, and turned the tables. TSK. Shi Yang raised one corner of his mouth in contempt, with a sneer on his face that said, "I see how you perform." Chapter 53. This is a good thing, that is, Shen Lily's physique has risen to the peak of S level, and now our biggest worry is solved. Sun Ming still doubts his life when talking about this. If Shen Lily didn't say this himself, he wouldn't believe it even if he twisted his head off and kicked it like a ball. "Are you sure you are not kidding?" Shi Yang's first reaction was to not believe it. Shen Lily just stayed in the army hospital for a few days, not returning to her mother's womb to get pregnant again. How could she say that she was a different person? "I said it myself, how could it be false?" Sun Ming had almost accepted this matter, so he said it calmly. However, Sun Ming thought for a while, and said his guess. "I guess there is only one possibility for Shen Lily's sudden upgrade, that is, someone repaired her physical foundation. Don't forget that Shen Lily had been malnourished for a full 10 years before. If it can be repaired, it is not impossible for her physical fitness to improve by leaps and bounds. It's easy to say, but who has such a great ability?" Shi Yang looked at his two friends and questioned. "I remember there is a pharmacy master in the military pharmacy department, and it seems to be Shen Lily's great-grandfather." Lin Su recalled for a while, and suddenly remembered. As soon as this was said, it was considered an instant solution. Then the three instructors were jealous, thinking at the same time, this Shin Lily might be the most powerful relative in the Federation. How can she be related to any big boss? Finally, Sun Ming's eyes were empty, and he sighed, and said something that Lin Su and others could not understand. This is probably the protagonist. At the other end, Shin Lily was climbing a single plank bridge. Because of the weight ring, she took every step with a little trepidation, fearing that she would fall off the 5-meter-high single plank bridge if she was unbalanced. This morning's training project is equipment training. On the 3,000-meter track, there are single plank bridges, ladders, pull-ups on the horizontal bar, swallow flying style on the parallel bars, 3-meter-high vaulting horses, 100-meter rope climbing, and push-ups, sit-ups, and other obstacles in the middle. Shin Lily ran a circle of obstacles, sweating all over. She raised her sleeves to wipe her dirty face, rested for a while, and then started the obstacle run again. She still had to run 10 laps to be basically qualified, and this was because she was late and only ran 10 laps. The other students had at least 15 laps. After the physical training in the morning, the students all became as miserable as if they were fleeing, but they still consciously lined up. After the team was in order, the instructor used the optical computer to score each student according to the number bracelet and read it out. Number 12, 13 laps, 5 points, failed. Number 48, 15 laps, 8 points, passed. Number 69, 10 laps, 8 points, passed. Shin Lily is number 69, but she didn't expect to get a pass. It's rare that Shin Lily is finally not at the bottom of the physical training. I'm so happy that I want to cry. After the scoring, Sun Ming made a quiet gesture and waited until the students were quiet before speaking. Tomorrow is Friday, and it is also the day to show the training results of our 5 major military academies this week. I won't reveal the specific competition method. If anyone dares to let me down tomorrow, don't blame the instructor. Now I ask you, do you understand? I understand. The students responded loudly. Sun Ming nodded with satisfaction, then looked around at the students, and said with a rare smile, today's afternoon mental training is cancelled. At 2 p.m., everyone will go to the reception hall to attend the military rank awarding ceremony for classmate Shin Lily. Now let's applaud in advance for the little hero classmate Shin Lily. After that, Sun Ming took the lead in applauding. Pa 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 pa. Listening to the thunderous applause in her ears, Shin Lily rarely covered her face with embarrassment. The students around were cheering, but they all looked at Shin Lily in a friendly way, with unconcealed envy and admiration in their eyes. Ollie, you are so awesome. Bu Lingling, who was standing in the front row, shouted at her while clapping. You can get a military rank before you even enter the Legion. Su Lily, you are going to take off. Big brother, please protect me in the future. An unknown classmate also shouted. Su Lily, you are the pride of our 5th military academy. Those who criticize you are idiots. Shin Lily looked at her roommates and classmates who were laughing and making noises around her, and she was moved to bow half a bow, and smiled and shouted in gratitude, thank you everyone. A whistle sounded, and Sun Ming smiled and said, okay, now I declare the disbandment. In addition, Shin Lily, come here. Shin Lily originally planned to go to the cafeteria to eat with her roommates, but she had to give up when she heard the instructor calling her. After saying goodbye to her roommates, Shin Lily walked up to the instructors and asked in confusion, Instructor, what's the matter? Have you prepared the speech for this afternoon? Sun Ming asked worriedly. When it comes to this, Shin Lily's face showed a sweet smile that was obviously awkward but impeccable, and said, Instructor, don't worry, I have been preparing for 3 days and 3 nights. Sun Ming always felt that Shin Lily was a little strange at the moment, but he didn't care much. He took out a set of federal military uniform from the space, handed it over and reminded, you are the protagonist this afternoon, you must go backstage half an hour in advance, and remember to change into this set of clothes. Shin Lily looked at the dark blue military uniform with gold line outline in the instructor's hand, took it solemnly, and then said to the instructor solemnly, thank you instructor, I know. Sun Ming rubbed Shin Lily's hair and smiled. Okay, go back. Well, goodbye instructor. Shin Lily put the federal military uniform into the space button, said goodbye to the instructor, and walked towards the dormitory. Chapter 54. After the physical training, the students of the 5 major military academies also received notices from their respective instructors. The afternoon mental training was uniformly changed to participating in Shin Lily's military rank awarding ceremony. The reactions of the major military academies to this matter were different. The training fanatics of the 1st Military Academy frowned unhappily upon hearing the news. They felt that participating in such a boring ceremony would affect their training. The nouveau riche and second-generation rich of the Second Military Academy were saying sour words one by one. They felt that they should have the opportunity to stand out. The Third Military Academy was relatively calm. Apart from being interested in potions, they were basically indifferent to other things. The students of the Fourth Military Academy claimed to be superior. Although they didn't say much on the surface, they were actually almost jealous in their hearts. Compared with other sour or silent students, the students of the Fifth Military Academy were as happy as the new year. In order to prepare for the military rank awarding ceremony, almost everyone got up early after lunch break to pack themselves up. Some were getting their hair done, some were looking in the mirror. Anyway, this afternoon, the students of the Fifth Military Academy must be the most handsome among the 5 major military academies. At 1:30 p.m., the 5 auditoriums in the reception hall were filled with students from various military academies from high to low. Because the ceremony had not yet begun, the students were chatting boringly, occasionally looking curiously at the instructor sitting in the first row in front of the rostrum. In the auditorium of the Fourth Military Academy, Lin Shuaishui and Lin Sisi sat near the rostrum. Because they were a little bored waiting, Lin Shuaishui pushed his sister and said, "Sister, who do you think will confer the military rank on Sister Lily today?" "I don't know, maybe it was the instructor," Lin Sisi said casually. Military ranks are usually awarded by elders or superiors. If the elders are not present, the instructors will probably replace them. "I think there might be a surprise," Lin Shuaishui said expectantly. Lin Sisi did not comment, because there was nothing to argue about. She could see this kind of ceremony several times a year. If it wasn't for her sister's military rank awarding ceremony, she would not be interested at all. Especially when there were voices everywhere slandering her sister. She was so angry that a hatch mark appeared on her forehead. "You think Su Lily's military rank is not because she is close to Shin Kaiyun, right?" "It's hard to say. I guess it's possible. After all, no matter how great the merits are, it's impossible to be awarded a military rank in advance. Isn't it normal to be able to do so after entering the army?" "That's right. I hate people like Shin Lily who curry favor with the powerful the most. They simply waste the quota of military school students. It's unbearable. There's no need to endure it anymore." Lin Sisi and Lin Shuaishui stood up at the same time, looking at the 3 gossiping girls behind them. "Lin Sisi, what are you looking at?" Among the 3 girls, Fang Xiuxiu, who didn't get along with Lin Sisi, said with a mean look. Lin Sisi sneered, as if she saw something interesting, and said in a yin-yang tone, "What are you looking at?" "Of course I'm looking at a joke." "Lin Sisi, what do you mean? Who are you saying is a joke?" Fang Xiuxiu stood up and said angrily, "I heard that you like Shin Kaiyun." Lin Sisi ignored Fang Xiuxiu, who was about to explode with anger, and asked another question instead. "So what? Are you speaking up for Su Lily? Have you eaten too many carrots and become too worried? Don't you think you are meddling too much?" Fang Xiuxiu said angrily. "Heh." Lin Sisi was really amused and looked at Fang Xiuxiu with sympathy. "Since you started to slander Shin Lily, it's good enough that Shin Kaiyun didn't cut you." Poor. Lin Sisi was no longer angry. "Anyway, bitches will get their own fate, especially such stupid women who don't know it and are destined to be tragic. Fang Xiuxiu, as a classmate, I advise you not to like Shin Kaiyun no matter who you like, because there is absolutely no possibility for you to." After saying this, Lin Sisi no longer paid attention to the stupid woman behind her, and pulled her brother back to sit. What does Lin Sisi mean by this? Fang Xiuxiu's eyes were blazing with fire. Just as she was about to find trouble, she was stopped by 2 companions. "Xiuxiu, forget it. We can't afford to offend Lin Sisi," Companion A advised. "Yes, and after the start of the school year, she will be the head of our Horcrux department. If she takes revenge on us and deducts our credits, we will have to repeat the year." Companion B also didn't want to offend Lin Sisi because of this. Fang Xiuxiu knew this, of course, and this was why the 2 companions could hold her back. Fortunately, the military rank awarding ceremony started at this time. Fang Xiuxiu breathed a sigh of relief, and then sat back in her seat. "Classmates, good afternoon. Today our military training base is honored to hold a grand personal military rank awarding ceremony for classmate Shin Lily. Now please invite classmate Shin Lily to the stage. Come on, everyone applaud and welcome her." After the instructor who presided over the ceremony finished speaking, he took the lead in applauding, and then thunderous applause rang out from the audience. Amidst the applause, Shin Lily, the protagonist of today's ceremony, walked out from the backstage, stepped onto the steps of the rostrum step by step, and came to the side of the host instructor. The girl was wearing a dark blue federal military uniform with gold thread outlines. She looked heroic. Her long black hair was tied behind her, revealing her beautiful face. Her black eyes were as deep and calm as an ancient well. Her eyebrows were slightly raised, revealing a heroic spirit. Even her young face was filled with an uncompromising momentum. Wow, so handsome. Su Lily. Come on, you are the most handsome. This is too beautiful. Why didn't I notice it before? By the way, did the instructor say the wrong name? Isn't her last name Su? When the students in the audience saw the handsome and beautiful Shin Lily, all of them screamed as if their idol had appeared on the scene. Some thought that the instructor had pronounced the wrong name, but their voices were instantly covered by the sound of the crowd. Okay, be quiet for a moment. Next, we welcome a special guest to confer military rank on our student Shin Lily. Now, please welcome Admiral Shin Tion. Everyone applaud and welcome him. The instructor was so excited that his voice broke. The students thought they had heard it wrong, but when a man wearing a federal military uniform and full of honor medals on his chest walked onto the stage, the entire reception hall was filled with exclamations, and the roof was almost blown off in an instant. Chapter 55. Oh my god, it's Admiral Shin Tion. Really? The living one. Admiral Shin Tion. You are my eternal male god. Admiral Shin Tion. I want to give birth to a baby for you. As soon as Shin Tion appeared, the students in the entire reception hall went crazy, standing up and shouting wildly. Some students with social acumen ran directly from their seats to the rostrum, waving and shouting, trying to attract the attention of their male gods. In less than a minute, the scene in the entire reception hall was so chaotic that even the host instructor couldn't control it. Before Shin Lily could react to the fact that her father had come, she was shocked by the crazy appearance of the students around her. Even the star-chasing scene in the previous life was not so scary, especially that male fan. What do you want to do? You want to give birth to a baby for my father. Seeing that the scene was getting more and more chaotic, Shin Tion took the microphone from the instructor, coughed lightly, and then said, "Students, be quiet for a while." Shin Tion didn't yell, just used a normal tone, but the entire reception hall instantly became quiet. The students looked at Shin Tion with sparkling eyes, with enthusiasm, admiration, and longing in their eyes. Thank you for your support. I see your enthusiasm, and I feel very honored. But today I am here to award Shin Lily, my little daughter, her first military rank in her life, so I can't steal her limelight, otherwise the child's mother may not let me go back to my room to sleep in bed tonight. Shin Tion's mature and humorous words made the students below couldn't help but laugh. But after realizing what Admiral Shin Tion meant, an uproar was instantly set off. Many students who had eaten Su Lily and Shin Kyungwa were almost bursting with laughter. Students who were optimistic about this couple or not were silent at the same time. Damn, who spread the rumor? They are siblings, but they have to spread rumors that they are a couple. Isn't that too much? It's a pity that my CP is gone, but I also support this brother-sister relationship. It's good this way. My goddess is still single, so we have a chance. Ahem, Admiral Shin Tion is still here. Listening to the students' discussion, Shin Tion's expression did not change at all, and he still looked gentle and modest. But his eyes noticed a few students who were dodging in the crowd. He narrowed his eyes, and raised a slight arc at the corner of his lips. He said with a smile, I have heard some rumors about my youngest daughter and second son. They are basically false and fabricated. I am very disappointed and sad for the students who made up these rumors. After these words came out, the whole audience fell silent. Most students did not participate in this inexplicable scandal, but a small number of students had more guilt and regret on their faces because of Admiral Shin Tion's words. I hope you will remember firmly that since you have come to the military academy, you are already half a soldier. Your words and deeds represent no longer an individual, but the entire Federation. Do you remember it, classmates? Shin Tion became more and more severe, and his voice was sharp and oppressive at the end. Remember. All the students responded with powerful and deafening voices. Shin Tion looked around at all the students, and saw that the students who dodged all had regretful expressions. This time, the corners of his lips curled up to truly smile, and he said, Okay, I won't say more. Let's give the rest of the time to Shin Lily to say a few words about her feelings. Everyone applaud and welcome her. Pa 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 pa. Compared to the previous ones, the applause this time was no longer sparse. Almost everyone was applauding. Shin Lily took the microphone from her father, coughed lightly and laughed. Actually, what I want to say has already been said by my father, but for this rumor, there is one thing I still want to seriously refute, that is, someone would actually say that I am not worthy of Shin Kyun. I, Shin Lily, hereby express my dissatisfaction. Poochie. Many students were amused by Shin Lily, and the atmosphere, which was originally heavy because of Shintian's words, began to be joyful again. Goddess, we support you. Yes, Shinlili, you are the best. That's right, you know your brother doesn't even have a military rank yet. Shinlili looked at these lovely students, and continued with a bigger smile on her face. Thank you everyone, what I want to say is that no one in this world is unworthy of anyone else, everyone has advantages and disadvantages, don't compare your own disadvantages with others' advantages, that will make you feel uncomfortable. If someone says you are not as good as someone else in the future, you can ask him back. Did I eat your rice or drink your water, is it your business? Ha ha ha. I can imagine the scene of those gossiping women being embarrassed. Why didn't I think of it before? When my relatives ask me about my grades in the future, I will ask her this question. Ha ha. Ha ha, the pattern has been opened, brother. The students in the reception hall burst into laughter because of Shinlili's words. Shinlili also returned the microphone to the host instructor amid laughter. Okay, we have finished the opening remarks. And now the military rank awarding ceremony officially begins. As soon as the instructor finished speaking, the national anthem of the Federation sounded on the rostrum, and the students returned to their seats and looked at the rostrum quietly and solemnly. Amid the national anthem, an MC came out from the backstage, holding a long plate covered with flannel in both hands, in which was a military cap and medal. When the MC came to Shintian, Shinlili walked in front of Shintian and saluted with 5 fingers together. Shintian saluted with pride in his eyes, and then took the hat from the long plate with both hands, and put it on Shinlili's head, and carefully checked whether it was crooked. Then he took the medal, and put it on Shinlili's uniform, and said with a stern and solemn expression, a military cap represents responsibility, a military uniform represents solemnity, a pair of military shoes represents holiness, and a soldier represents mission. From today on, you, Shinlili, are a soldier of the Federation with the rank of corporal. This also means that you have to take on more responsibilities. Shinlili, are you willing? I am willing. Shinlili raised her hand to salute, and replied without hesitation. Okay, all teammates salute Shinlili. Shintian's eyes were slightly red, with pride and reluctance as apparent. Everyone in the reception hall stood up and saluted Shinlili, with blessings and admiration in everyone's eyes. Because once she became a soldier of the Federation, Shinlili no longer belonged to her own small family, but to this country called the Federation. Chapter 56. After the ceremony of awarding military ranks, the students left the reception hall one after another. Some students went to their favorite training grounds to continue training while it was still early, while others returned to the dormitory to prepare for tomorrow's competition. After saying goodbye to her father, Shinlili returned to the backstage to change back into her military training uniform, then carefully folded the uniform and put it into the space button before walking out of the reception hall alone. As soon as she walked out of the gate, Shinlili saw her second brother, who was standing by the grove not far away, waving at her vigorously. Come on, little sister. Shinkaiyun smiled brightly, as if he had something good to say. Shinlili raised her eyebrows. Although she didn't know what her second brother wanted to do, she decided to go over and take a look. Why are you here too? As soon as Shinlili went over, she found that there were not only Shinkaiyun, but also 5 familiar people in the grove. Sister Lily, are you unhappy to see us? Lin Shuaishui jumped to Shinlili's side like a big golden retriever, and asked back in a pitiful manner. Shinlili's eyebrows were rarely gentle, and she rubbed Lin Shuaishui's hair and smiled. I'm very happy, just a little surprised. Hey here, Sister Lily, this is a gift I prepared for you. Congratulations on your military rank. Lin Shuaishui took out a mecha figurine from the space button and handed it to Shinlili. Thank you, I like it very much. Shinlili took the mecha figurine, looked at it curiously for a while and smiled. Ollie, this is my gift. I know you like mechas, so I prepared this S-level energy stone for you. I wish you could become a mecha god soon. Lin Cece took out a small box, opened it herself, and showed the S-level energy stone inside. Energy stones are energy sources placed on the chest of the mecha. They not only provide the power of the mecha, but also provide the power of the weapon. Don't look at it, this is just a simple black iron stone, but the price of an S-level energy stone starts at least 1 million. And you can't buy it even if you have money. Generally, this kind of resource is basically monopolized by the government, especially above S-level, which is openly prohibited from sale. So this gift can be said to have touched Shinlili's heart. Thank you, Cece. Shinlili accepted the energy stone with surprise. John Yuanhao on the side took out a slightly larger box from the space button and handed it to Shinlili, saying, Cousin, this is my blessing gift for you. Open it and take a look. I hope you like it. Shen Lily took the gift, opened the box with some curiosity, and then was surprised to find that the box was actually a small space button, and there was a set of exquisite medicine refining equipment in the box. Thank you, cousin. I just need a set of medicine refining equipment, so I don't have to buy it this time. Shen Lily smiled happily. As long as you like it. Zhang Yuanhao looked at Shen Lily lovingly. Sister Lily, congratulations on being the first to get a military rank. This is my gift to you, Tang's black gold card. You will get a 40% discount on anything you buy in my store in the future. Tang Dongwang also took out a black card and handed it to Shen Lily. On the card, there was a golden Tang character totem printed. Damn, you are so good, Tang Dongwang. Do you have any more? Give me one too. Shen Kaiyun knew that there were Tang stores in the entire Federation and even in the Empire. From food, clothing and housing to mecha battleships, there was nothing that the Tang family didn't sell. So don't underestimate it as just a card, but you can tell how horrible its value is just by thinking with your toes. Tang Dongwang rolled his eyes at Shen Kaiyun and said, no more. I can only give out one black gold card a year. If you want one, wait until next year. Okay, it's settled. Shen Kaiyun immediately smiled happily. Shen Lily blinked, not expecting this discount card to be so important, and immediately accepted the black gold card with some solemnity, and said politely, thank you, Brother Tang. Hey fatty, don't forget ours, remember to give us one too. Lin Sisi was also envious. What? Do you think this black gold card is for wholesale? You can get one for each person. Tang Dongwang looked at his companions who were ready to move speechlessly. You are the heir of the Tang family. If you can't do it, then no one can. Be generous, my brother won't need it, and the four of us will be handed over to you. Lin Sisi raised her eyebrows, blinked her eyes and smiled. Tang Dongwang looked at his four companions and finally sighed. I go back and ask the old man if he's okay, I give it to him. As for Shuai Shuai, I can still give him a 20% discount gold card. Tang Dongwang took out a gold card from the space button and handed it over. Thank you, Brother Tang. Lin Shuai Shuai took the gold card with surprise and smiled. My sister and the others are the heirs of the family, and they will get a black gold card of the Tang family in the future. And he is just a direct descendant of the family, and now he is lucky enough to get a gold card, which is enough for him to take home and show off to the elders. Wow, you are worthy of being Tang Pang Pang generous. Shen Kaiyun and others gave him a thumbs up at the same time, and even Zhou Wanfeng, who had an icy personality, followed with a thumbs up with a cold face. Okay, let's see what gift Lao Zhou prepared. Tang Dongwang changed the subject with a rare embarrassment. Zhou Wanfeng's face did not show any extra fluctuations when he heard the words. He just silently took out a delicate and small energy gun for women from the space. Ah, it's another gun as expected. Tang Dongwang said with an expression that he knew it would happen. Yes, a Feng likes to give guns. He also gave me a gun on my birthday last time. Shen Kaiyun suddenly laughed when he remembered something. My great ancestor was the same. He was almost toothless, but he actually received a gun. You don't know my great ancestor's expression at that time. I almost died of joy. Tang Dongwang laughed. And my newborn little cousin, fortunately he was given a mold gun, otherwise my aunt and uncle would definitely turn against me on the spot, haha. Lin Sisi also remembered it, and immediately laughed so hard that she was shaking with joy. Chapter 57. Have you said enough? Zhou Wanfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. Although his tone was calm, Shen Kaiyun, Tang Dongwang and Lin Sisi felt a chill in their hair. It turned out that the lady's energy gun in Zhou Wanfeng's hand had become his own top-of-the-line energy gun. At this moment, the muzzle was intentionally or unintentionally pointing at the three people, gesturing carelessly, as if it would accidentally go off. The smiles of Shen Kaiyun and the other two froze. The strong sense of crisis made them consciously shut up their microphones. Among the three people, Tang Dongwang was most afraid of Zhou Wanfeng. He made a gesture of pulling his mouth to please him, and then timidly gestured to him okay. As if to say, boss, is it okay? Zhou Wanfeng said coldly, but put the energy gun back into the space button, then turned to Shen Lily and said coldly, if it breaks down in the future, you can ask me to fix it. If you don't like it in the future, you can send it back to me. Okay, thank you, Brother Zhou, I will cherish it. Shen Lily promised solemnly. Yeah. Zhou Wanfeng's voice still lacked emotion. But for some reason, Shen Lily always felt that Zhou Wanfeng at this moment had a rare gentleness that belonged to him. But after thinking about it, she felt that this might be her illusion. Maybe he received too much joy today, and everyone looked soft. Or maybe the object of his gentleness might be just that gun. Shen Lily was amused by her own imagination, shook her head, put everyone's gifts into the space button, and then took out a large number of various potions from it. Thank you for the gifts. This is the A-level potion I made myself. I hope you don't dislike it. Shen Lily said, as she stuffed a dozen potions into everyone's mouth. Wow, Sister Lily, you can already make A-level potions. So amazing. Can I hug your thigh? Lin Shuaishuai's eyes were shining with admiration, and he wanted to hug Shen Lily's arm and act coquettishly. But Shen Kaiyun noticed it immediately, and then ruthlessly blocked it with his chest, and bared his little tiger teeth at Lin Shuaishuai in a threatening manner, with a fierce expression that said, "Stay away from my sister." Lin Shuaishuai hummed, rolled his eyes at Shen Kaiyun, then looked at Shen Lily with sparkling eyes, and smiled like a little sunflower. Sister Lily, do you still need a brother? What do you think of me? Before Shen Lily could agree, Shen Kaiyun interrupted her fiercely. No need. My sister has a brother, it's enough. Lin Shuaishuai's eyes widened, and when he was about to argue with Shen Kaiyun, his sister grabbed the back of his fate and dragged him back. Okay, brother, stop making trouble. You know Shen Kaiyun is a sister control. Be careful that he will beat you up later. Your sister can't stop it. Lin Sisi patted Lin Shuaishuai's head helplessly and coaxed him. TSK. Lin Shuaishuai pouted unconvinced, but his body became honest. As soon as Zhang Yuanhao got the medicine, his occupational disease began to occur. He couldn't help but pick up each medicine and observe it carefully. There were about 20 or so potions, most of which were grade A treatment potions, and some for hair growth, and cancer prevention, and most importantly, one for breast augmentation. Zhang Yuanhao's mouth twitched, and he rubbed his brows, unable to bear the sight, and then put all the potions into the space button. Others were not as exaggerated as the two of them. Their happiness came more from Shen Lily's heart. After giving the gifts, everyone said goodbye to each other. In the end, only Shen Lily and Shen Kaiyun were left, walking back to the dormitory together. Ollie, are you happy today? Shen Kaiyun asked casually. Well, it's probably the happiest day since I came here. Shen Lily thought of Shen's father, Lin Sisi, Lin Shuaishuai, and couldn't help but smile from the bottom of her heart. By the way, second brother, you and Zhou Wanfeng are obviously the heirs of the 5 major families. Why don't you compete with each other, but have such a good relationship? Shen Lily asked the doubts in her heart for a long time. Especially in the examination room, she originally thought that the 5 major families should be in a relationship of mutual frame-up and competition, but the wave of brotherly dog food later made her dumbfounded for a while. Shouldn't the normal routine be that families fight each other and compete for first and second place? When talking about this, Shen Kaiyun recalled the depths of his distant memory and said with some emotion, in fact, it wasn't so good at the beginning, especially Tang Dongwang, who had all the problems of a young master. When I was a child, I beat him up almost every time I saw him. Shen Lily was speechless. No wonder Tang Dongwang didn't beat anyone else in the exam room, but chased you. The relationship started when you were young. What about Sisi? How did you two get together? Shen Lily asked curiously. Lin Sisi is a tomboy. She liked to pick fights with boys when she was young. It's easy for men to develop feelings when they fight. Ahem, I'm talking about brotherhood. In order to prevent his sister from misunderstanding, Shen Kaiyun also explained. Oh, it's Sisi indeed. If she were in the ancient earth, she would probably be Mulan. Shen Lily's tone was full of admiration. She really liked this kind of girl, who was as brave as a man. Little sister, you may like her, but you can't learn from her. Which girl is as carefree as her? She doesn't look like a girl at all. Shen Kaiyun didn't want his well-behaved and lovely sister to become a tomboy, so he quickly blackened Lin Sisi and said. Shen Lily snorted in dissatisfaction, and then asked, You haven't mentioned Zhou Wanfeng yet? When it comes to Zhou Wanfeng, Shen Kaiyun was silent for a while, and then he said, In fact, Zhou Wanfeng is quite difficult. Although he became the heir of the Zhou family because of his strong talent, he is not from the lineage of the Zhou clan leader. In addition, the Zhou clan leader has his own son, so his situation in the Zhou family may not be as glamorous as it seems. I remember that when he was a child, he was a little cold and hard to approach, but at least he was not like now, like a 1,000-year-old ice cube. Could it be that he had encountered some bad things? Shen Lily asked with concern. She felt that Zhou Wanfeng was a good person with a cold face and a warm heart. She originally thought that he was just born with an iceberg personality, but now it seems that there may be hidden secrets behind this. Chapter 58. I don't know anything else, but there was indeed an incident that caused chaos in the Tang and Zhou families, both big families. When Shen Kaiyun thought of that incident, he couldn't help but gloat over it. It seems very interesting, Second brother, please tell me about it. Shin Lily gossiped excitedly. Shin Kai-yun didn't keep it a secret, and laughed as he recalled. This has to start from 10 years ago. Since Zhou Wanfeng was designated as the heir of the Zhou family, the head of the Zhou family was okay, but he didn't like Zhou Wanfeng. But his wife always regarded Zhou Wanfeng as a thorn in her side, thinking that he had taken her son's position. If you put it that way, brother Zhou is quite pitiful, and he must have been targeted many times. Shin Lily sympathized with Zhou Wanfeng for 3 seconds. This was simply an interstellar version of a palace fight. Shin Kai-yun suddenly chuckled, then rubbed his silly sister's head, and said with a smile, "Then you underestimated Lao Zhou. As long as Madame Zhou dared to make trouble for him, he would turn around and make trouble for her son. Even if he was accidentally injured, Lao Zhou would blame it on her son. Haha, brother Zhou is awesome." Shin Lily gave a thumbs up and praised Zhou Wanfeng, then asked, "Brother, please continue. I always feel that it will become more and more interesting next." Later, Madame Zhou thought that she would do it once and for all, so she bought interstellar mercenaries on the black market and pretended to be pirates to bomb the passenger spaceship Zhou Wanfeng was riding. But at that time, the unlucky Tang Dongwang was also on that spaceship. This would stir up a hornet's nest for the Tang family. You know, the Tang family is not a good person. They immediately found the Zhou family. If the patriarchs of the other 3 families had not personally persuaded them on the spot, the Tang and Zhou families would probably have become enemies because of this. Shin Kai-yun was relieved for the Zhou family. Then the fate of this Madame Zhou is probably not good. Shin Lily asked curiously. Shin Kai-yun sneered and said sarcastically, "Not only is it not good, I heard that overnight, the family of Madame Zhou went from a second-rate family to a bottom-rate family. This is because his family immediately announced that they would sever ties with Madame Zhou, and Madame Zhou, the culprit, was directly sentenced to the Sin Star. Even the Zhou clan leader's plea was useless at that time." The reason why Shin Kai-yun knew so much was that the incident was too big at the beginning, and even the Shin family rectified the family style for a while, fearing that there would be a member of the clan like Madame Zhou who was not clear-headed. Second brother, how did Zhou Wanfeng and the others get rescued later? With the power of the spacecraft explosion, if they were just children at the time, the chances of survival would probably not be high. Shin Lily asked. Zhou Wanfeng was lucky in this matter. He happened to meet the only child of the Tang family. This guy has a lot of treasures. Not to mention the explosion of the spaceship. Even if the mecha exploded, this kid would definitely survive. Anyway, the 2 boys were found on the primitive planet later, and since then, Tang Dongwang's temper has changed a lot. I guess he was tossed around for a week when he was missing. Shin Kai-yun laughed very unsympathetically. Alas, big families are really messy. Shin Lily sighed after listening. Shin Kai-yun was amused by Shin Lily's old-fashioned look. He touched his sister's head and said lovingly, "Don't forget, you are also from a big family. Okay, we are at the dormitory. Have a good rest after returning. Try to get a good ranking in tomorrow's competition. You should know that you are the first person in our freshman class to get a military rank. If the ranking is too bad, I don't think you will be embarrassed. TSK, then you are the heir of the Shin family. If your ranking is not higher than your sister, I will see if you are embarrassed." Shin Lily glanced at Shin Kai-yun in annoyance. "Hey, you little girl, let's compete. If I rank higher than you, your pharmacy dividend will increase by 5% for me." Shin Kai-yun raised his eyebrows and said provocatively, "Hee, let's compete. If you lose, the light computer will belong to me during the military training." Shin Lily sneered. "Deal?" Shin Kai-yun's fighting spirit rose, and it seemed that there was a newly grown white tiger behind him looking down at Shin Lily, but the tiger's eyes, which were obviously majestic, were full of doting, as if looking at his naughty younger brother and sister. No problem. Shin Lily was also aroused by the desire to win, and it seemed that Ah Hua, Ah Shui, Ah Mu and others also appeared behind her. Amu still looked kind, but this time he had a hint of majesty, as if to see who dared to touch his cub. Ashui still looked reserved, but his entire spirit body was confident of winning every battle. Awo excitedly shook his spirit body, and was eager to try it out at the moment. As long as the master called, he would immediately come out of the spirit space and have a good fight with the other party. Invisible gunpowder rose between Shin Lily and Shin Kai-yun. After the 2 confronted each other for a long time, they snorted coldly at the same time and returned to the dormitory. After Shin Lily entered the building, Shin Kai-yun stopped and said, as if asking himself, "Aksu, those 3 just now were my sister's spirit body." The white tiger in Shin Kai-yun's spirit space lightly tapped its majestic tiger head, and then the young man's crisp voice sounded in Shin Kai-yun's spirit space. Well, they have awakened, which also means that your sister's physique should soon break through to the SS level, otherwise they will still be forced to sleep in Shin Lily's spiritual space because of their physique. Shin Kai-yun's lips curled up, as if a heavy stone in his heart fell, and the whole person said as if relieved, "That's good, I can rest assured." Su remembered something and joked, "Your sister's spiritual body has awakened, which means that she is also qualified to inherit the Shin family, then your identity as the heir of the Shin family is no longer stable." Hearing this, Shin Kai-yun smiled dotingly and helplessly and said, "You know, I have never cared about this, but I just don't want my sister to be bound by the family. It's a pity that my elder brother has not awakened his spiritual body, otherwise, only ghosts would be willing to be the heir of the Shin family." "You want to cheat me so much, does your elder brother know?" Su rolled his eyes. "Brother is used to cheat." Shin Kai-yun smiled roguely, and then walked back to the boys' dormitory. In every generation of the descendants of the 5 major families, there will be one person who is born with an awakened spiritual body. Only with an awakened spiritual body can they control the god-level mechas passed down from generation to generation in their respective families. Such people are also called heirs by the 5 major families. Chapter 59. Because of the competition, today's comprehensive training ground is not only crowded with military academy students, but also many people from the 5th Corps. Shin Lily stood among the students of the 5th Military Academy, and roughly counted the number of soldiers. Then she was somewhat surprised to find that the number of people from the 5th Corps this time was no less than 3 digits. If there were no tricks, Shin Lily would take her head off and kick it like a ball. After taking a deep breath, Shin Lily prepared herself mentally in advance. According to her intuition, today's game might not be as simple as she thought, and there would definitely be tricks everywhere. "Ollie, stay with me later, I take you." But Lingling's eyes were serious and a little worried. "You can also come with me." Han Xiaoqing smiled as always, like an older sister. "I can too." Xiejia pushed his glasses and said, "Ollie, if you don't mind, you can come with me." Jiang Chan's delicate face raised a smile, and the surroundings seemed to be in full bloom in an instant, and all she could see was stunning. "Ollie, there's me too." Yi Qingqing's deer-like eyes looked at Shin Lily seriously and firmly. Bu Lingling and the others didn't know that Shin Lily's physique had improved, so they were still worried about her upcoming competition. Shin Lily saw that her roommates were all concerned about her, and she felt warm in her heart and smiled. "Thank you, but my physique has broken through the S level, so I will definitely have no problem in this competition." When Shin Lily said this, her roommates widened their eyes at the same time, and looked at Shin Lily in disbelief. "Hiss. Ollie, how did you improve so fast? Do you have any little secrets?" Bu Lingling first took a breath, then asked with sparkling eyes. "What little secrets?" "My body foundation was damaged before, and I got it healed in the army a few days ago, so my physical fitness can improve so quickly." Shin Lily helplessly tapped Bu Lingling's forehead with her finger. "Why didn't I realize that this little girl was thinking so beautifully before?" "So that's it." Bu Lingling suddenly realized, and then said happily for Shin Lily, "Congratulations. Ollie, you won't have to worry about physical training in the future." "Thank you." Shin Lily looked at her roommates, who were happier than her with a gentle look, and suddenly remembered something. Bu Lingling and Han Xiaoqing, they both came from the garbage planet, and the conditions were not good. "I'm afraid that there will be some problems with the foundation of their bodies." Just in case, she would wait until the military training is over, then she would go to learn S-level forging liquid, and then give them a surprise. Shin Lily smiled and thought, then looked towards the rostrum with her roommates, and then quietly waited for the game to start. The rostrum, the instructor's leader, "Come here." When Jingxing, the leader of the military training base, suddenly said to the instructors. Sun Ming and the other 4 instructors heard the words, walked to Wen Jingxing together, saluted at the same time, and then shouted in a clear voice, "Report to Chief 1, everyone is here." Wen Jingxing nodded, then took out 5 paper materials, handed them to Sun Ming and others, and said, "This is today's competition information, you take a look, and follow the requirements within half an hour." "Yes." Sun Ming took the information, opened it, and read it himself, and then handed it to Lin Su and Shi Yang. "Isn't it a bit too harsh?" Lin Su said with some sympathy after reading the information. TSK, which colleague came up with these ideas? Isn't he afraid that the students will put a sack on him when he goes to the toilet? Shi Yang thought the same as Lin Su. "I think it's okay. It will happen sooner or later anyway, just a little earlier." Sun Ming raised his eyebrows, and there was a hint of interest in his tone. "TSK, do you want to contact a psychologist first?" I'm afraid that many students today will have some psychological problems. Sure, Yang suggested sincerely. Sun Ning raised the light computer on his wrist and smiled. I have contacted you a long time ago. I still have some sympathy. Okay, let's stop talking. Now it's time to collect the student space buttons and pass out these cards. After Sun Ning finished speaking, he took the instructor back to the 5th Military Academy and collected the space buttons and other things that would be helpful for the competition according to the competition materials. After collecting them, he gave each student a badge collection card. Instructor, what is this for? One of the students asked curiously with the card in hand. Sun Ning smiled and said with a rare kindness, Don't worry, you will know in a while. Okay. The student didn't expect Sun Ning to smile at him, and he was a little flattered. He couldn't help thinking that the instructor seemed quite gentle today. After the students from the 5 major military academies had finished their preparations, when Jingxing on the rostrum finally spoke, Hello, students. Today is the weekly military training competition. The content of the competition is very simple. Have you all seen the cards in your hands? As long as you collect 5 badges and return to the comprehensive training ground and report to the instructor, you will pass. In addition, the faster you collect them, the higher the score will be. The first 10 people who collect the badges will get an extra 10 points. Now I declare the competition officially open. As soon as they heard the competition started, the students dispersed instantly and went to the badge collection location according to the address on the back of the card. Shenlili also ran quickly to the first badge point, which was the location of the cafeteria, after the competition was announced. Along the way, except for a few students with the same purpose, it was particularly calm, which made Shenlili feel a little bit that she had thought too much before. It seems that there will be no moths in today's competition. But as soon as she arrived at the door of the cafeteria, Shenlili felt a little pain on her face. At the door of the cafeteria, there was a long table at the moment, and there were 10 large basins on the table, all of which were filled with various indescribable mosaics. And in front of each basin, there was a chef standing attentively, shouting super hard, After tasting 10 kinds of loving dishes, you will get a badge. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and act. The chef standing on the left first had a basin full of live earthworms in his basin. The chef suppressed his excitement and smiled at the student in front of him, saying harmlessly, Eat it, it's very nutritious, just a little ugly. Originally, the student brainwashed himself for a long time before finally mustering up the courage to come over. But when he saw the fat and sticky earthworms in the basin, coupled with the earthy smell that the earthworms kept emitting, immediately, the whole person collapsed and hit aside and retched as if escaping. The miserable appearance also made the surrounding students couldn't help but retreat a step back. Some students even turned around and gave up the badges in the cafeteria, planning to collect other badges first. Then consider whether to sacrifice victory for integrity or to lose integrity for victory. Chapter 60. Shenlili was also making a difficult decision whether to eat these 10 pots of mosaics. But if she didn't eat them, these demons wouldn't give her a badge. Thinking of this, Shenlili gritted her teeth, and when she was about to go over, she suddenly remembered Ahua in the spiritual space. Shenlili's eyes rolled, and she tried to call Ahua in the spiritual space in her heart. Ahua, can you hear me? Ahua in the spiritual space was spinning in circles out of boredom. After hearing Shenlili's call, he stopped, turned around and looked around, and thought that Ali came to the spiritual space to play. Ali, where are you? Why can't I see you? Ahua said in confusion. Ahua, I didn't enter the spiritual space. I want to ask if you can eat food? The kind with entity. There was a hint of guilt in Shenlili's voice. After saying this, Shenlili was so ashamed that she wanted to dig a hole. She always felt like she was lying to a child, and she felt a deep sense of guilt in her heart. No, Ahua can't eat anything with substance at the moment. Ali, is someone bullying you? Do you want Ahua to help you beat him? Ahua said fiercely. No one bullies me, it's just that there is food outside that I don't like to eat. Shenlili was a little distressed. She really couldn't eat earthworms. If you don't like it, then why eat it? Ahua tilted his head in confusion. When Shenlili was about to explain, Ashui couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted. Since you don't like it, why don't you let Ahua wrap it up with his mental power and spit it out when no one is around? Huh? Why didn't I think of it? Ashui, you are amazing. Shenlili smiled in surprise. Then this time Shenlili no longer hesitated and hurriedly stood in front of the first plate and said to the chef, Master, I'm here to challenge. The chef himself was still a little confused, but when he heard what Shenlili said, he quickly picked up a small plate excitedly, picked up a worm and put it in the plate and handed it over, and also gave a pair of chopsticks considerately. Shunlily's hands trembled slightly when she took the plate. She almost used up all her courage to pick up the earthworm that was still twisting and turning with chopsticks, and said to Ahua with a crying tone, "Ahua, are you ready?" "Ollie, no problem, you eat it. I promise not to let the earthworm touch you," Ahua encouraged. "Okay." Shunlily closed her eyes after she finished speaking, and threw the earthworm into her mouth quickly and accurately. Ahua in the spiritual space wrapped it up the moment the earthworm entered the mouth and temporarily stored it in the stomach. Before Shunlily felt anything, Ahua had finished everything. "Ahua, you are so great," Shunlily said happily with bright eyes. Ahua was a little embarrassed by the praise, and couldn't help but roll around excitedly in the mental space. "Ahua, there are 9 more kinds to come, are you still okay?" Shunlily looked at the next 9 pots of mosaics with fear. "No problem," Ahua said with confidence. "Okay, let's start the next one," Shunlily said, walked to the next plate, looked at the cockroach soup in the pot, and hated why she had a pair of eyes. After retching for a while, Shunlily followed the old method, wrapped it with mental power, and then put it into the stomach. The next 8 dishes were witch grubs, cheese with live maggots, hairy eggs, bad soup, raw fish eyeballs, mice, and fried spiders. The students watching were all shocked. Seeing Shunlily's operation, they didn't know that Shunlily was pretending to eat, and they really thought she ate it. Is Shunlily so scary? Is this woman too cruel to herself? As expected, she is the first woman among us to get a military rank, and she is really so terrifying. Shunlily ignored the voices around her. Now she was afraid that if she paused for a second, she would lose all her previous efforts. After finally solving the last fried spider, Shunlily covered her mouth tightly, and handed the card to the chef with a distorted expression. The chef took the card, printed the badge, and said with some emotion, "You are the first one to complete the task here, congratulations." Shunlily didn't want to say anything. She took the card and ran to the toilet as if her butt was on fire. Everyone in front of the cafeteria looked in admiration at the direction where Shunlily left. Then, a few young men mustered up their courage and stood in front of the first chef. It was just that they finally mustered up their courage and put the earthworms into their mouths. Then, they didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but they always felt that there were earthworms in their mouths. Suddenly, some people broke down mentally, vomiting and pulling off the digital bracelets, and chose to give up the competition. When Shunlily vomited in the toilet, and finally came out of the toilet, she looked as if she had been sucked dry by a monster. She leaned against the tree for a long time before she tremblingly picked up the card and looked at the address of the second badge collection. After seeing the address clearly, Shunlily couldn't help but raise a smile at the corner of her mouth. She didn't expect to encounter a badge point that gave points. "Hypnosis training room," Shunlily said as if she was recalling, and then walked towards the mental training field. As soon as she arrived at the mental training room, Shunlily was about to go in when she was stopped by the instructor of the mental training room. "Instructor, what's the matter?" Shunlily looked at the instructor of the mental training room in confusion. "Your name is Shunlily, right?" the instructor of the hypnosis training room asked. "Yes." Shunlily was a little confused. "Take out the card. I will print the badge for you directly." The instructor of the hypnosis training room breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he had not stopped the wrong person. "Instructor, it's not good for us to go through the back door so openly." Shunlily said so, but her hand handed the card over neatly. The instructor of the hypnosis training room did not say much, and neatly printed the badge on the card. When he handed the card back to Shunlily, he gave her a cold smile and let her experience it herself. Chapter 61. So now, if there is no cerebral thrombosis in the brain for 10 years, no instructor will be willing to hypnotize Shunlily. Unless you want to become Colonel Suze, you will also have to lie in the army hospital for 10 days or half a month. In addition, the purpose of this hypnosis training room competition is just to identify whether there are spies among the students. And Shunlily is the only daughter of the Shin family, so the possibility of a spy is even smaller. So the instructor of the hypnosis training room turned a blind eye and printed the badge openly. After Shunlily took the card handed over by the instructor, she turned around and walked away, touching her nose awkwardly as she walked. It seems that the incident of Colonel Suze last time has spread in the hypnosis training room. Otherwise, Shunlily, who thinks she has a good relationship with people, would not be disliked so clearly. Shunlily pouted her lips, looking at the card with 2 badges collected, and her injured heart finally felt a little more comforted. It doesn't matter if you dislike it, as long as there is a cute badge. Let's see where the next badge point is. Lily turned over the back of the card and looked at the third badge point. Holographic training room. Holographic? What kind of training is this? Lily was a little confused. But it was useless to think more. Lily planned to go and see first. The holographic training room was also in the mental training field, and Lily arrived not long after walking. It was just a little surprising that Kai-yun was there, and after seeing Lily, he provocatively waved the card with 2 badge patterns in front of her. Little sister, wait for your defeat. Kai-yun said with a smug smile. Don't you think it's too early, second brother? Lily also showed off the card with 2 badges printed on it. It was a pity that the innocent students around were treated like Versailles. They silently hugged their cards without any badges, and sadly left the 2 animals. Lily and Kai-yun looked at each other's cards, snorted coldly, took back the cards at the same time, and then looked at the holographic training room together. Sister, how about you go in first? Kai-yun said hypocritically politely. Thank you, brother. Lily was not polite at all. She smiled and walked into the holographic training room first. Kai-yun was stunned for a while by Lily's impoliteness, and then shook his head and laughed and walked into the training room. The instructor in the holographic training room saw 2 more people coming in, and pointed to the 2 small rooms next to him, and said calmly, Stay in there for half an hour, and you can get the badge. Okay. Lily and the other person responded, and went into the small rooms respectively. As soon as they entered, the instructor outside closed the door. Then Lily was somewhat surprised to find that this small room was actually a Star Network warehouse, and her spirit body was sharing experiences and pain with a soldier captured by criminals. Skin peeled, nose cut, 8 fingers chopped off, eyeballs smashed, 5 ribs broken. During the torture, he was even deprived of the qualification to faint from the pain. He drank a lot of sobering potions, and he was awake throughout the whole process. Half an hour passed quickly, and when the instructor opened the door of the small room, he saw Lily with clenched fists and bleeding lips bitten. It's time, you can come out, the instructor said lightly. Lily ignored this and looked at the instructor with a pair of bloodshot eyes, and asked hoarsely, Is this person still alive? The instructor raised his eyelids, and this time he finally looked at Lily straight in the eye, and said firmly and comfortingly, Alive. Now he is very happy, with his wife and children by his side. That's good. Lily's tense mood relaxed, and then tears flowed down uncontrollably. After Kai-yun came out of the small room, he walked to his sister's small room as soon as possible. Seeing the instructor politely saluted, he walked over and hugged his sister, silently accompanying her. At this moment, no matter what the gain was, for Kai-yun, it was not as important as his own sister. Lily did not resist, hugged Kai-yun and cried heartbreakingly, crying out all the helplessness just now. After a while, Lily finally recovered her mood, and then she and Kai-yun took the card with a new badge and walked out of the holographic training room. Little sister, I admit defeat. You win this time. Let's give up. Kai-yun really couldn't bear to see his beloved sister suffer again. Just now, Lily almost broke his heart with tears. Kai-yun didn't want to experience this helpless thing again. Compared to losing, Lily's tears were the most powerful weapon for him. Not only did they hit his chest 100%, but they were also a deadly weapon that could not resist at all. In addition, his sister was not a combat type, so she didn't need to suffer at all. But Lily was not moved at all when she heard this. Instead, her anger level soared from 0 to 100. Kai-yun. Say what you just said again. Lily stared at her second brother, the fire in her eyes almost bursting out. Aye, but I am doing this for your own good. It was the first time that Kai-yun saw his sister, who was so angry that she looked like she had eaten dynamite. Although he was a little scared, he still explained with a little grievance. For my own good, you shouldn't say this, second brother. Do you want me to feel guilty to death? Second brother, in the future you will not only be my second brother, you will also be the Marshal of the 5th Army, and the Marshal of the entire Federation. I am willing to be your stepping stone, not a burden to you. Do you understand? Lily was angry for the first time, and lost control of her emotions. But you are my only sister, how can I bear to let you become my stepping stone? Kai-yun said timidly. After saying that, fearing that his sister would get even angrier, he secretly glanced at Lily. I'm just making an analogy. You really think I'd be your stepping stone, second brother? If one day you're weaker than me, I don't mind changing someone to be your brother. After Lily finished speaking, he turned around and left. Damn it! Lily, what do you mean? Who else do you want to be your brother besides me, and my eldest brother? This time it was Shin Kai-yun who was furious, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He shouted directly at Shin Lily's departing back. Isn't he just better than you? Your brother can do it in a minute. I want you to know. What does your brother still mean to be your brother? Shin Lily, who was walking away, did not look back. She waved her hand behind her, as if to say, just wait and see. But in a place where Shin Kai-yun could not see, there was a hint of smile on the corner of her mouth. Chapter 62. Shin Lily experienced the joy of pretending, but the crematorium afterwards also made her regretful. In fact, Shin Lily wanted to give up after the third badge point, but now the words have been spoken, and she has pretended in front of Shin Kai-yun. So what else can Shin Lily do? She could only cry and accept her mother's criticism, and continue the competition. Alas! Shin Lily thought about it, sighed, and then looked at the fourth badge point on the card. This badge point is at the back mountain of the military training base. But before she reached the badge point, Shin Lily saw a lot of students with dusty faces, broken arms and legs, coming out from the direction of the badge point. Shin Lily's throat was inexplicably tight, and she swallowed unconsciously, looking at every student who passed by with fear. As a result, the more she looked, the more panicked she felt. Who can tell her why it is just a simple competition? Why can it be to the point of losing arms and legs? And why do these students who came out still look at her with sympathy? Shin Lily wanted to cry, but had no tears. She withdrew her eyes, and turned away, afraid that if she continued to look, she would not have the courage to move forward. The closer she got to the badge point, the more numb Shin Lily's heart became. So when she finally reached the badge point, looking at the instructor who smiled brightly at her, Shin Lily also had a wooden face. Ha! She saw through it. The brighter the instructor smiled, the less human he was. Hey, here comes another one. Don't be so tense. Don't worry. Our badge point is very simple, the instructor said with a smile. Ha! If she hadn't seen students with missing arms and legs along the way, Shin Lily would have really believed it. As long as you walk this road to the top of the mountain, you will see the instructor with the badge. So you see, isn't it very simple? The instructor not only said it sincerely, but even the expression on his face showed that he was an honest man who would not lie. Ha! No wonder there are so many students who got this badge. They are probably all deceived by your Oscar-level acting skills. After Shin Lily finished complaining in her heart, she nodded coldly to the instructor and set off on the mountain climbing road. The gloomy mountain path was as quiet as the middle of the night, except for a few crows. Shin Lily pulled up all her energy and looked around vigilantly. Bang! Damn it! It hurts! Shin Lily covered the back of her head that was hit by the stone and gasped in pain. Before she could curse, Shin Lily saw countless stones hitting her around her. Damn! No moral principles. Shin Lily cursed, then quickly put up a mental barrier to block the rocks from all directions, and then heaved a sigh of relief. It would take at least 2 hours to reach the top of the mountain, and no matter how strong the mental power is, it can't hold on. Shin Lily pondered for a while, and began to call AMU in the mental space. AMU, can you help me knock these rocks away? Shin Lily asked. Okay. AMU in the mental space agreed without hesitation. Ollie, let me do it, I can do it too. Awo said anxiously. Shin Lily was of course unwilling. Although Awo had the strongest attack power, his mental power loss was also the most severe. And it was to save her mental energy that she chose to give up the mental barrier and let AMU take action instead. But it was not easy to say this to Awo directly. After thinking for a while, Shin Lily said tactfully, Awo, let AMU do the simple things. Wait a minute, when we encounter difficulties, I will let you do it, okay? This seemed to say that it was more powerful, making Awo's entire mental body shyly twist and turn, and then he learned from Shui and nodded reservedly. Okay, Ollie, be sure to call me when you need me. No problem. Shin Lily breathed a sigh of relief and promised readily. After coaxing Awo, Shin Lily commanded AMU to knock away the stones attacking from all around, and then quickly ran to the top of the mountain. Along the way, in addition to stones, there were deep pits on the ground, throat-locking ropes in the sky, and various other traps. After running half of the mountain road, several gunshots rang out around. Shin Lily dodged several bullets neatly, and looked at the place where the gunshots were fired. But she only saw a few figures leaving quickly. Shin Lily frowned. If she was not mistaken, these people seemed to be soldiers from the 5th Legion. It seems that this badge point is getting more and more interesting. Shin Lily's eyes were deep, and she was thinking darkly. On the other side, several federal soldiers from the 5th Legion were also discussing Shin Lily. Squad leader, this kid is too powerful. He can't be stopped at all. And the mental power seems to be endless. We have consumed it for a long time, but there is no sign of exhaustion? Yes, we are almost close to the top of the mountain. If this continues, we will become the first class to be defeated by students. Squad leader, what do you think we should do next? After several federal soldiers finished speaking, they looked at their squad leader together, waiting for him to make a decision. After listening to his team members, the squad leader was silent for a long time, and finally said with a sharp and solemn look, "It seems that we can only start the ultimate plan." What is the ultimate plan? How come I don't know it? Yes, squad leader, when did we have the ultimate plan? Several federal soldiers asked in confusion. The ultimate plan is... The squad leader looked at his teammates again, with a mysterious look. Suddenly, he turned on the light brain, and then operated it woodenly and said, "The ultimate plan is of course to call for external aid. If you can't beat them, and still insist on going, you are a fool." Several federal soldiers were silent, collectively looking at their squad leader woodenly, and completed the action of calling for external aid under their noses. For some reason, now they always have a feeling of elementary school students, who go home and call their parents because they can't beat them. This behavior is shameful, but don't say it's really cool. Chapter 63. The foreign aid came very quickly. In less than 3 minutes, 3 young federal majors came quietly. Among the 3, the main one was a girl with delicate appearance, but exuding coldness. The other 2 were young boys, but they all gave people a sense of unfathomable danger. When the federal soldiers and the squad leaders saw the foreign aid coming, they saluted and shouted together, "Sir!" The soldiers were extremely solemn, and did not look down on them because of their young appearance. The 3 majors also saluted, and then the only girl, Su Haitang, asked lightly, "Tell me, what do you want to see us for?" "Report, Major Su, we met a top student, and we couldn't stop her, so we wanted to ask the commander for support." The squad leader said, a little ashamed. "Oh! Show her information, let me see." Su Haitang's icy eyes finally showed a hint of interest. "Yes." After the squad leader finished speaking, he turned on the optical computer and projected Shinlili's information in a holographic way. "Oh, it turns out to be Shinlili. It's just right. I've wanted to meet her for a long time." Su Haitang sneered, and the coldness on his body became even heavier, as if he had met an enemy. When the federal soldiers and the squad leader heard this, they suddenly felt a little guilty. It seemed that they had accidentally brought a mortal enemy to Shinlili. "Gao Shua Fang Chung, let's go!" After Su Haitang finished speaking, the 3 of them rushed toward Shinlili. The federal soldiers and squad leaders, who stayed in place, looked at each other awkwardly. After a while, one of the federal soldiers hesitated for a while, and said tentatively, "Why do I feel that this Major Su seems to be seeking revenge on Shinlili?" "You can be more confident, and remove the word seems." The squad leader suddenly sighed, and said helplessly. Several soldiers looked at each other, and then one of them asked curiously, "Squad leader, do you know any inside information?" "I just remembered it." The squad leader covered his forehead with a headache, and then continued, "Shinlili is the student who forced Colonel Su Zhe into the hospital a few days ago. The Major Su Haitang just now is his sister, and she is also a famous brother control." After saying this, several people instantly understood what was going on, and then at the same time, they silently lit a candle for Shinlili in their hearts. And Shinlili, who was pitied by others, was almost at the top of the mountain at this moment, but she didn't have time to be happy. She suddenly stopped and looked in a certain direction vigilantly. "AMU, let off what come out," Shinlili suddenly said in her heart. "Okay." After Amu finished speaking, the next moment, the spiritual body surrounding Shinlili was replaced by Ahua. "Ollie, where are the bad guys?" Ahua's spiritual body shook excitedly. But in the eyes of outsiders, Shinlili controlled her spiritual power, and surrounded her body. "Don't worry, they are here." Shinlili had just finished speaking when 3 people appeared in front of her, and they were 3 federal soldiers with high military ranks. "Are you Shinlili?" Su Haitang looked Shinlili up and down, and said contemptuously, "I am, who are you?" Shinlili looked at Su Haitang inexplicably. Shinlili had felt a deep hostility from this person before he came over, so she temporarily replaced Amu with Ahua. She thought she had encountered the Zerg again, but it turned out to be a strange girl. And she was inexplicably hostile to her. "Humph! It's okay if you are Shinlili, so that I won't hit the wrong person later." After Su Haitang finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Shinlili, but before he took action, he did not forget to stop his 2 companions. "I can do it alone, don't interfere." Gao Zhua and Fang Chung looked at each other, then nodded together, and withdrew from the battlefield between the two. After Su Haitang finished speaking, he stopped talking nonsense, and his body attacked Shen Lili like lightning, and his mental power also condensed into a blade, cutting her limbs. She would not let anyone who dared to touch her brother go. Just as Su Zhe was Su Haitang's reverse scale, Shen Lili was also Ahua's reverse scale. Anyone who dares to bully Ali is a bad guy in Ahua's eyes. Bad guys should be beaten. Ahua's spirit body gradually turned crimson, and his aura changed from a weak and harmless beast to a bloodthirsty beast. Facing the attacking spirit power and bad guys, Ahua protected Shen Lili, while his spirit power was like a whip, not only shattering Su Haitang's spirit blade, but also lashing Su Haitang's abdomen. This was also the first time Shen Lili saw Ahua in combat, and she didn't expect him to be so strong. This was just Ahua alone. If Ah Shui and Amu also took action, I'm afraid the other two people on the opposite side would not be a match even if they were combined. Unlike Shen Lili's ease, Su Haitang tried countless attacks after dodging the blow to her abdomen. But without exception, they were all blocked by Shen Lili's mental power. Su Haitang's eyes almost condensed into ice, especially when she saw Shen Lili's attitude as if she was watching a play. She was so angry that she clenched her teeth and strengthened her attack. Gao Zhua and Fang Chung, who were watching the battlefield, were also surprised at Shen Lili's fighting ability. You know, although Su Haitang had just graduated from the 5th Military Academy, she was also a top student in her batch. I didn't expect that she couldn't even do anything to a freshman now. Unlike the toughness in the eyes of outsiders, Shen Lili was fine at the beginning, but under Su Haitang's increasingly fierce attacks, her physique could not support Ahua's powerful mental power. Ahua, use your strongest attack to knock her out, Shen Lili said, while resisting the discomfort of her body. Okay. Ahua understood Ali's predicament. If he dragged on, Shen Lili's body would probably collapse first. So Ahua did not hold back, and used his strongest blow to hit Su Haitang, causing her to fall into a coma instantly. At the moment when Su Haitang fainted, Gao Zhua and Fang Chung caught her at the same time, checked her for a while, and confirmed that there was no big problem. Gao Zhua then looked up, took a deep look at Shen Lili and said, "You win, let's go." Shen Lili took Ahua back, nodded to the two of them expressionlessly, and then walked to the top of the mountain. After leaving their sight, Shen Lili immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. Sure enough, the S-level physique is still a bit of a stretch. Shen Lili wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her sleeve, and complained helplessly. Chapter 64. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Shen Lili placed his right hand on the tendons of his left wrist, concentrated on feeling his pulse for a while, and checked the basic condition of his body. After a while, Shen Lili let go of his hand with a sigh of relief, and then couldn't help but joked, "This is probably the legend. If you don't treat it quickly, it will heal itself." Since his physical fitness has been enhanced, Shen Lili has not only increased his combat effectiveness, but also his speed of automatic healing has been much faster. You know, this is only an S-level physique. If it can be upgraded to an SSS physique in the future, I'm afraid that humanoid weapons will be no more than this. Shen Lili sighed for a while, and then looked at the top of the mountain with his eyes firmly. Now it's time to get the 4th badge. After thinking about it, Shen Lili continued to walk towards the top of the mountain. This journey was rare and calm, with no traps, no sneak attacks, and no instructors who were tricky. So it didn't take long for Shen Lili to successfully get the 4th badge. When going down the mountain, Shen Lili saw several freshmen who were smiling happily near the exit. It seems that the instructor didn't lie to us. Maybe it's really easy. Look, she has come out. Yes, that instructor doesn't look like a liar. Hello, classmate, did you get the badge? One of the more cautious students asked Shen Lili. After Shen Lili determined that the other party was calling her, she raised her eyebrows and didn't say much. She just took out the card and shook the 4 badge patterns on it. After seeing this, the cautious student didn't know what he thought of, and he breathed a sigh of relief. After thanking Shen Lili, he walked to the top of the mountain with his companions. When she left, she was still thinking, I was too suspicious. Shen Lili, who stayed in the original place, looked at the students who went up the mountain with sympathy for a while, just like the students before. Then she left without stopping. After all, it was the first time to do the repair hook. Shen Lili was still a little nervous. She was afraid that if she was late for a while, the wronged souls of these classmates would float over to find her for her life. The Dragon Slayer will indeed become a dragon one day, and she didn't expect that even she would start repairing the hook. After thinking it was safe, Shen Lili slowed down her pace, and then couldn't help laughing at her childish behavior. After laughing, Shinlili took out the card in a good mood, and then looked at the location of the 5th badge point. Comprehensive Training Ground? Shinlili was a little dumbfounded when she saw this address. Isn't this the starting point? How could it become a badge point? With curiosity and doubt, Shinlili decided to go back to the Comprehensive Training Ground to have a look. After returning to the Comprehensive Training Ground, Shinlili found the badge point according to the prompts on the card. I was surprised to find that the instructor who was giving the badge points this time was still my instructor, Sun Ming. When Sun Ming saw that the first person who came back to find him was Shinlili, he smiled somewhat expectedly, but also somewhat unexpectedly, saying, "I didn't expect that you would be the first to complete the competition. But I haven't finished the competition yet, instructor. Why don't you just tell me how to get the badge points from you?" Shinlili was prepared to be tossed around, and said cautiously, "Take out your card." Sun Ming raised his eyebrows, and smiled mysteriously. Shinlili almost thought she had heard it wrong, but her body still instinctively handed over the card. The next second, the last missing badge pattern on the card was filled with a badge in Sun Ming's hand. Then the card also changed at this time. The front side became the number 8, and the back side became the wolf head badge of the 5th Military Academy. Instructor, is it really okay to cheat like this? Shinlili looked at the changed card in shock, and suddenly stuttered nervously. Sun Ming's forehead veins popped up, and he couldn't bear it anymore and knocked Shinlili's head and scolded, "Am I such a person, your instructor?" Shinlili covered her head that was almost concussed, and pursed her lips in anger. "Are you such a person? Don't you know it in your heart?" But Shinlili only dared to complain a few words in her heart. 5th badge point, this level is the most difficult and the easiest. Sun Ming felt that he had to explain it for his own reputation. Shinlili looked up and listened carefully. The 5th badge point is mainly to get the instructor's recognition, so, do you understand? Sun Ming said meaningfully. Shinlili nodded, she understood. No wonder compared with the first 4 badge points, this badge point is just like a free point. Isn't it because they are afraid that students will not get any badges, so they give a special consolation? There is love in the military training base, but not much. After that, Shinlili was relatively free, just staying in the comprehensive training ground and waiting for the end of the game. During the waiting period, Shinlili also saw many acquaintances. Basically all of them came back with bruises and dirt. Even when Shinkayan came back, his face was black and smelly, as if he had been tortured by a female hooligan. Especially when he saw Shinlili, he was even more depressed. After Shinkayan got the love badge from the instructor, his face didn't get much better. But he still didn't give up. He walked over to Shinlili and asked, "Little sister, have you collected all the badges?" Shinlili smiled and nodded modestly, "Yes, and I'm the 8th place, so dear second brother, you lose." Shinkayan's face became even more depressed. He hesitated for a while before saying, "Little sister, how did you pass the badge point in the cafeteria?" Shinlili's face turned black. Looking at Shinlili's face, Shinkayan knew without asking that this was a sore spot for his sister. But no matter how painful it was, Shinkayan felt that it was not as painful as his. He felt that he was not only unclean, but also that he could not keep his optical brain. At this moment, he inexplicably felt a sense of desolation of being separated from his wife and children. In fact, there were only 2 most difficult badge points in this competition. One was the cafeteria, and the other was the top of the mountain. But if there was a choice, Shinlili and Shinkayan would rather choose the top of the mountain 10 times than go to the cafeteria once. Chapter 65. After the military training competition, the next 2 days are the rare Saturday and Sunday. On Saturday, almost all students choose to go to Anguan to get their laptops back and contact their relatives and friends. Shinlili also got her own laptop back from Anguan, plus the one that Shinkayan lost in the bet, a total of 2. It's just that Shinkayan's laptop is a bit shady, so Shinlili didn't touch it, but hid it in the space button. But for her own laptop, Shinlili was like seeing a relative, and couldn't help but smack it. As for who to contact first, Shinlili had already thought about it, of course, Grandma One and the 7 little cuties. After returning to the dormitory with the laptop, the roommates were all video chatting with their relatives and friends, and they tacitly didn't disturb each other. Shinlili slowed down her pace, then sat on her bed, and started to contact Grandma One. First, I turned on the optical computer, slid my finger down on the 3D virtual screen for a while, found Grandma One's avatar, and clicked on the video. The waiting ringing sound didn't last long, and Grandma One, who was far away on the garbage planet, quickly answered the video. Shinlili looked at the face on the 3D virtual screen, which was still as kind as always, and immediately smiled brightly and sweetly and shouted, "Grandma, It's me, Lily. Hey! Grandma knows it's Lily. Were you well behaved during the military training? Did you listen to the instructor's words? And was it hard? Grandma Wen kept asking with a concerned tone. Lily didn't feel annoyed at all, and answered patiently one by one. Grandma Wen was coaxed to laugh happily, but she thought of something and said with a little distress, Lily, tell your mother not to send things to me anymore. The warehouse can't hold it anymore. In fact, Guan Yu said just enough, but the older generation is used to saving money, so Grandma Wen is reluctant to use a lot of things, and the warehouse is getting more and more piled up. Lily smiled between her eyebrows and pretended to be distressed and said, but if I don't let my mother send things, she will be uncomfortable. What should I do? How about Grandma? You work hard and find a way to eliminate the things in the warehouse. Grandma Wen could see Lily's little thoughts, and immediately said in a deliberately unpleasant way, Grandma is not old and confused yet, and you are already fooling Grandma. Forget it, just send it. Grandma is old, so enjoy it for once. Grandma, you are right to think so. We are not by your side. If you don't eat or drink well, we will be more worried. Lily said with a coquettish tone. You, where do you get so many reasons? Grandma can't argue with you. Grandma Wen smiled and scolded. That's because what I said makes sense. Lily snorted softly, and said proudly. Then Lily remembered that she hadn't seen the 7 little ones today, and immediately asked in confusion, Grandma, where are Xiaolin and the others? Why didn't I see them today? They are in class next door right now. Grandma Wen's tone softened when she talked about the children. That's okay, studying is important, see you next time. Lily chatted with Grandma Wen for a long time before hanging up the video. Then Lily spent the whole morning watching videos with her family. When her roommates went out to the cafeteria to eat, Lily hesitated for a moment and still clicked on the little dog's avatar. But after a while, the 3D virtual screen lit up, and then Bai Zhou's voice came out from the screen. Ollie, how are you these days? Bai Zhou on the virtual screen asked with concern. Not good, the training is very hard and tiring, and there is no furry to pet. Lily complained with a hint of resentment. Pet, or come to the Empire, I will support you, and I can also pet you. Bai Zhou was joking, but there was a hint of seriousness in his tone. Poochie. Lily was amused by this earthy love talk, and then joked, you don't have to sell yourself too? So do you want to buy it? Bai Zhou said with a little expectation. No, I still like the Federation very much. How about you come to the Federation? I will support you. And comb your hair and do assage every day, how about it? Do you want to consider it? Lily raised an eyebrow and smiled. Bai Zhou in the 3D virtual screen was a little moved by what he said, and he really thought about it for a while, and said, if I have a younger brother in the future, it is not impossible for me to go to the Federation with you. Then I wait, and I wish your younger brother will be born soon. Lily smiled coldly. Then should we discuss how to urge my parents to have a second child? Bai Zhou pretended to be distressed. So Lily and Bai Zhou boldly discussed on the virtual screen how to make the Emperor Bai Yuan and the Empress of the Empire have a second child. Your Highness, the Emperor is looking for you. Outside Bai Zhou's room, a knight's voice suddenly sounded. Lily and Bai Zhou looked at each other guiltily, and then Bai Zhou calmly said to the outside, I know, I be there soon. Yes, Your Highness. You go and get busy. Lily said sympathetically without waiting for Bai Zhou to speak first. Okay, goodbye, Ali, Bai Zhou said reluctantly. Goodbye. Lily hung up the video on the 3D virtual screen after saying goodbye. Looking at the dim screen and rubbing her hungry stomach, Lily didn't plan to contact other people for the time being. After getting up and going to the cafeteria, Lily returned to the dormitory and started watching the live broadcast of the Mecha Master. Lily watched the live broadcast as usual. When she was interested, the rewards poured into the live broadcast room like a tide. Before she knew it, Lily had become the leader of several low-level mecha manufacturers. Chapter 66. While the students were enjoying the weekend, the atmosphere in a ward of the 5th Army Hospital was gradually becoming awkward. You said that it was offered to you, not that Lily attacked you on purpose? Su Haitang widened his eyes, gnashing his teeth, pointing at Su Zhe in surprise. Really? Who told you that Lily attacked me on purpose? Su Zhe said with doubt in his eyes. He was still wondering if someone wanted to harm his sister on purpose, so he maliciously induced his sister to go to Lily to give her a head. Su Haitang was speechless, and said with accusation in his voice, Isn't it that every time I asked you, you were hesitant, so I thought you were afraid of the Shin family and didn't dare to say it. But forget it, If I was really afraid of the Shin family, I would fight Shinkayu for so long. Suze was a little guilty at first, but he was unhappy when he heard the latter part, and immediately straightened his chest and refuted. Just after he finished speaking, Suze's eyes began to dodge again. But fearing that his sister would misunderstand him again, Suze could only give up and explain, I wanted to hypnotize Shinlili to see if I could dig up some dirt on Shinkayu. Who knew that her mental power level was higher than mine? If my mental power hadn't run fast, I wouldn't have been lying in bed for more than half a month. Heh! You're still proud. Su Haitang rolled her eyes and sneered, then glared at Suze with gritted teeth and asked, So why don't you just explain this matter clearly? When Suze heard his sister's accusation, he said with grievance in his eyes, How can you just say such an embarrassing thing? It's so embarrassing. So for your face, I'm lying in the hospital now. Do you have face now? Su Haitang glared at Suze in the next bed. Suze turned over timidly, facing away from Su Haitang, pulled the quilt up to cover his head, and then dared to say angrily, I know, next time I say it, isn't it okay? You are still hiding. Is hiding useful? Now you should think about how to apologize to Shinlili. Su Haitang looked at Suze hiding under the quilt unhappily. But we are the ones who are injured and hospitalized. Why should we apologize? Suze pulled open the corner of the quilt, revealing a pair of unconvinced eyes. Su Haitang laughed angrily at first, then picked up the pillow and threw it over, cursing. Okay, Suze, you are so good that you even blame the victim. If you were not my brother, do you think I would beat you? Okay, I will apologize too, okay. Suze took the pillow and compromised helplessly. After that, he carefully sent the pillow back to his sister. That's more or less. Su Haitang hummed with satisfaction. Then Su Haitang put the pillow in place, chose a comfortable position to lie on the bed, and asked casually, Brother, how do you think we should apologize? Should we buy a gift? What? Apologies need to be ceremonial, sister. Keep it simple. I beg you to keep it simple, okay? Suze was about to collapse. I don't know who is talented. He actually arranged his sister and him in the same ward. Thank you very much. In the Legion Hospital, an innocent receptionist kept sneezing a few times, then rubbed her nose and thought, the weather seems to be cold, tomorrow I can wear an autumn coat. At the same time, the 5th Legion border. Facing the fierce attack of the Zerg, Shinkayu led a space carrier and 12 warships to block it. In the control room of the space carrier, Shinkayu looked at the huge virtual map and commanded the combat mechas on the aircraft carrier deck to attack and retreat according to the real-time information of the battlefield. Mecha Squadron 501, support Mecha Squadron 601 over. 501 received, over. Mecha Squadron 503, withdraw to the battlefield, Mecha Squadron 603 will make up, over. 503 received. Over. 603 received, over. Mecha Squadron 505, pay attention, another group of Zergs are coming, over. 505 received, over. After Shinkayu commanded the Mecha Squad, he began to command the 12 warships. All warships, strengthen the active fire. Start the particle beam. Start the particle beam. Number 1 received, over. Number 2 received, over. Number 3 received, over. The power of the particle beam is equivalent to a nuclear bomb in modern times. After receiving the commander's words, all the warships started the particle beam. For a while, the accelerators on the warships were frantically producing high-energy particles, which then gathered into dense beams and were fired one after another, hitting a large area of Zerg. Time passed by minute, until it was close to dusk, when the Zerg tide began to retreat from the federal border of the 5th Legion. Shinkayu finally breathed a sigh of relief and handed over the task of the space carrier control room to other officers, and then left the control room with his adjutant Zuiyu and prepared to go back to the bedroom to rest. Colonel, the Zerg have been unusually active recently. There have been 3 attacks like this one this week. Zuiyu reported what he knew. What about the other legions? Shinkayu thought for a while and asked. Although there are insect tides, they are not as frequent as the 5th Legion. Zuiyu himself was a little puzzled. Shinkayu rubbed his eyebrows when he heard this, and he had already guessed in his heart. I am afraid that the insects have discovered my existence. I am not afraid of those who come openly, but I am afraid of those who do things in secret, which is enough for my sister to drink a pot. After all, it is easier to kill a big trouble that has not yet grown up than to grow up in the future. Chapter 67. Unlike the gunfire and artillery rain on the border, the 5th military training base was calm and peaceful at the moment. Shinlili yawned and got up from the bed. After stretching, she took the basin to the public wash basin to wash up with laziness after waking up. After washing up, Shin Lily was much more awake. She returned to the dormitory with the basin and was about to put it down. The light brain on her left wrist suddenly rang. Huh? Shin Lily was puzzled for a moment, put the basin in the cabinet, and then turned on the virtual screen of the light brain. But when Shin Lily looked at the virtual screen, she found that it was a video request from her cousin. Shin Lily didn't dare to delay this time, and quickly answered the video. Good afternoon, my dear granddaughter. John Qingyun's eyes were dark in the video, but when he saw his favorite granddaughter, he still tried to smile. Grandfather, how many days have you not slept? Shin Lily looked at John Qingyun on the virtual screen, and asked with a hint of blame and concern in her tone. Not much, just 3 days. John Qingyun saw that his granddaughter was unhappy and explained immediately. It would have been fine if she hadn't said it, but Shin Lily's expression became worse. Is the pharmacy department busy again? Shin Lily asked with a serious face. How busy is the pharmacy department? She knows it well. When it's busy, women are used as men and men are used as animals. So although Shin Lily just asked, she was 100% sure in her heart. John Qingyun opened his mouth, but in the end, he couldn't say anything to refute, so he could only say in a disappointed tone, It's really busy. I don't know what drugs the Zerg have taken recently. They have been attacking the federal border. Although the casualties are not large, the demand for medicine has always been in short supply. I asked the instructor for leave now. Cousin, wait for me. Shin Lily was about to walk out of the dormitory, and suddenly remembered something, and looked at John Qingyun and asked, By the way, cousin, do you want to bring cousin with you? You mean Yuanhao? No, he was here last night. After John Qingyun finished speaking, he pointed the screen at John Yuanhao, who was busy at the side. John Yuanhao's hair in the video was slightly messy, and the black under his eyes could not be blocked even by his glasses. But after hearing what Shin Lily said, John Yuanhao still took a break from his busy schedule to raise his head, with a fake smile on his face, and looked at Shin Lily in a weird tone. Cousin, listen to me, thank you. The strong resentment in that tone scared Shin Lily so much that she immediately turned off the light computer, and then patted her chest with some fear. Fortunately, she hung up quickly, otherwise her cousin would have almost crawled out of the video and beat her. John Yuanhao from the military pharmacy department looked at the screen that suddenly went dark, and shook his head in anger and amusement. Xiaohao, be gentle to your cousin, otherwise you won't be able to find a wife in the future. John Qingyun saw his well-behaved granddaughter, who looked frightened, and immediately felt distressed, and then couldn't help complaining to John Yuanhao. Grandpa, do you think she looks frightened? She is clearly guilty. John Yuanhao looked at his grandfather speechlessly. This elbow is bent outward, and almost thought that Shin Lily was his darling granddaughter. Then give in to your cousin. She is a girl after all, so you should be gentle. John Qingyun said with an expression that you are ignorant. Then cousin John Qian is also a girl. Why don't you be gentle to your grandfather? John Yuanhao stared straight at John Qingyun and retorted. Your cousin John Qian is an exception. Look at her, she looks like a girl. As a child of a pharmacy family, she doesn't study pharmacy well, but goes to the mecha department. The mecha department is fine, but it's the combat department. A girl is like a monkey, fighting and killing all day long. John Qingyun still has a lot of resentment about this matter. Before meeting Shin Lily, John Qian was the perfect candidate for his apprentice in his mind, but this unfilial granddaughter insisted on studying the combat department. They are all girls. What are the exceptions, Grandpa? Aren't you double standard? John Yuanhao said disdainfully. Are you itchy, you little brat? You dare to say this to your own grandfather? John Qingyun glared. John Yuanhao chose to shut up. If he can't afford to provoke him, can't he afford to hide? John Qingyun saw his grandson admitting his fear, and then he snorted triumphantly. Xiaoli should be here soon. I go pick her up. You can continue to make the potion. John Qingyun's heart melted into sugar water when he thought of his good granddaughter, and his tone was incredibly gentle. After saying that, he walked out of the military pharmacy department excitedly. John Yuanhao watched his grandfather leave, rolled his eyes speechlessly, and then concentrated on making the potion. Outside the military pharmacy department, Shin Lily looked inside furtively, fearing that she would be caught by John Yuanhao accidentally. After a while, she still didn't find any trace of John Yuanhao, so Shin Lily patted her chest with relief and walked inside. Xiaoli, here you are. John Qingyun had just finished instructing a pharmacist who came to him for advice on potion problems, and when he looked up, he found that his good granddaughter had also arrived. Grandpa. Long time no see. Did you miss me? Shin Lily smiled coquettishly. Think about it. Don't call me Grandpa anymore. Just call me Grandpa. It'd make us feel closer. John Chingyun came over and touched Shen Lily's head kindly. Okay. Shen Lily nodded obediently, and then continued, Grandpa, take me to the pharmacy. I start making the potion now. Okay, let's go to the small room last time. Grandpa has always kept it for you. John Chingyun touched his white beard with relief when he saw Shen Lily being so diligent. He couldn't help but sigh again in his heart. How could such a good granddaughter not belong to his John family? It's okay to exchange her for his grandson. He agreed. Chapter 68. The pharmacy room was still the same as the last time I came here, with herbs everywhere. The spacious room suddenly became small and crowded. Shen Lily stood at the door, looking at the densely packed herbs in the room, and suddenly felt her breath suffocated. After taking a deep breath, Shen Lily adjusted her mentality, and then asked John Chingyun for a list of medicines that needed to be refined. She stayed in the pharmacy for a whole afternoon, until it was dark, and it was John Yuanhao who came and knocked on the door of the room, and Shen Lily came out of the crazy state of making medicine. Cousin, go to the cafeteria for dinner. John Yuanhao knocked on the door and shouted. I'm here. Shen Lily glanced at the door and replied. When she lowered her head to put the medicine away, Shen Lily noticed that her clothes and hands were stained with colorful herbs. This dirty look can be called the female version of Sharp Brother. Shen Lily was a little distressed. She scratched her hair, which looked like a mess, and thought for a while. Finally, she chose to let it go. It's dirty, it's messy, and she will clean it up when she goes back. But after seeing John Yuanhao, Shen Lily's mentality was balanced. The originally elegant and noble young man now had a messy hair. He looked like a loser who stayed up late to cultivate immortality for several nights, with a face full of kidney deficiency. Not only that, even the military training uniform he wore was dirty. As long as he was given a bamboo pole and a bowl, he could beg on the spot. It would be better if Shen Lily didn't imagine it. Once she imagined it, she couldn't help laughing. Cousin, I give you a bowl and a bamboo pole. You will definitely have a promising future like this. Shen Lily laughed with great joy. John Yuanhao didn't react at first, and when he understood what it meant, he was so angry that he almost had a quarrel with his cousins. Shen Lily, you forced me to do this. John Yuanhao raised his hand with a fierce look in his eyes. Shen Lily's pupil shrank slightly, thinking that her cousin finally couldn't help but beat her, and was about to beg for mercy. Then, a click sound was heard. John Yuanhao had already used the camera function of the optical computer to take a picture of her current appearance. Damn, no martial ethics. Shen Lily cursed in her heart, and when she was about to use the optical computer to take a picture of John Yuanhao, she was interrupted by John Yuanhao's cold voice. Before you start, do you want to think about it? Are you faster in taking pictures, or am I faster in sending to the family group? John Yuanhao sneered without emotion at this moment, like a villain boss. Family group. What a poisonous man's heart. Shen Lily couldn't help but recall the fear of being dominated by aunts and uncles, and her body trembled slightly in fear. Shen Lily swallowed her saliva, put down the hand wearing the optical computer, and was about to raise a flattering smile, but was interrupted by John Yuanhao again. Wait a minute, don't laugh, I still have to eat later. John Yuanhao said with disdain. Shen Lily's smile froze. The villain in his heart beat John Yuanhao violently, venting all his anger. Shen Lily calmed down a lot, and then threatened lightly. Cousin, if I don't do it, you delete the photos, and we can skip this and continue to be good cousins, otherwise we will all be ruined. John Yuanhao stopped when he saw the good, snorted coldly, and deleted the photos in front of Shen Lily. Shen Lily was relieved, and then she endured the humiliation and walked to the cafeteria with John Yuanhao in love. When the two finished their meal, and walked back to the military pharmacy department to continue making medicine, they found that the door of the pharmacy department was blocked. A man in a military uniform with the rank of colonel was kneeling silently at the door of the pharmacy department with his head down. There was also an unconscious man lying next to him. The man was also in a military uniform, and also had the rank of colonel. But unlike the people around him, the unconscious man was skinny and his eye sockets were deep, as if he would take his last breath at any time. At this moment, there were two medical staff beside the man who kept persuading him, and even the pharmacists and soldiers who were watching around were persuading him in good faith. But the kneeling man was like a piece of wood, turning a deaf ear to the care around him. Shen Lily and John Yuanhao looked at each other, and then looked at a familiar pharmacist together. Uncle Chen, what's going on? John Yuanhao pointed at the two people and asked. Chen Liang looked at the two protagonists in the incident again, and then sighed with regret. The one kneeling is Wen Yuqing, and the one who is about to die is Lu Yunsheng. They are a couple. Husband and wife. Shen Lily's rotten girl soul awakened, but thinking that the atmosphere on the scene was not suitable, she suppressed it again and listened to Chen Liang's story quietly. These two people are not only a couple, but also the most tacit partners. It's a pity that Lu Yunsheng was ambushed by the Zerg 3 months ago to save a child, and then he became like this, Chen Liang said with regret in his tone. Then why didn't they go to the Legion Hospital, but came to the pharmacy department instead? Is there a way to save Lu Yunsheng here? Shen Lily asked puzzledly. If the hospital can't save someone, how can the pharmacy department save him? Chen Liang laughed at himself, and then continued, when Yuqing just thought that Master Qingyun might have a way, so he knelt here like holding a life-saving straw and begged Master Qingyun to save his partner. But this is the Legion, he is interfering with the pharmacy department, and the punishment will be very serious. Zhang Yuanhao pushed his glasses and looked at the two people as if he was looking at a fool. When Yuqing has no desire to live, so how can he care about these? I'm afraid that as soon as Lu Yunsheng dies, when Yuqing will do stupid things again. Chen Liang seemed to know them very well, so he said with a firm tone. By the way, Uncle Chen, you haven't told me what disease Lu Yunsheng has? Why can't he be cured? Shen Lily was more concerned about this. The spiritual space has been destroyed. No matter how you treat it, no matter how much you do, you will just wait for death. After Chen Liang finished speaking, he couldn't bear to watch any more, shook his head, and returned to the military pharmacy department. Chapter 69. Shen Lily and Zhang Yuanhao looked at each other again, and then looked at Wen Yuqing and the others worriedly. Especially Shen Lily, she has done the most research on mental illness. The broken mental space is equivalent to a person's soul without a container. Even the Horcruxes are useless. Death is only a matter of time for Lu Yunsheng. Perhaps it was because his lover's breathing was getting weaker and weaker, when Yuqing finally stopped being indifferent. He gritted his teeth and shouted to the pharmacy department, Master Qingyun, I know you are here, please, save my lover, please, save him. Save him! Master Qingyun. You are a master, you must have a way to save him. Master Qingyun. I beg you. I can do anything you want me to do. Just please save him. Save him! The people around him watched in silence, as Wen Yuqing shouted desperately. Many soft-hearted people had already wiped their tears, and some older people turned away reluctantly. Unfortunately, Wen Yuqing's hysterical shouting did not call Zhang Qingyun, but instead called the Corps' patrol team. Wen Yuqing, I understand your feelings, but you have to understand that this is the Corps, and you are making a mistake now. The leading officer of the patrol team said in silence. This is probably the mission that the patrol team is most reluctant to go out, because the person who is going to die is not only Wen Yuqing's lover, but also their comrade in arms. When they stopped Wen Yuqing, they were also preventing their teammates from surviving. But the Corps has its own rules, and no one can break them, even if that person is a comrade in arms who is about to die. The leading officer of the patrol team closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was filled with indifference and cruelty. Take him away, said the officer coldly. The other 6 members of the patrol team hesitated, looked at each other, and finally said in silence, yes. Seeing the patrol team start to take action, Wen Yuqing finally collapsed. This time he no longer begged Zhang Qingyun, but yelled and cursed, Zhang Qingyun. Why didn't you save him? Why? Aren't you a master? Why didn't you save him? Tell me. You are not a master. Zhang Qingyun. You are not. When the patrol team was about to move Lu Yunsheng, an old man walked out of the door of the pharmacy department behind him. The man was Zhang Qingyun, the top pharmacy master of the Federation. Wait! Zhang Qingyun shouted. The appearance of Zhang Qingyun surprised everyone, and some people even excitedly guessed whether Lu Yunsheng could be saved. Grandmaster Qingyun is here. Will Lu Yunsheng be saved now? Not likely. His spiritual space is broken. How can he be saved? Ah, yes. The patrol team stopped their actions and saluted Zhang Qingyun respectfully. Grandmaster Qingyun. Yes. Zhang Qingyun nodded in return, then looked at Wen Yuqing and said with regret, I'm sorry, I can't save your lover, but I give this to you. I hope you can keep him for a while longer. After Zhang Qingyun finished speaking, he hung an exquisite Horcrux necklace around Lu Yunqing's neck, carefully checked Lu Yunqing's condition for a while, and finally sighed, and took his hand back, then shook his head at Wen Yuqing. The hope that Wen Yuqing had just ignited was instantly shattered, and then he stopped screaming and struggling, just silently hugged Lu Yunsheng, with only a dead silence in his eyes. The patrol team members didn't know whether they should take action or not, so they could only look at their superiors. The officer was about to give the order to continue, when he heard Zhang Qingyun say, no need, let them leave by themselves. Yes. Let's go! The leader of the patrol team was silent for a while, then turned around and took all the patrol team away. When all the patrol team members left, John Qingyun advised Wen Yuqing, "Send this child to the core hospital, at least he can live a little longer." After speaking, John Qingyun closed his eyes, then turned around and returned to the military pharmacy department. After John Qingyun went back, the others also left with their heads in sighs. In the end, only Wen Yuqing, who looked like a statue, and Lu Yunsheng, who was sleeping soundly, were left at the scene. "Cousin, let's go too," Zhang Yuanhao said silently. Everyone gave up at this moment, including Wen Yuqing. No one thought that Lu Yunsheng had a chance to survive. But Shen Lily heard AMU's voice at this time. "Ollie, do you want to save him?" AMU was originally sleeping in the spiritual space, but because Shen Lily's desire to save people was too strong, AMU had to wake up from his sleep and asked. "Yes. AMU, do you have a way?" Shen Lily almost forgot that there were 3 spiritual bodies in her spiritual space. Ordinary people can't do anything no matter how strong they are, but AMU and the others are different. They are conscious spiritual bodies, and may know how to treat mental illness. "I don't know, but I can try," AMU said uncertainly. It has never come into contact with people with broken spiritual spaces, nor has it treated them, so it can't guarantee it. However, Shen Lily has confidence in it, and said without hesitation, "Then give it a try, it's better to have hope than no hope." "Okay." AMU didn't object, and agreed lovingly. After talking with AMU, Shen Lily said to Zhang Yuanhao beside her with a little excitement, "Cousin, you go back first, I will go back later." Zhang Yuanhao looked at Shen Lily unexpectedly, and when he saw her expression, his heart paused, and then his eyes became deep. "Cousin, is there a way?" But then he felt that he was thinking too much. This is the spiritual space being broken. Even his grandfather, the top medicine master of the Federation, has no way, let alone a girl who is only 16 years old. But thinking about it, this will not affect Zhang Yuanhao's mind, and he wants to see what his cousin wants to do. So Zhang Yuanhao didn't say anything, just looked at Shen Lily without saying anything. Want to ask him to leave? Oh, dream on. Chapter 70. Shen Lily looked at Zhang Yuanhao, who didn't move at all, and finally rolled her eyes helplessly, and let him go. If the people of the Zhang family have 800 tricks, then 700 of them must be on Zhang Yuanhao. Trying to hide anything from him may be more tiring than doing it, which is simply not worth the loss. Forget it, since my cousin is also my own, Shen Lily doesn't care. And if Lu Yunsheng doesn't get treatment, he may not be able to hold on, and Wen Yuqing also realized this. He picked him up, and prepared to go to the Legion Hospital. "Wait!" Shen Lily hurriedly ran to him, and shouted. Wen Yuqing paused, looked at the 2 dirty kids expressionlessly, and then spit out 2 words coldly. "Go away! I may have a way to save him. Are you willing to try?" Shen Lily ignored Wen Yuqing's bad attitude and hurriedly spoke. After saying this, not only Wen Yuqing was stunned, but even Zhang Yuanhao wondered if Shen Lily was crazy. "Cousin, some jokes are not allowed. Don't delay their treatment any longer. Let them go." Zhang Yuanhao grabbed Shen Lily's arm, and tried to drag her away. Wen Yuqing was slightly shaken, but soon stopped. Even the top pharmacist in the Federation admitted that it was impossible to do it. A little kid was just exaggerating. Wen Yuqing held his increasingly weak lover, and had no time to care. He ignored the 2, and continued to move forward. Shen Lily was stopped by Zhang Yuanhao. She watched Wen Yuqing walk further, and further away. She could only turn her head, and look at her cousin anxiously. "Cousin, I really have a way. Although I can't guarantee success, I want to try it. Are you sure? You can't joke about this kind of thing." Zhang Yuanhao frowned, and said in disbelief. You see I'm joking?" Shen Lily was so angry that she wanted to curse, but she held back. Zhang Yuanhao really couldn't see that Shen Lily was joking at all. After thinking for a while, he made up his mind and said, "Then give it a try." "Yeah." Shen Lily also nodded firmly. This time, the 2 of them chased after Wen Yuqing together and stopped him. But this time it was Zhang Yuanhao who spoke. "Don't talk first, let me say, I am the grandson of Zhang Qingyun." Zhang Yuanhao interrupted Wen Yuqing, who was about to get angry, and directly stated his identity. Wen Yuqing's eyebrows moved slightly, and this time he finally raised his head to look at Zhang Yuanhao, and then said in a hoarse voice, "Then what?" "My cousin, Shen Lily, the granddaughter of Marshal Shen, said that there is a way to save your lover, but success cannot be guaranteed. If possible, my cousin will try it." Zhang Yuanhao said the ugly words first. He did not want to cause trouble to his cousin. Shenlili also looked at Wen Yuqing nervously, waiting for his decision. After hearing Zhang Yuanhao's words, even though Wen Yuqing's heart was dead at the moment, he began to look at the two dirty little ghosts in front of him in surprise. Obviously, they are just two inconspicuous children, but one is the grandson of the master, and the other is the granddaughter of the marshal. But what does this have to do with status? It's not that a high status can save his Yunsheng. Wen Yuqing obviously wanted to refuse, but the words he said were the opposite. Okay. When Wen Yuqing came to his senses, he found it funny again. He subconsciously agreed to the nonsense of the two children. Wen Yuqing was about to refuse, but the words came to his lips, and he couldn't speak. He had been forced to the point of desperately trying all kinds of treatments. How could there be any way out? Now that there was finally a little hope, even if there was an abyss ahead, Wen Yuqing wanted to take a gamble. The worst that could happen was that he would accompany Lu Yunsheng on a journey of reincarnation. After the two sides reached an agreement, Zhang Yuanhao and Wen Yuqing looked at Shenlili together. Now everything depends on her. Shenlili did not delay any longer and hurriedly examined Lu Yunsheng. He took the pulse, lifted the eyelids, and pressed several key acupoints for a while. The more he checked, the uglier Shenlili's face became. Finally, he said to Wen Yuqing and the other seriously, "Hurry up. Find a quiet place first, preferably a separate room. Go to my dormitory." Zhang Yuanhao said, and ran directly in front. Wen Yuqing and Shenlili also took action immediately. Zhang Yuanhao's dormitory was not far away, and they arrived after a while. After opening the door, Wen Yuqing carefully put Lu Yunsheng on the bed, and then looked at Shenlili with pleading eyes. Shenlili noticed Wen Yuqing's eyes, but she didn't have time to pay attention to it, and immediately began to contact AMU in the spiritual space. "AMU, what should we do now?" Shenlili's tone was a little anxious. Just now, she checked a little, and found that Lu Yunqing's spiritual space was not only broken, but even the symptoms of the brain area looked like the late stage of cerebral infarction in the previous life. But cerebral infarction is not a difficult disease to treat in the interstellar era, so this should be a complication of the broken spiritual space. If the problem of the spiritual space is not solved, his cerebral infarction will continue to recur. But with Lu Yunqing's fragile body, how many times can it recur? "Ollie, don't worry, take me in to see," AMU comforted. "Okay." After Shenlili finished speaking, she placed her palm in the air on Lu Yunqing's face, and then AMU turned into mental power, entered his brain area, and rushed to the spiritual space. Shenlili closed her eyes, and switched her perspective to AMU's. Then she saw withered nerves and swollen blood vessels all along the way. When she finally reached the spiritual space, Shenlili saw only ruins from AMU's perspective. The spiritual space, which should have been as deep and mysterious as the universe, now seemed to have been demolished, and after the demolition, only ruins remained. Chapter 71. The broken spiritual space is indeed a galactic incurable disease. Shenlili looked at the ruins in front of her, with a tingling scalp. If she really wanted to treat it by herself, she would have no idea where to start. "AMU, do you need my help?" Shenlili's tone became timid. "It's okay, Ali, I take a look first, and call you when I need you." After Amu finished speaking, the spiritual body began to circle around, turning around in this broken space. While Amu was diligently checking, Shenlili couldn't help but be absent-minded. Now she felt more and more that the three spiritual bodies in her space were not cute little ones at all, but big guys. The kind that can be hugged. The villain in Shenlili's heart touched her stomach. No wonder she always felt bad in her stomach recently. It turns out that she wants to eat soft rice. Woo! Don't say it. It smells so good, sister. Ali, there is a discovery here. AMU suddenly spoke. Where? Shenlili carefully searched around, but still saw a ruin. This. AMU stretched out his mental tentacles, and touched the only diamond-shaped crystal that was glowing faintly among a pile of mental fragments. What is this? Shenlili also stretched out a tentacle, and wrapped the crystal. After a careful look for a while, she lost her voice and said, "This can't be Lu Yunqing's consciousness. Consciousness is the soul. And Lu Yunqing's soul, because it has lost its mental space. Now it is being consumed by the energy in the universe. From the original consciousness that was as bright as a light bulb, it now only has a faint light." Shenlili didn't dare to imagine that if she came later, even if she woke up Lu Yunsheng, she would probably just be a vegetable. What should AMU do now? He's almost dead. Shenlili said anxiously, even with a tearful tone. Ollie, wrap up his consciousness with your mental power first. AMU's elder-like aura played a role at this time. His slow and steady speech and calm tone made Shinlili calm down from the panic and said, "Okay." After Shinlili calmed down, her mental power formed a transparent cube box and wrapped the diamond crystal. The diamond crystal in the transparent cube was no longer dim. I don't know if it was Shinlili's illusion. She felt that the light of the diamond crystal seemed to be getting brighter and brighter. Does this mean that Lu Yunsheng also wanted to live? Shinlili thought of Wen Yuqing, who was anxiously waiting outside, and then looked at the diamond crystal in her hand, struggling and trying to glow. One is outside, the other is inside. They are only separated by a physical distance, but both are trying their best to see each other again. Shinlili's thoughts are enough to make her write a sad story. Lu Yunsheng and Wen Yuqing are so miserable. If Shinlili's spirit body had tears at this moment, they would probably be flowing down now. Even if she crosses life and death today, she will snatch Lu Yunsheng back from the king of hell. She will be the matchmaker today. No one can snatch him from me. The CPI support must be locked. Thinking of this, Shinlili asked with full energy, "AMU, what are you going to do next? Just tell me. I will do anything." AMU looked at Shinlili, who suddenly seemed to be full of blood, inexplicably, but still shook his head and said lovingly, "No, leave it to me next. I will sew up the spiritual fragments that can still be used. It may take a long time. Ali, you'd better explain it to the people outside." "Okay, how long will it take?" Shinlili asked. 3 days. AMU roughly estimated. "Okay." Shinlili's breath was choked, and she was still trembling in her heart. It really took a long time. I guess a lot of people will explode again this time, so I'd better go out and explain it. After thinking, Shinlili came out of Lu Yunsheng's spiritual space and opened her eyes. "Miss Shin, can Yunsheng be saved?" Wen Yuqing asked anxiously. Zhang Yuanhao looked at Shinlili without saying anything, waiting for her answer. "He can be saved, but it may take a long time," Shinlili said, and looked at Zhang Yuanhao with a guilty conscience. Although Zhang Yuanhao was a little surprised that Lu Yunsheng could be saved. But when he saw Shinlili's expression, he had a bad feeling in his heart. His cousin was going to trick him. But compared to saving people, he was willing to give it a try. Zhang Yuanhao took a deep breath, and then his mouth twitched and said, "How long will it take? You tell me." 3 days. Shinlili's eyes moved uneasily, and she looked guilty, and didn't dare to look at Zhang Yuanhao's expression. Zhang Yuanhao's heartbeat stopped for a moment, and then he lost his voice and said, "Shinlili, do you think I am a god? How can I hide the news of a living person for 3 days? Then what should I do? Lu Yunsheng's spiritual space is too broken, and it will take so long to repair it," Shinlili said aggrievedly. "Miss Shin, don't worry, I will definitely guard you for 3 days, and not let anyone get close unless they step over my body." When Wen Yuqing heard that Lu Yunsheng was saved, he didn't think deeply, and said excitedly without thinking. Fortunately, Zhang Yuanhao didn't argue with this love-brain girl. In the end, he just sighed and said, "Ali, I can't hide it. I tell Grandpa first, and let him see if he can help us." "Okay. Cousin, everything is up to you. I'm going in." Shinlili still believes in Zhang Yuanhao's intelligence. When he is around, she can rest assured without having to use her brain. "Cousin, pay attention to your safety." Zhang Yuanhao cares about his cousin the most, and couldn't help but remind her again before she went in. "Okay." After Shinlili finished speaking, she closed her eyes again, and her consciousness returned to AMU's side. Chapter 72. Zhang Yuanhao sighed, as he watched Shinlili continue to rescue people, then resigned himself to his fate, and turned on his light brain to send a video request to Zhang Qingyun. "Xiaohao, what's the matter?" Zhang Qingyun answered the video quickly, but he was listless, and had lost his usual energy. It is estimated that his inability to do anything to Lu Yunsheng just now hit him hard. "Grandpa, I want to tell you something, but you must promise me first that you can't get excited." Zhang Yuanhao pushed his glasses and said, "Oh, tell me, even if you poke a hole in the sky today, Grandpa doesn't want to hit you." "I don't have the strength and energy," Zhang Qingyun said listlessly. Zhang Yuanhao's eyes lit up, and he said quickly, "Grandpa, this is what you said. If you can't do it, you be a puppy." Zhang Qingyun snorted, and said with some disdain, "What's the matter? Tell me quickly. Why are you still dithering? It's not convenient to talk in my brain. Why don't you come to my dormitory directly?" Zhang Yuanhao discussed. "Oh, then I won't go. I told you that I have no strength and no spirit. I don't want to go anywhere today." Zhang Qingyun's tone was still slightly aggrieved. Thinking of his age, he has studied medicine for decades, but he can't save a young man today. Lan Shouxianggu. "Grandpa, it's not that I want to call you here, it's your precious granddaughter. Something big happened. If you don't come, she will be finished. John Yuanhao said anxiously. TSK? My dear grandson, what era are you in? You're still committing fraud. If it weren't for Grandpa's crackdown on you, even if you get into trouble, your little cousin won't get into trouble. John Qingyun sneered and didn't believe it at all. How terrifying Shen Lily's mental power is, he still doesn't know, lying to him, still very naive. John Yuanhao was speechless. Why did he rarely tell the truth, but others thought he was lying? Master Qingyun, your grandson didn't lie to you. Miss Shen really needs your help now. Wen Yuqing suddenly leaned close to the 3D virtual screen and said. John Qingyun's pupils dilated, and he looked at Wen Yuqing in a lost voice. Then he rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked again. It was Wen Yuqing's face. John Qingyun rubbed his eyes again and looked again. It was still Wen Yuqing. John Yuanhao. What's going on? Explain it to me. John Qingyun roared. No matter how slow he reacted, John Qingyun knew that the matter was serious. I've said it before, it's not clear in the light brain. Anyway, Grandpa, come here quickly. John Yuanhao blocked his ears and said. You'd better promise me that my granddaughter didn't lose a hair. Otherwise, I will peel your skin off. After making the threat, John Qingyun hung up his laptop and rushed to John Yuanhao's dormitory. On the other side, John Yuanhao rubbed his deafened ears, looked at Wen Yuqing and said sarcastically, We brothers and sisters have really sacrificed too much for you. Wen Yuqing didn't understand what John Yuanhao meant, but his intuition told him that it was right to admit defeat at this time. Thinking of this, Wen Yuqing smiled at John Yuanhao in a flattering way. What John Yuanhao hated most was this kind of stupid big guy. Many times, his conspiracies and tricks were defeated by this kind of people. With a cold snort in his heart, John Yuanhao turned his eyes back to his cousin. I don't know how far the treatment has been done. If my cousin really saved Lu Yunsheng this time, I'm afraid the entire Federation and the Empire will be boiling. You know, mental space and mental power have been terminal illnesses for thousands of years. Now someone actually told him that terminal illnesses can also be treated. If this person is not Shen Lily, John Yuanhao would only think that it was some jumping clown who was talking big to fool people. But seeing Lu Yunqing's face gradually becoming more popular, John Yuanhao had to accept a reality. That is, Shen Lily seemed to be real, and there was a way to treat mental illness. John Qingyun was very fast. When John Yuanhao was still thinking, he felt a strong wind coming. When John Yuanhao reacted again, his head had been hit hard by someone. Grandpa, be gentle. What if you knock your grandson's smart brain dumb? Without looking back, John Yuanhao knew that there was no one else who dared to hit him here except his own grandfather. If I can really knock you dumb, I'd be thankful to God, so that you don't have to use your brain to cheat people all day long. John Qingyun didn't tolerate him, and immediately retorted. John Yuanhao was speechless. Grandpa, I am lucky to have you. John Qingyun looked at his grandson, who was choked and speechless with pride. He then turned to look at his granddaughter who seemed to be treating someone, but after a closer look, John Qingyun found that the patient was actually Lu Yunsheng. John Qingyun almost couldn't catch his breath, and after relieving himself, he said to Wen Qingyu angrily, You know that this is a terminal illness and there is no possibility of cure. Why are you still fooling around with 2 children? Master Qingyun, I have no other way to go, so even if there is only a tiny hope, I want to try it. Wen Yuqing said firmly. Alas, forget it, what is poison to me may be honey to others, just be happy. John Qingyun sighed, and stopped trying to persuade him. No, it's not poison, Miss Shen said she could save Yusheng. Wen Yuqing always felt that John Qingyun seemed to have misunderstood something, and hurriedly explained. Colonel 1, I understand your feelings, but even if you use this kind of words to deceive children, no child will be fooled. John Qingyun didn't believe it at all. He even suspected that Wen Yuqing was too sad, which led to hallucinations and illusions in his mind and behavior. This? Wen Yuqing was distressed. It seemed that he couldn't persuade Grandmaster Qingyun at all, as if no matter what he said, Grandmaster Qingyun would only think that he was too sad, so he did this. Looking at Grandmaster Qingyun, he looked like, whatever you say is right, but I don't believe it. For the first time in his life, Wen Yuqing felt that his mouth seemed to be in vain, and finally, he could only look at John Yuanhao for help. Chapter 73. John Yuanhao looked at the fool and the stubborn old man in front of him, and covered his forehead with a headache. What did he do wrong? God sent these 2 people to torment him. Thinking that he would need his grandfather's help next, John Yuanhao could only bite the bullet, and said to John Qingyun, Grandpa, my cousin does have a way to save this person. John Qingyun could think that Wen Yuqing's words were too sad, But his grandson also said so, which really made him hesitate. Are you sure? Think clearly, this is a terminal illness. John Qingyun looked at Zhang Yuanhao with a serious face, and there was a hint of pressure in his tone. Zhang Yuanhao nodded solemnly. John Qingyun knew his grandson, so he had already believed half of it in his heart, and he would verify the other half himself. After thinking about it, John Qingyun walked to the side of Shen Lili and Lu Yunsheng, without disturbing them, but just observing carefully from the side. But the longer he watched, the more solemn John Qingyun's face became. John Qingyun watched to the end, and without saying a word, he sent an emergency call to Shen Mujiang. The next second, Shen Mujiang's video request came. John Qingyun picked up the video, and Shen Mujiang's voice came from the other end. Qingyun, what happened? Why are you looking for me so urgently? Shen Mujiang in the video said with a little concern. Come to serious, I can't explain it clearly in the video. John Qingyun's face was heavy. Okay. I take the warplane over right away, and arrive in an hour. Shen Mujiang didn't ask anything, and hung up the video directly. Zhang Yuanhao knew that his grandfather and Shen Lili's grandfather had been friends for decades, but he didn't expect them to be so close. Without asking, he came directly, which was much more straightforward than when he had a video call with his grandfather just now. Grandpa, you see, we are all grandpas. Why did Grandpa come here without asking anything? Zhang Yuanhao said in a disdainful voice. John Qingyun was old, but his ears were sensitive. When he heard this, he said with disdain, Grandson, you see, we are all grandchildren. Why is your cousin's granddaughter prettier and more considerate than you? And her talent for medicine is higher than yours. Do you think your grandfather and I took the wrong child at the beginning? Xiaoli is my real granddaughter. Why don't you say that my cousin's soul and my soul were born into the wrong body? Whoever wants this grandpa, take it. An hour later, Shen Mujiang arrived at the 5th Legion. When John Qingyun went out to pick him up, he took the opportunity to tell him the details. Shen Mujiang's first reaction was disbelief. The broken mental space is an interstellar terminal disease. How can it be cured? Especially since she said it was his granddaughter. If it was John Qingyun, Shen Mujiang felt that there was still a possibility. I'm serious. Why don't you believe it? John Qingyun was speechless. He now understood Wen Yuqing's feelings. Qingyun, this is not a question of belief or not, this is a question of impossibility. Shen Mujiang had long despaired of the idea that mental illness could be cured. Every year, more than 100,000 federal soldiers in the 5th Army died, or were seriously injured from mental illness. He had searched for decades, but could not find a way to save them. Now he was suddenly told that someone could cure mental illness. How could he believe it? You old stubborn. John Qingyun cursed angrily. Qingyun, you should accept reality. Shen Mujiang advised. Bah, hack your reality. John Qingyun was so angry that he swore. The two old men, who were hundreds of people in total, quarreled like elementary school students all the way to Zhang Yuanhao's dormitory. Marshal. Wen Yuqing saw that the person who came was the marshal of the 5th Army, and his voice immediately became nervous and stammered. Grandpa. Zhang Yuanhao smiled and greeted him. Shen Mujiang nodded to Wen Yuqing, then retracted his gaze, and touched Zhang Yuanhao's hair instead, saying with a smile in his eyes, Ahao, today's style is quite special. No, it's not a style. I take a shower and change clothes in a while. Zhang Yuanhao heard his grandfather's words. His face was no longer cold as usual, and he smiled a little embarrassedly. Shen Mujiang, why don't you come over quickly? What are you dawdling about? What's so good about this brat? If you want to see him, go see your own grandson and grandson when you have time. John Qingyun glared. Zhang Yuanhao, how come your temper is still the same as when you were young? Like a barrel of explosives. Shen Mujiang touched Zhang Yuanhao's hair again to comfort him, then walked over, looked at Zhang Qingyun, shook his head and smiled. Don't come here, and you don't believe it, right? Come and see for yourself. Zhang Qingyun said unhappily. And this time Zhang Qingyun also took out a tester to test Lu Yunqing's current state. Shen Mujiang looked at Zhang Qingyun helplessly, then walked to Lu Yunqing's side, and looked at the 3D virtual screen on the tester together. Lu Yunqing's state was very bad, not only physically, but also mentally weak, so the data scales representing these two items were very low. But as time passed, the scales were gradually increasing. When Shen Mujiang's mental power data increased by 1 millimeter, all other expressions on his face disappeared, leaving only seriousness and shock. Seeing the back, Shen Mujiang's eyes were full of tears. Zhang Qingyun noticed this, sighed, and said to the two people behind him, You go out first. But Wen Yuqing didn't want to go out. When he was about to say something, Zhang Yuanhao covered his mouth and dragged him out, and locked the door considerately. When there were only 4 people left in the room, Zhang Qingyun patted Shen Mujiang's shoulder with a rare gentle expression, and said with a bit of disgust, "You are already old, why are you crying in front of the younger generation, aren't you embarrassed?" "Qingyun, I'm happy," Shen Mujiang retorted. Zhang Qingyun rolled his eyes, and said perfunctorily, "All right, right. Chapter 74. Shen Mujiang could see that Zhang Qingyun was perfunctory, but he did not explain, just put away his rare vulnerability. Then he looked at Zhang Qingyun and said firmly, "Qingyun, I know why you called me here, but this matter cannot be concealed. There are too many people in the Federation who need Ollie, and I believe Ollie herself is willing. You? This is your granddaughter. Once this matter is exposed, she will be the target of public criticism, and will be the first target of the Zerg to kill. Shen Mujiang, do you have a heart? Xiao Li is your granddaughter." Zhang Qingyun said angrily, with a face full of disapproval. "Isn't Ollie the first target of the Zerg to kill now? Zhang Qingyun, why is your pharmacy department so busy? Others don't know, but can you still not know what's going on?" Shen Mujiang's eyes were full of pain. When he made this decision, he was also tearing his heart out. Shen Mujiang, but Xiao Li is still a child. Zhang Qingyun frowned and said with an expression of reluctance, "Qingyun, if the Federation is a big tree, the soldiers are the roots. They endure the bites of the Zerg just to provide nutrition for the leaves. If the leaves do not help the roots will eventually wither, and the tree will fall. Qingyun, do you think the leaves can still survive?" Shen Mujiang closed his eyes, and said in silence, "But at least." When Zhang Yuanhao wanted to say something, he was interrupted by a crisp girl's voice. "Grandpa, don't hide it. This is what I wanted to do." Shen Lily opened her eyes again without knowing when, looking at the 2 grandfathers who were arguing for her, and smiled at them. After saying this, the 2 old men fell silent at the same time. In the end, Shen Mujiang smiled with a bit of bitterness and pride. "Well, you are worthy of being my granddaughter, Shen Mujiang. Don't worry, Ali, even if there is really danger, Grandpa is not a vegetarian. If you dare to come, Grandpa will dare to kill you. And me, my dear granddaughter, even if Grandpa is just a pharmacist, he still has some appeal." Zhang Qingyun said, unwilling to be left behind. The 2 old men looked at each other with sparks in their eyes. Puff. Shen Lily couldn't help laughing, and the output of mental power paused for a second. It was only after AMU's doting and helpless reminder that Shen Lily reacted and didn't dare to be careless anymore. "Grandpa, I have to concentrate, and then you can help me notify the people at the Federal Military Research Institute and tell them that I can help them research the mental power treatment potion. The time is set in 3 days." Shen Lily pondered for a while and said, "Okay, leave it to Grandpa. You concentrate on the treatment." Shen Mujiang nodded and promised. Shen Lily was naturally relieved about her grandfather, and then looked at Zhang Qingyun and smiled comfortingly. "Uncle, I know you love me the most, but I hope you don't blame Grandpa for this. In fact, this is what I have always wanted to do, but the time is advanced." Shen Lily closed her eyes after she finished speaking, and began to concentrate on helping AMU to mend the fragments of Lu Yunqing's spiritual space. Once the fragments are mended, they cannot be interrupted, because the 2 grandfathers were making too much noise outside just now. Shen Lily was worried, so she and AMU found a way to squeeze out some time to come out and say a few words. So she rushed back immediately after she finished speaking. What a good child. Zhang Qingyun took out a small handkerchief from somewhere, bit a corner of it, and pulled the handkerchief with both hands, crying with emotion. "No matter how good she is still my granddaughter." Shen Mujiang couldn't help but start to attack his old friend. Zhang Qingyun took back the handkerchief, sneered, and then looked at Shen Mujiang coldly and said, "My term of office will end next year. It seems that I am a little tired of staying in the 5th Legion. I'd better go back to the 4th Legion." Shen Mujiang's breath was choked, and the expression on his face could not be maintained. He hurriedly said tremblingly, "The wind was too strong just now. I didn't hear what you said. I still have to hold a meeting. Ollie, please take care of me, my grandfather. I'm leaving first." After that, Shen Mujiang slipped away without stopping. Zhang Qingyun looked at Shen Mujiang, who was fleeing, and then sneered and said proudly, "Cut, you still want to fight me." Late at night, after many years, the 5 marshals of the Capital Star gathered together for the first time. Marshal of the 1st Corps, Zhou Yu Marshal of the 2nd Corps, Tang Lin Marshal of the 3rd Corps, Zhang Xiaochuan Marshal of the 4th Corps, Lin Yi Marshal of the 5th Corps, Shen Mujiang. In addition to the 5th generation marshals, The emergency meeting convened by Shin Mujiang also included Xiao Songyun, the president of the Military Research Institute, and Tang Shuiqiu, the president of the Federation. Don't look at it as only 7 people, but each of them is the ceiling of the Interstellar and the pillar of the Federation. Tang Shuiqiu sat in the first seat in the conference room, and 3 people sat on each side of the long table. Except Tang Shuiqiu, the other 6 people were all men over 50 years old. Xiao Songyun wore a military uniform inside and a white coat outside. Because he had just rushed over from the laboratory, his hair was still a little messy. The 5 marshals all wore olive-colored marshal uniforms, with at least 5 to 8 medals of various highest honors hanging on their chests. Tang Shuiqiu was the youngest among the group, about 30 years old. He was wearing a white presidential uniform. He looked at Shin Mujiang and asked, "Mr. Shin, what happened that made you call an emergency meeting? And you even called old Xiao here. Could it be related to old Xiao?" Zhou Yu asked in confusion. "Just after the battle with the Zerg, your emergency meeting came," Tang Lin complained. "I haven't finished my experiment yet, and I have to rush back after the meeting." Xiao Songyun pushed his glasses. "Shin Mujiang, when will you return my master?" Zhang Xiaochuan said with a smile. Lin Yi was cold and silent. Shin Mujiang pretended not to hear what Zhang Xiaochuan said, coughed and said solemnly, "Today I gathered everyone here to announce something very important." Everyone was silent at this moment, listening to Shin Mujiang's speech carefully. Shin Mujiang looked around at everyone, then dropped a bombshell and said, "There is hope for a cure for terminal mental illness." Chapter 75. As soon as these words came out, the air in the entire conference room was silent for a moment. Then suddenly there was a violent exclamation. "I want all the information about this matter within 3 seconds." Xiao Songyun stood up excitedly, looking at Shin Mujiang with shining eyes, his tone full of desire for knowledge. Have the pharmacy masters finally figured it out? We finally see hope before we die. Zhang Xiaochuan said excitedly. I think it should be our Horcrux master who figured it out. After all, it is well known that only Horcruxes can treat mental illness. Lin Yi said. Whether it is a pharmacy master or a Horcrux master, as long as he can figure out a way to treat mental illness, I, old Tang, will burn 3 incense sticks every morning and evening for him. Tang Lin said generously. The nightmare era of mental illness is finally coming to an end. Zhou Yuxing said comfortingly. Mr. Shin, stop keeping us in suspense. Tell us quickly. Which master has developed a method to treat mental illness? Tang Shuiqiu's tone was urgent. Don't blame the president of the Federation and the marshals for losing their composure. It is indeed a mental illness. This nightmare has troubled the Federation and the Empire for thousands of years. Mental illness is a life-threatening disease that cannot be completely cured at the current level of medicine. Whether it is civilians or soldiers, the number of deaths from this disease every year is a terrifying data. Its power is no less than that of the Zerg. You still have the possibility of resisting the Zerg and the hope of survival. If you suffer from a mental illness, unless you can get an expensive Horcrux, even if you have a Horcrux, it will only delay and prolong your survival time. Those who can't afford the Horcrux are even worse off. They can only wait to die and count down their lives in despair. Shin Mujiang remained calm in the face of everyone's excitement, but raised his lips and said, I'm sorry, the person I want to talk about is not the Master of Potions or the Master of Horcruxes. Then who are you going to say now? Shin Mujiang. Why do I find you so annoying today? Don't force me, old Tang, to do it. I'm a civilized person. Tang Lin cursed anxiously. When you beat Shin Mujiang, add me in. I've disliked him for a long time. This old vixen is so shameless. I don't know what kind of magic potion he gave my Qingyun master. He hasn't returned to the 4th Legion for 3 whole years. Zhang Xiaochuan said angrily, as if his wife had seduced a man and ran away for 3 years. Beat Shin Mujiang +1. Beat Shin Mujiang +2. Beat Shin Mujiang +10,088. Seeing that he was about to arouse public anger, Shin Mujiang stopped keeping the secret and coughed. The person who can break the nightmare of the Federation for thousands of years is my little granddaughter Shin Lily. The conference room was instantly silent again. This time, no one got angry, nor did they think Shin Mujiang was talking nonsense again. Instead, they were unusually calm. If this person is Shin Lily, it is not impossible. Xiao Songyun held his chin with his fingers and thought. Super SSS mental power plus potion talent. Even if it is not possible now, it may be possible in the future. If Zhang Xiaochuan's favorability towards Shin Mujiang is -100, then his favorability towards Shin Lily is +200. Although Shin Lily's surname is Shin, and she has no blood relationship with the Zhang family, she is still a relative, so she can be considered a junior of the family. In addition, Shen Lily's strong qualifications and extraordinary talent for potions made it hard not to poke the hearts of the elders. A very good junior, Zhou Yu praised. She is a well-behaved child, and she also plays well with my little granddaughter. I often hear Cece mention her. Lenny is also rarely sharp-tongued. This girl is my ideal granddaughter-in-law. How about getting married to my grandson Dongwang? Tang Lin smacked his lips and thought beautifully. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Lin's body shook, and his hand neatly grabbed the pen thrown by Shen Mujiang. I tell you, old dog Tang, don't think about my little granddaughter. Shen Mujiang was also angry for a rare time. A daughter in one family is sought after by hundreds of families, especially a girl as outstanding as Lily. Brother Mujiang, you have to get used to it in the future. Tang Lin is a rough man, but he has to speak in a literary way, which doubles the effect of irritating people. Shen Mujiang's angry mental power turned into a fist and attacked Tang Lin. At the same time, there seemed to be a white tiger in its prime behind Shen Mujiang, roaring at Tang Lin with cold eyes. The other marshals who were watching the show silently propped up an egg-shaped mental barrier, and then ate the melon with relish. Zhang Xiaochuan, who was sitting next to Qiu Songyun, also added a mental barrier for him. Ahem. Tang Shuiqiu coughed, and a warm and auspicious water unicorn appeared behind him. A dark blue mental power lightly stopped Shen Mujiang's mental power. Then Tang Shuiqiu stood up, bowed to Shen Mujiang and apologized. Mr. Shen, I apologize to you for my second uncle's outspokenness. Please forgive him this time. Humph. Shen Mujiang snorted coldly, giving Tang Shuiqiu a face, and no longer cared about Tang Lin. Oh, what a pity, there is no good show to watch again. Zhang Xiaochuan murmured regretfully. Tang Shuiqiu looked helplessly at the old naughty boy Zhang Xiaochuan, then looked at Tang Lin with a sharp gaze, respectfully, and with a warning. As for the second uncle, please be careful in what you say and do, otherwise the nephew will have to go to the second aunt to come forward and have a good talk with the second uncle about life. You? Humph. You are so cruel. Tang Lin pointed at Tang Shuiqiu with wide eyes. He weighed the pros and cons for a while. In the end, he gritted his teeth in frustration, snorted coldly, sat on the chair and didn't say anything. Several marshals looked at each other for a few times, and then showed a playful smile together. As if to say, see, Tang Lin is a henpecked man who is afraid of his wife. This is a good trick. I have learned it. If there are troublemakers who are difficult to manage in the future, I will find him a wife. Hee hee. Chapter 76. Ahem. Tang Shuiqiu coughed again, interrupting the increasingly obscene eye contact between the few people. Tang Lin was his second uncle after all, and he couldn't let him be too social. So Tang Shuiqiu changed the subject and looked at Shen Mujiang and said, Mr. Shen, do you have any evidence for what you just said? Yes. Shen Mujiang nodded affirmatively. Then he turned on the optical brain, enlarged the 3D virtual screen, and projected the video holographically above the long table. On the 3D holographic virtual screen, the scene of Shen Lily saving people and the data of the detection instrument were playing. The atmosphere in the conference room also became quiet instantly after the video was played. Everyone was watching the video seriously, as if they were afraid of missing the slightest detail. After the video was played, the 7 people finally returned to their bossy appearance, no longer arguing with each other, but all with serious thoughts on their faces. President Qiu, what do you think? Tang Shuiqiu asked the most professional person here directly. The other 5 marshals also looked at Qiu Songyun. If you only look at this video, Shen Lily's mental power is probably the reason why the mental space is broken. Qiu Songyun pondered for a while and said, Is it because of her super SSS mental power? But the wolf cub of the empire is also super SSS. Why hasn't he spread the news that he can cure mental illness? Zhang Xiaochuan raised his eyebrows. I think you forgot one thing. Since Shen Lily's mental power is super SSS, will she also awaken her spiritual body? Lenny deals with mental power all day, so he was the first to react and made a bold guess. Even if Shen Lily has a spiritual body, so what? Except for President Qiu, who else doesn't have one? It doesn't mean that you can heal if you have a spiritual body. Tang Lin couldn't help but interrupt. Qiu Songyun, who had nothing, silently covered his chest that was attacked by the spirit, and a line of invisible blood flowed from his mouth. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to pull me out of Versailles. Thank you very much. Seeing that everyone was talking, his granddaughter's background was almost exposed. Shen Mujiang finally couldn't sit still, so he hurriedly said, Before coming, Ollie told me something and asked me to notify the Military Research Institute that she could help research a spiritual healing potion, so I asked President Chiu to come today. Spiritual healing potion? The big guys said in unison in shock. Are you sure? Chiu Songyun couldn't sit still anymore, and looked at Shin Mujiang with fanatical eyes. Yes, Ali did say potion. Shin Mujiang emphasized the word potion. Otherwise, these Xiugo, who have an IQ comparable to Zhuge Liang, would go and dig up his granddaughter's secrets after having nothing to do after eating. Ha ha. That's great. That's great. Xiu Songyun didn't care what Shin Mujiang was thinking now. He was almost crazy with joy. You know, for the mental illness, the Military Research Institute got up earlier than chickens, and went to bed later than pigs every day, and studied for hundreds of years. But until today, it still couldn't solve the problem of mental illness. Xiu Songyun also went from hope at the beginning to despair now. No one understands how bitter he, an old man, has been in all these years. No! Xiu Songyun felt that he couldn't sit still for a moment. He just wanted to rush to Sirius right now, and then indulge in the research of mental healing potions with Shin Lily, the little ancestor. Don't get excited yet, my granddaughter has made 2 requests. The first one is that she can officially participate in the research in 3 days, and the second one is that the location of the research institute should be chosen in Sirius. I believe that everyone agrees with my granddaughter's small request, right? Shin Mujiang said the second request without blushing or panting for his own little tricks. In fact, Shin Lily did not have this request, but Shin Mujiang would not be stupid enough to give away all the fat meat in his mouth. You must know that the research site of the mental potion was chosen in Sirius, so when the potion is really developed, the first legion to benefit will only be their 5th legion. So this old 6th, Shin Mujiang is determined. The other 4 marshals looked at each other. Although they wanted to object, they thought that the potion might be developed by someone else's granddaughter. It is understandable that their family members benefit first. But how to distribute the potions in the end? They can still use moral kidnapping. So the pity show officially began. Zhou Yu brewed his emotions for a while, and said with a sad expression, "Everyone knows that my first army is guarding the most dangerous White Horse Star region, which is only a few space stations away from the Zerg nest. Our first army suffers the most casualties every year, so I only want 20% of the potions, not too much, right?" Everyone closed their eyes and thought, pinching their jaws with their fingers and nodding in unison, "Not too much, not too much." Tang Lin also wanted to sell pity, so he pinched his thigh, but it didn't hurt. Tang Lin had no choice but to imagine that his wife ran away with someone. Sure enough, the next moment, tears began to flow down, and he said in a miserable voice, "Everyone knows that the front line guarded by our 2nd Legion is not the most dangerous, but the living conditions are the worst. The surrounding planets are filled with yellow sand and garbage. When the soldiers see a cabbage, their eyes turn green like hungry wolves. They are all good men of the Federation, but they live worse than the garbage collectors on the garbage planet. So, can you bear to give them more medicine?" "Of course, I don't want more, 20% is enough." Everyone was shocked, pinching their jaws with their fingers. Everyone nodded. Agree. Agree. John Xiaochuan's eyes rolled, and he aged 10 years in an instant. Then he said with a vicissitude, "And my 3rd army, guarding the farthest federal territory, because of the distance, the couple often can't reunite, and the sons don't remember their father, but the most important thing is that because of the inconvenience of transportation, the soldiers often can't get treatment in the first time, but I only want 20% of the medicine, don't be greedy, after all. We are too far away." Everyone felt the same, pinching their chins with their fingers and nodded. Don't be greedy, don't be greedy. Chapter 77. Shin Mujiang saw that these repairmen were almost dividing the potions clearly, so he hurriedly rushed in front of Lin Yi and complained, "Everyone knows the situation of the 5th Legion, right? Not to mention that the potions are my granddaughter's credit. Just take the recent insect tide as an example. The 5th Legion has been attacked the most times. I won't say much about how difficult the situation is. I believe that everyone's heart is not made of iron, so I want 30% of the potion. If not, my granddaughter will probably be absent-minded when she is researching. If she can't make it..." Before Shin Mujiang could continue, everyone interrupted and said, "Give it to you." Shin Mujiang raised a hidden smile at the corner of his mouth, and then said with a deeply moved look, "Thank you, everyone, I thank you on behalf of the brothers of the 5th Legion." Lin Yi, So only 10% of the feelings are left for him. Ha! Dream on. I won't say more. 1.5% for my 4th Legion, and 1.5% for the 3rd Legion. Lin Yi said coldly. "Hey! Why did you choose only me to get the wool?" John Xiaochuan glared. Lin Yi glanced at John Xiaochuan, then said lightly, "Next year, I will give you an extra 10% of the Horcruxes. John Xiaochuan. John Xiaochuan wanted to say no, but he swallowed the words in his throat. Then his expression quickly changed to a righteous one and said, sacrifice me, and the whole Federation will be happy. If I don't go to hell, who will? So I agree. TSK. The big guys looked at John Xiaochuan with contempt at the same time, but their hearts were full of envy and jealousy. Half a potion for a 10% Horcrux? This deal can be said to be too unfair. But the Horcrux is unfair. John Xiaochuan looked bitter and resentful, but he was very happy in his heart. The potion might be rare for other families. But what does the John family do? Not to mention that their family is a pharmacy family that has been passed down for thousands of years. Not only are there 5-digit pharmacy masters in the family, but there are also tens of thousands of pharmacists in the family. So as long as they get the prescription for the mental treatment potion, it doesn't matter to them whether they can get the potion or not. The worst case scenario is that their family will open a small stove for their own fourth core to refine it separately. Thinking of this, John Xiaochuan felt that he was very smart. The top smallpox conference of the Federation ended so peacefully. After the meeting, the marshals of the 5 major corps left the meeting room in a hurry and began to prepare for the follow-up. Xiao Songyun couldn't wait to take a group of top researchers from the Federal Military Research Institute to the Sirius 5th Corps. The base of the 5th Corps also had a heavily guarded research institute overnight, with not only a guard every 5 steps and a sentry every 10 steps. Even the people who enter and leave the institute have to take blood samples one by one and undergo genetic tests before they can enter and leave the heavily guarded institute. Unlike the busy outside, Shenlili is now concentrating on discussing the mental potion with AMU. AMU, is this method really okay? When Shenlili thought of the method AMU told her, she almost felt that she was hallucinating. Ollie, although it is a bit disgusting, this method can indeed cure most mental problems. AMU said innocently. But isn't it a bit too far-fetched to say that Ahua can cure mental power by eating the Zerg crystal core and then pulling it out? Shenlili still didn't quite believe it. Before, AMU and she heard the quarrel between the 2 grandfathers in the spiritual space. AMU suddenly told her that he had a way to solve mental illness. Shenlili was so happy when she heard it that she didn't even ask about the specific method. Because she was too excited, she couldn't help but tell the 2 grandfathers when she went out. Now she knew the specific method, but no matter how much she thought about it, she felt that it was really too far-fetched. Don't be ridiculous, the Zerg crystal core itself is the Zerg, all the mental power is condensed, in human terms. It's called what you eat is what you get, AMU said, while diligently mending the fragments. Why hasn't anyone in the Federation figured it out for so many years? It's too simple. This is the problem that bothers Shenlili. Because they don't have Ahua. AMU said the most critical point. Ahua? Shenlili's doubts deepened. Yes, as long as Ahua swallows the Zerg crystal core and then pulls it out, Ahua's benign mental power will remain in the Zerg crystal core. Then use it as a medicine, and then match it with special treatment drugs, so that different mental diseases can be treated. Moreover, the mental power pulled out by Ahua will be absorbed by the patient's body after the treatment, which may help the patient increase his mental power. AMU answered gently, and in detail without any impatience. AMU is Shenlili's spiritual body, and shares Shenlili's pharmacological memory, so Shenlili understands, and he understands. The only biggest difference between the two is that Shenlili is not a spiritual body, so she doesn't know these. If Shenlili really wants to discover these by herself, it is estimated that it will not be possible in a short time. Unless Ahua swallows the crystal core by mistake one day and pulls it out, then Shenlili may find the abnormality under the coincidence of heaven, earth, and people. But fortunately, there is AMU, which has saved Shenlili at least decades of detours. I understand. Thank you, AMU. Shenlili suddenly realized and said happily. Shenlili has a deep understanding of how powerful Ahua's mental power is. For example, the impurities in the Zerg crystal core that others avoid are just snacks in its eyes. And the reason why AMU called Ahua's mental power a medicine lead, Shenlili estimated, is because Ahua's mental power may be able to clear the lesions and hidden dangers in the patient's mental space. So Ahua's mental power is an indispensable medicine lead for mental power treatment potions. It can even be said that without Ahua, the so-called mental power treatment potion cannot be made at all. Chapter 78. After figuring out the function of Ahua, Shenlili, who no longer needed to mend the fragments, was no longer idle, and began to study how to match medicinal materials to cure various mental diseases. First, for example, the original owner's mental power destruction potion only requires a crystal core pulled out by Ahua, plus licorice, Panax nodo ginseng, and Angelica sinensis. After matching a prescription for a mental disease, Shen Lily began to study other mental diseases. For example, mental power riot, being attacked by a mental power higher than oneself, mental power atrophy, people are old, or for other reasons, mental power poisoning, being poisoned, mental power pollution, mental power is infected with impurities. Just after studying and studying, Shen Lily encountered a new problem. That is, for diseases like mental space shattering, no matter how strong the potion is, it seems that it can't help. After all, the space is broken, and the potion can only treat loneliness at best. If this kind of problem occurs again in the future, will only AMU be the one to help? Shen Lily thought for a long time, but still couldn't come up with an answer. Finally, she could only look at AMU for help and asked, AMU, can anyone else sew up the fragments of the mental space? AMU pondered for a while, nodded hesitantly and said, yes. Shen Lily asked casually, but didn't expect that there was really a way. She immediately looked at AMU in surprise and asked, what method? This? AMU was a little hesitant to speak, and finally stretched out a tentacle, covered his forehead, and said in a self-destructive way, after the Zerg crystal core cleans up the impurities, I will eat it, and then pull it out. It will carry the mental power I pulled out, and then use the mental power in this Zerg crystal core as a suture to sew it up. After hearing this, Shen Lily also covered her mouth with her little tentacles. No wonder AMU had this expression before. It was really too difficult for him. But AMU and Awo are really amazing. One is like an elf father who controls life, and the other is like a Shura cub who controls destruction. It's really YYDS, love it. After thinking about it, Shen Lily suddenly asked with some suicidal curiosity, AMU, if Shui also eats the Zerg crystal core. That? And then pulls it out? Will it also have a healing effect? Puff. AMU couldn't help laughing, and then said with some joy, Ollie, only Shui can't do that, and you must not ask Shui this. Be careful that he will hold a grudge and ignore you for a long time. Shen Lily's mental tentacles scratched the back of her head a little, and smiled awkwardly. Don't worry, I don't dare to ask. If AMU is a gentle and kind elder, and Ahoy is a cute and soft child, then Shui is like the dean of the class. Even if she stood there, and didn't say anything, Shen Lily would be scared by herself. Shen Lily swallowed her saliva, and felt a little scary just thinking about it. So she shook her little head, and began to concentrate on studying the mental healing potion again. Time flies fast. Shen Lily stayed in Lu Yunqing's space for 3 whole days. During this time, she was fed with nutrient solution, and she took a look at Lu Yunqing's consciousness. The rest of the time, Shen Lily was concentrating on studying the combination of medicinal materials for mental healing potions. Now she has a lot of theories, and she only needs the final experiment to get the exact answer. Shen Lily felt that it was almost time to go out, and then looked up at AMU's progress, and it was indeed almost finished. After a while, AMU finished sewing the last stitch, tied a knot, and returned to Shen Lily's side and said, Ollie, you can release his consciousness. Okay. Shen Lily opened the mental power box, and released Lu Yunqing's consciousness. The diamond crystal tentatively left Shen Lily's palm, and after confirming that there was no danger, it flew around in the mental space. Shen Lily and AMU looked at the excited, and even naughty diamond crystal with an ant smile. Then after looking at each other, Shen Lily and AMU left Lu Yunqing's mental space together. The diamond crystal was stunned for a moment, and circled around the place where the two disappeared for several times. Then it flew around in the mental space anxiously, looking for it, as anxious as a cub abandoned by a mother beast. If AMU was still alive, he would probably cover his forehead with a headache, because this clearly meant that Lu Yunqing either lost his memory or became stupid, and seemed to regard Shen Lily as his mother. Shen Lily didn't know now that she was about to have a big son. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Wen Yuqing and her uncle, and another strange old grandfather, who looked at her fanatically. Shen Lily suppressed her fist that was about to move, hid next to her uncle, and then observed secretly. Zhang Qingyun saw that her granddaughter was scared, and slapped Qiu Songyun on the back of the head, saying disdainfully, Constrain yourself, you scared my good granddaughter. Oh. Qiu Songyun was not annoyed by being beaten, and the fanatical expression on his face was subsided. In an instant, he became serious and solemn, just like a different person. Hello, Shen Lily, let me introduce myself. I am the president of the Federal Military Research Institute. My last name is Qiu, and you can call me Grandpa Qiu. Qiu Songyun smiled, and this time he became like a gentleman and handsome old man. Hello, Grandpa Qiu. Shen Lily then stood up and shook hands politely. But after shaking hands, Lily found that President Chiu, who had just been normal for only 3 seconds, continued to stare at her with fanatical eyes. Lily, At this moment, she clearly heard that the image of a certain big man was shattered in her heart. Chiu Songyun, the president of the Federal Military Research Institute, Lily once thought he was the kind of cold and wise big man. But looking at the Grandpa Chiu in front of her, who seemed like a private fan, Lily only felt that her idol collapsed. Sure enough, it is better to keep a distance from big men, otherwise she can't hold back her fists. Chapter 79. Yunsheng, you're awake. When Yuqing, who had been paying attention to Lu Yunsheng, immediately noticed Lu Yunsheng's fingers moving slightly. This attracted everyone's attention, and even Chiu Songyun changed his fanatical target to Lu Yunsheng. This is the first patient, with a terminal mental illness, who has recovered. I really want to cut him open and study him. Chiu Songyun's fanatical eyes scared Lu Yunsheng, who had just woken up, into tears. But he didn't hide behind Wen Yuqing at the first moment, but instead locked his eyes directly on Lily. Then he flew over, hugged Lily's arm, and cried and complained, "Mom! There is a perverted uncle." When these words came out, everyone in the dormitory was petrified. Lily met the incredulous gazes of the crowd, and was so scared that she quickly shook her hands and said, I didn't, he's talking nonsense, I can't give birth to such a big son." Puff. For the first time, John Qingyun didn't help his granddaughter, but laughed very unsympathetically, and then said with a bit of gloating, "I didn't expect that I would have a great-grandson so soon, haha." It seems that the broken mental space still caused some impact on him, such as amnesia. Chiu Songyun touched his chin and said, Wen Yuqing's heart was broken when he heard this. He had pursued Lu Yunsheng for a full 10 years before he married her. What should I do now that my wife has lost her memory? Will he also be regarded as a pervert by his wife? And will his wife not want him anymore? While Wen Yuqing was thinking about it, Lily also looked at the 2 old men who were watching the show next to him speechlessly. Lily pouted, no longer expecting anyone to help her. She was ready to be self-reliant and solve the problem at hand. After thinking about it, she looked at Lu Yunsheng, who was holding her arm and timidly observing the people around him. Before she thought of what to say, Lily couldn't help but complain in her heart. Let's not talk about whether it is appropriate for an adult to hold the arm of a 15-year-old girl. Being able to recognize a 15-year-old girl as a mother, this is no longer amnesia. This is obviously stupid, okay? And look at your old attacker, he is so jealous that he is about to cry. Mom? Wen Yunsheng, who noticed Lily's gaze, blinked innocently and shouted. Lily's mouth twitched, and she resisted the urge to kick Lu Yunsheng away, and laughed with a twisted face. Uncle, I am only 15 years old, and can't give birth to a son as old as you, so can you let me go? Lu Yunsheng's subconscious voice was also saying that it was impossible, but he just felt the feeling of a mother in this girl. So the more Lu Yunsheng thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Tears began to flow down his cheeks, like a wrong baby abandoned by a cruel mother. Damn it! Lily was going crazy, and quickly tagged AMU in the mental space. AMU, what should I do? Lu Yunsheng seems to have become stupid, and he insists on recognizing me as his mother. Lily collapsed. AMU in the mental space also saw it from Lily's perspective, and could only sympathize with regret. His consciousness has been consumed too much by the energy of the universe. After a while, it will probably recover. Then why did he recognize me as his mother? I look like his mother, or is there a mother's love in me? Lily was most speechless about this. Well, it's hard to say. It should be because we have been using our mental power to save him, and we have taken care of him for 3 whole days. I guess it was at that time that we gave him the warmth of motherly love. AMU couldn't help laughing at the end. Lily, Very good, this reason is very strong and outrageous, which made her speechless and shut up. Fortunately, Wen Yuqing, Lu Yunsheng's current guardian, was so sour that he couldn't bear it. He walked over and knocked Lu Yunsheng unconscious, then held him tightly in his arms, looked at Lily awkwardly and asked, Miss Shen, what happened to Yunsheng? Lily also looked like she was finally saved, and breathed a sigh of relief. His consciousness is damaged, and he will be fine after a while. That's good, I take him away first, Miss Shen, Master Qingyun, and President Chiu, goodbye. Wen Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief, and then said goodbye. He ran away with Lu Yunsheng in his arms. It was so fast that it seemed as if someone was trying to steal his wife. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Chiu Songyun and John Qingyun couldn't help but laugh again, and then they joked about Lily's embarrassing look just now. Grandpa Chiu, are you still going to practice the mental treatment potion? What if I forget it later? Lily stared at the two old naughty boys with death, and then threatened with gritted teeth. The laughter of the two old men stopped instantly like a duck with its throat strangled. Chiu Songyun reacted the most, and hurriedly said like a cat with its tail stepped on, "Practice, practice, practice, go, go, the laboratory is ready for you, now you are the only one missing. I go help too." John Qingyun was also very interested in the mental healing potion, so he followed him to the 5th Legion Research Institute. After that, Lily stayed in the Research Institute, and spent 3 days of quarreling with the top bosses in the Federal Military Research Institute, and 7 days of crazy medicine making. The 3 days of quarreling meant that except for the Zerg crystal core provided by Lily, which remained unchanged, everyone had different opinions on the proportion of medicinal materials, and the formula of the potion she provided, and in the end no one was convinced. It was not until later that everyone had a competition, and Chiu Songyun selected the best and most cost-effective formula of the potion, that the matter was finalized. As for the 7 days of crazy medicine making, Lily did not participate, but was concentrating on providing Hua Lijing and Mu Lijing to the pharmacists. Lijing was the Zerg crystal core pulled out by Hua and Mu. After some experiments, the researchers found that only Lily could make this kind of crystal core, and finally named it after her. It was she who suggested adding fire and wood, so that both crystal cores would not be called Lijing. Very willful, very powerful, worthy of being the bosses. Lily stared at the two in front of her, Mu and Awo, who had turned into little white tigers because of the nourishment of too many Zerg crystal cores, and then sighed absent-mindedly. Chapter 80. Speaking of which, a few days ago, Mu and the others suddenly turned into little white tigers with wings. Lily was really shocked. She originally thought that her spiritual body was a pillar, but she didn't expect that the pillar was just an eggshell. It turned out that Mu and the others were not truly born until the day before yesterday. Lily raised her hand to cover her face, and when she put it down again, her eyes had turned into stars. Without saying a word, Lily summoned Shui, who was not working, and sure enough, what came into view was the cute white tiger cub. The little white tiger has a pair of small wings, and black stripes on its snow-white hair. The most conspicuous thing is the ancient totem on its forehead, which looks noble and mysterious on the round tiger head. Under a pair of semicircular small ears, in the eye sockets that seem to be painted with golden eyeliner, there is a pair of silver-gray Cazalan tiger eyes, which are looking at Lily with extreme disgust at this moment. Ah, it's still so cute no matter how many times I see it. Lily was obsessed with Shui's gorgeous and cute face. She didn't care whether the little guy disliked it or not. She couldn't help but bury her face in Shui's fur. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Lily was miserably pressed on the face by Shui with his 2 front paws, and he warned her, "Lily, if you do something weird to me again, I will not teach you Mecha in the future." Lily looked up and repeated in confusion, "Mecha? Yes, don't you want to learn Mecha the most?" Shui saw that Lily finally stopped, and he was relieved and threatened. "Shui, can you make Mecha?" Lily asked with a puzzled look on her face. And why doesn't she believe it at all? How can the master not know it, but the spirit body can? Isn't that nonsense? Not now. Shui said, as if it was a matter of course. Lily, Puff. Lily was silent for a while, and couldn't help laughing. Her cub is so cute. Even bragging can be so refreshing and unworldly, not annoying. Okay, I won't touch you. Lily touched Shui's little forehead lovingly. Although she got what she wanted, Shui couldn't be happy at all, always feeling that her ability was doubted. Humph! Shui was too lazy to argue with this stupid master, and went back to the spiritual space directly. TSK. Lily sighed with regret, and then looked at the other 2 little cuties with a fiery gaze. The 3 little cuties all looked exactly the same, only the totem on their foreheads was different in color. The totem on Shui's forehead is blue, the totem on Mu's forehead is green, and the totem on Awo's forehead is red. Lily looked at the cute little white tiger cubs, and her heart was about to melt. It's a pity that Mu and Awo are too busy. Lily looked at the 2 busy little guys, and could only look away with regret. Mu and Awo have been very hard these 2 days. Although eating Zerg crystal cores is not a hard job, it is only when the quantity is not large. They all have bulging stomachs these days, especially Awo, who has the most, which makes Lily feel a little distressed. "Awo, why don't you take a rest?" Lily came over, looked at Awo, who was fatter than Mu and Shui, and touched his head and said distressfully. Awo was lying on the table leisurely, holding the Zerg crystal core with his 2 little paws and chewing it. When he heard Shin Lily's words, he tilted his head in confusion and said, "Ollie, are there not enough crystal cores? Then I eat less. There are a lot of crystal cores, but won't you feel uncomfortable eating like this? I see your stomach is bulging," Shin Lily said worriedly. "I won't feel uncomfortable, the crystal core is delicious, I can keep eating, but will Ollie dislike the fat Ahua?" Ahua said with some melancholy, while holding the crystal core. Looking at the two people talking about their own things, Amu interrupted speechlessly. "Ollie, the Zerg crystal core does not harm us, especially Ahua only eats the violent mental power in the crystal core, so it doesn't matter how much he eats. The energy that cannot be digested will be converted into his fat and stored. He will only get fatter temporarily, and he will become thinner after digestion," Amu explained professionally. Shin Lily was relieved, and she flattered Ahua. "Ahua is still my little cutie, my sweetheart, no matter how fat you are, and a fat Ahua is cuter, I especially like fat ones." "Yeah, then I will eat more and become fat." Ahua smiled happily. And knowing that Ollie would not hate him if he became fat, Ahua felt relieved, and even ate crystal cores faster. Before, he was worried that Ollie would hate him because he was too fat, so he didn't dare to eat too many crystal cores. Now he felt relieved and could finally eat as much as he wanted. After eating for a while, Ahua felt that it was not bad, so he ran to the box for Li crystals and pooped like a cat. He pulled out tens of thousands of Li crystals at once, then kicked his legs to close the lid, and continued to eat the Zerg crystal cores. After Shin Lily felt relieved, she stopped bothering Ahua and the others, and turned on the computer to review the freshman mecha textbook. School will start soon, and now it's time to familiarize herself with the textbook. Time passed peacefully for a long time, and suddenly there was a knock on the door, which scared Shin Lily. Then the one person and two spirit bodies in the pharmacy acted as if they had practiced countless times. Ahua and Amu returned to Shin Lily's spiritual space, and then Shin Lily quickly stood over the crystal core to release her spiritual power, pretending to refine Li Jing. After looking around to see if there were any flaws, Shin Lily felt relieved and said to the door, "Come in." The door of the pharmacy was opened, and a researcher who was responsible for taking Li Jing walked in. "Mission, I'm here to take Li Jing," the researcher said politely. "Okay, there are about 300,000 today." Shin Lily pointed to the box in the corner where Li Jing was placed. "Mission, you've worked hard." The researcher looked at the boxes piled up in the corner, bowed in admiration, and said with emotion, "If a person wants to refine so many Zerg crystal cores, he probably has to work day and night, and work hard to refine them." The more the researcher imagined, the more moved he was, and even tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. After wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, the researcher took a deep breath and thought frantically in his heart. Mission, who is of such a noble status, has worked so hard, they can't be too much of a drag. They will also stay up late to grind for mental healing potions when they go back today. Chapter 81. When the researcher left, he couldn't help but look back and said to Shin Lily as if swearing, "Mission, your efforts will not be forgotten." Today he will go back and praise Mission with his colleagues. He can't just watch Mission's silent efforts. He has to expose all of this. Let everyone know how hard and kind Mission is. Shin Lily looked at the researcher, who was like chicken blood with a confused face. She always felt that she seemed to be put on some strange personality by him, but she didn't think much about it. After closing the door, she let Amu and Ahua out of the spiritual space. Then Ahua and the others continued to gnaw the crystal core excitedly, and Shin Lily also continued to read the freshman mecha textbook with relish. 2 more days passed like this, and Li Jing's inventory was temporarily sufficient. Shin Lily also walked out of the pharmacy. She originally wanted to help refine the treatment potion, but the researchers one by one all laughed and wanted her to rest, as if she had worked hard for many days. The way they looked at the factory model workers made Shin Lily feel like she had really worked hard for many days. Take out a small mirror, Shin Lily looked at her rosy face, and then looked at the dark circles under the researchers' eyes. Obviously, these researchers are the real model workers. Shin Lily scratched her head, a little confused, but she didn't bother about things she couldn't figure out. So Shin Lily went directly to find Zhang Qinyun and expressed her intention to return to the military training base. "Okay, if you don't train anymore, the military training will end, but go back tomorrow. You can use the optical computer to go to the Star Network to see the excitement tonight." Zhang Qinyun expressed his support for Shin Lily to go back to the military training base. He remembered something and tried to persuade her to stay for another night. "Is there anything happening on StarNet tonight?" Shin Lily asked curiously. "It's a big deal. The federal government is going to announce the mental healing potion at 1900 hours tonight. It's a pity to miss it. There was nothing to hide, so Zhang Qingyun said it directly. It feels like it will be very lively. I go back tomorrow. Grandpa, I'm going to play first. Shenlili also wanted to take a look at the military mecha department before going back, so she said goodbye to Zhang Qingyun. Go. Zhang Qingyun rubbed Shenlili's head lovingly and smiled. Fortunately, he didn't know where Shenlili was going, otherwise Shenlili's head might have to be rubbed off. After leaving the research institute, Shenlili went directly to the military mecha department. As soon as she arrived at the gate of the mecha department, Shenlili was stopped by two soldiers. Shenlili showed the one-time pass that Shinkayu gave her last time on the optical computer, and then she successfully entered the military mecha department. Before coming here, Shenlili always thought that the mecha department would be very messy, and the air should even be full of the smell of industrial heavy metals. But after entering, she found that the mecha department was unexpectedly clean and tidy, and everything seemed to be in order. There were many containers in the inner lobby at the entrance of the mecha department building. Each grid on the container had a transparent energy shield, and most of them had a space button inside. Shenlili guessed that there must be a mecha inside these space buttons, mainly because there was a label in front of each grid. The name of the mecha and the owner's name are written on it, and below the name are the military rank and the unit to which he belongs. In addition, there are warm reminder signs hanging on the containers, indicating whether they have been repaired or not. At this moment, there are many federal soldiers in the lobby, following the prompt numbers on the optical computer, surrounding the cabinets with repair signs, happily looking for their mechas. After finding them, just click a button in front of the transparent energy shield, and the system will verify the identity, and the owner can take back his space button. Once they get their space buttons, the soldiers will hardly delay in the lobby, and will go directly outside the mecha department. Unfortunately, the mechas are all in their space buttons, and Shenlili can't see their mechas at all no matter how envious she is. With a regretful sigh, Shenlili walked to the maintenance department. Maybe she could be lucky enough to see the mechas being repaired. Shenlili stopped at the door of a maintenance room and looked inside quietly. In the spacious and tall maintenance room, a damaged mecha was placed in the middle. There was a mecha repairman and two assistants inside, repairing the mecha. After watching for a while, Shenlili finally understood why it could be kept clean. It turned out that the tools and parts of the mecha repairman were placed in the space button and would be taken out only when needed. Shenlili looked at it with fiery eyes, and was suddenly startled by the voice behind her. Who are you? What are you doing here? A harsh scolding sounded. Shenlili turned her head, and saw an old man holding a broom and a dung bucket, who looked like a cleaner, staring at her suspiciously. The fierce eyes seemed to say, if you don't give a reasonable reason, he will call the security. Shenlili carefully made a hushed gesture, walked quickly to the old man, and handed him the pass issued by Shinkayu. Then he explained, Grandpa, hello, I am a student at the military training base, and I came here to visit the mecha department for a day today. Wei Changjie carefully checked for a while before relaxing his face, and then looked at Shenlili with disdain and said, You are here to visit. Why are you so sneaky? If it were someone else, they would have called the security guards directly. Yeah, thank you, Grandpa. I dare not disturb the master, so I want to take a look quietly. Shenlili scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Perhaps Shenlili's love for mecha infected Wei Changjie, and he saw his eyebrows and eyes gradually softened and said, What a silly child, come on, Grandpa will take you to find a maintenance room to visit. Really? Thank you, Grandpa. Well, but it won't disturb others, right? Shenlili was a little embarrassed after being excited. It's okay. There's no one in the maintenance room, and there's a C-class mecha that needs to be repaired. You can take a closer look later, Wei Changjie said generously. Wow. Great. Thank you, Grandpa, Shenlili said in surprise. Well, follow me. Wei Changjie, like polite children, nodded with a smile, and walked in front to lead the way. Shenlili followed happily behind. Chapter 82. In a short while, Wei Changjie brought Shenlili to a maintenance room that was obviously larger than before. Stopped and looked inside curiously, she saw a 6-meter-high dark blue mecha placed in the middle of the maintenance room. Not only was the paint layer on the outside of the mecha almost peeled off, but even the fuselage was in tatters. A glance would make anyone feel that this mecha was only a blink away from being scrapped. But even if the mecha in front of her looked like garbage, it was still a mecha. Shenlili thought of herself, and would be able to get close to the mecha soon, and she was so excited that her fingers were shaking slightly. Wei Changjie certainly noticed Shenlili's excitement, raised his eyebrows and asked, I haven't asked you what your major is yet? Mecha Manufacturing Department? Yeah. Shin Lily nodded vigorously. That's good. This mech is now in your hands. Remember to clean it up and remove the damaged parts. If you have the ability to replace it, you can try. This space button contains all its new parts. I leave it to you. I'm going to get busy. After Wei Changjie finished speaking, he threw a space button to Shin Lily and left without a care. Shin Lily, Why did she feel like she was being dragged here to do hard labor? But this kind of hard labor is really good. She can do it 10 more times. On the other side, Wei Changjie, who was leaving, met the mech master coming out of the maintenance room. But what was shocking was that he, who looked like a cleaner, didn't even take the initiative to greet her attentively. Instead, the mecha master placed his right hand on his chest, and then made a greeting. Wei Changjie nodded in return. Minister, what hygiene is not satisfactory to you again? The mecha master saw their minister holding a broom and a dung bucket again, and he knew what he was talking about. I was just about to talk to the cleaning manager about not adding strange functions to the cleaning robots. I want them to clean, not go out and fight Zerg. Wei Changjie gritted his teeth with murderous intent in his tone. Although Wei Changjie did not have mysophobia, he could not stand seeing dirty and messy places. If he did not clean it up, he would not only not be able to eat today, but also not be able to sleep. The mecha master almost laughed out loud, but he still held it back, and then pretended to agree with a face full of hatred. Yes, 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 I don't know who has nothing to do after eating, and the cleaning robot has to be loaded with shells. Humph! They are just too idle. I think we should increase their workload and deduct their rest this month. Wei Changjie said viciously. Why not deduct their salary? The mecha master couldn't help but ask curiously after hearing this. Wei Changjie rolled his eyes and said, the salary of our mecha department is only enough to drink air. It would be too conscienceless to deduct it again. Mecha master, It makes sense, I can't refute it. Okay, I go first. Oh, by the way, there is Xiao Liao's maintenance room. Isn't he resting today? When he comes tomorrow, tell him for me. I found him a helper, but I have to check the mecha again. Wei Changjie almost forgot and hurriedly reminded him. Helper? The mecha master didn't quite understand what the minister meant, but he just wanted to convey it, so he didn't bother to think about it, and simply nodded and said, okay, minister. Yeah. After Wei Changjie finished speaking, he went directly to find the person in charge of cleaning. Shin Lily in the maintenance room stood in front of the broken mecha, carefully looking at the various horrible scars on it for a long time. Although it was already so broken, this mecha still gave people a cold, powerful, and safe feeling. Shin Lily looked at it fascinatedly, and couldn't help but put her hands on the mecha, as if she could also experience the cruel war it had experienced before it was sent here. After a while of being crazy, Shin Lily finally controlled her eyes that were clinging to the mecha. Then, regardless of whether the mecha could hear it or not, Shin Lily whispered to it, I will help you repair your body well, and I guarantee that you can return to the battlefield and fight bravely in the future. After that, Shin Lily rolled up his sleeves, took a rag and a bucket, and decided to clean the dirt on the mecha first. Before starting to clean up, Shin Lily released Ahua and the others, and then told the 3 little ones, I'm going to start working, you guys play, and remember not to go out. Okay, Ollie, do you want to clean up this big guy? Let us help you. Ahua asked obediently. No, I do it, Ahua, if you're bored, just keep chewing the Zerg crystal core. Shin Lily handed Ahua her space button. Okay. Ahua nodded happily. Then he carefully picked up the space button in Shin Lily's palm, flexibly jumped to the table beside him, and happily chewed it. Ollie, let me help you. One person's speed is too slow. Amu said without letting anyone refuse. Looking at Amu's stubborn expression, Shin Lily didn't force it, and could only helplessly dote on it. Thank you, Amu. As for Ashue, he didn't return to the spiritual space this time, but he didn't mean to help with the cleaning. It had already run to the mecha when it came out, and was now walking around non-stop, occasionally stopping to detect something with its mental power. Shin Lily thought it was just playing, and didn't say anything. She wet 2 rags and wrung them out, then handed one to AMU. AMU used his furry paws to firmly grasp the rag, then jumped onto the mecha and began to carefully clean the dirt on it. Looking at AMU, who was so cute even when cleaning, Shin Lily felt that her heart was almost melted by cuteness. She couldn't help but secretly open the light computer, and took several photos in a row, and finally showed a satisfied smile. Shin Lily closed the light computer with satisfaction, and then began to carefully clean the dirt on the mecha. Chapter 83. High-end mechas often only need the simplest cleaning method. Shin Lily, who had been busy for a whole morning, began to dismantle the damaged parts in the mecha body. It took another hour to dismantle it. Before Shinlili could breathe a sigh of relief, she heard Ashue's calm and steady voice. "The converter is broken too," Ashue said lightly. Shinlili looked at Ashue in surprise, and then without doubt, she took the elevator to the center of the mecha's torso. After dismantling the outer layer of the mecha, Shinlili took out the converter, and then invaded it with mental power, and looked at it carefully for a while. Only then did he find that a small wire in the converter was broken. Although it was not a big problem, it would cause the mecha to move unsmoothly. "Ashue, you are amazing." After Shinlili confirmed it, he raised his hand, and gave Ashue a thumbs up. "Huh?" Ashue raised his tiger head proudly, pretending to be indifferent on his face, but the little tail behind him shook happily. "There is also a driver. Although it is not broken, it is old. Mind changing it to a new one?" Ashue said lightly. "Okay, dismantle it." Shinlili responded directly, like a tyrant who dotes on his concubine. Then Ashue pointed out several hidden places, and Shinlili dismantled them one by one. After Ashue finally stopped talking, Shinlili breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't expect that she had missed so many places. If Shinlili's score is 90 points, then Ashue helped her at 10 points. Strong. Now Shinlili finally began to take it seriously. Ashue's previous words may mean that it really can't make mechas, but it definitely knows as much about mechas as itself. Shinlili mainly relies on the original owner's memory of mechas, and the mecha knowledge she has learned recently. But now she feels not as good as Ashue, who has never really touched mechas. It seems that Ashue is born with super talent and potential for mechas. Shinlili looked at Ashue with more and more fiery eyes, and the calculation in her heart was stirring. Ashue felt a little hairy for no reason, and then found that it was his master. He couldn't help but swallowed his saliva carefully and said, "Why are you looking at me?" Shinlili's fiery expression was retracted, and quickly changed to a pure and harmless expression and smiled. "I just think, Ashue, you are really amazing. I still have a lot of things I don't understand. Ashue, can you teach me?" Shinlili also deliberately showed an expression of fear of being rejected, looking at Ashue with hesitation, like the aggrieved heroine in the Virgin Mary novel. Ashue's spirit body was so angry when he was looked at, but he was disgusted. Ashue couldn't stand it anymore, so he said in disgust, Teach, be normal, or I'm going to vomit." As he said that, Ashue couldn't help but vomit. Shinlili secretly rolled her eyes, hummed in her heart, and cursed her for being short-sighted. She will definitely be a single beast in the future. No matter how much she criticized her mother in her heart, Shinlili's face was moved, and she added sweetly, "Ashue is so nice. I like Ashue the most. If you keep talking, I won't teach you." Ashue spoke fiercely, but the tail behind him was shaking happily like an electric fan. Even his furry face was shy. Shinlili raised her eyebrows, but she didn't say anything. She replied obediently, "Okay, I won't say anything." "Humph." Ashue snorted coldly. Then he began to guide Shinlili seriously and responsibly to install new accessories and parts on the mecha. When he encountered some parts that were not available, Shinlili paid for them from her own space button and installed them. After a busy afternoon, when the last part was installed, Shinlili repainted the mecha with a layer of anti-cosmic radiation paint. This maintenance was officially completed. After everything was packed up, Shinlili and the 3 little tiger cubs stood in front of the mecha in a row. For pairs of eyes looked at the brand new mecha at the same time, and then couldn't help but exclaimed in unison, "Wow! This big guy is so cool!" Ahoy exclaimed excitedly, "It's just average." Although Ashue had a look of disdain on his face, there was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. "Ollie and Shui are also great. You guys are awesome." AMU praised. Shinlili and Shui blushed slightly, and couldn't help but smile. After watching for a while, Shinlili suggested, "Let's take a few photos together. After all, this is our first repaired mecha. It would be a pity not to commemorate it." "Okay. Happy." Ahua was the first to support, and he excitedly circled around the 3 of them. Ashue also nodded without a sharp tongue. "I pick the angle, Ali, give me your optical computer." AMU looked at the 3 of them lovingly, and after taking the optical computer handed over by Shinlili, he used his mental power to control the optical computer and let it float in the air. Then Shinlili followed AMU's command, stood in the middle a little far away from the mecha, put his hands together and hugged AMU, Shui, and Hua, and took a photo with a smile. After that, they were still on the mecha's shoulders, palms, elbows, and finally in the mecha control cabin before they finished the last group photo. Shinlili took back the light computer and opened the album, happily looking through the photos taken just now with the 3 little ones. Awo, don't move around next time. You see, the photos are all blurred. Shui saw Ahua in a photo with some blurs, and immediately said with disdain. I know, I won't move around next time. Ahua said aggrievedly. It's okay, there's only one photo, the others are all good. Amu raised his paw to comfort Ahua and rubbed Ahua's little head. Shanlili didn't say anything, but just touched Ahua's little head to express her comfort. She wouldn't take the initiative to interfere in the affairs of the 3 little ones. After all, each of them was her cub. With the palms and backs of her hands full of flesh, she couldn't bear to speak to anyone. Fortunately, Amu had the aura of an elder, so he could help her take care of Ahua and Shui. Otherwise, just thinking about these sweet tortures, she felt like she was doomed. Give Amu Baba a heart. Chapter 84. After appreciating the photos, Shanlili prepared to go back and let Amu and the others go back to the spiritual space to rest. Shanlili walked out of the maintenance room alone, closed the door and left. She wanted to thank the old man again, but after looking around, she didn't see anyone, so Shanlili could only leave with regret. But just as Shanlili walked out of the door of the mecha department, she was taken away by a man and a woman, one covering her mouth and the other hugging her waist. Shanlili, who was suddenly kidnapped, was still a little confused and didn't react. When she calmed down a little, she caught a glimpse of the 2 people who kidnapped her. They were Su Zhe and Su Haitang. Shanlili suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. Are these 2 people here for revenge? When she is beaten later, should she resist? The kidnapping process was very short. In less than 30 seconds, Shanlili was taken to a remote corner by the 2 people. What do you want to do? Shanlili looked at the 2 of them warily, and asked Ahua in the spiritual space to prepare for a fight. Su Zhe and Su Haitang looked at each other, and then they prepared to take out something from the space button. Shanlili became more and more nervous, and she always felt that they were preparing to take out guns and sticks from the space button to beat her. The scene was about to break out. At the moment when Ahua was about to come out, there were 2 more hands holding gifts in front of Shanlili. Gift? Ahua and Shanlili were both confused. Then Shanlili raised her eyes and looked at the 2 people carefully. One was accidentally sent to the hospital by herself, and the other was beaten into the hospital by herself. After confirming the look in her eyes, yes, it was these 2 people. So it was impossible for them to come to give her a gift. It was definitely more like they were here to send her off. It's a trick. Run! Shanlili was about to turn around and run away, but she was grabbed by the shoulders by the 2 people on the left and right. Shanlili closed her eyes helplessly, then turned around and looked at the 2 people and said, What do you want to do? I won't resist, okay? Do whatever you want to do quickly. I will be a brave man again in 18 years. Su Zhe and Su Haitang looked at Shanlili inexplicably, and then Su Haitang frowned and said, Did you misunderstand something? We are here to apologize. Apology? Apologize? Shanlili almost looked at them with horror, wondering if these 2 people were crazy. Was it me who was crazy, or these 2 people who were crazy, or the world that was crazy? I sent them to the hospital, and they still had to apologize to me. No matter how much rage Shanlili had in her heart, her face was as calm as an old dog, and she watched the 2 people perform quietly. Perhaps it was the silent air at the scene that made the 2 people inexplicably more embarrassed. Su Zhe coughed and decided to make a quick decision. I shouldn't have invaded your mental space with my own little thoughts. Although I was counterattacked by your mental power, I still have to say sorry to you. Shanlili's expression changed, and she asked in her heart, Amu, is he telling the truth? Well, he wanted to hypnotize your consciousness to get you to tell me something, so I asked Ahua to teach him a lesson. Amu was a little petty, and still holds a grudge. Shanlili didn't expect that she had once brushed past the biggest crisis. You know, she is not an interstellar person at all. If Su Zhe saw her identity, the fate waiting for her will probably not be kind to her. She thought it was because she forgot to mention the level of mental power, so Su Zhe was counterattacked by mental power. It turns out that there are unruly people who want to murder me. Ugh, seducing men. Shanlili became more and more angry as she thought about it, and said to Amu in the spiritual space, Next time you meet such a person, be careful not to let him get up before lying down for half a year. Okay. Amu also clenched his fists in a common hatred. After understanding the reason, Shanlili didn't look at Su Zhe at all, but still accepted the gift, and then smiled sarcastically. Colonel Su Zhe, do you want to try it again next time? The consequences are not serious. You will just lie in the hospital for half a year. Su Zhe shuddered all over, and hid behind his sister silently. There is no need to threaten me anymore. I am tired of the food in the hospital cafeteria. Shen Lily saw that Su Zhe was scared by her, and hid behind Su Haitang, and the anger in her heart subsided a little. He snorted unhappily, and looked at Su Haitang. So what kind of apology is this person saying? Su Haitang was trying hard to maintain a cold expression, but Shen Lily looked at her, and she almost couldn't keep it up. She coughed awkwardly and said, "Well, Su Zhe is actually my brother. I thought you were deliberately bullying my brother, so I was a little heavy during the assessment. Sorry, this is my gift, I hope you can forgive me." Shen Lily, Now Shen Lily only has one feeling. Wu Yu's mother opened the door for Wu Yu. Wu Yu is at home. It's better not to know the truth, at least she won't be upset, and maybe she can eat 2 more bowls of rice tonight. Now she only has a feeling that the rice is stuck in her throat, and she can't swallow this breath no matter what. But the person who did this was Su Haitang. Shen Lily was born to be more soft-hearted towards girls. Finally, Shen Lily sighed helplessly, and took Su Haitang's gift. Then he stared at the two and said, "I received your gift and apology, but I have a request." "You said, we will definitely do it." Su Zhe and Su Haitang looked at Shen Lily with bright eyes, with an expression of trying hard to show. Shen Lily originally wanted to say that you two just stay away from me in the future. But seeing the two faces full of expectation, she couldn't say it at all. Finally, Shen Lily helplessly put her hand on her forehead and said, "You and my big brother are comrades in arms. Just help me take care of my big brother in the future." "No problem, this is a small matter, leave it to us." Su Haitang was the first to agree generously, only Su Zhe was a little hesitant, and finally nodded silently, as if he was bearing humiliation. Taking care of the mortal enemy, it's really sour just thinking about it. When Su Zhe thought about asking Shen Kaiyu about her health in the future, he couldn't help shivering with cold before he even started to act. But Shen Lily didn't know this. She really thought Su Zhe was a good friend of her eldest brother. After all, her eldest brother had brought him chicken soup when Su Zhe was in the hospital. And Su Zhe himself said that he and his eldest brother were good friends. So who should be blamed for this? I can only say that I dug the hole myself, and I have to fill it even if I cry. Chapter 85. Seeing that it was getting late, Shen Lily looked at the time on the computer. It was almost 1800 hours. Thinking that she would go to the Star Network to watch the fun later, she said goodbye to Su Zhe and his sister. After returning to the dormitory where she was staying temporarily, Shen Lily released Ahua and the others from the spiritual space. She took a shower first, then lay back on the bed with the 3 little ones, watching the holographic live video projected by the computer. At this moment, although the official live broadcast room of the Federation was lit, it had not officially started. There was only a background wall with the national emblem of the Federation printed on it. The entire live broadcast room had only a simple wooden table and 5 potions of various colors placed on it, but there was not even a word of introduction around the potions. Helplessly, the audience in the live broadcast room could only guess, and then all kinds of strange ideas were posted on the public screen. A little Chinchio. I suspect this is a gene upgrade potion. After all, it has been studied for decades, and it should be out now. Federal keyboardist. Even if the gene upgrade potion is out, I don't want to use it. Even novels say that interfering with human genes may cause mental violence in adulthood, so I still think natural babies are best. Wu Rinxing, you read too many novels above. Why don't you say that once the potion is used, it will immediately mutate into a zombie? Eat 8 bowls of noodles tonight. That's right, this is an official account. It's impossible to dare to broadcast the potion live without confirming its safety. Shen Lily looked at the noisy public screen, and couldn't help but post a message. Midnight Mecha Maniac. Could it be a mental potion? As soon as Shen Lily said this, the public screen was silent for a while, and then it was like a pot of boiling water, and messages kept appearing on the public screen. Today I want to cry. I didn't want to bubble up at first, but you guys are really getting more and more outrageous. Even the mental potion has come out. It is well known that mental illness is incurable at all. A little piano show. Brother Mecha Maniac, I thought I had a rich imagination, but I didn't expect you to have a richer imagination than me. I admit defeat. Wu Rinxing, my grandfather who is about to die is still asking me today, has the mental potion come out? Federal Keyboard Master, it hasn't come out, it will never come out in this life. If it comes out, I will stand upside down and eat noodles. Midnight Mecha Maniac, I have taken a screenshot of the above, and I keep my word. Federal Keyboard Master, haha. The Federation can't make it. Shen Lily raised an eyebrow, always feeling that something was wrong, and sent another message. Late Night Mecha Maniac, Palace Jade wine? Federal Keyboard Elite, what wine? You said the bottle of medicine contained wine? The public screen was silent for a while, and then the audience in the live broadcast room became more excited than before. A little piano show. I caught a lost spy and helped to notify the police uncle. Don't thank me. Patriot, you can't even match the slogan of our Federation people. You are a spy. Olive Tree, you have been silent for so long. Are you feeling guilty? On the other side, the top hacker spy who has been lurking in the Federation for a long time, that is, the Federal Keyboard Elite, was inexplicably arrested by the Interstellar Police for espionage. But he felt that he could not be exposed, so he was still struggling to deny. You arrested the wrong person. I am not a spy. The Interstellar Police sneered and said, Palace Jade Liquor? The Federal Keyboard Spirit was still confused. You don't even know this, and you still dare to say that you are a Federal. Go to prison and reflect on it. The Interstellar Police saw that the criminal couldn't speak for a long time, and said coldly with more certainty. You have no evidence. Why do you arrest me? Be careful, I will sue you. The Federal Keyboard Spirit stared at the Interstellar Police with wide eyes, and threatened in a vicious voice. Heh! Do you think we will arrest you without evidence? The Interstellar Police laughed sarcastically. Then he turned on the optical computer, and displayed the photos of the confidential documents that the Keyboard Spirit sent to the outside of the Federation. The Federal Keyboard Spirit looked at it with trembling eyes, and finally lowered his head and let the Interstellar Police take him away without saying a word. Back to the live broadcast room, after the police uncle arrested the spy, he issued an official notice in the live broadcast room. It was confirmed that the Federal Keyboard Spirit was a spy and had been arrested and imprisoned. Shin Lily was stunned by the news. She just felt a little suspicious, but she didn't expect to catch a spy accidentally. Shin Lily's mood at this moment was just like the subtitle she typed on the public screen. Late Night Mecha Maniac, A little piano show. Awesome, awesome, they really caught a spy. Fried Zerg. I don't know why, I inexplicably shed tears for the spy. Patriot, you upstairs actually sympathize with the spy. I reasonably suspect that you may also be a possibility, so please say my next sentence, Palace Jade Liquor? Fried Zerg. 180 per cup. Patriot, suspicion cancelled, confirmed that the upstairs is a friendly force. Shin Lily looked at the inexplicable spy-catching activities in the live broadcast room, and immediately supported her forehead with some embarrassment. She seemed to have led the atmosphere of the live broadcast room astray. Fortunately, the time finally came to 1900 hours, and 2 patients in white coats and 5 hospital gowns appeared in the live broadcast room. Shin Lily remembered that the 2 people in white coats seemed to be from the 5th Legion research base. The older one was called Shin Feng, and the younger one was called Wan Hai. Hello everyone, welcome to the official live broadcast of the Federation. Today I have good news for you, that is, the research on the mental potion has been successful. Shin Feng said excitedly while looking at the live camera. The audience in the live broadcast room was even more excited, and they all expressed their disbelief. But when they thought that this was the official live broadcast room, the public screen suddenly fell silent. Some viewers reacted and immediately called relatives and friends excitedly to watch today's official live broadcast together. Some viewers suddenly started to cry loudly, some for themselves, and some for their friends and family. Some viewers were spies from other countries. Once they got the news, no matter whether it was true or false, they immediately sent it back to their own countries. The entire Federation, no. It can be said that the entire Milky Way. All countries, big and small. At this moment, they were like spotlights, focusing all their attention on this country called the Federation. Chapter 86. Federal Official Live Broadcast Room. Shin Feng looked at the live broadcast room that was going crazy, but his mood was very calm. You know, when their military research institute knew that the mental potion had hope, their cheers almost blew off the roof of the research institute. Thinking of this, Shin Feng couldn't help but curl up a smile at the corner of his mouth, and then he stopped keeping the secret, looking at the live camera with a sharp gaze, and said, I believe everyone is as excited as I am, so I won't talk nonsense. I will introduce these 5 potions to everyone. Shin Feng picked up the first potion and displayed it holographically in the live broadcast room. While showing it, he said, the first mental treatment potion is mainly used to treat mental poisoning. In order to show the effect of the potion, we specially invited 5 patients with mental illness today. The first one is a patient with mental poisoning. This is the patient's physical examination report. You can click it to take a look. After Shin Feng finished speaking, an electronic medical record report appeared in the live broadcast room. Shin Lily also joined in the fun, and clicked it to take a look. Physical Examination Report of the Federal Military Research Institute. Name of the examiner, Lin Sheng, 2nd Lieutenant of the Federation. Submitted by 5th Legion of the Federation. Contents of the examination items. Physical examination. The fracture of the lower leg has recovered, and the broken heart and lungs have been replaced with cloned heart and lungs. The attending physician recommends rest. Brain area examination. Due to complications, the nerves and blood vessels in the brain area have withered and ruptured. Mental power examination. Due to insect poison, the mental power is exhausted and polluted. There is a possibility of mental power riot in the future. Please seek treatment as soon as possible. This physical examination report, if it is before the live broadcast, is equivalent to a notice of death penalty. But now, there is a possibility of cure. And it is officially certified. Thinking of this, the audience is looking forward to the next development more and more, and even the anxious audience has been urging on the public screen. Chen Feng smiled and said nothing. When the time was almost up, he finally said, "Everyone has seen the physical examination report. Now let's let Lieutenant Lin Sheng drink the medicine to see the effect. Will it be despair or miracle next? The audience will wait with me." Speaking, Chen Feng pointed the detector at Lin Sheng until the same physical examination data of Lin Sheng appeared on the 3D virtual screen. He handed the medicine to Major Lin Sheng, who had been impatient for a long time. Lin Sheng's condition was not good. Since he knew that his mental power was poisoned, he had been unwilling to rest properly. Being in despair for a long time made his whole image as scary as a drug addict. At this moment, his eyes were sunken and his hands were dry branches. He couldn't wait to grab the medicine, open the bottle cork with a rapid breath, and drank it all in one gulp. Because he drank too fast, he choked, but he was afraid that he would vomit, so he could only cover his mouth with both hands, and his face turned red. The audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, and they did not laugh or despise it, although they could not imagine what people who had experienced despair would look like. But keeping silent and watching was the greatest respect. And those who really experienced despair could empathize with them. If they were replaced by them, they would probably be even more unpresentable than Lieutenant Lin Sheng. And the time in the live broadcast room was obviously at a normal speed, but the audience felt that they were living a year. The only comforting thing was that Major Lin Sheng could sit in the chair calmly, even with a hint of comfort on his face, and finally fell asleep comfortably. Everyone tacitly did not bother him, and everyone stared at the data on the detector screen. The data was only increasing slowly, but they felt as if a heavy hammer hit their chest, and they were all excited and blushing. Until Lin Sheng's mental power data recovered, the audience was completely surprised and reveled, and the deafening sound resounded throughout the place where they were. Even the enemy's spies couldn't help cheering when they saw the results, and finally they were reminded by their companions, and then they coughed awkwardly and quieted down. But no matter what, the terminal illness of mental power has truly become history at this moment. The live broadcast did not last long, with a total duration of only 2 hours, but it caused a shock no less than a nuclear bomb in the entire Federation, and even in all countries of all sizes in the entire galaxy. The phone of the Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs was even blown up by international calls from various countries after the live broadcast, and each country emphasized that they wanted to buy mental power potions. The Federation's response to this is that they will make the prescription public, but those who want to buy the mental healing potion will have to wait a month before it will be officially open to people outside the Federation. When Lily saw this news, she couldn't help but exclaimed, "Great! There are both advantages and disadvantages to making the prescription public. The disadvantage is that the Federation cannot reap the biggest dividend, but there are more advantages. Not only will it bring good reputation to the Federation, it will also successfully escape from being the target of public criticism, and as the developer of this potion, everyone's attention will no longer be focused on Lily. After all, if there are prescriptions everywhere, it is impossible to attract others' covetousness. The most important point is that this potion must be made with Li Jing as the medicine, and only Lily has Li Jing, so there is a lot of room for operation. Lily was too lazy to think about the specific operation process. At this moment, she was negotiating and signing a contract with Qiu Songyun, who suddenly came. The general meaning is that she is responsible for the production of Li Jing, and the federal government will give her 10% of the profit from the sale of Li Jing. Lily was of course very tempted, but in the end, she took the initiative to change the profit from 10% to 5%. "Shen family girl, what are you doing?" Qiu Songyun was a little dumbfounded. It was the first time he saw someone who thought the money was too much. "Grandpa Qiu, I know that many people are fighting to protect me now, So I hope that this 5% profit can be shared with those who protect me and those who are dragged down by me. Shinlili often saw on the Star Network these days that the 5th Legion was often invaded by Zerg. In fact, if you think about this matter a little more, you will know that it is related to you. After all, you have been kidnapped by the Zerg, so it is difficult for Shinlili not to doubt. Xiao Songyun looked deeply at the little girl in front of him, and finally saluted. With a firm and solemn look, I will convey your meaning to the President. Here I thank you on their behalf. In addition, it is their responsibility to protect you, and please don't feel burdened. Shinlili smiled and said nothing, signed all the contracts, and then politely sent away the busy Xiao Songyun. Looking at Xiao Songyun walking away, Shinlili yawned. Thinking that she had to go back to the military training base early tomorrow, she said good night to Ahua and the others, and then lay back on the bed and went to sleep. Chapter 87. Early in the morning of the next day, Shinlili had already arrived at the military training base. She first went to the dormitory and to hand in her laptop, and then returned to her dormitory. When she opened the door and walked into the dormitory, she found that her roommates had also gotten up. When they saw Shinlili, they all looked at her in surprise. Hey! The missing person in our dormitory is finally back. When Bu Lingling saw that it was Shinlili, she immediately smiled widely and explained in an exaggerated manner. And Jiang Chan and Yi Qingqing rushed over directly, hugging Shinlili's arms on the left and right in surprise. Ollie, where have you been these 10 days? After Yi Qingqing got familiar with everyone, she became much bolder. Now she dared to hug Shinlili's arm and asked cutely. Yes, you envy me to death. You don't know how hard our life was in the military training base. Look at my hands, they have become rough and my skin has become darker. Jiang Chan said even more agreeably. She even opened her hands to show Shinlili. The 5th Legion was short of medicine, so I went over to help for a while. By the way, I also brought you a gift. Shinlili didn't know what to say, so she could only explain casually and then change the subject. Wow, what gift? Bu Lingling was excited when she heard about the gift. She immediately ran over to surround Shinlili and asked curiously. Don't worry, we have them all. Shinlili took out a bunch of medicine from the space button. Then he began to distribute potions to everyone and gave detailed instructions. Xiaoqing, Lingling, this is the S-level forging liquid I prepared for you. It can repair the foundation of your body. Xiaochan, I know you love beauty, so I prepared a skin care lotion for you. Just apply it before going to bed every day. Jia, I don't know what you like, so I prepared an S-level healing potion for you. And Qingqing, this is the favorite mecha model of someone in my family, I give it to you. After saying that, Shinlili blinked at Yi Qingqing with a sly smile in her eyes. Yi Qingqing's cheeks flushed, but she honestly snatched the mecha model from Shinlili's hand. Han Xiaoqing and the others didn't expect Shinlili to give them such a good gift. While being touched, they also took out the most precious things in their space buttons and handed them to Shinlili. Ollie, I got this by accident. I don't know what it is. I just know it's the material for making mechas. I hope you don't dislike it. Bu Lingling took out a box of material that looked like iron and water and handed it to Shinlili. Bu Lingling didn't know it, but Shinlili knew it. This material is called dense silver, which can improve the flexibility of the joints of the mecha. Although the price is not expensive, it is relatively rare. Thank you, Lingling, I like it very much. Shinlili accepted it with surprise. Hee, I like it too. Bu Lingling also looked at the potion happily. Han Xiaoqing was the worst off among the others. There was nothing precious in her space button, except for a few local snacks that were pretty good. So she said with some embarrassment, Ollie, I don't have a good gift for you. This is a specialty prepared by my parents for me. I hope you like it. Shinlili saw Han Xiaoqing's embarrassment, but she liked the gift very much, so she encouraged her immediately, raised a bright smile and said, Thank you, Xiaoqing. I was just worrying about what gift to bring to my parents, now I have it. Han Xiaoqing saw Shinlili's bright smile, and a warm feeling gradually rose in her heart. She couldn't help but curl her lips and smiled at Shinlili. Ollie, come and have a look at my gift. Jiang Chan saw that it was finally her turn, and hurriedly laughed obscenely. Shinlili's eyelids jumped, and she took the gift and opened it. Inside was a pink princess dress. The pink skirt and the big bow on the chest almost broke Shinlili's defense. Shinlili closed the lid quickly, and resisted the goose bumps that came out of her body. She smiled reluctantly with a frightened look in her eyes. Thank you, I like it very much. If you like it, I have a lot of it at home. When school starts, I will send you a few more sets, and sisters will also bring you one. Jiang Chan was immediately happy, and did not forget to bring a set for other little sisters. Shin Lily, everyone, What else can Shin Lily and the others do? They can only look at each other and accept Jiang Chan's kindness with a bitter smile. Fortunately, Xie Jia and Yi Qingqing gave her normal mecha materials, and Shin Lily was relieved. She didn't expect that receiving gifts could cause psychological trauma, and Shin Lily was a little sad. The happy time is always short. Not long after, Shin Lily and her friends saw that the time was almost up, so they all left the dormitory. Then, they set off in the direction of the comprehensive training ground, ready to start today's physical training class. The physical training was still the same, just wearing weight rings and running 10 kilometers. What surprised Shin Lily was that the classmates and instructors around her didn't seem to be surprised at all about her sudden return, and they seemed to have adapted well. The students were really used to it. After all, Shin Lily's training times were not as many as their weekends and Sundays, but they all thought that Shin Lily had to disappear for a while because of her poor health. The instructors knew it in their hearts, and they tacitly turned a blind eye to each other. 2 more days passed like this. After the training on the second day, the instructor did not announce the disbandment after assembling the team as usual. Instead, he looked at all the students solemnly and said, "The military training time is coming to an end." In the last week, the major schools and military training bases have decided to hold a field survival competition for a week. But unlike the past, you may lose your life in this competition, but the competition adopts a voluntary participation system. If there are students who are unwilling, they can raise their hands to give up. But giving up also means that they are not qualified to enter the military school again. Now, students who give up, raise your hands. After Sun Ming finished speaking, he looked around the students of the 5th Military Academy and saw that no student raised their hands, and then he spoke again. "Very good, the students are very brave, but I also hope that you don't force yourself. If you regret it before the start of tomorrow's competition, you can come to me privately to talk. In addition, the time of the competition is 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and you must gather at the comprehensive training ground at 8 o'clock. Students, do you have any questions?" "No." The students of the 5th Military Academy responded loudly. "Okay, disband." After Sun Ming finished speaking, he turned around and left with Lin Su and others, seemingly busy preparing for tomorrow's competition. Chapter 88. Since Xiao Liao from the military mecha department started working yesterday, he couldn't help but have an idea in his mind when he saw the mecha that seemed to be repaired by his helper. After hesitating for 2 days, Xiao Liao still went to the minister's office to find Wei Chengjie. "Minister." Xiao Liao hesitated and didn't know how to start. "Xiao Liao, what's the matter?" Wei Chengjie looked at Xiao Liao, who was hesitant, and asked with concern. "Well, minister, am I not looking for an assistant? I think the helper you arranged for me the day before yesterday is pretty good, so I want him to be my assistant. What do you think?" Xiao Liao hesitated for a moment, and said it out. Wei Chengjie recalled it carefully before he remembered. "Are you talking about her?" "But she is not from us. I am afraid she can't be your assistant, and she is just a student now." "Student?" Xiao Liao was a little surprised and stunned. "Yes, she is still a student of our mecha manufacturing department," Wei Chengjie added. "Are students nowadays so amazing?" Xiao Liao thought of the repaired mecha he saw the day before yesterday, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Wei Chengjie raised his eyebrows, aroused a little interest, and asked curiously, "Is she really that amazing? She seems to be a freshman this year." Wei Chengjie thought that the little girl was serious about her work and kept the mecha clean, so she won Xiao Liao's recognition. Well, very good, he also likes good children who love hygiene. Thinking of this, Wei Chengjie nodded with satisfaction, and had a better impression of the little girl. If he comes again next time, he can take her to see more advanced mechas. A freshman? She's only in her teens. She can dismantle damaged parts and replace new parts by herself at such a young age, and she can do it 100% without any mistakes. She's really amazing. Xiao Liao was surprised at first, but couldn't help but praise her. Hearing this, Wei Chengjie suddenly came back to his senses, and then stared at Xiao Liao and said in a lost voice, "You mean she repaired a broken mecha by herself?" "Yes, minister. Didn't you find a helper for me? How come she knows less than I do?" Xiao Liao was confused. Wei Chengjie, Can he say that he just grabbed a coolie to deal with a dirty mecha? By the way, this is still Xiao Liao's fault. He didn't take the mecha back even after resting. What does it look like to leave it dirty in the maintenance room? It seems that the mecha department needs to add another rule. Except for maintenance time, the dirty mecha can only stay in the space button. The more Wei Chengjie thought about it, the more unfriendly his eyes became towards Xiao Liao. After all, this person might be the first target of the operation in the future. Minister. Xiao Liao was stared at, and felt hairy all over. He swallowed his saliva, and didn't know what he did wrong. It's okay. Come with me. Take out the mecha she repaired and let me see it. Wei Chongjie chose to skip this topic for the time being, so he said it perfunctorily. The most important thing now is that he is also very curious. Is that little girl really as good as Xiao Liao said? Wei Chongjie took Xiao Liao to his maintenance room and motioned Xiao Liao to take out the mecha. Xiao Liao nodded and took out the C-class mecha. The originally tattered mecha has now become brand new, exuding a majestic and cold aura. If Wei Chongjie hadn't seen the mecha before, he would have almost failed to recognize it. This shows how much effort Shen Lily put into repairing it. Wei Chongjie nodded secretly in his heart. Not bad, clean and like new, 1 point. After that, Wei Chongjie carefully checked the mecha inside and out, and his appreciation became even stronger. If the full score is 10, Wei Chongjie is willing to give 9.9 points. The only thing he was dissatisfied with was that he found that there was a part in this mecha that he had never given. Although Shen Lily gave it voluntarily, how could Wei Chongjie have the nerve to take advantage of a little girl? Thinking of this, Wei Chongjie first sent Xiao Liao away, and then used the optical brain to search for the information of the outsiders who entered the mecha department the day before yesterday. It was not until he turned to Shen Lily's photo that Wei Chongjie's eyes lit up, and he clicked on the information. List of people entering and leaving the mecha department: name, Shen Lily; gender, female; age, 15 years old; identity, direct descendant of the Shen family, daughter of Admiral Shen Tian. Pass, one-time guarantor, Shen Kaiyu. After reading the information, Wei Chongjie couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He didn't expect that she was actually the granddaughter of his bad friend. Thinking of that well-behaved little girl, Wei Chongjie began to be jealous of Shen Mujiang. Why did all the good things go to this old man? The object of his secret love was married to him, and even the sons and grandsons he gave birth to were not cowards. Now he has a lovely granddaughter. Wei Chongjie, who was alone, felt a little lonely, empty, and cold for the first time in his life. Wei Chongjie sighed deeply, then turned on the light brain and contacted a person who was marked as an old white lotus by him. Hey, what's up, old Wei? What do you want to see me about? Shen Mujiang's smiling face appeared on the 3D virtual screen. Wei Chongjie's face started to look bad when he saw Shen Mujiang, but thinking of his purpose, he could only hold back his disgust and said, Shen Lily, is she your granddaughter? Shen Mujiang raised his eyebrows in surprise and replied, yes, little granddaughter, what's wrong? I want her to learn mecha with me, you decide? Wei Chongjie said shockingly. Shen Mujiang, this is really not a problem he can do. Since his granddaughter developed the mental potion, more and more people are against Shen Lily continuing to stay in the mecha department. Recently, Shen Mujiang has begun to waver, so when he heard Wei Chongjie's words, his face finally became serious and said, are you sure that Ollie is suitable for mecha? Shen Balian, what do you mean by this? Are you questioning your own granddaughter? Are you questioning me as a mecha master? Wei Chongjie was angry, staring at Shen Mujiang with flaming eyes. Ahem, why are you still giving nicknames randomly? And this matter cannot be explained in a short time. Anyway, there are many people who oppose Ollie staying in the mecha manufacturing department. It would be a good thing if you can accept Ollie as your apprentice. Shen Mujiang has really gone bald recently because of this matter. Almost everyone had a blaming expression when they knew that Shen Lily was still in the mecha manufacturing department, as if saying, the child is ignorant, and you adults are fooling around with her. A good potion genius, you actually let her go to iron. Chapter 89. Shen Mujiang himself really had a lot of hardship that he couldn't express. Especially the group of stubborn people in the pharmacy association, seeing that their granddaughter was in military training and couldn't contact anyone, they all turned their attention to him, the head of the Shen family. A text message every 10 minutes, a video every hour, bombarded him for 2 consecutive days, and he wanted to pick up a weapon and smash the pharmacy association these 2 days. Wei Chongjie didn't care whether Shen Mujiang was suffering or not. Seeing that he didn't object, his face was a little better, and he patiently explained, your granddaughter has a good talent for mecha. If you train her carefully, her achievements in the field of mecha will definitely not be low. Can she reach the master level? Shen Mujiang asked casually. But Wei Chongjie felt speechless for a while. Where did he get such a big tone? This is equivalent to a teacher praising a student's talent, and the parent directly asked, can he go to Tsinghua University or Peking University in the future? He hasn't learned to crawl yet, but he wants to fly. Does this person have confidence in his granddaughter, or is he too thick-skinned? Do you know what you are saying? Wei Changjie said this calmly, but he cursed in the next sentence. Do you think being a master is a piece of cake? Can you become one just by talking and thinking about it? Shin Mujiang was scolded so much, but he touched his nose aggrievedly and said, Old Wei, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that if Ollie didn't have the potential to be a master in the field of mecha, he might not be able to study mecha in the mecha manufacturing department with peace of mind in the future. What do you mean by that? Wei Changjie frowned more and more. Why did he always feel that this old man was saying something else? Many people are against Ollie staying in the mecha manufacturing department and want her to transfer to another department and concentrate on studying medicine. Shin Mujiang simply said it. Anyway, if Wei Changjie really succeeds in the future, his granddaughter's mecha teacher will sooner or later have a headache like him. So? Your granddaughter likes mecha so much, but you don't let her learn it because of what others say? Wei Changjie looked at Shin Mujiang with a look of disgust. Old Wei, you haven't realized the seriousness of the matter yet. Do you know the most famous mental healing potion recently? Shin Mujiang asked back. Well, I know, so what does this have to do with your granddaughter? Is it still a little girl who researched it? Wei Changjie rolled his eyes and mocked. Shin Mujiang had anticipated Wei Changjie's reaction. After all, even kindergarten kids wouldn't believe the truth. With a helpless sigh, Shin Mujiang said with the tone of an experienced person, the mental potion was developed by Ollie, so now the Pharmacy Association will probably force Ollie to transfer to another department when school starts. Really? You didn't lie to me? Wei Changjie asked in shock and disbelief. Shin Mujiang nodded seriously. He wouldn't joke with his granddaughter about such a thing. Wei Changjie frowned. He didn't expect that the amount of information in it was so large that he felt like he had sprained his waist. He really couldn't imagine that a little girl, who was only 15 years old, could actually develop a mental healing potion. You know, mental healing potion is not an ordinary potion, but a panacea that can save countless people. Now, let alone the Pharmacy Association, even he began to doubt whether Shin Lily's continued study of mechas was a waste of her talent for pharmacy. After all, if she continued to study in the pharmacy department, she might become the next medicine god. But when Wei Changjie thought of the girl who loved mechas so much and was forced to study pharmacy specifically, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. I will still accept Shin Lily as my apprentice, but if she really doesn't have a talent for mecha in the future, I will persuade her to focus more on potions. Wei Changjie rubbed his brows, and finally sighed heavily before deciding. Shin Mujiang was relieved when he heard this, and a smile appeared on his face, saying, I thank you on behalf of Ollie. When Ollie starts school, I will let her add your optical computer. Okay, if nothing else, I hang up. Wei Changjie hung up the optical computer directly, and then looked at the military training base next door. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He didn't know if he was doing the right thing, but in his heart, he didn't regret it at all. Compared with some troubles that might arise in the future, he wanted to protect the light in the child's eyes more, because he knew better than anyone the pain of wanting to learn mecha, but not being able to learn it. When Wei Changjie was very young, his parents sacrificed both for the Federation. Without the protection of his parents, he was not only occupied by his relatives at home, but also drove him out of his house, and became a beggar who lived on the streets. During the wandering period, what he envied the most was the mecha maker, not only because he liked mechas very much, but also because they were always so noble and so popular. So from that moment on, he wanted to be a mecha maker. But because he didn't have money to study mecha in a regular school, Wei Changjie had to sneak into the school, hide in the corner, and peek at the mecha makers in class. It is often unlucky that I was caught by the guards, then beaten up, and finally thrown out of the school like garbage. But even so, Wei Changjie never thought of giving up. After many times of wind and rain, I don't know if someone above gave the order or the security no longer cared, just turned a blind eye to him. It was not until later that he knew that the person who helped him was Shin Mujiang, and even helped him to regain the inheritance later, so he was qualified to sit in the classroom and study upright. The two of them became good brothers later, until later, the brothers both fell in love with Shin Lily's grandmother, and then began to dislike each other. But these two people are the most important people in Wei Changjie's life, so he chose to withdraw early in this emotional drama, and made Shin Mujiang and Luo Shuhua complete. After recalling the pain of youth, Wei Changjie skillfully took out a photo from the drawer, and then looked at the black-haired girl with a bright smile in the photo with nostalgia. As he watched, Wei Changjie couldn't help but reveal a wry smile of nostalgia. Shuhua, if you walked a little slower, you could see your granddaughter now. She is a very good child. If you saw her, you would definitely like her very much. It's a pity that the photo can't speak, but the girl in the photo still smiles, as if she agrees. Chapter 90. The sun had just risen in the morning at the military training base, but the comprehensive training ground of the military training base was already bustling with people. Not only were there a large number of military academy students, but even the teachers of the major military academies finally showed up at the military training base. The leader among them was the examiner of the entrance examination of the 5 major military academies. Shen Lili also saw the younger uncle Shen Xiuxiong, one of the 5 examiners, on the rostrum. Both of them saw each other, but due to the occasion, they just smiled and waved to each other and said hello. When the time finally came to 8 o'clock, the personnel were almost all there. After the instructors confirmed the number of students in their respective military academies, they began to prepare for the game. First of all, this competition did not allow the carrying of foreign objects, so this time, except for the clothes on the body, the digital bracelet on the wrist, and a dagger issued by the instructor, everything else was handed in. Even the students' own space buttons were not spared, and this move immediately caused many students to wail. You have to know that we will be in the wild for the next week, and no equipment will be given. It is too inhumane. As for the small dagger, I want to ask what it can do. Can it keep you full? Or keep you warm at night? As for the sense of security, that is even more nonsense. In the interstellar era, military academy students are already accustomed to hot weapons. In their eyes, a small dagger is probably the same as a nail clipper in the eyes of modern people. Useful, but not much. But ants cannot shake elephants. Under the threat of deducting points from the instructors, the students can only shut up honestly. After finishing the pre-match preparations, the person in charge of the military training base on the rostrum, that is, Wen Yuqing, finally coughed lightly and said, "Hello, students. The 1-month freshman military training has reached the end. In this last time, the school has decided to hold a competition with us to see if the students have made any progress. So I want to ask first, do the students have confidence in themselves? Come and answer me loudly. Do you have confidence? Haven't you counted yet?" The students were all complaining in their hearts, but they still answered loudly, "Yes." Wen Yuqing nodded with satisfaction and smiled. "Very good, next I will announce the rules of the game. This game adopts teamwork. Each team member can get 1 point for killing a beast. The top 10 teams will get an additional 100 points. Each team consists of 5 people, and they are numbered according to their bracelets, 1 to 5, 6 to 10, and so on. Then, as long as you survive in the super forest for a week, you can pass the level. In addition, a friendly reminder, if you feel that your life is threatened, take off the digital bracelet, and the instructor will pick you up according to the location. Now, students, get ready to board the battleship." After Wen Yuqing finished speaking, 6 huge battleships flew out from the 5th Corps base and landed in front of the comprehensive training ground. Then the instructors took the students of their respective military academies and boarded a battleship respectively. After all the students left, the examiners on the rostrum and the person in charge of the military training base finally boarded a single warship together, and then the 6 warships flew side by side to the south. In the 5th Military Academy warship, students were looking for their teammates, this time according to the numbers on their bracelets. The entire warship was filled with the sound of shouting numbers, and half an hour later, Shen Lili finally met up with her teammates. The other 4 teammates were 3 men and 1 woman. What surprised Shen Lili the most was that 2 of her teammates were actually her acquaintances. "Ollie, I didn't expect that we were teammates." Yi Qingqing smiled and took Shen Lili's arm in surprise. "And my second brother is also a teammate." Shen Lili glanced at Shen Kaiyun, then smiled ambiguously at Yi Qingqing. Shen Lili had expected Shen Kaiyun to be her teammate. After all, he stood next to her at the beginning and got the number 70. The only surprise was that Yi Qingqing was actually number 66. Ah, what a fate! Yi Qingqing shyly shook Shen Lili's arm, and only dared to timidly peek at Shen Kaiyun. TSK. The sour smell of love. As a single dog, Shen Lili could only hug her arm silently, so that she could feel a little warmth. "Little sister, come with your friends, let's discuss the game later." Shen Kaiyun, a straight man, didn't notice the pink bubbles around the 2 people at all. At this moment, he was discussing the super forest with the other 2 teammates. Shen Lili and Yi Qingqing also walked over after hearing this, and then several teammates looked at each other. "We will spend a week together. Let's start with self-introductions. I go first. My name is Shen Kaiyun. I'm a combat and command officer. My mental strength and physical fitness are both SSS level. If there's no problem, I'd be your team leader in this competition." Shen Kaiyun's eyebrows were solemn when he spoke, and there was no trace of his usual silly face. In front of his family, he could laugh and make noises without restraint. But in front of outsiders, Shin Kai-yun is the legitimate heir of the Shin family, and the next quasi-marshal of the Fifth Army. Looking at Shin Kai-yun, who was full of reliability, even Shin Lily had to admit that Shin Kai-yun was really charming. No wonder her second brother had so many little fans in the 5th Military Academy. Shin Lily glanced at Yi Qingqing, who was next to him and had pink hearts all over her body, and couldn't help sighing in her heart. The other few people looked at each other. They had no objection to Shin Kai-yun, who took the command right at the beginning, and all nodded in agreement. It's my turn next. My name is Shin Lily. I'm a mecha manufacturing and medicine major. My mental strength is SSS and my physical fitness is S level. Please give me your advice. Shin Lily introduced herself with a smile. My name is Yi Qingqing. I'm a medicine major. My mental strength and physical fitness are both S level. Please give me your advice. Yi Qingqing introduced herself cutely. My name is Shuichio. I'm a soul weapon major. My mental strength is S level, and my physical fitness is A level. Please give me your advice as well. Shuichio is a boy with a baby face. Even his personality and eyes are a bit childish. My name is Han Shou. I'm a combat major. My physical fitness is 2S level, and my mental strength is S level. Please give me your advice. Han Shou is a boy with a very handsome face, but his personality is a bit cold and distant, giving people a feeling of a cold moon in the middle of the night.